Daddy, wake up. Yeah, be good, let Daddy sleep a little longer. Cough, cough. Mom, we've run out of your medicine at home. I wanted to ask Daddy if he could give me some money to buy more for you. The faint, indistinct voices kept drifting into his ears. This voice, was that his wife and daughter? Hadn't he died? Wait. Ji Wushuang's eyes snapped open. He hurriedly felt over his own body. Then he looked around at the surroundings, at once strange yet familiar. The old yet neatly arranged furniture could only be the home he had lived in 10 years ago. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was rebirth. Had he been reborn, returned to the time before the Starship Supremacy War? Struggling to his feet, he staggered into the bathroom and stared intently at his own forehead in the mirror. Sure enough, a faint, ghostly blue radiance flickered across the center of his brow. This was the mark of bloodline awakening. It made him certain that the 10 years he had experienced before were anything but a dream. They were events that had truly, undeniably happened. 20 years ago, human technology had reached an unprecedented height. Human starbases were scattered throughout the Milky Way. Yet this rapidly flourishing civilization drew the covetous gaze of higher extraterrestrial races. Almost simultaneously, every human base in the galaxy suffered attacks of unprecedented ferocity. Within a single year, the human population in the Milky Way, 30 billion souls, was reduced by 90%. The lucky survivors, apart from those seized by aliens, withdrew to humanity's homeworld. Defending the mother planet became humanity's sole remaining goal. Yet the higher civilization's technology was far too advanced. Their starships outstripped humanity's by several eras. Just when everyone was sinking into despair, awaiting the final moment, human bloodlines suddenly awakened. At the same time, a vast hidden space unfolded before humankind. The Starship Universe. Only humans whose bloodlines had awakened could enter the Starship Universe and choose their own starships. The technology of these starships could evolve in step with the mysterious power of their awakened masters. Humanity finally understood why alien technology was so advanced and why the aliens were so intent on capturing humans. What they craved was the unawakened human bloodline and the mysterious power it concealed. Those who awakened bore the last hope of safeguarding humankind. The world came to call them Starship Officers. It was thanks to the existence of these Starship Officers that humanity finally possessed power capable of rivaling alien life forms, and narrowly escaped the annihilation of their species. Though the alien races were repelled for the time being, the large-scale wars of that era had already ravaged the mother planet's ecology. Excessive radiation saturating the air and soil left the vast majority of ordinary people plagued by countless illnesses. Ji Wushuang's wife Li Waner was one such patient. The contributions made by awakened individuals in the Starship Universe could not only ensure that their families received privileged care, but also caused the national fortune of their homeland to soar. Thus, every Starship Officer became a hero revered by the masses. 10 years ago, Ji Wushuang awakened his bloodline and became a Starship Officer. Basking in universal admiration, he lost himself in glory. He not only cast aside his long-suffering wife Li Waner, but even abandoned his own daughter Yaya. In the end, he was betrayed and lured into an ambush. Outnumbered, he was ultimately crushed, ship destroyed, and body lost in the void. Thinking of this now, Ji Wushuang was overwhelmed with shame. He had utterly failed his wife and daughter. Daddy, a little girl with messy hair, a sallow, skinny face, yet still adorably featured, came running toward him. Daddy, you're awake. Mommy's illness seems to have gotten worse again. Though Yaya was only 8 years old, she was far more sensible than other children her age. Ji Wushuang walked over to Li Waner's bedside. Seeing how weak she was, her face a waxy yellow, his heart gave a violent jolt. He cursed himself inwardly for being utterly worthless. Before the alien invasion, Li Waner had been one of the top beauties in a publicly listed tech company. Her suitors could have lined up from the east of the city to the west. He, by contrast, had been nothing more than a retired Air Force pilot. Yet this radiant woman chose to marry him and bear his child, never once despising his meager pay. But in just a few short years of marriage, the illness had tormented her into a shadow of herself. Her once long raven black hair had become thin and dry, tinged with yellow. Though only in her early 30s, she gave the impression of a worn-out woman in her 50s, teetering on the brink of decay. Back then, after his bloodline awakened, he had immediately cast his wife and daughter aside. Thinking back now, he truly was a beast. It seemed heaven had granted him this rebirth precisely so he could live as a decent man again. Heart-aching, Ji Wushuang scooped up Yaya, who weighed barely 30 Jin, into his arms. Then he gently stroked Li Waner's hair, now little more than dry straw, and said, "Waner, don't worry. I will definitely cure your illness." A flicker of longing passed through Li Waner's eyes, only to fade into desolation a moment later. Who didn't want to go on living? But curing this kind of disease required complete genetic repair. That kind of treatment cost an astronomical sum, utterly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ji Wushuang stepped closer and took her shriveled hand in his. "You don't need to worry about money. For the rest of your life, I'll see that you and our daughter are treated like princesses." Lee Warner shot her husband a helpless glance and said irritably, "You're talking nonsense again. I've already spent all my savings on medicine. With what you earn, you should spend more on nourishment for our daughter." Ji Wushuang lightly ran his index finger across his forehead, and a wisp of ghostly blue light immediately swept past. When they saw the celestial eye opening on Ji Wushuang's forehead, Lee Warner and Yaya were stunned. "Your bloodline has awakened." Lee Warner struggled to sit up. "Doesn't that mean you won't be able to stay by our side anymore?" Her face was full of reluctance and worry. "Daddy, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to be a starship officer." As Yaya spoke, tears began spilling down her cheeks. Ji Wushuang was even more unwilling to leave his child, but he knew in his heart that he owed the two of them far too much. "Yaya, right now the most important thing is to cure your mother's illness. Promise, Daddy, you'll take good care of Mommy. I will earn a great deal of money so the two of you can live a good life." Then he pulled Lee Warner into his arms and said, "Warner, from this moment on, the two of you are my very life. I'll fight with everything I have, for your future, for our happiness. You must hold on and live until the day I come back." Hearing Ji Wushuang's words, Lee Warner could no longer hold back her tears. It sounded so simple, but reality was nothing like that. Ever since the Starship universe had been open, nations had been flooding in to develop their own starship battle groups. The more mysterious power their starship officers contributed, the more prosperous their national fortunes became. Mysterious power had become a resource that every nation fought over. As a result, the Starship universe had turned into yet another arena of struggle. But for the past 2 years, the starship officers of Han Long did not know what curse had befallen them. Most of the talents that awakened were far from exceptional. Only a very few managed to awaken level or level gifts. Because of this, Han Long's forces in the Starship universe had become the target of joint suppression by several foreign powers, the beautiful free goddess nation, the Plaster Kingdom, and the Urona Alliance among them. Over the past 7 or 8 years, Han Long had seen the awakening of more than 1/7/8 starship officers. Yet fewer than 1/3 of them were still alive. And beyond evading the joint suppression from other great powers, the Starship universe itself was vast beyond comprehension, filled with unimaginable sights and events that defied human understanding. There, the slightest misstep could mean ship and soul alike destroyed. If she had a choice, she would never want her husband to become a starship officer, and even less for him to risk his life in that mysterious universe for her sake. Lee Warner knew her man had already made up his mind. All she could do now was to strip away his last worries. She instinctively tightened her embrace around Ji Wushuang and said softly, "I promise you, I will live on and live well. You must also take good care of yourself for the sake of the two of us. I forbid you to risk your life so desperately." Ji Wushuang gently stroked her short hair and said, "Rest assured, without absolute certainty, I will not throw myself into danger lightly." Ji Wushuang had pawned his beloved leather boots and received only a few dozen ku in return. Ku was the universal currency of this world, and also the standard unit by which the mysterious power and energy of the Starship universe were measured. With that money, he prepared a sumptuous meal for mother and daughter. Watching Yaya wolf down the food, Ji Wushuang could not help but let hot tears roll down his cheeks once more. He swore to himself that he would one day give them a good life. The next morning, while mother and daughter were still fast asleep, Ji Wushuang quietly rose and slipped out to report in at headquarters. Each year, there was a month-long registration period for starship officers. If one missed it, they would have to wait another year before the system connecting to the interstellar universe reopened. Today was the final day of registration. Most Bloodline Awakeners usually chose to report in at the very beginning, so the Imperial Tower appeared rather deserted. Ji Wushuang placed both hands into the intelligent device. Barely 10 seconds later, the screen displayed Ji Wushuang, male, 36 years old, retired from the Aviation Special Operations Unit. Bloodline awakened. Approval granted to enter the Starship universe. Eligible to serve as a starship officer. In the next instant, an intelligent robot stepped forward and dressed him in a sharp, striking uniform. His entire bearing was instantly elevated. Starship officers were the hope of the nation and the backbone of the people. At the very moment his uniform was fitted, a live broadcast room tailored for Ji Wushuang was simultaneously open to the entire globe. In barely half a minute, Ji Wushuang's live room had already attracted over 100 viewers, and the chat channel began to flood with comments. "This starship officer looks pretty handsome. Thick brows, bright eyes. I wonder if he's as capable as he looks. Who knows? But we've had no shortage of rookies this time. There must be at least over 5,000 new recruits. Long may Han Long prosper." I don't shout about numbers anymore. Do we still rely on human wave tactics? Just 3 months ago, in that mining outpost defense, more than 700 starship officers were nearly wiped out. It still hurts to think about it. Yes, what we lack now are truly formidable starship officers. Otherwise, we may soon have no foothold in the starship universe at all. Have you heard? This year, even that tiny neighboring country Galley produced a rookie with Shrank talent. And the other neighbor Schwabing also produced 2 Shranks. Has our Hanlong nation been cursed? It's been years without a single high-grade talent. Heaven bless Hanlong. If an Shrank appears, I'm willing to stay single for life. Too small, your vision is too small. I'm willing to let my girlfriend stay single for life too. Ji Wushuang gave the chat messages a casual glance, drew in a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the next room. The world worshipped only those Starship officers blessed with lofty talents, yet few realized that those with meager gifts who still gave of themselves in silence were the true heroes. In the vast Hanlong nation, of the several thousand Starship officers who emerged each year, more than half would remain forever in the Starship universe. They more than anyone deserve to be remembered and honored by the world. Suddenly, a deep magnetic voice sounded. Welcome, Starship officer. Next, your talent will be awakened. Before the awakening begins, you may still renounce the identity of Starship officer and return to an ordinary life. But once your talent is awakened, you will be sent into the Starship universe and become a formal Starship officer. Your term of service will be indefinite. The universe is vast and fraught with peril, yet humanity's further advancement may well begin with you. Will you choose to become a pillar of Hanlong's rise or relinquish awakening and return to the masses? The decision rests entirely in your own hands. Once you decide to become a formal Starship officer, your family will be cared for by the government free of charge for 10 years, and the achievements you earn within the Starship universe will be converted into corresponding rewards for them. Upon hearing this, the faces of Li Weiner and Yaya surfaced once more in Ji Wushuang's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded and said, "At once, awaken my talent." Inside the live room, viewers buzzed. Why is the talent awakening never broadcast live? I heard that during awakening, each person must endure unbearable agony. You wouldn't really want to watch a Starship officer grimacing in pain, would you? Let's hope this Starship officer can bring us a miracle. The result is out. It's out. The system just announced. Damn, Frank talent heavy strike. You've got to be kidding me. Oh no, here we go again. Our great Hanlong is doomed this round. At that moment, the hearts of the few hundred viewers in the live room collectively sank into an icy chill. Yet in the awakening chamber, Ji Wushuang merely smiled faintly. In his previous life, his talent had been a rank. So what? In the end, his ship was destroyed, and he perished all the same. His greatest advantage now was not talent, but the experience he had accumulated over 10 long years in the Starship universe. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed once more between his brows, and the heavenly eye opened again. On the live stream screen, a new line of text appeared. Congratulations to Starship Officer Ji Wushuang on awakening an additional talent. In that instant, Ji Wushuang's live room erupted. More than half of the viewers had already left, but the remaining few dozen began shouting in excitement. Incredible, dual talents. Is it good? Is it glorious enough? Our Hanlong nation is finally going to break the curse and rise again. With dual talents, there has to be at least one Shrank. There just has to be. Congratulations, Starship Officer, your awakened talent is Frank Phantom. The live room split open with uproar once more. What the hell, another Frank? Are you kidding me? What even is Phantom supposed to be? Some kind of confusion technique? We finally get a dual talent officer, and it's heavy strike and Phantom. What a complete waste. In an instant, the number of viewers in the live room plummeted to single digits. Just then, the system announced yet again within the live room, congratulations to Starship Officer Ji Wushuang on awakening Divine Oracle once more. The Oracle? What the hell? What the hell? Is this for real? A triple talent unprecedented in history. Moreover, it is the legendary Oracle. An Oracle stronger than SS-level talents. The number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 300,000 in just a few minutes. What happened? I just want to take a leak and awaken the Oracle. If I had known, I would have gone to the bathroom every time. Heaven bless me, Hanlong. Ji Wushuang, I want to have children with you. What is the content of the Oracle? The Oracle is classified, and it will be difficult to see its latest updates in the future. Sitting in the awakening room, Ji Wushuang was already soaked in sweat. Although he was mentally prepared, experiencing the awakening of talents 3 times in a row still left this man, who had experienced life and death, utterly astonished. Especially the last time a golden beam of light shot directly from the third eye on his forehead. Every muscle in his body trembled uncontrollably, as if his entire spine had been hollowed out. This feeling was ultimately accompanied by an artificial intelligence voice announcement. Congratulations, Starship Officer, you have awakened the Oracle. Ji Wushuang never expected to awaken the Oracle after his dual talents. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a long while, he gasped and asked, what is the content of the Oracle? This matter is classified. You can only experience your Oracle after entering the Starship universe. Ji Wushuang, who had originally given up hope on the talent awakening, never imagined that fate would play such a huge joke on him. Talent awakening depends entirely on destiny, and talents are divided into levels based on current combat effectiveness FEDC, B, A, SSS, and SSS. The Oracle, however, is above SSS level with only one person among 100,000 Starship officers capable of awakening it. Currently, in the entire Starship universe, only the Goddess of Liberty in the Land of Beauty and the Bear Empire in the Frigid Zone each have one Oracle Starship officer. Now the Grand Han Long finally has its own Oracle Starship officer. Ji Wushuang was also extremely excited, unable to resist the urge to return to the Starship universe and showcase his skills. With his past 10 years of experience combined with the Oracle now by his side, if he couldn't make a name for himself this time, bringing glory to the Great Xia and ensuring his wife and daughter a life free of worries, it would truly be a waste of this rebirth. Is Starship Officer 429078 ready to enter the Starship universe? I am ready. As soon as he finished speaking, several safety belts from the seat below him secured him in place. Surrounding lights flashed by as if time were flying. Looking around again, he was already in the starship. The stars sparkled outside the window, and meteors surrounded him. He couldn't help but pull up the control panel to check the starship's configuration. Power device dual caliber KR power W, 2000 jet engine F level. Weapon system 48 portable tracking missiles, 448 caliber photon cannons, F level. Defense system 200 Krona power defense F level. Warning system warning range 1. 2 light years non-locking tracking F level. Load capacity 2000 kg OF level. Comprehensive assessment combat power 12,000 OF level Starship Xia class Sentinel ship. Looking at the configuration panel, Ji Wushuang couldn't help but smile wryly. After traversing the Starship universe for 10 years, he still had to start over with this entry-level starship. Starships from various countries can basically be classified by level: Sentinel ships, Ranger ships, Vanguard ships, Escort ships, Main ships, General ships, Marshal ships, Governor ships, and Flagships. The Grand Han Long has its own unique names based on its cultural characteristics: Xia class, Shang class, Zhu class, King class, Han class, Tang class, Song class, Ming class, and Han Long class. Back then he had evolved all the way to the Tang class. He could be considered a figure who could take on 100. Unfortunately, he fell victim to other schemes and was besieged by over a dozen general-class starships. While he was lost and thought, the information panel began to flicker. Fellow officers, welcome to the Starship universe. Regardless of whether you have previous starship piloting experience, please proceed to the nearest level 1 mineral source to gather mysterious energy as soon as possible. After 3 months, your new officer protection will end. Please do your best to evolve your starship as quickly as possible. Wishing you success. Han Long Starship Headquarters. Ji Wushuang opened the navigation visual map and searched for level 1 mineral sources. Soon numerous level 1 mineral sources appeared on the visual map. Ji Wushuang shook his head. With the current capabilities of this Xia-class Sentinel ship, collecting level 1 mineral sources could only yield about 5 units of mysterious energy per hour. Working non-stop for 3 months without food or drink would yield only 10800 units. He could only evolve to a Shang-class starship. But after 3 months, without the new officer protection label, he would be like a fish on the chopping block ready to be slaughtered. Ji Wushuang suddenly thought of the Oracle. He quickly opened the Starship Officer profile. Starship Officer Ji Wushuang. Talent level Heavy Strike. Can deal 3 times attack power against opponents, but accuracy is reduced by 1/3, speed is reduced by 1/3, and cooldown time is 30 minutes. What the hell it really is in level talent. This kind of talent is only likely to hit the opponent in close combat in life and death struggles. Talent 2 level Phantom. Can create 3 clones. Attack power and defense capabilities can be freely allocated. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Still a useless skill. Oracle Ultimate Skill, turn waste into treasure. Can randomly transform any waste or defective item into a divine item. Cooldown time 48 hours. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but clap his hands. This Oracle, while not a combat skill, is undoubtedly a developmental miracle. For Ji Wushuang, who urgently needs resources to develop this, is the real help in times of need. Moreover, the Oracle is fundamentally different from ordinary talents, even those of SSS level. Recalling the past, the Oracle starship of the Bear Nation faced 100 Marshall-class starships from the Orona Alliance, fighting for 7 days and nights, not only retreating unscathed, but also heavily injuring the Orona Alliance. This battle made a name for itself across the world. The beautiful goddess of liberty, confident in her Oracle starship, never regarded any country's starships behaving arrogantly and tyrannically. Back then, the Great Xia had to endure and tolerate. Now he finally became an Oracle starship officer. He must make good use of this skill. Suddenly, an announcement flashed on the screen. Ji Wushuang quickly clicked, and then a thick accent came through. All starship officers, the Empire of Gao Yao will conduct starship exercises in the Alpha Triangle area for the next 3 months. Non-Empire starships are prohibited from entering, otherwise it will be considered hostile behavior. Ji Wushuang glanced at the location of the Alpha area, which happened to be the richest region for level 3 mineral sources. He sneered 3 times in his heart. The little Gao Yao had a good plan. The little patch intends to use this time to concentrate its new recruits in the level 3 mining area for development. With good luck, a starship might evolve into a frigate. Ji Wushuang understands that the Gao Yao Empire has a small number of awakened bloodlines each year, but their quality is surprisingly high. Internally, they adopt a queen bee strategy. This means concentrating resources to develop battleship kings, trying every possible way to cultivate advanced starships. Externally, they cling tightly to the thighs of the Statue of Liberty, obeying like a son. At present, it hasn't taken shape, but once they spread their wings, they will undoubtedly become a formidable opponent for my great Xia. Moreover, the little patch occasionally engages in petty tricks behind the scenes to collaborate with the Statue of Liberty to harass my great Xia. In his previous life, Ji Wushuang had already dealt with them several times. This time, he would not allow them to spread their wings. Ji Wushuang had already decided to set the coordinates on the visual map. Planet X-896 set off. This is a planet with no mineral resources, yet it is one of the few neutral private planets in the entire Starship universe. When the Starship universe opened, many wealthy individuals competed to bid for it. In the end, it was auctioned off to a wealthy second-generation Mike Polo. At this moment, this planet has been transformed into a vacation center, and it is strictly prohibited to engage in combat within a 1 light-year radius. Otherwise, entry will be permanently banned. However, Ji Wushuang knows that Mike Polo's idea is too naive. Very few people in the Starship universe come here for leisure. Moreover, Ji Wushuang knows that 10 years later, Mike Polo will become the largest junkyard and black market trading center in the entire Starship universe. Now, what Ji Wushuang needs to do is to hasten the arrival of what is destined to happen. The Xia-class warship accelerated in a parabolic trajectory, instantly arriving above Planet X-896. Thousands of anti-aircraft weapons instantly locked onto the warship. Starship Officer, report your ID and purpose. Starship Officer 429078, I am here to discuss a business with Mike. Xia-class Sentinel ship granted access. As the lock was released, Ji Wushuang piloted the starship into the planet, slowly landing in the designated area. A massive plasma canopy covered a futuristic city. Walking on the streets, Ji Wushuang could tell that the bustling scene he was witnessing was merely a projection created by artificial intelligence. Congratulations, young man. As a Starship Officer, your first stop can be here for an experience. How should I put it? Even if you die in battle 3 months later, it will still be worth it. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Ji Wushuang looked expressionlessly at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was overweight and had a greasy face. It was hard to associate him with the infamous black market overlord. Ahem, young man, what business do you want to discuss with me? You can speak directly. Oh, I am quite busy, really. Mike Polo crossed his hands on the table, his gaze unconsciously darting around. Mike, I'm very curious about selling off the enormous wealth accumulated by your ancestors over generations to acquire such a desolate planet. What does it feel like to pretend to be so busy every day? Mike Polo could hardly believe that Ji Wushuang was joking with him face to face. The flab on his face couldn't help but tremble. Seeing that Mike was about to explode, Ji Wushuang quickly made a gesture to pause. Mike, wake up. You are not a saint. You didn't buy this planet to be a savior. You just want to make money. Right now, there is such an opportunity. If you can seize it, I guarantee you will be one of the most powerful people in the entire Starship universe 10 years from now. Young man, I have walked more roads than you have eaten salt. Why? This is the only opportunity. I have sweated more than you have drunk water. If you are not interested, I will find someone else. Fine. I'll give you 30 seconds. Ji Wushuang shook his head and turned to leave. Okay. Mike's hefty body directly blocked Ji Wushuang. What exactly is your plan? The reason no one comes to this planet is primarily that you have misjudged the positioning. Most people in the Starship universe come to win national fortune, or to put it bluntly, to make money. Yet here you can neither earn money nor avoid spending a lot. Who would be interested? Second, it's not safe here. Even if the planet is safe, it's not safe to leave the planet. Even if you have a neutrality agreement prohibiting combat signed by various nations, that is just a piece of paper. No one is willing to gamble their lives on it. Mike sighed. Continue. Change all the entertainment venues here to free, not only free, but also ensure they make money. Starships or spare parts, regardless of quality, will be recycled. Everything of value can be recycled. Hearing this, Mike Polo's eyes nearly popped out. Young man, are you crazy? Are you trying to turn this into a junkyard? Where will my profits come from? Ji Wushuang, however, placed a finger on his lips. Profits are quite simple. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To enjoy free food and drinks here, one must provide information, valuable information. What kind of information? Information, or in other words, intelligence. At this moment, Mike Polo's mouth formed an O shape again, and after a while he pulled Ji Wuxuang into his arms. You are truly a genius. Intelligence is worth a lot, but what use is recycling a pile of junk? After refurbishing, sell it to them, haha. Refurbishing the scrapped starship parts. I don't have that kind of technology. Even if I had artificial intelligence, it would need a powerful database to support it. Don't worry about that, I'll cover it in the initial phase. Consider it my technical investment. Once you get on the right track and start operating, it will be no problem. You can refurbish. Mike directly pulled up the information panel, which displayed Ji Wuxuang's ID as a newcomer just entering the Starship universe. You aren't trying to make fun of me, are you? Ji Wuxuang shrugged non-committally. Mike grabbed Ji Wuxuang's arm and headed straight for the underground hangar. In the underground hangar built by Mike Polo, there was an old civilian starship parked. Judging by the dust on it, it hadn't been started for at least a year. This was a limited edition launched by Gemstar back in the day, capable of accelerating to 0.2 seconds with full drive reaching 1 light year instantly. Unfortunately, 3 out of 4 drive engines are broken. If you can fix it, I will consider your proposal. Ji Wuxuang felt extremely excited inside. It was just the right opportunity to test his prophecy. If I had a cup of 2023 Xanny at home, I might work more efficiently. Watching Mike Polo waddle back to the surface, Ji Wuxuang placed both hands on the starship. He activated his prophecy. A blue light flashed. The civilian starship in front of him transformed, growing more than 10 feet in length and looking even more stylish. Damn, how did you do that? This is the latest model from Gemstar that I've always dreamed of. I am impressed. Mike Polo, coming down with a cup, was stunned by the scene before him. Finally, the weekly Starship broadcast day has arrived. The netizens who waited a week eagerly flocked into Ji Wuxuang's live stream. In the frame, Ji Wuxuang stood with hands on her hips in a massive recycling station surrounded by piles of various discarded items. Where is Ji Shun? This seems to be in a junkyard preparing for some online shopping. No way. Is she really picking up trash? Ji Wuxuang rummaged through the heaps of debris for quite a while before finally selecting an item that caught her eye. It was a defensive device from the Eurona's Ranger ship. If it were new, it would be an upgrade device, which is twice as powerful as the upgrade on her summer-class starship. However, in its current state, it was already in a dilapidated condition. Ji Wuxuang dragged the defensive device to the ground and activated her oracle. In an instant, it transformed into the latest upgrade defensive device. The live stream was instantly flooded with countless 666 messages. 666, this operation is impressive. 666, it's definitely our Jishin. Just want to ask, what is this talent? Universal exchange. Can I exchange it for my female tiger at home? 666, directly swapping for an SS-grade starship would make us invincible. Li Weiner and Yiya, who had been properly settled, were already waiting in the live stream. They were more eager than anyone to see Ji Wuxuang. Mom, Dad has lost weight. Li Weiner's heart ached terribly, but she couldn't fall apart in front of the child. She could only force herself to be strong, gently stroking Yiya's little head. Dad is working hard for this country and our little family. We need to be good. We can't let Dad worry. What people did not know was that due to the massive particle barrier between the Starship universe and the real world, the signal transmission was delayed by at least a week. Thus, every scene seen in reality was actually from a week ago. Ji Wuxuang's current situation wasn't just about being thin, it was about worry. If we talk about Mike Polo, he is surely a man of action. After witnessing Ji Wuxuang's abilities, he immediately started taking action. First, he cleared a vast area on the planet and built a recycling station. Then he began to utilize his connections to promote it vigorously among the various factions in the Starship universe. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Many people came one after another, but mainly they were just looking for free stuff. The discarded items brought in from their starships were all trivial and worthless. What Ji Wuxuang wanted most were defensive devices, power devices, weapon devices, and early warning devices. Unfortunately, there were hardly any. None of these were worth Ji Wuxuang activating her oracle. Mike, on the other hand, appeared busy every day, his spirits seeming quite different. Before, he was alone guarding an empty planet, feeling like he was in prison. Now there was finally a flow of people. It felt as if his entire life had gained value. Yet Ji Wuxuang felt a mix of emotions within. The original plan was for Mike to invest in opening this recycling station, allowing Ji Wuxuang to utilize her oracle. She could turn the endless supply of discarded starship equipment into treasures, adding usable ones to her own starship and selling off those that were not needed. But ideals were bountiful while reality was disappointingly lean. Nations or alliances like the Statue of Liberty, Big Bear, and Eurona all had their own recycling systems. Even if their starship officials had discarded equipment, they wouldn't come such a long way for a few small profits. The starship officials of smaller countries likely didn't have anything worthwhile either. It seemed that the difficulty of starting anything was indeed real. Did she really have to dig slowly like others to accumulate mysterious power before gradually evolving? While she was feeling troubled, Ji Wushuang suddenly spotted someone. Barbarossa. In her previous life, this person was a prominent figure in the Starship universe. He particularly enjoyed plundering mineral resources from various countries. With his advanced Starship equipment, he escaped from numerous traps set by nations. He earned himself the title of an interstellar bandit. Originally, Barbarossa was a Starship official from the Urona Alliance who suddenly vanished without a trace. When he reappeared in the public eye, it was after ambushing Urona's mining ships and severely damaging 4 or 5 escort ships. Calculating carefully, Barbarossa was still an ordinary Starship official of the Urona Alliance at present. Looking at Barbarossa now, Ji Wushuang finally understood why he ultimately became an interstellar bandit. He was a typical hedonist. Embracing beautiful bioengineered women on both sides, his eyes occasionally sparkled towards the female Starship officials nearby. Such a person would do anything for pleasure. Before long, Barbarossa whispered a few words to Mike, who then shot a glance at Ji Wushuang's location. Barbarossa walked straight over. I heard the boss here say you have a way for me to get rich. Many people want to get rich, but most just talk a lot and do little. Ji Wushuang knew well that someone like Barbarossa had to be enticed by his true desires, so the more mysterious she made the Starship waste recycling, the more appealing it would be. What exactly is the method? How much can I earn? That depends on how much you want. Barbarossa's gaze was fixed intently on Ji Wushuang's eyes. After a pause, he chuckled, revealing a large gold tooth. If it weren't for Mike personally telling me, I wouldn't believe a Han Long person, especially a newcomer. Ji Wushuang gently tapped on the virtual screen, and soon a list appeared with corresponding rewards attached. It was sent directly to Barbarossa's receiver. Barbarossa looked at Ji Wushuang suspiciously, and after opening the list, his eyes widened. You're insane. The equipment on this list is enough to assemble a main battleship. I said it depends on how much you want. Scrap metal won't fetch much, but the price is indeed tempting. Can broken items and scrap be included? As long as it's recognizable. Barbarossa put the list away, looking around as if searching for some prey. Ji Wushuang smiled faintly and said, less than 2 light years from here, there's a level 3 mineral source. However, the Bomb Empire is currently conducting drills there. Barbarossa's eyes lit up instantly as he dashed toward his starship. Marco Polo glanced around and whispered, the Empire of Ointment is forming an alliance against Hanlong, uniting with Gali Shuabing and Kangaroo countries to prepare for an encirclement of Yuhanlong. Ji Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, and a cold, killing intent gradually emerged in her eyes. She suddenly recalled that in her previous life, these foreign devils had formed a so-called anti-Hanlong alliance. At that time, the Hanlong Empire was developing vigorously, having already surpassed the Bear Empire, and was closely chasing the Goddess of Liberty's country with a momentum of sitting second and chasing first. However, in less than 2 years, the situation changed dramatically. Several major battles caused Hanlong to suffer heavy losses, with several legions nearly wiped out. Many Tang-level, Song-level, and even Ming-level starships were destroyed. Each time they revealed their whereabouts while on missions and were besieged by enemies several times their number. It is worth noting that many of these advanced starships were veteran-level starships that had awakened since the first year of the Open Starship universe. They were top-tier players in terms of both experience and talent. Every time one of them fell, it meant a significant loss of strength for Hanlong. In just 2 years, Hanlong lost nearly 20,000 starship officers. Since then, they have been unable to recover and could no longer catch up with the Goddess of Liberty Empire. Now these foreign dogs actually want to reenact the history that they had experienced right in front of them. Let them dream their ridiculous dreams. Do they really think that the kindness and non-confrontational nature of the Hanlong people is weakness and easy to bully? I will let them know what a divine Oracle Starship officer is. Marco, thank you. If you think my identity will affect your business, I can choose to withdraw. Come on. What are you talking about? Ji Wushuang, our venture has just begun. This is nothing. I just want to ensure that nothing happens to you and that you are mentally prepared in advance. Thank you. Also, don't let the Starship officers of the Anti-Hanlong Alliance know my background. And they need to pay more. Right, pay more. Old Marco's eyes sparkled with joy at the mention of money. Less than a day later, Barbarossa returned. His escort-class starship was heavily damaged, but the rewards were substantial. It turned out that Barbarossa had indeed silently lurked near the level 3 mineral source. He ambushed an auxiliary mining ship from the Ointment country, severely injuring it, and then quietly went into hiding, waiting for support. Unexpectedly, he ended up encountering another escort-class starship from the Ointment country. Taking the initiative, Barbarossa destroyed it. The severely wounded Barbarossa staggered back to planet X-896 with the wreckage of the starship and a hold full of mysterious energy. How much are these worth? Barbarossa pointed at the hold full of wreckage and asked. 5,000K. This price was not low. Ji Wushuang didn't want to give so much, but since Barbarossa returned with a full load for the first time, she had to give him a bit more sweetness. Otherwise, how could he take the risk? More importantly, the first shot had been fired, establishing a reputation of from now on there would be no shortage of good goods. The more goods there were, the more buyers would come. Money would flow in continuously. Barbarossa's eyes were wide open like copper bells. How much? 5,000. He couldn't help but swallow. Isn't this much better than mining? Not only that, but you also entrusted me with the repairs of your starship. In the Starship universe, the profit distribution ratios vary slightly among countries, but are generally similar. Starships obtain mysterious energy by mining mineral sources. At most, 10 is kept for themselves, while the rest is directly transmitted to the Starship headquarters of each country. Repairs for battle losses can be returned to the headquarters, but the costs need to be deducted directly from the mysterious energy. Mysterious energy is mainly used to evolve starships. It can also be used for currency transactions. However, starships that are already damaged are very likely to encounter hostile forces on their way back to headquarters. At that time, the outcome is often ship destroyed and crew perished. A mining ship from the ointment country like this, when fully loaded, is only worth about 3,000 K of mysterious energy. Plus, a destroyed escort-class starship, Ji Wuxuang, surprisingly offered a price of 5,000 K. For Barbarossa, this was simply an astronomical price. An irresistible astronomical price. Plus free repairs for the starship, it was simply outrageous. Barbarossa grasped Ji Wuxuang's hand tightly. Brother, you are reliable. Barbarossa, I have one thing to tell you. Do not fire upon the starships of Hanlong, or I will never trade with you again for the rest of my life. Haha, don't worry. Since you refused to accept it, attacking would be useless. Besides, with this route, who would still go mining in the future? But you also need to be careful. Save your money, and try to build a starship fleet. I've heard that the ointment country has already allied with Galley Shuabing and Kangaroo countries to encircle you. Barbarossa grinned broadly and laughed heartily. Encircle me? They are still too young. Old Marco, with a worried expression, called Ji Wuxuang into the office. I say, brother, it's really lively these days. But I've calculated the accounts, and it's all outflow with no inflow. Various expenses have already reached nearly 100K, and at this rate, even if I have a level 9 mineral source, it won't be enough. Don't worry, business will come soon. Not only will it come, but they will also seek to buy your goods at a high price. Oh, how do you figure that? In the future, others can only use mysterious energy to buy our brand new spare parts. We do not accept ordinary cosmic currency. Even if someone is willing to buy what uses it for me to hoard a pile of mysterious energy, you shouldn't worry about not having someone wanting mysterious energy. People like Barbarossa, who have attacked so many countries' starships, must rely on mysterious energy to evolve their starships for self-preservation. Even if they don't want it, selling it to any country would still be considered a rare resource. Isn't that easy to sell? But mysterious energy is paid at a 1:1 ratio to cosmic currency. What you said applies during relatively stable times. What about when war breaks out? Oh, old Marco suddenly understood. Hoarding and speculating. You rascal. I didn't see it before, but you really are a good businessman. Turning the junk seized from Barbarossa into mysterious energy, then selling it at a high price to them, is indirectly making them work for us. Ji Wuxuang chuckled. You finally figured it out, but only halfway. To be precise, it is about turning the supplies sent to us for free by the ointment devils into their own mysterious energy. Not just Barbarossa, but all the Anti-Hanlong Empire are working for us. Old Marco gave a thumbs up again, nodding in admiration. After sorting out the financial thoughts for old Marco, Ji Wuxuang could finally focus entirely on her starship. Less than a month remained until the new player protection mark disappeared. Ji Wuxuang had to go all out. Underground private hangar. After 2 months of planning, the recycling station has collected around 300 items. Among them, there are configurations that Ji Wuxuang is quite satisfied with. After some modifications, Ji Wuxuang reopened the Starship Configuration Panel Power Device, Dual Caliber Krypton Power W, 4000 Jet Engine, Grade Gaoyao Country. Weapon System 48 Portable Tracking Missiles, 488 Caliber Photon Cannons, Grade Aurora Alliance. Defense System 800 Krypton Power Defense, Grade Kangaroo Country. Early Warning Device, Early Warning Range 1. 8 Light Years Non-Locking Tracking. Grade Unknown. Load Capacity 2000 kg OIF Grade. Comprehensive Rating Combat Power 16,000. Warning. 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 Configuration Incompatible. Seeing the final feedback from the system, Ji Wuxuang felt a buzzing in her head. Incompatibility meant she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. This implied that she had wasted 2 months in vain. If she were to start mining again now, there would be far too little time. It meant that after the new user protection label expired, she would still be a summer-level starship, making self-preservation in this starship universe a luxury. Ding 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 ding. A red mail arrived on the panel. Ji Wuxuang clicked it open casually. She straightened up. This was actually a system. A trading system. It listed all the goods from the recycling station with clear prices. Dear buyers, this system is compatible with the mysterious power recycling systems of various countries. Automatic quantum transmission. You can use it with confidence. It is fair and secure. It will never leak your coordinates. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience, Marco Polo. Ji Wushuang laughed as she finally understood why Marco had become the largest information and parts trader in the entire Starship universe. Although she was unclear how old Marco managed to ensure compatibility with the systems of various countries, having this system could directly eliminate a lot of trouble. Trading became simpler. What's more commendable is that this trading system even comes with a group chat function. This added a lot of fun to the otherwise dull interstellar journey. Such a magical system indeed. Old Marco has something up his sleeve. Paul the Diver. There are quite a few items, but the quality is a bit lacking, mainly suitable for beginners. Louis Vuitton Baca. So expensive it actually requires mysterious power for transactions. Are you crazy? Not caught a little whirlwind. I heard the parts here are not legitimate. Everyone be careful not to get scammed. Mubarak riding a camel strongly opposed. Why can't we use cosmic coins? Using mysterious power is too much. Dominov looking at the chaotic group. Chat Ji Wushuang merely snorted coldly. This underground trading network was not meant to serve everyone, as some were hesitant to spend their mysterious power while others couldn't care less. Sure enough, within 10 minutes of the system going live, 2 sets of power devices were sold from the inventory and 300 Krypton mysterious power was received. According to Ji Wushuang's 30 profit share, 90 Krypton mysterious power was directly credited to her private account. Ji Wushuang almost laughed out loud as she truly could make money sitting at home. Wait. Ji Wushuang suddenly came to her senses. Since old Marco was so skilled at system compatibility, why not ask him how to make the configurations from various countries compatible? Mom, look, it's Dad's starship. The broadcast went live on time, showing Ji Wushuang piloting the starship, collecting ore at a level 1 mining source. Yaya excitedly cuddled in Li Weiner's arms, clapping her hands. According to old Marco, the configuration systems of various countries' starships fundamentally could not achieve 100 compatibility. However, configurations of the same level could achieve up to 80 compatibility. Configurations of different levels were almost impossible to be compatible. However, starships produced by Han Long had the best compatibility, allowing for cross-level compatibility, achieving around 70. This means that Ji Wushuang's current summer level F starship can match a grade equipment from other countries with about 70 compatibility, but it is almost impossible to match grade. Marco Polo suggested upgrading the starship body to a grade that is a merchant-level starship. This way she could then be compatible with grade equipment. After all the fuss, she still had to upgrade. Evolving the entire ship body to merchant level required 4,000 Krypton mysterious power. After deducting the profits made from business during this period, she still lacked 1,800 Krypton. Marco Polo had enough mysterious power, and Ji Wushuang had previously mentioned this to old Marco, wanting to borrow 1,800 Krypton first. But old Marco said, business is business, friendship is friendship. This mixed blood old rascal wouldn't take any losses. With no other choice, Ji Wushuang could only pilot her summer-level starship and embark on the final mining journey. At the current speed of a summer-level starship with 5 Krypton mysterious power per hour, mining continuously without rest throughout the day, if the ore source is sufficient, it could yield 120 Krypton. At this rate, 15 days would suffice. However, the level 1 mining source only has 1,000 Krypton mysterious power, although the competition is less for lower level or sources. Perhaps she could find ore sources that no other starship was mining. But even if she finished, it would still not be enough, as she would need to keep searching. Thus, Ji Wushuang decided to head straight for the level 3 mining source. The level 3 mining source has 8,000 Krypton mysterious power. Even if there are 3 competitors, that would still be sufficient. When Ji Wushuang arrived at the chosen level 3 mining source, she found that 3 starships had also arrived. The large red and white Gao Yao starship was particularly eye-catching. Damn! Ji Wushuang cursed angrily. She had encountered these pests even while mining. Our Hanlong Empire's starships must not lose to them. Ji Wushuang stopped her starship and immediately activated the mining device at full power. She began rapidly collecting or containing mysterious power from the asteroid belt. The 3 Gao Yao starships included 1 F-grade rookie sentinel ship, another A-grade ranger ship, and 1 grade escort ship. Among these, the A-grade starship had the fastest mining speed, indicating that adjustments had been made during its evolution, making it primarily a mining ship. At this moment, the broadcast room was in an uproar. You little devils facing G God, you have met your match. Wow. 3 against 1, you're doomed. The little devils upstairs, you'll find out who G God is soon enough, and you'll be the ones crying. Calm down, calm down. They still have the new user protection label, and if they fire now, that label will automatically disappear, causing trouble instead. Haha, you G God will be roasted today. Little devils, get out of the broadcast. Kill the little devils, God will take them down. The audience watching the broadcast was in a heated uproar, but who could know that this was the first major crisis Wuxuang faced since her return to the interstellar universe. The so-called newcomer protection emblem refers to a mysterious power that forms a marking on the exterior of the starship during the first 3 months of entering the starship universe. With this emblem, no human starship can choose to fire upon you. However, if a starship during the protection period actively fires upon other starships, the newcomer emblem will automatically disappear. But not firing upon you does not mean they cannot fire upon the mining resources you are extracting. 3 starships from the Gaoyao Kingdom with 2 engaged in mining specifically harassed Wuxuang. From time to time, they fired at the area Wuxuang was preparing to excavate, instantly shattering the ore. Several times it made Wuxuang consider retaliating directly. However, considering the current situation, opening fire could play into the enemy's scheme. It would ultimately be counterproductive. If they withdrew like this and switched to another mining site, it would waste more time. Moreover, this frustration inside Wuxuang did not allow her to back down in front of the enemy. The more they provoked her, the more resolutely Wuxuang continued to dig. The more they interfered with her, the more she was determined to extract more than they did. This was the courage of an officer of the Hanlong starship. After digging for 15 days, the originally expected 1,800 units of mysterious power had decreased by 240. This was a full 2 days' worth. Yet for some unknown reason, the Gaoyao Kingdom starships retracted their mining equipment and directly activated their warp drive to retreat from the area. Wuxuang let out a sigh of relief. At last she could mine in peace for 2 days. If she continued like this for 2 more days, she would be able to evolve. However, Wuxuang remained vigilant. The enemy's sudden withdrawal felt somewhat strange to her. She activated the early warning system and discreetly scanned her surroundings for any movement. Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wuxuang finally collected 1,800 units of mysterious power. Before the first evolution of a newcomer starship, there was no need to contribute to her nation. So the total was exactly 4,000 units. I'm coming for the merchant-class starship. Wuxuang shouted and pressed the evolution button. The Xia-class starship radiated a layer of silver light. The overall luster gradually dimmed and then slowly expanded. The starship's size increased nearly by half. The evolution from Xia-class to merchant-class increased her evolution points by 5. Without hesitation, Wuxuang allocated 2 points to the attack system, 2 points to the defense system, and 1 point to the power system. This was the allocation method Wuxuang had consistently used in her previous life. Next, she needed to return to the recycling station and switch to the previous equipment, ensuring that even if she couldn't exert her full strength. Overall, her strength surpassed that of a merchant-class starship and was nearly equivalent to more than half the power of a Zhou-class starship. It should be noted that when a starship evolves, its strength increases by 5 to 6 times, and even half the power represents nearly 3 times the improvement. With the shell of a merchant-class starship, she possessed 3 times the strength of one. Even when facing a class battleship, she had the power to fight back. Thinking of this, Wuxuang couldn't help but smile slightly. Just as Wuxuang was about to activate the warp drive to leave, she felt something was off. A glance at the early warning system showed no reaction. Suddenly, a beam of yellow aurora shot in from the side. Wuxuang felt the entire starship tremble violently, while electric sparks erupted inside the hull. Attacked. Damn it. Wuxuang cursed under her breath as the defense system activated. Instantly, 2 more photon cannons fired. The defense system held up against all of it. How is this possible? At this moment, the early warning system displayed 3 starships that had completely surrounded her. The broadcast room was coincidentally capturing this scene in vivid detail. This is bad, this is bad. We've been ambushed by the enemy. How can this be? Where is the newcomer protection emblem? Could there be a bug? Did the enemy cheat? Can someone explain this? Yaya, who was also watching the broadcast, was so angry that she stomped her feet and cried out, "Don't hurt my daddy, you bad guys, don't hurt my daddy." Li Weiner felt her heart tighten, anxiously pulling Yaya into her embrace, unable to bear to watch any longer. Today just happens to be the last day of the 3-month period. I believe the enemy must have calculated this date, as there are also newcomers among them. The newcomers this year surely know that it is the deadline on the last day, so they just need to set the time for the last day ambush and wait for the newcomer emblem to disappear before they strike. Jishin counterattack. Holding the defense is impossible. Even if I die, I will take one down with me. Wuxuang wished to counterattack, but the first beam of aurora had directly damaged her attack system. Now she was completely surrounded by 3 starships from the Gaoyao Kingdom, making it extremely difficult to escape. It was as if her hands and feet were bound, surrounded, and beaten. Warning! Warning! The defense system has only 10 points of defense left. The system's voice barely finished when a cannon fired, and the entire starship erupted in flames. This was it. The power system malfunctioned, the defense system was completely destroyed, and the attack system was damaged. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, awaiting the judgment of fate. Suddenly, the communication system flickered to life, showing that the enemy starship was requesting to talk. Starship Officer, I am Hiroshi Kobayashi. I admire your spirit and resolve. We do not wish to harm you. If you send us a recorded surrender statement, we will safely escort your starship to our base. Bullshit. Ji Wuxuang spat blood from the corner of her mouth. The word surrender does not exist in the Hanlong dictionary. Then fine. Starship Officer, you must have family. You didn't come to this lonely universe just for yourself. Think of your family, and I will give you one last minute to consider. After saying that the communication was cut off, the highlights that had just appeared in the early warning system also vanished. Ji Wuxuang understood. The enemy pretended to retreat from the scene, but was actually activating silent mode. In silent mode, all systems are disconnected, so the early warning system couldn't detect any signals. Therefore, it couldn't display anything. However, the enemy must have precisely calculated the distance and speed using the inertia from their speed before entering silent mode to glide for a full 2 days before ambushing right in front of her. Then at the moment her newcomer emblem disappeared, they launched their attack. Damn it, how dare they ambush me? Perhaps there were still 30 seconds left in this minute. Little enemies, if you played fair, perhaps G could still give you some credit. But playing dirty, you are far worse. Mike, old Mike. Ji Wuxuang utilized the dedicated channel within the recycling station system to communicate with Mike. I messed up, my bro. Fuck you. I got surrounded, those sneaky bastards ambushed me. What the hell do you want? Send me all the equipment you have in the warehouse. Are you sure? No time. Stop wasting time. In an instant, all systems on Ji Wuxuang's merchant-class starship, including power, attack, defense, and early warning systems, were completely updated. Ji Wuxuang chuckled coldly 3 times. Little enemies, get ready to take your hit. I must say Marco Polo's system truly adds a significant advantage. Within less than 3 seconds, the inventory panel of the recycle station base appeared directly before Ji Wuxuang. Ji Wuxuang lightly clicked a few times, and the equipment was directly transferred onto the starship. The degrade power unit from the Ointment Kingdom, the degrade weapon system from the Arona Alliance, the degrade defense system from the Kangaroo Nation, and the degrade early warning system from an unknown country. A scattered merchant-level starship. All 3 opponents locked their sights on Ji Wuxuang. Time was up, and the 3 ships fired simultaneously, unleashing all their firepower. The position of Ji Wuxuang's starship was instantly engulfed in cannon fire. The broadcasting room fell silent as everyone held their breath. Long live the Great Ointment Empire. Anyone who opposes our Great Ointment Empire will meet their doom. What divine ship? It's utterly powerless before our Great Ointment Empire's starships. As dozens of soldiers in the broadcasting room celebrated frantically, the Hanlong group had no time to retort and were all eagerly anticipating a miracle. Look, it's Ji-Shun is not dead. Awesome, 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 awesome. In the screen, after the area covered by cannon fire calmed down, there was nothing. Not even a piece of starship debris. Suddenly, Ji Wuxuang's merchant-level starship appeared behind the opponent's Grade Sentinel ship. Little devils, today, I will take you on 1 against 3. Come at me together. Instantly, 8 missiles were launched from the starship. What? How is that possible? He actually restored power and used a ballistic jump. Boom, boom. The distance was too close, and the incident was sudden. The Grade Sentinel ship didn't react at all and was directly hit by the 8 missiles. It exploded and disintegrated in the starry sky. Great. Handsome. Where is the person? Come out and kneel before Ji Shin. Remember, Hanlong will always be your master. Instantly locked onto Ji Wuxuang, launching 8 missiles. The ballistic engine utilizes the principle of the shortest wormhole between 2 points in space. It can quickly reach its destination. However, the downside is that once locked on, it cannot open a wormhole and cannot use ballistic jumps. Therefore, in battle, it is generally very difficult to use ballistic acceleration. But this time, the Ointment Empire's 3 starships were careless. Xiao Bin Longi did not expect Ji Wuxuang to repair the power unit so quickly. He also did not expect Ji Wuxuang not to escape using ballistic acceleration. Instead, he returned to kill again. This meant Ji Wuxuang had no chance to escape from here. But he would never believe that Ji Wuxuang never thought of fleeing. Hanlong Starship Officer, you no longer have a chance. Before you die, state your name. I do not kill nameless people. As soon as he finished speaking, all the missiles hit Ji Wuxuang's starship. However, Ji Wuxuang's degrade defense system was fully operational, barely withstanding all the damage. Ji Wuxuang's merchant-level starships, 488 caliber photon cannons, all aimed at another degrade raider starship of the Ointment Kingdom. All firepower unleashed. Listen up, little devils. My name will never change. I am Ji Wuxuang. As the Upgrade Raider ship just turned its starship, it did not expect that the 488 caliber photon cannons would drill hundreds of holes directly into its hull. In an instant, the immense pressure tore the starship into several parts. Baka, Xiao Benlongi was furious. He could not fathom how a Han-Long merchant-level starship could withstand his 8 missiles and instantly counterkill another of his teammates. At this moment, Ji Wushuang's defense system was completely lost with 44 missiles remaining. After all, the opponent was a real great escort ship. In terms of both offense and defense, it clearly surpassed his starship. Moreover, the defense system suffered no damage. At this moment, in a 1v1 situation, he did not hold any advantage. Ji-san, I admire your calmness in danger, and even more your spirit of facing death. But in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain except the judgment of fate. Xiao Benlongi launched 40 missiles simultaneously. Ji Wushuang revved up the engines, rushing straight towards Xiao Benlongi's starship. Seeing that all the missiles were about to hit, in front of the broadcast screen, Yaya wailed and threw herself into Li Weiner's arms. Mom, what about Dad? Li Weiner stared at the screen in horror, her heart racing. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang let out a loud shout and 40 missiles were unleashed. Missiles against missiles. Boom, boom. A tremendous explosion of light erupted in front of the 2 starships. All of Xiao Benlongi's missiles were neutralized by Ji Wushuang's missiles. Xiao Benlongi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Baka, Ji Wushuang at this moment was like a warrior without armor or blade. Only courage remained. Xiao Benlongi's missiles were exhausted. Yet both sides still had photon cannons. Ji Wushuang had the Orona Alliance's 488 caliber cannons, while Xiao Benlongi had the Ointment Empire's 486 caliber cannons. At this moment, the distance between the 2 starships was less than 1,000 meters. Such a distance was akin to hand-to-hand combat for starships. Ji Wushuang chuckled coldly. What he wanted was indeed close combat. In an instant, both sides fired their photon cannons. Xiao Benlongi's defensive shield could withstand at least 20 shots, while Ji Wushuang would likely be torn to pieces after 3 shots. Even so, Ji Wushuang still revved up the engines, charging towards Xiao Benlongi. At 700 meters, he was hit by 1 shot. The ship shook violently. At 500 meters, he was hit by the 2nd and 3rd shots. The entire hull was on the verge of collapse. At 300 meters, he was hit by the 4th and 5th shots. The hull was about to completely disintegrate. The audience in the broadcasting room had gone mad. Ji-shun, is he going to perish with them? Ji-shun, hold on. No, Ji-shun, you absolutely cannot lose. You are definitely doomed. This is the power of our great Ointment Empire. Take a good look. The class cruiser of Hashimoto Ryuichi unleashed its 4 photon cannons at full power. The beams of light shot from the barrels, once again striking the merchant-class starship. At that moment, the merchant-class starship suddenly dimmed in front of Hashimoto Ryuichi, only to be illuminated again in an instant. It had activated its defensive shield. It completely withstood the barrage of pulsing beams. Nani, Baka, the icy atmosphere in the broadcasting room ignited once more. Indeed, it was the divine decree of the G-God. It activated the oracle at the last possible moment. Thus, the damaged starship was restored to its original condition. 666. The G-God has made a grand move. Haha. Amazing plus. 666. Let's go. Ji Wushuang is cheating. Even with such a damaged starship, it can still activate its shield. It was clearly battered by Hashimotokin. Haha, the little Japanese upstairs must be envious. Let me show you what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and ships beyond ships. Baka, you Han-Long people are cheating. Isn't this equivalent to having 2 lives? This is an oracle. The G-God's absolute oracle, surpassing SS-level talent. Such ignorance. The broadcasting room was already a cacophony of curses. However, the final showdown between Ji Wushuang and Hashimoto was extremely straightforward and brutal. Hashimoto, sayonara. Ji Wushuang shouted, level talent heavy strike. The merchant-class starship, having activated the oracle, was like a warrior resurrected to full strength. At this close range, although missiles were no longer available, the photon cannons could still strike hard. The accuracy and speed of attack no longer mattered. At that moment, the photon cannon descended like a powerful cleaver, and the 3-fold attack power of the pulsing beam directly severed Hashimoto Ryuichi's escort starship in half. Seeing the screen in the broadcasting room filled with 666, Li Weiner was overwhelmed with joy. She lifted Yaya's face, saying, Daddy won, Daddy won. Ji Wushuang took down 3 starships from the Gao Yao country in a Onion 3 battle and retreated unscathed. His fame instantly spread among the various factions of the starship universe. Yet Ji Wushuang didn't care at all. He swiftly collected the debris of the Gao Yao country's starships and quickly clicked to sell them in Old Mike's system. Looking at the 6,000 more quantum coins in his cosmic account, Ji Wushuang was extremely happy. Not only because this was the universal currency of the Starship universe, but more importantly, he could transfer all his earnings to Lee Weiner and Yiya. In his previous life, he was blinded by vanity and desire. He had left Lee Weiner and Yiya with almost no wealth. In this life, he decided to compensate them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to transfer all the money to the bound relative accounts in reality, which were Lee Weiner and Yiya. What surprised Ji Wushuang even more was that there was an unexpected gain this time. Just as he was about to leave the battlefield, he saw a mysterious star mark on the warning system panel. Gently tapping the screen, a sub-interface popped up. Unknown green relic. Currently, human scholars still have not figured out why relics appear. There is a theory that is the most convincing: intense battles can change the magnetic field around the battlefield, causing irreversible changes in the molecular energy structure. After the battle ends, the magnetic field gradually returns to normal. However, the molecular energy structure cannot revert, causing the excess molecules to fall back into the interstellar space in a new form. This phenomenon is referred to as relic dropping. Ji Wushuang simply understood that the more intense the battle, the more likely it is to produce relics. These relics can be understood as trophies bestowed by the universe, or they can be seen as opening blind boxes. Dropped relics can be categorized into ordinary green, exquisite blue, outstanding purple, extraordinary red, epic silver, and legendary gold. The higher the grade of the relic, the more astonishing the rewards. In his previous life, Ji Wushuang had discovered an extraordinary red relic. It directly endowed his attack system with the ability to inflict double damage. Thus, the appearance of relics filled Ji Wushuang with immense excitement. He chose to pick up the dropped relic, which turned out to be 1,600 units of natural power. Evolving from a merchant class to a regional class starship requires 12,000 units of natural power. Unexpectedly, he completed over 13 in one go. This progress was significantly faster than mining. The next evolution was just around the corner. However, this battle also filled the enmity with the Gao Yao country. He was even blacklisted by the entire anti-Hanlong alliance. The coming days would likely be extremely difficult, but Ji Wushuang didn't care. In this starship universe, no one would pity the weak. Only the strong can survive, and only the strong can be feared and respected. This is true not only among opponents, but also within his own country's starship headquarters. Soon Ji Wushuang received an email from the starship headquarters. Congratulations, Starship Officer. You have successfully earned 25,100,400 merit points and have been promoted to Second Lieutenant Starship Officer. Please report to the assembly point at Alpha Galaxy X89, Y196, C313 within 3 days. Hanlong Starship Alliance Headquarters. Shooting down starships of different levels grants different merits, and accumulating merits can lead to promotions. Only starting from Second Lieutenant can one truly become an active Starship Officer of the Hanlong Starship Alliance. However, Ji Wushuang didn't care about this. Continuously evolving starships was the true way to survive. Regardless, having the protection of the Hanlong Empire was never a disadvantage. Ji Wushuang directly activated the curved jump and leaped towards the coordinates. The assembly point was on a small planet. After carefully confirming his Starship Officer ID, Ji Wushuang was allowed to land. Ji Wushuang then saw that the entire docking area had hundreds of starships of all sizes parked. In addition to dozens of merchant-class and regional-class starships, there were also dozens of Qing-class Vanguard ships, a dozen Han-class main ships, and even a Tang-class general ship. It seemed that at least a starship regiment was stationed at this reporting location. He took the parking shuttle directly from the underground tunnel to the headquarters inside the shelter. Reporting Starship Officer 429078 is here to check in. Instantly, everyone in the hall stopped their work and turned to look at Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang saw a hint of respect in their eyes. 429078. Is that the newcomer this year? I heard they are selecting a newcomer to join our Xiaolong Starship Regiment. Could it be him? I didn't expect him to be quite handsome. Ji Wushuang paid no attention to the whispers of the young female starship officers. Instead, another starship officer stood up and lightly cleared his throat. Everyone immediately ceased their discussions. 429078, come with me. The colonel has been waiting for you for a long time. Ji Wushuang gazed at the young man before her face betraying no emotion, yet his eyes revealed a hint of aloofness and confidence. To her surprise, he was already a lieutenant at such a young age. Ji Wushuang followed the young lieutenant into the elevator, and as it descended slowly, her heart began to tighten with anxiety. They arrived at a deeper level. Guided by the young lieutenant, they reached an office at the end of the corridor. The lieutenant knocked on the door and coldly said, "The colonel is waiting for you inside." After saying this, he turned and walked away. Report. Officer Ji Wushuang of the Shang-class starship reporting for duty. Ji Wushuang heard a voice from inside reply, "Come in." She then pushed the door open. The office was small but orderly. A large wall displayed an interstellar map of a certain area, and the swivel chair in front slowly turned around. The person in the swivel chair shocked Ji Wushuang. Half of his face was human, while the other half was a mechanical face made of pure titanium. It was him. Ji Wushuang's heart leapt with joy. The iron-faced and impartial Judge Yang Xiao, a name that struck terror into the hearts of various opposing factions. In her previous life, Yang Xiao had already become the commander-in-chief of the Hanlong Eastern Starship Fleet. His flagship was of the Ming class. Unfortunately, Ji Wushuang had always served in the Western Starship Fleet. Unexpectedly this time, she could finally work under Yang Xiao. Are you Ji Wushuang? Yang Xiao scrutinized her from head to toe. Ji Wushuang stood even straighter, her combat boots slamming down on the floor. Do you think you are very impressive? Ji Wushuang was taken aback by his words. The atmosphere felt off. You clearly restarted the power system and could have escaped the battlefield. Oh, why are you back in danger? Report because I wanted. You wanted to show off? Not every time will luck be on your side, nor will every situation allow for an easy turnaround. Yang Xiao's scolding caught Ji Wushuang off guard. To be honest, I really look down on those who think too highly of themselves, relying on a bit of cleverness to accumulate military merits. I initially did not want to recruit you into my fleet. However, you have already become a target on the blacklist of the Gao Yao country. If I do not accept you, it won't be long before you are surrounded. Report, sir. Ji Wushuang's inherent pride began to stir. I do not think of myself as impressive, nor do I wish to show off anything. I do not need your pity, sir. If you believe I tarnish the reputation of your fleet, I can withdraw. After saying this, she saluted. She turned to leave. Fool. Yang Xiao's scornful voice came from behind, though not loud, it was clear. Ji Wushuang could no longer hold back, turning around to shout. Report, sir. I am not a fool. Then let me ask you, when ambushed, how many countermeasures do you have in mind? Is your previous choice the optimal one? If it weren't for Hashimoto Ryuichi's underestimation, would you still have had the chance to approach him within 300 meters against any starship officer familiar with your tactics? What are your odds of counterattack? Have you calculated that? Are the potential gains greater than your risks? Is it worth risking everything for your awakened bloodline and the family that constantly thinks of you? A series of rhetorical questions struck Ji Wushuang's mind like thunder, causing her to lower her head. Still claiming not to be a fool. Acting on impulse without considering the consequences, lacking any plan. You still dare to say it's just a bit of cleverness relying on luck. If the destiny of Hanlong rests in the hands of starship officers like you, when can we restore our national prestige? Report, sir. I did not consider so much. As an officer of the Hanlong Empire, my instinct upon being surrounded by the enemy was that I could not disgrace the reputation of Hanlong. I would rather die than flee. Ji Wushuang's response was firm and powerful. She admitted that there was an element of gambling in her decision at the time. Yet she also relied on her 10 years of experience in starship battles from her previous life. Having experienced countless battles, she dared to take on 1v3 and counterattack Heiden. But she never expected that her proud achievement would be viewed by Yang Xiao as a childish move of no value. Yang Xiao coldly glanced at Ji Wushuang, remained silent for a long time, and suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Ji Wushuang somewhat confused. Good Ji Wushuang, you are indeed a man of character. With this kind of courage, you are worthy of joining our Xiaolong Starship Corps. Welcome aboard. Understood, Colonel. Ji Wushuang walked out of Yang Xiao's office, letting out a long sigh. She inwardly lamented that the iron-faced Judge Yang Xiao indeed had a powerful aura. The immense pressure made it difficult to remain calm. If she were truly a newcomer with only 3 months of experience, she would have likely crumbled under the pressure. Just around the corner, a young lieutenant was leaning against the wall, a dry twig stuck in his mouth, his cold eyes, an expressionless face, as if waiting for something. Welcome, Ji Wushuang. I am Lu Yu. Lu Yu extended his hand, and Ji Wushuang shook it firmly. Lieutenant, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lu Yu gently patted Ji Wushuang on the shoulder. There will be a welcome ceremony at the restaurant tonight. I will introduce you to the core members of our team then. Don't forget to be on time. Watching Ji Wushuang leave the office, Yang Xiao gently touched the display screen in front of him. The entire room instantly transformed into a conference room with more than a dozen virtual figures appearing around. It turned out that before Ji Wushuang entered the room, Yang Xiao was holding a high-level meeting for the Xiaolong Starship Corps. He had just temporarily closed the virtual projection. So what do you all think? I suggest letting Ji Wushuang carry out this top-secret mission. Oh, what do you think? The attendees exchanged glances, falling into silence for a moment. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. Colonel Ji Wushuang is still just a newcomer, having only entered the Starship universe for 3 months. Letting him take charge of this mission might be a bit risky. In the evening, Ji Wushuang arrived at the restaurant on time, only to find it transformed into a small cocktail party. Lu Yu was weaving through the crowd, introducing every starship officer in the team to Ji Wushuang. Yang Xiao, one of the first bloodline awakeners of the Hanlong Empire, was also the highest-ranking captain of the Starship Regiment. Although his team was still organized at the regiment level, its scale was significantly larger than that of the average starship regiments. Currently, this was merely the direct fleet of the regiment, with 3 other fleets led by different majors stationed nearby, forming a strategic encirclement. Even so, the direct fleet already had over 50 starship officers. This is Ouyang, our talkative comrade. This is Guahai, a reliable brother who fights valiantly. This is Feng Wei, our living map. Under Lu Yu's introductions, Ji Wushuang greeted each person in turn. When he heard the name Zhong Ro, his mind buzzed. Looking closely, it was indeed her, with her exquisite short hair and heroic demeanor. A bright little face sparkled with a pair of enchanting big eyes. Her cherry-red lips moved slightly, forming a perfect arc. "Hello, Second Lieutenant Ji, it's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Zhong Rao's fair little hand reaching out, Ji Wushuang suppressed the turmoil inside him and forced a smile as he gently shook her hand. Zhong Ro, the woman who haunted his dreams in his past life, the one who was inseparable from him in love, the one he abandoned his wife and daughter for, and ultimately the one who led him to his downfall. He never expected to see her again so soon in this life. What a narrow road for enemies. Zhong Ro seemed to sense Ji Wushuang's unease, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Ji Wushuang did not wish to be entangled with Zhong Ro even slightly in this life. He couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard to calm himself down. After a brief introduction and small talk, everyone dispersed, gathering in small groups. Ji Wushuang took a serving of steamed dumplings, grabbed a bowl of aged vinegar, and found a corner by the wall to eat. Artificially synthesized food, no matter how exquisite, could not compare to the grains cultivated by human hands. He ate while occasionally sneaking glances at Zhong Ro. Images of the last moments of his past life surged through his mind. At that time, Zhong Rao's fleet was searching a certain area when they discovered a cluster of star mines. Headquarters dispatched 2 other fleets to occupy the area, which led to friction with the starships of the Free Goddess Nation, ultimately resulting in a conflict. At that time, Ji Wushuang, leading a starship fleet on a classified mission, received a distress message from Zhong Ro. Focused on the mission, Ji Wushuang could not rush to support her. Unable to withstand Zhong Rao's pitiful demeanor, he inadvertently revealed the coordinates of his fleet, promising to assist after completing the classified mission. It was this unintentional disclosure that directly led his fleet to an ambush on the return journey. In an instant, all of his brothers were locked onto and destroyed by the enemy, while his Tang-class starship fought until the last moment, though the enemy had prepared far too well. Ji Wushuang dared not think deeply about that ambush. If the enemy hadn't silently set up along the return route, the likelihood of encountering them in the vast star sea would have been 1 in 10 million. If it wasn't a problem at the top of the Hanlong Starship headquarters, then it could only mean there was something seriously wrong with Zhong Ro. "What are you thinking about, Brother Ji?" Ouyang suddenly interrupted Ji Wushuang's thoughts. Ouyang plopped down next to Ji Wushuang, and following Ji Wushuang's gaze, immediately spotted Zhong Ro. "Oh, you aren't also infatuated with Zhong Ro, are you? You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a married man." Ji Wushuang quickly averted his gaze and hastily stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. "Brother Ji, you arrived a step too late. Zhong Ro is now inseparable from Lu Yu every day. You mustn't disrupt the unity." Seeing Ji Wushuang's serious expression, Ouyang quickly tried to lighten the mood. "I'm just joking, Brother Ji, don't take it to heart." Ji Wushuang wasn't angry with Ouyang merely glancing at Zhong Ro. Indeed, the starship uniform could not conceal Zhong Rao's graceful figure. Rather, it accentuated her curves. She lightly swirled her wine glass, appearing to maintain a distance of about a foot from Lu Yu. However, her gaze was constantly sweeping back and forth across Lu Yu's face. Her long, fair legs crossed on the bar stool, occasionally brushing lightly against Lu Yu's pant leg. Although Lu Yu was not facing Zhong Ro directly, Ji Wushuang could sense that Lu Yu was still enjoying it. If Zhong Ro was like a relentless hunter who had chosen Ji Wushuang as her prey in his past life, then in this life, it seemed Lu Yu had become her target. Zhong Ro perhaps noticed someone was watching her and casually turned her head towards Ji Wushuang, immediately breaking into a smile. Holding her wine glass, she walked directly over. Seemingly unconcerned, Lu Yu followed her. "Brother Ji, have we met before? I always feel you look familiar." Ji Wushuang smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Zhong Ro slipped, losing her balance, and spilled a glass of red wine all over Ji Wushuang's uniform. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Brother Ji." As Zhong Ro spoke, she took out a handkerchief to help Ji Wushuang wipe it off. It's fine. You don't need to worry about it, Zhong, Second Lieutenant." Although Ji Wushuang repeatedly insisted, Zhong Ro insisted on helping him clean it up. However, Ji Wushuang caught a hint of displeasure on Lu Yu's stern face, with a sharper, cold glint in her eyes. "Thank you, Zhong, Second Lieutenant. They'll just go wash it off." Excuse me, everyone enjoy yourselves. Ji Wushuang nodded slightly and intended to head back to his room. Suddenly, a shimmering figure appeared at the bar and Yang Xiao's holographic image materialized before everyone. Sorry to interrupt your enjoyment, but we did not come to the Starship universe for a vacation. Tonight we will execute a special mission. Mission orders and coordinates have been sent to your receivers. Depart within 3 minutes. Understood. Everyone saluted in unison. Ji Wushuang boarded his starship, opened the receiver, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The receiver displayed coordinates Gamma Galaxy X 1546, Y 996, Z 5769 Leader Starship Officer Ji Wushuang. Members Ouyang Zhongro. Mission Level F Military Merit 1 point. Mission Content Scout the unknown energy source in the area. This was an exceedingly simple reconnaissance mission. What surprised Ji Wushuang was that such a simple reconnaissance task would deploy 3 merchant-class starships, and he would be teamed up with Zhongro. Typically, a merchant-class starship is sufficient for reconnaissance missions. Some countries even send Justin-class Sentinel ship, which is equivalent to a Xi-class starship. This is because reconnaissance tasks only require reaching the designated area and completing the search. In case of danger, one should immediately use the arc acceleration to escape. If not locked by an enemy's high-level starship, it is generally possible to withdraw from the scene. Even if locked-on information can still be transmitted back to avoid losses. However, sending 3 merchant-class starships to simultaneously scout a single area for such a low-level mission is indeed rather unusual. Nevertheless, since Ji Wushuang was appointed as the leading starship for this reconnaissance mission, he had no choice but to execute the orders resolutely. After transmitting the coordinates to Ouyang and Zhongro, the 3 starships surged into the Starry Sea. Upon arriving at this star system, Ji Wushuang and his crew did not detect any unusual circumstances. Ouyang moved back 500 km, activate the warning system, and cover the rear. Zhongro, activate the warning, prepare to intercept from the right. Understood. Received. The 3 starships formed a triangular formation and advanced forward. Big Brother Ji, did you see that? The warning system shows. Zhongrou's voice came through as Ji Wushuang glanced at the warning device. The warning system flickered intermittently, indicating a massive energy source within the light circle range. If this is a fleet of starships, there must be at least thousands of them. If it's a mining source, then we would strike it rich. Listening to their conversation, Ji Wushuang shook his head. Neither. If it were a fleet of starships, not only would there need to be thousands, but they would have to be tightly packed together to display such powerful energy on the warning system. However, it would never fluctuate intermittently. Unless thousands of starships were to simultaneously go silent and then activate at the same time, which would be ludicrous. If it were a mining source, that would be even less likely. Mining resources are generally scattered throughout the star system like asteroids or like gems exposed in a dried-up riverbed. This kind of energy resembles the simultaneous emergence of hundreds of 9th-grade star mines and is even more likely to flicker intermittently. Ouyang, hold your position and remain alert. Yes. Zhongro, stay 500 kilometers behind me for support. I'll go take a look. Understood. Ji Wushuang piloted his starship directly towards the area where the energy source was located. The sight before him quickened his heartbeat. The universe seemed to be constantly compressed by some force, as if a massive bulge was pulsating, causing the cosmos to tremble slightly with each beat. The bulge resembled a heart flickering in and out of visibility, with each pulse releasing tremendous energy. This was the enormous energy source indicated by the warning system. This bulge appeared as though it were being hammered repeatedly by an invisible hand from beyond the universe. With each strike, the universe would quiver. Ji Wushuang was filled with shock. He had never encountered such a sight before. He struggled to steady his mind and commanded, Zhongro, immediately stand by 500 kilometers behind me and do not act without orders. I'm worried about you. Zhongrou's voice carried a hint of concern. Hurry and collect all data and transmit it back to headquarters. Ji Wushuang's tone was cold and decisive, his eyes fixed on the sight ahead. In this universe where the unknown outweighed the known, every decision could lead to irreversible consequences. Compared to 10 years ago, Ji Wushuang had become much more cautious and calm. Once the data collection was complete, he unhesitatingly chose to retreat. Suddenly, the bulge emitted a blinding beam of light, and a powerful gravitational force instantly enveloped Ji Wushuang and Zhongrao starships. Big Brother Ji, my propulsion system has failed. Zhongrao's voice was filled with panic. Ji Wushuang's starship faced the same issue, its propulsion system completely malfunctioning. The 2 starships were like locked targets being drawn towards the center of the bulge by that gravitational force. Ouyang, retreat immediately. Do not come for support. Ji Wushuang calmly issued the command. What? How can I leave on my own? Ouyang's voice was filled with confusion. This is an order. Ji Wushuang emphasized his gaze, revealing unwavering determination. As he watched Ouyang disappear from view, he actually felt a slight sense of relief. He took a deep breath and said to Zhong Ro, we have less than 3 minutes left. Zhong Rao's eyes showed fear and helplessness as she stared intently at Ji Wushuang. In that moment, her gaze was filled with dependence and trust in Ji Wushuang. His mind raced, suddenly recalling a potentially viable method. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of resolution flashing within. Now's the time, he shouted. In an instant, his starship restored power and activated arc acceleration to escape the gravitational range. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense, with senior officials frowning as they observed the three individuals, their faces etched with seriousness. Although this young man shows some courage, his act of abandoning his comrades is absolutely unsuitable for a protective mission. Indeed, our Hanlong Empire would never disregard our comrades no matter the circumstances. Another senior member chimed in. While I do not advocate for unnecessary sacrifice, this situation does not warrant a direct escape. Never abandoning nor giving up has always been the principle of our Hanlong Starship officers and the motto of our Xiaolong Regiment. An elder spoke slowly. His actions may not be suitable for us in the Xiaolong Regiment. Everyone voiced their opinions while Yang Xiao merely scoffed. It's a bit early to draw conclusions. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Yang Xiao, their eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, a surprising scene unfolded. Ji Wushuang once again utilized arc jumps to return near Zhong Ro. What does this kid intend to do? Someone wondered. Is he trying to show off? Others speculated. A hint of a smile crept onto Yang Xiao's lips as he thought, when did these old brothers become so hard to please? To escape is to abandon comrades, to save comrades is to show off. What exactly should one do? Ji Wushuang accelerated towards Zhong Rao's starship, ramming into it. Using his own propulsion to push Zhong Rao's starship forward for a distance, he then executed another arc jump to escape. Good lad, he actually calculated the gap time between the gravitational fields, someone exclaimed in admiration. That's right, utilizing the gap of several tens of seconds after each gravitational occurrence to push Zhong Ro forward with his own propulsion, someone explained. While this could only temporarily delay time, the distance that gravitational force pulled Zhong Ro in and the distance Ji Wushuang pushed back were nearly the same. Yet every time Ji Wushuang was able to precisely calculate the timing for arc jumps, both in terms of time and angle. Even if he made a mistake, once they would be trapped. The cooldown time for the Divine Oracle ability was, however, 48 hours. Ji Wushuang knew that this method could only buy them some time, hoping that Ouyang could return with reinforcements. Internally, he was in turmoil. Zhong Ro, the woman who caused his demise in his previous life, had just become a comrade in this life. Was it worth risking everything to save her now? In reality, Ji Wushuang did not have much time to ponder whether this question was worth considering. The dilemma lasted only a few seconds. He had worked with Zhong Ro for a decade, yet he only suspected the truth about her. In this life, they were comrades. He couldn't just abandon a comrade without doing anything. The continuous parabolic jumps left Ji Wushuang's mind highly tense, and his entire protective suit was soaked with sweat. He suddenly calmed down and thought of someone. Old Mike Polo. If Old Mike could swap out Zhong Rao's power device using the recycle bin system, just like his own oracle, he could successfully escape by utilizing the gaps in gravity. Yes. Ji Wushuang quickly called up the system's operation panel. To his surprise, there was no recycle bin system in the system at all. How could this be? He quickly called up various configuration parameters of the starship and suddenly slumped back in his seat. This was not his starship at all. His own starship had been modified, equipped with a class dual-caliber Fluorine-powered W-4000 jet engine, 48 portable tracking missiles from the Orona Alliance, 488 caliber photon cannons, and an E-class 800 Krypton power defense from the Kangaroo Nation. But now everything had turned into a standard commercial starship configuration. Ji Wushuang thought calmly. It was impossible to board the wrong starship. The starships were configured through bloodline, decoding one person, one ship, where the person and the ship were linked. In other words, if you captured someone else's starship, the core system would still match with the bloodline of the starship officer. It was even more impossible for it to be swapped without his knowledge. Such a big disturbance occurred at the Xiaolong core base. Who would have the audacity to do that? Moreover, what was the significance of swapping equipment? Was it possible that he was experiencing hallucinations caused by interference from the energy source? Ji Wushuang couldn't help but slap himself twice, instantly feeling clearer in his mind. From the small banquet in the restaurant to boarding the starship and taking off, Ji Wushuang did not miss any details. Because in this situation, everything felt utterly unreal. The task's difficulty was unreal. The scenes he encountered were unreal. Even his own starship felt unreal. All of this began to make Ji Wushuang doubt. This did not feel like a real experience, it felt more like a test. In the universe of starships, not every person who awakened their bloodline could join the national sequence. To truly become a representative starship officer of the nation, one must undergo a test. Often this test is completed inadvertently, and the test taker remains completely unaware. Ji Wuxuang had only learned about this after achieving the rank of major in his past life through some documents by chance. Could it be that he was also undergoing a test now? It is said that such tests create a virtual scene by interfering with the test taker's brainwaves, making everything feel indistinguishable from reality. Coincidentally, Ji Wuxuang had Mike's recycle bin system, which was privately developed. It was likely that the test simulator couldn't replicate this effect. Ji Wuxuang took a deep breath and chuckled. Since it was a test, he might as well make the process a bit more interesting. Using parabolic jumps again, Ji Wuxuang flashed back to his surroundings near the protruding heart. This time, he directly activated all the power and charged towards Zhongrao starship. With a loud bang, the two starships collided again. Fortunately, their protective shields withstood the impact. Ji, go hurry and escape. Don't worry about me. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhong Rao's voice came through the communicator. Zhong Rao, follow my command. All weapons target the protrusion, prepare. Ji Wuxuang replied sternly. What? Zhong Rao was somewhat surprised. 3, 2, 1, fire. At the moment the heart protruded, all the weapons on both starships fired with full force. The heart protrusion resembled a bottomless black hole, consuming all quantum weapons and missiles. Seconds later, the area where the heart was located began to collapse infinitely, and the gravitational pull grew stronger. Ji Wuxuang and Zhong Rao starships were directly sucked into the black hole. Ji Wuxuang suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in his own room. It seemed that everything indeed unfolded as he had judged. This was a test. Please ID number 429078 Starship Officer, report to the Colonel's office. The voice of the artificial intelligence suddenly echoed in the room. Ji Wuxuang quickly got up and headed straight for Yang Xiao's room. In this meeting, Yang Xiao no longer exuded the powerful aura from before, but wore a smile instead. Yet this made Ji Wuxuang feel a hint of worry. In his memory, officers like Yang Xiao, if the relationship wasn't at that familiar level, a smile instead indicated that something was off. Officer, did you call for me? Ji Wuxuang tried to keep his tone calm. Yang Xiao nodded, but didn't speak. After a few seconds, he finally opened his mouth. Ji Wuxuang, you should have already realized that was a test. Yes, Colonel. However, your test results were not satisfactory, Yang Xiao said with a hint of regret in his tone. After evaluation, we believe you are not suitable for the Xianglong Starship Corps. Ji Wuxuang felt a shock in his heart. Although he had an ominous premonition, he still found it hard to accept when he heard the result. Sir, I don't understand what part of my performance did not meet the requirements. Yang Xiao looked at him, a touch of sympathy in his eyes. We greatly admire your skills and talents, but there are serious issues with your decision-making and judgment. Ji Wuxuang was stunned. He had indeed demonstrated exceptional skills and talents in many tasks, but this was the first time he had heard someone say his decision-making and judgment were problematic. He wanted to refute, but Yang Xiao continued. In this task, your decisions were too impulsive and reckless. You chose to collide with Zhong Rao starship against an unknown object, which is an extremely dangerous action. As a starship officer, what we need is calm and rational judgment, not momentary impulsiveness. Yang Xiao's tone was serious and earnest. Ji Wuxuang fell silent. He originally thought the test results were merely for evaluating the level of tasks he would undertake next, which was why he wanted to have some fun. He never expected it would directly put a period on his future. You have two choices. You can leave the Xianglong Starship Corps directly, or you may receive recruitment from other Starship Corps. Yang Xiao looked at him and spoke slowly. I choose the second one. Ji Wuxuang immediately replied. Yang Xiao, upon hearing this, actually smiled. You made a decision before I finished speaking. I don't want to be expelled from the Xianglong Starship Corps like this. So I choose the second option. There is a confidential mission with a level task rating. However, you cannot execute it in the name of the Hanlong Empire's soldiers, nor will there be any support. Are you still willing? Yang Xiao's eyes revealed anticipation. Ji Wuxuang did not hesitate, standing at attention and saluting. I guarantee to complete the mission. Watching Ji Wuxuang's departing figure, Yang Xiao's expression turned serious again. He lightly touched the virtual screen where the Guardian plan read, use the Oracle Starship Officer as bait to divert the attention of hostile forces to ensure the target completes the mission successfully. Sacrifice of the bait is permissible if necessary. It was uncertain whether this choice was indeed correct. This level task is as enigmatic as a riddle. The moment it is opened, it reveals only a string of cold coordinates. Ji Wuxuang furrowed her brows, a sense of confusion rising within her. What exactly is this task? There are no specific requirements, nor is there a clear goal, much like a lost beacon in the stars, leaving one puzzled. However, just as he was immersed in the mystery of the task, the starship had quietly sailed beyond the shielded area of the Xiaolong base. In an instant, his phone seemed to be bombarded with countless messages, the notification sounds ringing incessantly. Ji Wushuang opened the messages and saw hundreds of them flooding in like a tide, almost all from old Mike's anxious calls. "Brother, where are you? Why have you suddenly gone silent? I have a big deal waiting to be done, but there's only a pile of junk left in stock. What do you want me to do? Do you still want to do business? This is a major deal. You aren't really being held captive by the Anti-Hanlong Alliance, are you? I've been trying to find out your whereabouts through various connections. Where are you? Please reply." Ji Wushuang sighed helplessly at the frantic messages, yet a smile crept onto her lips. One must admit that the signal jamming of the Hanlong Empire is indeed effective. Old Mike's private messaging system was completely blocked, no wonder he was so anxious. However, it's understandable why old Mike would be so worried. The big promise he made to build the recycling station is now at risk with him as the core technical shareholder suddenly going missing. With no one to deliver the revamped technology process, anyone would be anxious. Thus, Ji Wushuang quickly called old Mike. On the other end of the line, old Mike's voice was urgent and excited, as if he wanted to pour out all his greetings to family and ancestors in one breath. Ji Wushuang licked her lips, interrupting his barrage. "Old Mike, are you done? Can it be my turn to speak now?" "Ji Wushuang, go ahead, I'm listening." Old Mike's tone calmed down a bit. "I've been chased for a while, and I barely escaped with my life. You don't need to worry about the junk. I can handle it as soon as I get back. It won't delay our profits. However, I need you to check on something for me." "Not delay. You make it sound easy. Let's talk about it when you get back." Old Mike seemed rather skeptical of Ji Wushuang's assurance. "This coordinate, can you check it for me? What is special about this place? Let me know once you have any news," Ji Wushuang said, sending the coordinates of the level task. Unexpectedly, within 3 seconds, old Mike's reply came. "Ji Wushuang, what are you playing at?" "This coordinate. It's actually my planet." Ji Wushuang covered her face, bitterly smiling. That string of coordinates felt so familiar, like an old friend reuniting. She quickly entered the coordinates into the map device, and sure enough, the target pointed directly to old Mike's private planet. What does Yang Xiao mean by this? Giving me old Mike's coordinates, what kind of task is this? Ji Wushuang muttered to herself, a wave of inexplicable doubt surging within her. Is this supposed to lead me to kidnap old Mike? She shook her head, finding the idea too absurd. However, Ji Wushuang's eyes brightened, as if she saw a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, she activated the curve acceleration, and the starship shot through the tranquility of space like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Mike's recycling station base. Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, old Mike wasted no time and pulled her directly towards the underground warehouse. "Old Mike, what big business has you so anxious?" Ji Wushuang asked curiously. 50 sets of level or above equipment. This is a big deal. Excitement sparkled in old Mike's eyes. Who is so extravagant that they can afford this price? Ji Wushuang asked in surprise. "This time we don't need to pay with mysterious power." Old Mike whispered conspiratorially into Ji Wushuang's ear. "Could it be cosmic currency? That stuff is practically useless." Ji Wushuang shook her head. "It's not cosmic currency either." Old Mike's response piqued Ji Wushuang's curiosity further. "Then what exactly are we paying with? It can't possibly be for free, right?" Ji Wushuang teased. Old Mike hesitated for a moment, seemingly finding it hard to voice. Ji Wushuang grew anxious. "Old Mike, you can't be seriously considering letting someone get this for free, can you? A promissory note. I'm telling you, I won't agree to that." Don't worry. Old Mike hurriedly reassured. "How could I let someone get it for free? This time we're using information as payment." "Information? What kind of information is worth 50 sets of level equipment? Has he gone mad?" Ji Wushuang's eyes widened. "Sai, I can't just tell you this casually. Although you're a shareholder, we had agreed on this beforehand," old Mike said somewhat helplessly. "Fine, if you won't tell me, then I won't agree to this transaction." Ji Wushuang crossed her arms, leaning against the railing, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Seeing this, old Mike gritted his teeth resolutely, saying, "They'll tell you this information, but you must not break the rules. Otherwise our business can't continue. You start by telling me, let's see if it's worth 50 sets of level equipment," Ji Wushuang said. "A starship officer has awakened over at the Hegemony Empire. This person has average talent, yet is one of the top quantum physicists among humanity. What kind of intel is this? It's just personnel records. Is this really worth 50 sets? I'd consider even one too expensive." Ji Wushuang shook her head dismissively. "Don't rush, let me finish," old Mike continued. "This quantum physicist has now entered the starship universe. Do you know why?" "How the hell would I know why?" Ji Wushuang rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Think about it, such a high-level physicist should be well protected in an underground lab on their home planet, right? Why would they risk entering the starship universe?" Old Mike asked. Ji Wushuang was taken aback by the question. It genuinely intrigued her. Seeing this, old Mike chuckled smugly. The intel says that this quantum physicist has discovered a secret that can accelerate the evolution of human starships. Therefore, he risked entering the Starship universe to conduct experiments himself. If the experiments succeed, the Hegemony Empire may monopolize the entire Starship universe. Ji Wuxuang nodded, falling into deep thought. Could it be that the coordinates given by Yang Xiao are actually meant for him to probe this information from old Mike? If that's the case, wouldn't this task be too easy? But wait, what use is it to merely obtain this information? Currently, the Hegemony Empire's strength is far ahead, while the Hanlong Empire has been keeping a low profile, avoiding any major friction. Ji Wuxuang suddenly felt that she was slowly grasping Yang Xiao's good intentions. Being expelled from the Xiaolong Corps, she now has no military background, and anything she does wouldn't affect the relationship between countries. Right now, she is just a free independent starship officer, free to do as she pleases. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle and asked old Mike, "Old Mike, what do you think of this matter? 50 sets is indeed a bit pricey, but I think it's worth it." Old Mike counted on his fingers. "That's not what I meant," Ji Wuxuang shook her head. "I mean, if the Hegemony Empire really finds a way to change the evolution of human starships, what impact will that have on us?" "Us?" Old Mike was taken aback. "Yes, our business. In the future, all starships might not need our parts, and our underground starship trading network would collapse completely," Ji Wuxuang stated emphatically. Old Mike fell silent, knowing that Ji Wuxuang was right. If the Hegemony Empire truly monopolized the starship universe, their business would indeed be significantly affected. While pondering this, old Mike's gaze suddenly sparkled with a sharp light. "If we're going to play, let's play big." During this period, Ji Wuxuang and old Mike each began to take action. Ji Wuxuang held a substantial amount of universe coins, generously searching for various equipment at high prices. Her lavish spending leaving many in awe. Some even went so far as to exchange brand new starships for equipment in hopes of quick returns. Every 48 hours, Ji Wuxuang would utilize the mysterious oracle, transform waste into treasure, to rejuvenate discarded gear. Grade or higher equipment was meticulously preserved, while the rest was put on the market to exchange for that precious mysterious power. This spectacle was broadcasted online, leaving many netizens puzzled and filled with questions. What is going on here? Is G God collecting junk again? You don't understand. This is actually the wisdom of the ancients. A craftsman must sharpen his tools before he can do his work well. Haha, looks like the junk king of Hanlong has returned. G God is about to become the universe's #1 junk magnate. To be honest, is G God being a bit too low-key with this? But one must admit, this is true wealth and indulgence. Even collecting junk can be this wealthy. It truly makes one envious. Why don't I have such fortunate bloodline awakening? Meanwhile, old Mike was equally busy. He immersed himself in the trade of information, with explosive news rapidly spreading through the starship universe. The Empire of Hegemony is secretly using alien mysterious powers to seek evolution. The Empire of Hegemony has dispatched scientific expedition teams to secretly explore alien ruins. The Empire of Hegemony has mastered new evolution technology, currently in the experimental stage. These messages, skillfully processed by old Mike, became increasingly captivating, causing a sensation among the great empires. After all, the enticing phrase "new evolution method" was enough to make any empire's heart race. All of this was meticulously planned in advance by Ji Wuxuang and old Mike. They understood that the trend of human starship evolution was unstoppable, but before that they wanted to stir the waters to reap more benefits for themselves. Thus, various forces in the starship universe began to secretly monitor the movements of the Hegemony Empire, hoping to carve out a piece of the pie. After tireless efforts, Ji Wuxuang and old Mike finally assembled 50 sets of great equipment sufficient to arm 10 escort ships. The moment of delivery finally arrived. The magic of quantum delivery lay in its instantaneous completion, and the equipment in the entire underground warehouse vanished in the blink of an eye. However, the intelligence they received in return was merely a line of text: Hegemony Empire Ghost Starship Group. What kind of transaction is this? Ji Wuxuang complained. I can't shake the feeling that we've been tricked. Ghost Starship Group. It sounds like an elusive phantom. Where are we supposed to find it? Old Mike patted Ji Wuxuang's shoulder and consoled her. The value of intelligence often lies not in its apparent simplicity. At least we know that the task is being executed by the Ghost Starship Group of Hegemony, which is already a considerable gain. Ghost Starship Group Ghost. Ji Wuxuang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if she had thought of something. She quickly pulled up a virtual panel and began searching for information related to the Ghost Starship Group, inadvertently catching sight of a rather inconspicuous report from a week ago, a routine bulletin from the Hanlong Empire. The article warned all starship officers of the Hanlong Empire to avoid acting alone, as there was a starship officer from the Hegemony Empire named Philip Paul, nicknamed Ghost. He had repeatedly ambushed isolated starships, especially ruthlessly targeting female starship officers, not only injuring their ships, but also cruelly capturing female officers to record humiliating videos. Was this so-called ghost thug related to the Ghost Starship group? Thinking of this, Ji Wuxuang swiftly dialed a communication through the recycling system. Haha, were you thinking of me, Ji God? A voice filled with laughter came from the other end, the interstellar thug Barbarossa. Cut the nonsense and get to the point. Have you heard of a starship officer nicknamed Ghost? Ji Wuxuang asked directly. Haha, which ghost? Barbarossa seemed to be teasing. The pervert who specifically targets female starship officers, Philip Paul from the Emery Empire. Ji Wuxuang's tone revealed a hint of disgust. Oh, that guy? He's truly a scoundrel, a lone wolf, and a lecher. So has he crossed you, Ji God? Barbarossa asked curiously. Tell me, how can I find him? Ji Wuxuang pressed. Isn't that a bit against the rules? Barbarossa seemed hesitant. Are you starting to talk about rules too? Ji Wuxuang scoffed. Even thieves have their principles. Besides, information trading has to have a price, right? Barbarossa began to haggle. All right. Ji Wuxuang shouted deliberately. Old Mike, from now on Barbarossa's business will have an extra 30% charge, or else I won't take it. Wait, Ji God. Barbarossa hurriedly laughed it off. For the sake of those 50 sets of equipment, I'll tell you, this ghost Philip Paul never travels on conventional routes. He enjoys operating at small supply stations on fringe planets. The last time anyone saw him was a month ago at an abandoned supply station on the edge of the Walrus constellation. That's all I know. After the communication ended, Ji Wuxuang chuckled coldly. Only then did she realize that those 50 sets of equipment were actually a reward for Barbarossa. The intelligence came from this guy. It seemed that Barbarossa was really going to strike it rich this time. However, Ji Wuxuang had no time to consider Barbarossa's matters. She immediately began investigating all reports related to Ghost. From the data provided by various countries, Ji Wuxuang simply marked Philip Paul's activity range on the interstellar map. Soon Philip Paul's trajectory became clear. Evidently, he preferred to roam in the belt of fringe asteroids. Fortunately, these areas were resource-poor, and large starship groups usually didn't venture there, making encounters with the Anti-Hanlong Alliance unlikely. Ji Wuxuang decided to take the risk. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Based on Philip Paul's activity patterns, she selected a route. She decided to start her search from the Andromeda constellation. She activated the hyperspace jump, directly traversing the wormhole to the edge of the Andromeda constellation. Upon arrival, Ji Wuxuang immediately turned on the early warning device to begin her search. Before long, 2 light spots appeared on the screen, seeming like 2 starships were very close to each other. Suddenly, she received a special distress signal. This was the emergency distress communication method uniformly revised among Alliance factions. If such a signal were received by adversarial factions or ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to danger. Signals like this sent out in a full range indicated either true life-threatening danger or complete loss of sanity. Help! I am Gene Yenner of the Galilee Empire. My starship has been attacked by the interstellar thug Ghost, and all systems have failed. That pervert has boarded my starship and is attempting to force his way in. Help! Oh my God, I see his face. He is breaking into the command room. Please, someone hurry and save me. I don't want to be defiled by this scum. Then a photo was transmitted showing a lewdly grinning face desperately trying to squeeze into the command room. Ji Wuxuang did not expect her luck to be this good. Her first stop encountered the pervert Philip Paul. Today she decided to eliminate the threat to the people. Gene Yenner, hold on a bit longer. I will be there shortly. With that, Ji Wuxuang powered up and charged directly toward the target. The netizens witnessed Gene Yenner's broadcast, which exploded like a powder keg, a mix of anger and anxiety intertwining. Especially the netizens from the Galilee Empire, who were like a raging tempest, venting their dissatisfaction and fury in the barrage. Damn it, I have awakened my bloodline, and I will personally slay him. No wonder Gene Yenner hasn't updated her status lately. Who can come to her rescue? The beauties of Galilee are truly stunning, igniting one's blood. Do you even have a shred of humanity? Countless netizens from the Galilee Empire felt their hearts wrenched, unable to fathom that this so-called Ghost Paul was such a shameless pervert. In the footage, Paul wielded a massive battle axe, effortlessly storming into Gene Yenner's control room. Gene Yenner was terrified, attempting to resist, but was struck down to the ground by Paul with a single blow. Paul brutally grabbed Gene Yenner, pinning her against the console, his hands tearing apart her starship officer uniform. Then he leaned over her back, performing a series of lewd actions while pulling out a camera to record. This beastly scoundrel. Oh God, please save Gene Yenner. Officers of the Galilee Empire, hurry and show up. Just as everyone felt hopeless, a merchant-class starship suddenly appeared in the center of the screen, its dark golden dragon totem covering the entire hull, bringing a glimmer of hope to the netizens. This starship was indeed Ji Wuxuang's ride. Ji Wushuang stared intently at the class starship before him, like a giant spider pressing Jean Yinner's class starship beneath it. Several massive mechanical tentacles tightly secured all the systems of the starship. Clearly this was a starship meticulously modified by Paul. Paul, you are under arrest. With that, Ji Wushuang opened fire, and in an instant dozens of photon cannons shot directly at the class starship. What the hell? Who is it? The starship of the Han Long Empire. We are saved. Is that a merchant-class starship from the Han Long Empire? It seems to be that newcomer named Ji Wushuang. I've seen his broadcasts. He is both brave and clever. Take down Paul, and I will kneel before you. Half of Paul's pants had already come off, and the strong shockwave from the photon cannon nearly made him stumble and fall. Seizing this opportunity, Jean Yinner broke free from her restraints and dashed towards other rooms in the starship. Paul cursed inwardly, thinking to himself that it was too late. He was already ready to mount up and shoot, and just then someone showed up. Cursing as he adjusted his pants, he then directly teleported to his own starship. His starship was a class frigate specially modified, and its defensive shield had not yet been completely breached. Paul's eyes lit up with greed as he saw a merchant-class starship before him. If he could capture this starship and sell it to the underground black market, it would be a substantial fortune. Having temporarily escaped the clutches of evil, the originally frightened Jean Yinner glimmered with radiant light upon seeing the starship of the Han Long Empire. This was her last hope. She firmly believed that Paul had returned to his own starship. She immediately rushed back to her control room and activated the communication equipment, broadcasting loudly. Please remember, as long as you stand here, it means you are an outstanding starship officer. You must eliminate this demon. Be careful. Starship officer, this beast has an invisibility skill. Upon hearing this, not only Ji Wushuang, but even the netizens watching the broadcast were taken aback. What? This pervert from IMA can actually become invisible. No wonder he suddenly locked onto Jean Yinner's starship. God, please let our goddess be rescued safely. Galley people, keep your eyes wide open. At critical moments, it is our Han Long starship officers who step in justice. Just wait and see. Hey, don't speak too soon. Paul is not an ordinary interstellar rogue. He is one of the top 10 interstellar bandits. In the broadcast room, Ji Wushuang was naturally unaware of this conversation. At this moment, all his focus was on the opponent's starship, like a hunter closely watching his prey. Sure enough, Paul couldn't hold back and began his attack. Several missiles cutting through the air rushed straight toward Ji Wushuang. Fortunately, the defensive device performed its duty, blocking this wave of attacks. Ji Wushuang also took the opportunity to counterattack the missiles soaring like dragons towards Paul. However, a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of Paul's mouth. Young man, you are too unaware of your own limits. In an instant, his class starship activated its invisibility skill and vanished into thin air from Ji Wushuang's sight. Just as Ji Wushuang was perplexed, Paul suddenly reappeared, launching a barrage of photon cannon fire that accurately hit the merchant-class starship. However, just as Paul was gloating, something astonishing happened. The merchant-class starship also vanished, disappearing into thin air. Paul was left in a daze, his mind swirling with confusion. What is happening? Could it be that the opponent also possesses the ability to become invisible? While he was still in shock, two starships suddenly surrounded him from above and below, simultaneously opening fire. Paul was completely bewildered. Oh, what was going on? His shield had clearly been activated, so why was he still being attacked? The netizens were also baffled. Did the Han Long people find some bug again? Nonsense. You foreign devils need to open your eyes and see clearly. This is our G God's talent. Mirage, shouted a netizen angrily. It turned out that after hearing in Jean Yinner's broadcast that the opponent could turn invisible, Ji Wushuang had already made up his mind. The moment the class starship disappeared, he immediately activated the Mirage talent. This seemingly useless talent could catch the opponent off guard at a crucial moment. At this time, Paul was somewhat flustered and at a loss, wanting to become invisible again, but unfortunately this talent has a cooldown time of at least half an hour. He had invested all his points in defense when evolving his starship, but now the defensive shield had been shattered by Ji Wushuang, leaving him like an egg without a shell, completely defenseless. Hey friend, a call request came through Ji Wushuang's communication platform. We have no grievances or enmity. How about you let me go? Perhaps we could become friends in the future. Paul tentatively asked. Do you think everyone is as immoral as you? Ji Wushuang directly refused. A missile tore through the void, striking Paul's command cabin. Instantly, the class starship caught fire. Seeing defeat imminent, Paul unwillingly continued. Friend, don't you just want that galley girl? I'll give her to you. In addition, I can offer you 3,000 mysterious power. No, 5,000 mysterious power. The price offered was not low, but Ji Wushuang showed no interest at all. He calmly asked, did you come from the Ghost Starship Corps? Yes. How did you know? Paul asked in surprise. Since you are from the Ghost Starship Corps, then it's a different story. Since Fei Paul has admitted it himself, Ji Wushuang no longer needs to be courteous with him. Where is the Phantom Starship fleet now? I really don't know. I left the fleet without permission and now they are hunting me down everywhere, Fei Paul answered honestly. When did you escape the Phantom Starship fleet? What mission were you on and what was your destination? Paul realized that Ji Wushuang was after the Phantom Starship fleet. This matter could indeed be discussed. Brother, let me put it this way. The only orders received by all officers of the Phantom Starship fleet are to follow orders, and there has never been a destination. If you are willing to spare me, I will tell you the last known destination of the Phantom Starship fleet. Following orders means directly setting a starship to follow another starship, essentially moving along with other starships. From his tone, it seemed that Fei Paul genuinely did not know. Seeing that Ji Wushuang had not taken further action, Jin Yinner directly activated the intercom. Respected Hanlong Starship Officer, please do not make a deal with the devil. He is a cruel harbinger of hell. Believe me, he is extinguishing his own conscience. Fei Paul became furious upon hearing this. Brother, as long as you spare me. Do you see that high-class starship? Inside is the popular star Jin Yinner from the Galley Kingdom. Her skin is flawless and her figure is as fiery as flames. With this earthly beauty by your side, you won't feel lonely in the interstellar universe. Consider it a welcoming gift from me. There will be opportunities for us to meet again in the Starship universe. However, Ji Wushuang coldly smiled. Phantom, if you do not have any information about the Phantom Starship fleet, then you hold no value for me at all. With that, a dozen photon cannons fired directly. Fei Paul was taken aback, attempting to escape with a ballistic acceleration. In an instant, the starship's propulsion system was severely damaged. Next, the weapon systems were also destroyed. Now he was like a disabled person with no hands or legs. He could neither fight nor flee. Ji Wushuang directly connected with the Galley F-class starship. Miss Jean, the fate of the Phantom and his starship is now in your hands. You can kill or mutilate as you wish. Jin Yinner never expected that the Hanlong Empire's starship not only saved her, but also granted her the opportunity for revenge. Respected Starship Officer, may I ask, besides my respect, what else do you need from me in return? Miss Jean, I do not require any repayment from you. With tears in her eyes, Jin Yinner bowed deeply to Ji Wushuang and then pressed the missile launch button. In an instant, a dozen missiles turned Phantom Paul's starship into fragments. Unexpectedly, the notorious Paul was thus instantly obliterated. Ji Wushuang discovered a blue light spot in the warning system, surprised to find that the infamous Paul had dropped a blue relic upon his death. He would grant the military merit to Jin Yinner and would not claim the relic for himself. If anything good were to come from it, it would not be a wasted trip. At this time, Jin Yinner's voice came again. Respected Hanlong Starship Officer, I still do not know your honorable name. Oh, I am Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang. What a great name. I, Jin Yinner, will never forget the life-saving grace of brother Ji Wushuang. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you doubly. Repaying doubly isn't necessary. Oh, I didn't do it for repayment. I only hope you remember that the Hanlong Empire is not your enemy. With that, he headed straight for the blue relic. Decoding the relic revealed an astonishing 3,000 mysterious powers. Additionally, there was a schematic for an attack system. Auxiliary attack system evolution requires 12,000 mysterious powers. Doubles the starship's attack power and upgrades along with the starship. Wow! Ji Wushuang silently exclaimed, this is impressive. It's equivalent to having 2 attack systems. Thus, even if one system runs out, the other can still continue. Under the same level, this could practically crush the opponent. Even if the opponent is 1 level higher, he would still not be at a disadvantage and might even have a slight edge. However, this evolution also requires 12,000 mysterious powers. That's a huge expenditure. Looking at his account, including the mysterious powers obtained from the relic twice and the dividends from the recycling station, he had less than 5,500 mysterious powers in total. He was still over half short of what was needed for the next evolution. He decided to set the auxiliary weapon system evolution schematic aside for now. Brother Ji Wushuang, how did you find me? Jin Yinner had not yet left. To be honest, I came looking for the Phantom. What were you discussing just now? Is it convenient for you to share? The Phantom Starship fleet, have you heard of it? Phantom Paul escaped from the Phantom Starship fleet. So I wanted to see if he knew the current location of the Phantom Starship fleet. Jin Yinner hesitated for a moment, but then began to narrate. To be honest, my current mission is to investigate the whereabouts of the Phantom Starship fleet. Being a newcomer, I can only execute some reconnaissance tasks. I discovered a massive fleet at the edge of the Swan constellation, but strangely, they were all silent. Therefore, I was not detected. Oh, Ji Wushuang suddenly became interested. Can you determine which country's fleet they belong to? I initially couldn't confirm, but our Galley Empire has maintained friendly relations with the major empires. Hence, I speculated that if I approached quietly to observe, it shouldn't be too dangerous. When I got closer, I was shocked to discover that there were more than 40 starships, almost all of high rank. They remained completely silent like a group of ghosts waiting for the right moment. It seemed they were executing some kind of secret mission. So I decided to withdraw and intended to send intelligence back after returning to the star systems controlled by our galley empire. However, I did not expect to be ambushed by Phantom Paul. Now I must evacuate quickly, and again, thank you, brother Ji Wushuang. After Jean Yenner's figure vanished from his sight, Ji Wushuang sorted through the useful debris from Paul's starship. The intelligence provided by Jean Yenner was extremely valuable. After sleeping well for a day, Ji Wushuang felt her energy replenished once again. She recalled the ghost ship Paul-class wreckage she had dragged back using a towing net. Ji Wushuang had collected quite a few, and they were piled up in the warehouse. She hurried to check them out, and after arranging them, she used the Divine Oracle to refurbish them all. At this moment, she discovered that Paul's defense mechanism was actually class equipment. Unfortunately, Ji Wushuang's own merchant-class starship belonged to E-class and was entirely incompatible, unless she upgraded her starship to class, which was the Zhou class. Ji Wushuang felt inexplicably restless. She simply decided to put the class defense mechanism up for sale in the underground trading system. Priced at 3,000 units of natural energy. Instantly, the trading platform exploded with activity. Baka, class defense mechanism. Selling it so expensively, might as well just steal it. Gao Yao is the strongest. The defense mechanism of AI melee was originally a good item. I didn't expect this trading platform to have such a thing. It's indeed a bit expensive. Aurora's light. There are even hidden attributes, quick charging. This is a rare device. Kangaroo power. Regardless, we should unite to resist the trading system. Why can't we use cosmic coins for transactions? Mysterious energy is so hard to obtain. I have enough for myself. Song Xiaotaro, resist. Resist. Firmly resist. Ji Wushuang glanced at the anonymous chat on the trading platform and snorted coldly. This thing was never meant for the weak. The richer you are, the more power you have. The more power you have, the richer you become. There are plenty who complain about the price, but there will always be those who can afford it. However, one thing did surprise Ji Wushuang. She didn't expect the defense mechanism to have hidden attributes. Shouldn't that mean the price should go up? She quickly took it down from sale. Unexpectedly, her hand was still slow. The price of 3,000 mysterious energy was snatched up in less than 2 minutes. While there really are wealthy individuals, now Ji Wushuang could share a portion of the natural energy. Yet for some reason her heart felt strangely uneasy. She couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Suddenly it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Ji Wushuang, and she became clear-headed. The intelligence that the ghost starship fleet was lurking at the edge of the Swan Galaxy came too easily. Ji Wushuang had sought out Ghost Paul and encountered him immediately. The notorious Ghost Paul was defeated by her merchant-class starship with almost no resistance. That was AI Melee-class starship. It came equipped with a class defense system and a quick-charging hidden attribute. Even if it stood still and let her missiles fire at it, it would probably take some time to be defeated. It was defeated so easily by her. Then Jean Yenner effortlessly revealed the location of the ghost starship fleet to her. If Ji Wushuang thought if all of this had been planned long ago, then at this moment an invisible great net was secretly unfolding at the edge of the Swan Galaxy, waiting for the prey to throw itself into the net. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? Ji Wushuang didn't dare to think further. The only thing to do now was to quickly contact Yang Xiao. The encrypted quantum message sank like a stone into the sea, receiving no response. The communication call could not be connected at all. There was only one possibility: Yang Xiao and his group had already left this galaxy. Could it be that the Xiaolong starship fleet has already set off? Ji Wushuang was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although Xiaolong's strength was not to be underestimated, the ghost starship fleet was probably one of the strongest starship fleets in the entire AI Melee Empire. In comparison, there was still a significant gap. And what if the ghost fleet had set up its trap in advance, waiting to take advantage of the situation? The consequences would be even more unimaginable. Even if she rushed to the Swan Galaxy, now given her current starship level, it would be like adding fuel to the fire, throwing herself into the net. What should she do? Ji Wushuang recalled her previous life in the Western Starship Army, which would take at least 10 days to arrive. Moreover, even if they did arrive, how could she convince the Starship Army's commander of her judgment? Far water couldn't save near fire. Was she going to endanger Yang Xiao and the Xiaolong starship fleet in this rebirth? Ji Wushuang anxiously fiddled with the communication screen. Suddenly, a profile picture caught her attention. Barbarossa. Right, Barbarossa just purchased 50 sets of starship equipment. This indicates he has formed a starship fleet. Although they are old-class starships, at least they have some combat effectiveness. Without a second thought, Ji Wushuang directly called him. Hello, brother. What's the situation? Barbarossa, tell me who informed you about Ghost Paul. What? Ghost Paul? Have you been drinking? Didn't you ask me first? Ji Wushuang was so anxious that she became confused, only then recalling that she had indeed pressured Barbarossa to say so. How many starships do you have now? I can't tell you that it's a military secret. Nonsense. Speak seriously, I'm in a pinch here. Around 20 or so. What's up? There's a good opportunity to make money, though it carries some risk. If successful, your fleet scale could at least double. Ji Wushuang racked her brain thinking about how to persuade Barbarossa. What if it doesn't work? Then you might just end up as a lone commander again. Huh? Barbarossa scoffed. What are you laughing at? Ji Wushuang had no time for jokes. Time waits for no one, and do you have the guts to take this risk with me? If you're scared, just pretend I didn't say anything. Scared? I don't know what fear is. The more dangerous, the more thrilling it is. So where are we going? What's the plan? There's a lurking starship fleet in the Swan Galaxy, which should be a research fleet. Although there are quite a few of them, their combat strength is not strong. You can't be talking about the AI Melee Empire's starship fleet, can you? What? Are you afraid to go against the AI Melee Empire? Not exactly, but it's just that I've already been wanted by Aurora. If I offend AI Melee again, I might really have nowhere to hide. Nonsense. AI Melee and Aurora are two peas in a pod. If Aurora wants you, AI Melee won't let you off easy either. The most important thing now is that another Imperial starship fleet has already rushed over. If a fierce battle breaks out, we won't even need to lift a finger, we can just pick up the spoils. Barbarossa hesitated. Look further ahead. Do you want to live your life hiding and dodging, or do you want to stand firm and make any country regard you with respect? Barbarossa's blood surged with excitement. All right, let's do this. We'll only target AI Melee's research starships. The equipment on those ships must be high-end gear. Just getting some back would be enough for a feast. After saying this, Ji Wushuang sent over the assembly coordinates. She hoped to leverage Barbarossa's fleet to assist the Xiaolong fleet. Beneath the serene expanse of the cosmic river, countless brilliant stars twinkle in the boundless darkness like jewels adorning the profound universe. In the silent universe, tranquility reigns like water, with only the faint starlight and cosmic dust dancing quietly. Suddenly, a faint tremor disrupted the peaceful scene, as if a mysterious force within the cosmos was brewing something. As the vibrations grew more pronounced, a massive fleet of starships materialized from the void. These starships resembled colossal beasts of the galaxy, their surfaces reflecting the residual starlight shimmering with an alluring and enigmatic glow. Ji Wushuang piloted his merchant-class starship, closely followed by more than 20 class starships. Finally, after a long 10-hour journey and several course adjustments, they arrived. Ji Wushuang and his fleet of interstellar raiders had finally reached the edge of the Swan constellation. All personnel silence. Ji Wushuang commanded, and all starships immediately entered silent mode. The so-called silent mode means shutting down all systems on the starship, including the power systems, thereby rendering the starship in a state of apparent death. In the vastness of space, there are numerous meteors and debris. Therefore, the warning devices utilize surrounding quantum fluctuations to detect potential threats. Silent mode minimizes the starship's quantum fluctuations, allowing it to evade detection by enemy warning systems. However, silent mode has a fatal flaw: it cannot activate warning systems to survey the surrounding situation. But for Ji Wushuang, who had spent 10 years in the fleet in his past life, this was not a challenge. Ji Wushuang slowly departed from the Barbarossa fleet, beginning to patrol the surroundings at a slow pace. The Sentinel ship. This is the role of the F-class Sentinel ship within the entire fleet. When the entire fleet enters silent mode, several Sentinel ships will activate their warning systems, serving as the eyes of the fleet. Although Ji Wushuang was already aboard a merchant-class starship, he resolutely took on the role of a Sentinel. Suddenly, a message was received by his receiver. An audio signal came through. It was not a directed transmission, but a full-band broadcast. We are the Hanlong Empire's Xiaolong fleet, currently ambushed in the Swan system, requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Ji Wushuang immediately recognized the voice as that of Zhong Ro. In an instant, a surge of adrenaline rushed to his head. He wanted to rush to provide support. Locking the launch coordinates directly from the audio source, they were only 12 million kilometers away. With curve acceleration, they could reach there in about 1 minute. But the scene before him plunged Ji Wushuang into deep thought. It felt all too familiar, reminiscent of the ambush he faced in his past life. In his previous life, he received Zhong Rao's distress signal and rushed to the coordinates only to fall into a trap. At this moment, Ji Wushuang desperately wanted to remain calm, yet he found it increasingly difficult to do so. Now it was not just about himself. It also concerned the strongest fleet in the entire eastern war zone of the Hanlong Empire, and the Barbarossa fleet that trusted him. Ji Wushuang connected with Barbarossa. Didn't we agree on silence? Why are you sending messages again? Barbarossa inquired, puzzled. A coordinate 12 million kilometers away seems to be in a heated battle. Currently, the strongest warning system can only detect within 1,000 kilometers. How did you know? I received a distress signal. You don't plan to check it out, do you? Buddy, we have more than 20 starships, but our strength is limited. We must go. It could be the Xiaolong fleet. You said it could be. Besides, we have no ties to Xiaolong. We're here to profit, not to mediate disputes, and certainly not to risk our lives. I understand, Barbassa. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. The Xiaolong fleet might be engaged in fierce battle with the Hegemony Empire. Our involvement could turn the tide. At that point, not only could you acquire Hegemony's equipment, but you could also earn a good reputation within the Hanlong Empire. A win-win situation. Barbassa shook his head, calculating that this deal was too risky. I have a plan. A time waits for no one. You need to decide quickly if you want to follow me, Ji Wushuang said, sending over the coordinates. He then prepared to initiate curve jumps, accelerating towards the coordinates. Just as Ji Wushuang's starship shimmered with silver light, disappearing into the curved star tunnel, the Barbassa fleet also set off together. Ji Wushuang, this time, I'm risking the lives of my brothers to gamble with you. If it doesn't work out, don't blame us for abandoning you to save ourselves. Barbassa, no matter what, thank you. I will not abandon you to save myself. Barbassa was taken aback for a moment, then snorted coldly. A few minutes later, Ji Wushuang and his crew passed through the wormhole and appeared in space. The place where Ji Wushuang and the others reappeared was not the coordinate from Zhong Rao's voice, but 10 million kilometers on the other side of Zhong Rao's coordinate. They slowly approached Zhong Rao's coordinate, keeping a close watch on the warning system. Oddly, the warning system detected no quantum fluctuations. This meant that no starships were found within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Could this truly be a trap? Was the Ghost Fleet also in silent mode? Unless the Xiaolong fleet had been completely defeated, then the Ghost Fleet either retreated or went silent, waiting for prey to walk into their net. Impossible. The Xiaolong fleet could not have been defeated so easily. Even if the Ghost Fleet's ambush was successful, they couldn't remain hidden for long. Ji Wushuang resolutely decided to investigate further. He initiated another curve jump, heading directly to the last coordinate of Zhong Rao's voice. When the entire fleet emerged from the wormhole, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Throughout the starry expanse, countless starship wrecks were scattered. To be precise, these were the remains of starships. Holy crap. Jishin, you're amazing. We're going to make a fortune now. Listening to Barbassa's ecstatic voice, Ji Wushuang couldn't feel a shred of excitement. The starship wrecks before them indeed seemed as if a fierce battle had just occurred. Not only were there class starships, but also class and even a class wrecks. Could it be that the Xiaolong fleet won? No. Ji Wushuang suddenly spotted a Zhou-class starship wreck along with Qing-class and Han-class starship wrecks. Countless wrecks intertwined, forming a chaotic scene. What is this? This is the wreckage of two fleets. It seems the battle was extremely brutal. Suddenly, a massive light ring appeared in Ji Wushuang's warning system. This scene sent chills down Ji Wushuang's spine. Hadn't he seen this in the tests? It was even 1,000 times stronger than the energy encountered in the tests. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but shout, Barbassa, be careful. In the communicator, Ji Wushuang's voice was as fierce as an interstellar storm. Barbarossa, be careful. There is a spatial anomaly ahead. Barbarossa's pupils suddenly constricted, and the space before him seemed to pulsate irregularly like a colossal heart. What kind of monstrous thing is this? His jaw nearly dropped in shock. Having roamed the stars for 3 years, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Run, Barbarossa, this is a trap. Ji Wushuang's voice was filled with urgency, but everything happened too quickly. The heart collapsed in an instant, and a swirling vortex resembling a black hole suddenly appeared before everyone. The electromagnetic storm raged wildly within the black hole. Charges surged, and lightning in the universe flickered like fireworks. Shortly after, a massive starship slowly emerged from the black hole, its entire body as dark as ink, shaped in the most bizarre manner. Its enormous head was a perfect triangle, and the hull was composed of even larger triangular shapes, with the wings also forming triangular shapes together, composing an even larger triangle. This starship size was several times larger than the greatest class starship Ji Wushuang had ever seen, the Marshall class of the Hegemony Empire and the Song class of the Hanlong Empire. Such a peculiar form was something Ji Wushuang, an experienced star traveler, had never witnessed before. Before Ji Wushuang and Barbarossa could react, the head of the black starship suddenly flashed with blue light. There were no signs of weaponry being fired, yet the 7 or 8 class starships before them were instantly torn to shreds. What kind of monster is this? Barbarossa cursed angrily. The scene before him had completely exceeded his comprehension. Ji Wushuang quickly attempted to initiate a curved jump, but the starship was firmly locked onto by the enemy. In the realm of starships, once locked onto one was as immobile as if struck by a pressure point. Of photons were silent, and the wormhole could not be opened. Don't just stand there, counterattack. Barbarossa roared, taking the lead and issuing the attack command. The remaining dozen class starships unleashed their full firepower with hundreds of missiles mixed with photon cannons surging like a raging torrent towards that triangular starship. Such firepower would likely be difficult for even a class starship shields to withstand. However, whether it could inflict even a trace of damage on this unknown black giant ship remained uncertain. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, the black, triangular starship stood unscathed amidst the stars like an invincible warrior clad in black armor. Its shield shimmered like a gem polished by time, radiating a mysterious and alluring glow under the starlight. This is definitely not a starship made by humans. Ji Wuxuang's eyes revealed deep shock. Where on earth does it come from? Could it be the legendary extraterrestrial civilization? Hearing this, Barbarossa's heart stirred. He widened his eyes, seemingly trying to peer into the secrets of this starship. This star region was originally meant to be the battleground for the Phantom Starship Fleet and the Xiaolong Starship Fleet, but at this moment, it had become the domain of this black starship. The two elite starship fleets had likely been completely annihilated under this mysterious power, becoming the lost souls of this star region. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Ji Wuxuang's spine, and he couldn't help but shudder. I cannot die, I cannot perish in such an unclear manner. Ji Wuxuang silently recited in his heart. The images of Li Weiner and Yi surfaced in his mind. He knew that if he truly died, here Li Weiner and Yi's future would become exceedingly difficult. He could not let such a thing happen. Suddenly, Ji Wuxuang noticed that the tail of the black starship seemed not to have completely exited the black hole. This discovery lit up his eyes. He realized this might be a breakthrough. Barbarossa, stop attacking the starship itself. Let's attack that black hole. Ji Wuxuang shouted loudly. After saying this, he unhesitatingly redirected the starship's firepower, aiming all weapon systems at the black hole. The other starships responded in kind. In an instant, the black hole became the target of everyone's fire. Under the fierce assault, the black hole seemed to suffer a heavy blow, beginning to shrink rapidly. The black starship clearly sensed the crisis that began to accelerate its retreat, trying to escape back into the black hole. However, everything came too late. When the black hole shrank to a certain extent, the tail of the black starship got stuck at the edge of the black hole. Amid everyone's assault, the black hole finally collapsed, severing the tail of the black starship. The scene was like a sharp laser cutting through a thin sheet of paper, smooth and delicate, showing no mercy. However, just as everyone thought victory was at hand, the head of the black starship emitted blue light again. In an instant, the dozen or so class starships before them exploded into fragments in the blue light. The starry expanse fell silent once more, leaving only Ji Wuxuang's merchant-class starship and Barbarossa's class starship surviving. After this battle, whenever the incident was mentioned, Barbarossa would instantly fall silent. The endless fear left him unable to extricate himself. He knew that his survival this time was purely by chance. Ji God, are we still alive? Barbarossa's voice trembled slightly. Yes, old Sa, we are still alive. Damn it, this is unbelievable. What on earth is that thing? I may be a ragtag army, but I've got a whole starship fleet behind me, and just like that it's gone. Barbarossa cursed. Old Sa, stop worrying about that. Let's retreat. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay, Ji Wuxuang reminded. You're right, Ji God. Let's keep our contact to a minimum for now. After saying this, Barbarossa directly initiated a curved jump, vanishing from sight. Ji Wuxuang used the mechanical claws to collect some important starship configurations, especially that broken piece of the black starship. He knew that although this trip had been perilous, it could not be in vain. Having walked through the gates of hell, he wouldn't mind one last shudder. Meanwhile, viewers on the home planet noticed that Ji Wuxuang's broadcasting station had gone black. It had been offline for a while. Why did the weekly broadcast stop? Discussions erupted in the broadcasting room. Did something happen to Ji God? Don't jump to conclusions. Ji God will be fine. Wow, your Ji God has already perished gloriously. Shut up with your nonsense. Get lost from the broadcasting room, little brat. All the gloriously fallen starship officers have gone black. No way. Could it be that the little brat's curse really came true? Don't listen to the little brat's rumors. The officials will give a clear notice about the starship officers who have died gloriously. But if you look closely, this broadcasting room has no explanation at all. Meanwhile, Li Weiner and Yi's residence welcomed an unexpected guest. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yi asked through the door. We are from the Hanlong Empire Interstellar Intelligence Department. Oh, please come with us, miss. Li Weiner and her daughter. What is this about? Li Weiner opened the door. Although she had started gene repair, her complexion was still quite poor. Ms. Li Weiner, your husband Ji Wuxuang is suspected of treason and has been placed on the interstellar wanted list. We need you and your daughter to assist us with the investigation. Ji Wuxuang never expected that this incident with the Swan constellation would make her the target of public criticism. After a series of parabolic jumps, she finally returned to the star system where planet X-896 is located. Ji Wushuang received a voice message from Michael Polo. Where are you? On my way back. How long until you arrive? Soon, just a few minutes. Alright, see you then. Ji Wushuang instinctively approached the planet slowly from its vicinity. This was to avoid drawing attention to her relationship with old Michael. However, this time the green dots flickering in the warning system caused Ji Wushuang's brow to furrow. There were at least 100 starships near planet X-896. This was certainly not the quiet X-896 she was used to. Ji Wushuang gently touched the screen, and the image gradually magnified. Indeed, each of those ships belonged to the Empire of Hegemony. Since Ji Wushuang could detect them, she naturally could not escape being detected in return. Dozens of starships had already turned their bows towards Ji Wushuang, racing towards her. She understood instantly without needing to think much. Old Michael sold her out. Given old Michael's temperament, when had he ever cared about her whereabouts or when she would return? It was clear he was just fishing for information. The only thing she couldn't understand was why the Empire of Hegemony wanted to capture her. There was no time to think further. If she delayed even a few more seconds, she would likely be locked on by them. If it came to that, she would probably be at their mercy. She had no choice but to execute another parabolic jump to escape the encirclement. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. At least half of the starships followed Ji Wushuang in the jump. The coordinates Ji Wushuang randomly chose had just emerged from the wormhole. Dozens of starships followed closely behind her. The reason why the Starship universe is hailed as humanity's second evolution is that here humanity has realized truths that were previously unrecognized. In the Starship universe, everything can be understood as photons. Starships are essentially composed of countless photons. The universe itself is made up of even more photons. Wormhole jumps simply involve transferring a bunch of photons from one end of the wormhole to the other. Thus, following a jump means locking onto any one of the target photons, allowing for the jump to be completed. Therefore, if Ji Wushuang wanted to shake off so many starships from the Empire of Hegemony, there was only one method. That was to jump continuously. Ji Wushuang instantly executed another parabolic jump. As expected this time, she shook off half of the pursuers. Before her pursuers could follow again, Ji Wushuang vanished from their sight. However, even so, over 10 starships remained tightly behind her. After Ji Wushuang made 5 consecutive jumps, only 2 starships were left behind her. 2-class battleships equivalent to the Hanlong Empire's Han-class starships flanked Ji Wushuang on either side. Not to mention, even a single-class battleship was utterly beyond Ji Wushuang's capability to contend with. The disparity in defensive systems was enormous, and the attack systems were worlds apart. Class E-class and Class starships have attack systems with only 48 missiles and 48 photon cannons. However, upon reaching Class and a class directly evolved to 96 missiles and 96 photon cannons. Moreover, the attack speed and power had already multiplied several times. If a battle were to break out, it would take less than a round. Ji Wushuang, along with her merchant-class starship, would be blown to pieces. Ji Wushuang attempted to execute a 6th parabolic acceleration. However, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. The power source was no longer sufficient to support parabolic jumps. In the Starship universe, all starships utilize mysterious energy as power. A single unit of krypton energy can sustain a merchant-class starship for tens of millions of kilometers, allowing for hundreds of parabolic jumps. Typically, any mining source in interstellar space can be replenished at any time. It is truly inexhaustible. However, since Ji Wushuang re-entered interstellar space, she had not replenished her power source even once. Now, at this critical moment of being pursued from both sides, her power source had failed her. Damn it! Ji Wushuang cursed vehemently. She fixed her gaze on the 2 starships of the Empire of Hegemony in the virtual screen, while her mind raced, trying to think of every possible way to survive. But the conclusion was basically the same: there was no chance of winning. Hanlong Empire, Ji Wushuang. You are surrounded by us, ha 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 ha. A mocking laughter came from the communicator. Hey John, get serious. After all, the opponent is just a merchant-class starship. Ha 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 ha. Another voice chimed in teasingly. Hee hee, yes Jimmy. We should be serious. Ji Wushuang, open your teleportation system, we need to match with you. Ji Wushuang understood that once she opened the teleportation system, she would be instantly transported onto their starship, and at that point she would be left with no choice but to surrender. Listen, are you not afraid of igniting a war between our 2 nations by attacking the Hanlong Empire's starship officer? Ji Wushuang could only try to buy some time. Kid, listen up. If it weren't for you, we would still be vacationing in the Western Star System. The war has already begun. Open the teleportation system, it'll give you 10 seconds. What? The war has already started. Could it be that the Empire of Hegemony declared war on the Hanlong Empire? Were they a fleet that teleported from the Western Star System? Had the Empire of Hegemony already brought the fleet from the West? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Before Ji Wushuang could react, they opened fire. Ji Wushuang felt the starship shake violently. Alarms blared continuously inside the starship. The defensive shields were directly blasted apart. Ji Wushuang glanced at the status of the starship's core control system. Defensive system 0, power system 2, weapon system 0, warning system 78. Good heavens, just one shot from them, and her starship had basically lost its ability to resist. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. Oh God. Jimmy, are you crazy? If you just slightly miss, it's over. You don't trust me. I'm the shooting champion of our entire fleet, and even the whole Western theater. Make sure the commander survives, don't mess this up. Ji Wushuang listened to the two casually discussing her fate over the communicator. At that moment, she truly hated her low level, otherwise she would have dragged someone down with her. Hey, Ji Wushuang, are you still alive? If you do this, the Hanlong Empire fleet won't let you go. Do you not understand the situation? We are saving you. If you fall into the hands of the Hanlong fleet, it would be worse than death. Save me. I, a dignified officer of the Hanlong Empire's starship, need you to rescue me from the Hanlong Empire. I truly thank your ancestors for 8 generations. You might not know yet, but because of you the entire Hanlong Empire's Xiaolong Starship Corps has been annihilated. You have already been classified as a traitorous starship officer by the Hanlong Empire. Although Ji Wushuang had already guessed the plight of Xiaolong, hearing this news from the officer of the Imei Empire's starship was still shocking. Ji Wushuang could hardly contain the anger and grief within him. Nonsense. How could the Xiaolong Starship Corps be completely wiped out? I have not betrayed my country. John, stop wasting time with him. Listen, Ji Wushuang. We are not interested in you. We are interested in the military achievements we can gain after capturing you. You have one last chance. If you do not open the teleportation portal now, I will dismantle your starship piece by piece right in front of you, and then capture you with mechanical claws. Ji Wushuang sighed. His starship was practically defenseless now. Even if he used the oracle to repair it, he could not escape the lock-on. He still could not withstand the opponent's attack. But even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of escape, Ji Wushuang would not sit idly by. Ji Wushuang's mind was in turmoil. He could not understand how things had escalated to this point. The Xiaolong and the Phantom, the two great starship corps of the Hanlong and Imei empires, had been annihilated overnight. Not only was he being pursued and intercepted by the Imei Empire's starship corps with the intention of capturing him alive, but even his own motherland Hanlong had labeled him a traitor. If it were not for Li Weiner and Ye Ji Wushuang would have charged his merchant-class starship headlong into battle for a mutual destruction. He showed no reaction. A photon cannon fired again from the Imei Empire's flagship. This time it did not aim at Ji Wushuang, but passed by one side of his starship. The shockwave from the photon cannon tore away a large section of the merchant-class starship's outer deck. Laughter from 2 Imei soldiers echoed through the communication system. Immediately afterward, another shot came. The powerful shockwave made Ji Wushuang's starship tremble 3 times, and countless decks were reduced to fragments. Images of Li Weiner and Yi flashed in Ji Wushuang's mind. The children's innocence and Li Weiner's tenderness made him unable to hold back his tears. I'm sorry, Weiner, I'm sorry, Yi. If I am captured alive today, the charges of treason will be solidified against me. You will be implicated for life. So, don't blame me. Ji Wushuang's eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, he had made up his mind. He pushed his fingers forward on the virtual screen. The battered merchant-class starship began to slowly advance toward the Imei flagship. Ji Wushuang, surrender now, and you won't have to watch your starship suffer damage. Come back with me, and who knows, you might still make a decent position in the future. Ji Wushuang snorted coldly. There was still one last chance, the oracle. He could utilize the opponent's lack of understanding of him combined with their desire to capture him alive. Quickly use the oracle to repair the starship, then execute a slingshot jump to shake off the pursuers. However, all of this would take at least 5 seconds. Even if he was not hit again within these 5 seconds, he still needed to avoid being tailed by the opponent. But the biggest problem now was that he was already locked on by the enemy. This had reduced the already low success probability of 20% to nearly 0. Therefore, Ji Wushuang had already thought it through. If he couldn't escape, he would choose to perish together. The starships of the Hanlong Empire could die in battle, but they would never surrender. 30 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Closer and closer. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the communication system. Ji Wushuang, stop. Quickly open your transmission system. Otherwise, we will fire. My transmission system is severely damaged and has no response. Ji Wushuang, don't play tricks. I know what you're thinking. If you don't stop now, I will destroy you immediately. Who dares? My Hanlong Empire's starship is not something you foreign powers can dictate. A familiar voice came from the communication system. Ji Wushuang was taken aback. It was Yang Xiao's voice. Sure enough, a Tang-class battleship emerged from the nebula behind. This was equivalent to an S-class starship. The two A-class main ships of the Imei Empire immediately took evasive action. Both sides opened fire. Ji Wushuang was extremely excited. He could not believe that Yang Xiao was still alive. Ji Wushuang, don't let me catch you. Yang Xiao maneuvered the Tang-class battleship to withstand the attacks from both enemy ships. Dozens of missiles directly blasted away the shields of the enemy starship. Ji Wushuang suddenly understood something. Yang Xiao was letting him escape. Once he finished dealing with the enemy starship, or if reinforcements arrived, he would have no more chances. Watching Yang Xiao attract all the enemy's attention beside him, Ji Wushuang understood this was his last chance to escape. He decisively activated the Oracle, and the battered merchant-class starship glimmered with a silvery sheen. 2 seconds later, the starship showed no changes. Ji Wushuang was stunned. Why had his Oracle malfunctioned? It only increased the energy a little, just enough for a slingshot jump. Without thinking too much, he randomly pulled up a remote corner of a star system on the screen. Ji Wushuang shouted, "Colonel, take care. I can't assist you, nor will I drag you down." With a light touch, he executed the slingshot jump and disappeared into the wormhole. Ji Wushuang was not mistaken. Yang Xiao had indeed deliberately let him escape. Yang Xiao truly could not help him at this moment. He would only be a hindrance. What exactly happened in the Swan Star system? Yang Xiao was unclear as the highest commander of the only starship corps in the eastern theater of the Hanlong Empire. His duty did not allow him to directly engage in battle. Thus later the entire starship corps was annihilated, with only Zhong Rao's merchant-class starship managing to return. Zhong Rao said it was a trap and the enemy had ambushed them in advance. Everyone fell silent. The Xiaolong initially sent out 10 Sentinel ships to scout, and only after confirming it was safe did the entire starship corps enter for a search. As a result, the enemy suddenly appeared. The two sides fought until the last moment. Ultimately, the Xiaolong was overwhelmed and annihilated. Zhong Rao was the only Xiaolong starship to escape under the cover of others. Zhong Rao firmly believed that there was someone who had betrayed the country, providing false information that led to this outcome. Although Yang Xiao absolutely did not believe Ji Wushuang had betrayed the country, the matter was serious, and he could only report it to the Hanlong Empire's starship headquarters. The headquarters gave instructions to declare Ji Wushuang a traitor. He was to be captured alive. If he resisted, he could be destroyed immediately. Yang Xiao sighed, and after easily repelling the two enemy main ships, did not pursue further. After all, the strength of the Hanlong Empire in the entire Eastern Theater was almost non-existent now. Ji Wushuang, what exactly happened in the Swan Star system? You must give me a reasonable explanation. When Ji Wushuang emerged from the wormhole, the entire starship was on the verge of falling apart. The boundless darkness of the galaxy deepened Ji Wushuang's sense of despair. With his reputation gone, comrades lost, and even his own talents vanished, Ji Wushuang found himself utterly perplexed by the ineffectiveness of the divine decree. Now was not the time to ponder these matters. Ji Wushuang needed to quickly find a shelter to recuperate. The entire cosmic expanse was searching for him. Such a blind course of action could easily lead to encountering enemies again. Ji Wushuang activated the warning system, carefully scanning the star system. Currently, he found himself in the Gamma Z star system, a realm of death. Initially, humanity had explored this area, but it contained no stars, and thus no light. All the planets were extremely frigid, steeped in silence. Ji Wushuang spotted a small planet not far from his location. Ji Wushuang decided to dock there temporarily. Indeed, the entire planet resembled an ice cave. The temperature plummeting below 300 degrees made the already damaged starship even more precarious. After a hard-fought landing, Ji Wushuang was utterly exhausted, and the tension that had gripped him finally eased. He shut down all systems and entered a state of silence. The starship could shield him from all dangers. Like a fortress, it allowed Ji Wushuang to temporarily forget his troubles and enjoy a good sleep. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Ji Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. The warning system emitted a series of beeping alarms. This sound indicated that the warning system had automatically awakened in response to danger. Ji Wushuang hurriedly summoned the virtual screen and saw a green dot on the display rippling in waves. It appeared that something was continuously drawing energy from this planet. The location of the green dot was precisely where Ji Wushuang's starship had landed. Holy cow! His starship was automatically absorbing energy from the planet's core. How could this be possible? For over a decade traversing the starship universe, Ji Wushuang had never heard of such a function in starships. Unable to resist, he carefully examined his merchant-class starship. The energy source was located in the core. It continuously passed through the entire mantle before entering the tail of his starship. The tail of the starship was the cargo hold. Inside the cargo hold lay a jumble of starship device wreckage. And there was also that mysterious black triangle that had fallen from an alien starship. Ji Wushuang quickly straightened up. He lightly tapped the screen, and the system initiated an automatic search. Energy was continuously flowing into this mysterious black triangle. Could it be that this alien starship wreckage had the ability to absorb energy? Ji Wuxuang hurried to the cargo hold. The merchant-class starship was a full 300 meters long. Apart from the control room, there was the massive power system. Lastly, there was the cargo hold, over 20 meters long. The cargo door opened. Ji Wuxuang saw a chaotic pile of wreckage components in the cargo hold. He used the mini wristband on his wrist to bring up the operation interface. He began to manipulate the mechanical arm to gather the wreckage one by one. Finally, in the deepest part, he caught sight of a flickering green light pulsing rhythmically. It was the 7 to 8 meter long triangle. Ji Wuxuang used the mechanical arm to lift this mysterious black triangle in front of him. He observed it closely. The alien starship wreckage appeared to be made of material completely different from what humanity currently used. Through system analysis, it was determined to be a material never recorded in human databases. Its molecular structure indicated it possessed greater tensile strength and resilience. At the same time, it exhibited a stronger binding ability. This implied that alien starships had enhanced impact resistance. Ji Wuxuang boldly speculated that it might possess self-repair capabilities. Ji Wuxuang scrutinized the image displayed on the monitor. The surface of this wreckage appeared to have a faint layer of something, so minuscule that he couldn't help but zoom in over 100 times for a closer look. Ji Wuxuang found his eyes widening in disbelief. The surface of this wreckage actually had a layer of delicate scales. Dense and neatly arranged, it resembled a layer of armor. Even more remarkably, these scales seemed alive as they moved rhythmically back and forth. Though slight, it was vividly captured under the high-definition lens of the mechanical arm. It resembled the slow and gentle breathing of an infant. Unable to resist, Ji Wuxuang gently touched it. The scales seemed to shy away, all bowing down. But the next moment, the scales seemed to become agitated. They suddenly turned extremely sharp, standing erect like the spears of soldiers. Ji Wuxuang bit down hard with his back teeth. He nearly cried out in pain, quickly withdrawing his hand. Several drops of blood had already dripped onto it. It seemed the mysterious black triangle had encountered some kind of nemesis. It began to twist back and forth as if resisting something. The mechanical arm followed suit, moving incessantly. Under extreme struggle, the black triangle curled into a sphere, gradually shrinking to the size of a fist. While allowing the intelligent robot to clean his wound, Ji Wuxuang carefully observed this fist-sized sphere on the screen. The surface of the sphere began to change colors continuously. It shifted from deep black to dark green, then slowly to emerald green. Finally, it transformed into silver, glinting occasionally. At this moment, the sphere steadied, no longer displaying that earlier restlessness. Upon closer inspection, the layers of scales seemed to have regained vitality, rhythmically undulating. The silver sheen emanated from the orderly movements of these scales, as if beckoning Ji Wuxuang. He couldn't help but slowly reach out his hand again. He gently stroked the sphere. The scales became even more joyful. Ji Wuxuang softly placed his hand upon it. The sphere gradually flattened. Slowly, Ji Wuxuang pressed his entire hand against it. The silver sphere began to envelop Ji Wuxuang's hand like a liquid. Ji Wuxuang withdrew the mechanical arm. The silver sphere floated beside him like an obedient servant. What exactly was this, a living being or a coal machine? Ji Wuxuang could not discern at that moment. He slowly turned, and the silver sphere followed him closely, until he returned to the control room. Ji Wuxuang glanced at the control system. The starship's power source was fully charged. My God, it was no longer absorbing energy, but the entire starship was. In other words, had it merged with the starship. Ji Wuxuang quickly tapped on the screen, initiating a scan of the planet's core. After several minutes, the system had a response. The core of this planet contained a vast amount of mysterious power, approximately 15000 krypton units. Ji Wuxuang gasped in astonishment. Such a wealth of mysterious power equated to an 8th-level star mine. The mysterious power is an indispensable substance for survival in the Starship universe. It serves as both energy and a necessity for evolution, and can also function as currency. Humans first discovered the mysterious power in the Starship universe within a small asteroid belt. The crystalline, or seemed to envelop some liquid within. Pure mysterious power can only be obtained through refining. Later, people found the sources of mysterious power in the Starship universe. Based on the total reserves of mysterious power, the sources were divided into 9 levels. Level 1 source has a reserve of 1000 Ku. Level 2 source has a reserve of 4000 Ku. Level 3 source has a reserve of 8000 Ku. Level 4 source has a reserve of 16,000 Ku. Level 5 source has a reserve of 30,000 Ku. Level 6 source has a reserve of 60,000 Ku. Level 7 source has a reserve of 100,000 Ku. Level 8 source has a reserve of 150,000 Ku. A level 9 source has a reserve of 500,000 Ku. The core of this planet surprisingly has a reserve of 150,000 Ku, making it an 8th level source. Unfortunately, my starship cannot be restored for the time being. Otherwise, it would be perfect to take this opportunity to hide here and mine. What Jiang Wushuang never expected was that with just a casual punch, the silver sphere in front of her transformed into a clenched fist. It slammed down hard as well. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? It can actually mimic me. Jiang Wushuang extended her right hand, spreading her fingers and waving them in the air. The silver fist also transformed into a palm in front of her, the 5 fingers clearly visible and continuously waving. Jiang Wushuang pointed a finger and waved it in front of her. The silver fist imitated her, also waving. Then she extended her middle finger and gently poked one of her nostrils. The silver fist also extended its middle finger and suddenly jabbed at Jiang Wushuang's other nostril. What the? Jiang Wushuang jumped in surprise. What use is this thing? Just as she was puzzled, the system prompted. The collection of mysterious power is complete and can evolve. What? It can evolve. Jiang Wushuang hurriedly sat at the control panel, scrolling through the virtual touchscreen. Originally, her starship's storage only had less than 5,500 Ku of mysterious power. Now it has already reached 12,000 Ku. Looking back at the timeline from the emergency landing on this planet to now, it hasn't even been 24 hours. Unknowingly, she absorbed 6,500 Ku of mysterious power from the core. The speed is simply astonishing. The mining speed of an F-class starship is about 5 Ku per hour. The mining speed of an E-class starship is about 10 Ku per hour. The mining speed of a class starship is about 20 Ku per hour. Roughly calculated, her starship's mining speed during this time is close to 300 Ku per hour. It has already surpassed the mining speed of a Tang-class starship, which is 160 Ku per hour, and is approaching the mining speed of a Song-class starship, which is 320 Ku per hour. Could it be that? Jiang Wushuang once again turned her gaze to the silver sphere floating not far away. This truly is a path that heaven has not closed off. Although she still does not know what this silver sphere is all about, she unexpectedly gained the ability to mine mysterious power quickly. The ability to evolve is the best thing for Jiang Wushuang. After all, in the interstellar universe, strength determines everything. The higher the level of starship evolution, the greater the chance of survival. Thinking back to yesterday, when 2 main ships easily toyed with her, she was instantly filled with rage. Never mind. Let's evolve first. Jiang Wushuang directly clicked to evolve. In an instant, the entire starship was renewed from the inside out. The total length of the starship has approached 500 meters. Such a massive starship is entirely controlled by Jiang Wushuang alone. The combination of humans and starship depends entirely on the officer's experience and strength. This is not difficult for Jiang Wushuang, as she operated a Tang-class battleship in her previous life. Jiang Wushuang brought up the control system interface. She carefully examined the configuration of her class starship. Power device 6 caliber Ku power W 8000 jet engine class, weapon system 48 tracking armor-piercing missiles, 488 caliber photon cannons class defense system. Warning system warning range 2. 4 light years locking tracking warning 0. 5 light years class load capacity, 6,000 kg class comprehensive assessment combat power. Class starship. Next evolution to a Qin-class frigate requires 48,000 Ku of mysterious power. Military merit must reach lieutenant to evolve. Jiang Wushuang understood the attack system warning system power system and even the next evolution, but she couldn't figure out why the defense system received a question mark evaluation. What does this question mark mean? Is it unable to measure the defense power? Or is the equipment incompatible? Jiang Wushuang couldn't figure it out for the time being. She couldn't determine her overall combat power due to the defense system, but evolving from a commercial starship to a class starship granted 6 evolution points. Jiang Wushuang closed her eyes and contemplated. She allocated all points to defense. This consideration was made after careful deliberation. Even if the defense system is not powerful, these 6 evolution points can make up for it. No matter how bad it is, it shouldn't be worse than a commercial starship. As for her power and warning systems, she would not increase them for now, as it would not have a significant impact at this stage. As for the attack system, she still has a hidden treasure. A secondary attack system blueprint was opened from the blue relic box. It requires an additional 12,000 Ku of mysterious power to evolve. With the current mining speed, it would only take 2 days. By then, the attack power would double. Therefore, this is the most thorough allocation plan. The mysterious power needed for the next evolution can be completely mined in 4 to 5 days. However, the next evolution still requires military merit. This is what troubles Jiang Wushuang the most at this stage. If she is truly labeled a traitor by her motherland, all her military merit will be stripped away. In the future, there will be no more military merit. Unless recruited by the starship group of another country, that way she might be able to survive for a while in the interstellar universe. But what about Li Weiner? What about Yiya? How will they survive in the real world? Jiang Wushuang sighed deeply. She must never betray her country. Even if she dies, she must wash away the infamy of being a traitor. Not just for herself, but to be a decent person for her wife and daughter. A sharp cold light shot from Jiang Wushuang's eyes. She vowed to see through the endless darkness. Ji Wushuang pondered carefully. At this stage, this planet was the best sanctuary for her. The ship was equipped with a small food synthesizer capable of providing her with sustenance and water for a long time. There was also an abundance of mysterious power here. Located in a dead star system, it was highly unlikely that anyone would track her down. To clear her name as a traitor, she first needed to evolve herself to the utmost. Ji Wushuang decided to head to the planet's extreme point, the shallowest part of its mantle. Absorbing the mysterious power would be much faster there. Ji Wushuang lightly touched the screen. The ship's system had already detected the location of the planet's extreme point. The starship slowly powered up, and after ascending several hundred meters, began its journey towards the target. The exterior of the starship was as dark as ink, and Ji Wushuang could only see the virtual image of the planet through the ship's infrared imaging device. Suddenly, the system emitted a beeping sound. Strangely, a distress signal was received on the system. The signal was weak, but it was undeniably human. It was truly bizarre. In such a remote and starless system, was there really anyone else besides her? Ji Wushuang maneuvered the starship towards the source of the signal. In just over 10 minutes, she arrived above the signal source. In such a frigid environment, the onboard reconnaissance equipment could not function properly. Ji Wushuang had no choice but to use the ship's scanner to begin a kilometer-by-kilometer scan. The terrain here was a maze of ravines and cliffs. Countless sharp stones towered several meters high, with dark crevices forming in between. Finally, nestled between 5 pointed stones, a tiny lifeboat was stuck. Originally, a circle of signal transmitters surrounded it, but only one light was still flickering occasionally. It seemed that the severe cold had damaged most of the signal transmitters in the lifeboat. Ji Wushuang directly deployed a mechanical claw to firmly grasp the lifeboat, slowly retracting it into the starship. At the same time, she arranged for the medical bay to dock. She quickly isolated the entire lifeboat and all the devices on the man inside to prevent the distress signal from continuing to attract others. Judging from the man's uniform, he was clearly an officer of the Hegemony Empire starship. He didn't even have a military rank. Although they belonged to different factions, Ji Wushuang could not stand by and watch him die. There was another reason Ji Wushuang found it hard not to lend a helping hand. The man had yellow skin and black hair. Perhaps he had Hanlong blood. Ji Wushuang was very familiar with such lifeboats. In the vast universe of starships, a lifeboat was the last chance for escape. However, when it was truly needed most of the time, it was a critical moment of life and death. If a starship was destroyed, even entering a lifeboat would be difficult to escape the enemy's attack. Even if one were lucky enough to escape in a lifeboat, the chances of survival were quite low. The universe was too vast, and unpredictable dangers could even challenge formal starships at times, let alone the fragile lifeboat. Once entering a lifeboat, one would be injected with deep sleep medication, plunging the person into a state of deep slumber. Unless rescued again, it was nearly akin to death. Ji Wushuang decided to awaken him. After the mechanical doctor in the medical bay performed a series of operations, the man suddenly opened his eyes wide. He shouted and struggled continuously, mumbling incoherently in various languages. Ji Wushuang stepped forward and opened the medical bay. She grabbed him by the collar and slapped him twice. "Shut up." The man gasped heavily, but the panic in his eyes gradually stabilized. He began to slowly shift his gaze from Ji Wushuang to his surroundings. "Where am I?" "In my starship." "Can you speak our Hanlong language?" "I have half Hanlong blood." "Then you could be considered half a traitor." The man did not respond to Ji Wushuang's words, but quickly raised his hand to check his wrist. The mini bracelet on his wrist had long been removed and isolated by Ji Wushuang. "Where's my bracelet?" "I'm afraid you won't be able to use it for a while." "So am I your prisoner?" "Not entirely, it depends on your behavior." "May I ask what time it is now?" Ji Wushuang used her bracelet to display the timeline. The man glanced at it and muttered that so much time had passed it was too late. "Please contact the Hegemony Empire as soon as possible. Just say that Stephen Lee has been captured by you." Ji Wushuang smiled. "You don't want to live, but I want to live. If I contact the Hegemony Empire, wouldn't that be seeking death?" No, as long as you tell them I'm in your hands, they will surely meet all your demands. "So you must be quite important to them. Who exactly are you?" "My name is Stephen Lee." Ji Wushuang shook her head. She had heard of Stephen Curie and Bruce Lee, but she had never heard of Stephen Lee. Perhaps he realized that if he didn't reveal some key information, Ji Wushuang wouldn't help him. Stephen Lee continued, "I am a quantum physicist. I am not an ordinary starship officer. I came to the starship universe to study the connection between the starship universe and our universe." Suddenly Ji Wushuang recalled what old Mike had once mentioned to her. One of humanity's top quantum physicists had already awakened their bloodline, and he had been sent into the Starship universe by the Hegemony Empire to develop the latest evolution model for human starships. Yang Xiao's mission for her was probably also related to this physicist's latest evolution model. Could it be this seemingly clumsy, bespectacled man before her? You were sent by the Hegemony Empire to study starship evolution. Yes, oh no, not at all. Stephen Lee was about to nod, but quickly waved his hand. The so-called starship evolution is merely a one-sided wish of the military, who I only agreed with them to receive special care from the starship headquarters. In reality, I want to research the quantum entanglement relationship between the starship universe and our real universe. Ever since we solved the Schrodinger's cat dilemma that had plagued humanity for thousands of years, our next target has been the advanced version, though mass little train problem. Stop, stop, stop. Ji Wushuang's head buzzed as if a fly had flown in. Can you speak plainly? Make it simple and clear. I ask you answer. Stephen Lee nodded. Some time ago were you with the Phantom Starship fleet in the Swan constellation? Yes. Later did you enter a silent state and ambush the Hanlong Empire's starship fleet? These were Ji Wushuang's assumptions, wanting to confirm her guesses with Stephen Lee. A yes, no, not at all. Is it or isn't it? We did enter a silent state, but it wasn't because of the Hanlong Empire's starship fleet. Is it not because of the Hanlong starship fleet? Yes, we were originally conducting a top-secret experiment in the Swan Galaxy. Suddenly, the general ordered us all to remain silent. As a result, what happened as a result? A massive alien starship emerged from the wormhole. Ji Wushuang's pupils widened in an instant. Is it a starship composed of several triangular shapes? Indeed. Stephen Lee did not notice the change in Ji Wushuang's expression. This is a starship we've never seen before. If our silence was utterly ineffective, it fired first, and in an instant the ghost starship fleet suffered heavy losses. Ji Wushuang could imagine the scene at that time as she had witnessed its firepower. It completely overwhelmed the current human starships. Then what about the Xiaolong starship fleet from the Hanlong Empire? They arrived as reinforcements after the battle commenced. Reinforcements? Ji Wushuang could hardly believe Stephen Lee's statement. It is indeed the case. The Xiaolong starship fleet did not fire upon us, and we jointly attacked that alien starship. But the result was the same. Looking at Stephen Lee's despondent eyes, Ji Wushuang understood. The Xiaolong had originally gone to scout the ghost based on the intelligence she provided. What transpired was no longer a competition between nations. It was a confrontation between humanity and aliens. As humans, it was impossible to watch their race be slaughtered. But the alien starships were simply too powerful. We unleashed all our firepower with at least 200 starships firing together, yet the opponent was almost unscathed. It was as if they merely toyed with us, and our two starship fleets were completely obliterated. So how did you survive? The incident occurred suddenly. The ghost starship fleet that was supposed to protect me was incredibly strong. But unexpectedly, it collapsed in one battle. In a moment of crisis, General Aiden ordered me to activate the escape pod. I had no choice but to comply. Ji Wushuang nodded, her mind still recalling the horrific scene she had witnessed. The entire starry sky was littered with the wreckage of starships. The pounding heart and the later reappearance of the wormhole were like nightmares that Ji Wushuang could not forget. What experiment are you really conducting? To the military, I claimed it was research on starship evolution, but in reality, I discovered certain mysteries of the starship universe. In simple terms, the starship universe is more like a simulated space of our real universe. In this space, we can evolve, but when we return to the real universe, we cannot evolve. However, previous star battle records had documented instances of alien evolution. This indicates that they can also evolve in the real universe. This has led the physics community to believe that the starship universe is connected to our real universe through a barrier. We just haven't found the correct method to open it yet. So you wanted to try to open the barrier of the starship universe. So that alien starship was actually brought here by you. Is that right? Ji Wushuang stepped forward and grabbed Stephen Lee by the collar. Before her were the wreckages of starships and the faces of comrades she had just met and was not yet familiar with. You truly are something else. You haven't even found the entrance to the barrier, yet the alien starship has already arrived. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. But what's more important now is that the aliens have discovered the secret of freely entering and exiting our starship universe, and they can enter at any time and anywhere. Moreover, they appear to have evolved. Their current strength completely overwhelms us. If we don't quickly send this message out, the destruction of humanity could happen at any moment. Damn! Ji Wushuang pushed Stephen Lee away. She slammed her hand against the wall. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Ji Wushuang did not expect such a causal relationship behind this matter, nor did she anticipate that the aliens would return so quickly. In her previous life, she had roamed the Starship universe for over a decade without any news of aliens. Perhaps it was her reincarnation into the Starship universe that inadvertently altered the trajectory of events. Now it truly felt uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Looking back, Stephen Lee was already staring blankly ahead. Following Stephen Lee's gaze, he was captivated by the silver sphere above Ji Wushuang's head. In a moment of impulse, Ji Wushuang had turned the sphere into a fist and smashed it against the wall. What is this? Oh, it's my mechanical pet. Ji Wushuang did not want him to know that she had obtained a wreck from the aliens. Dr. Lee, I'm afraid I have to trouble you for a few more days. A few days? Do you know that just a few minutes could change the fate of all humanity? I only know that without me you might never return to the Starship in your lifetime. Having said that, Ji Wushuang directly shoved Stephen Lee into the medical room. Mechanical claws immediately restrained him on the medical bed. What are you doing? Why are you trapping me? I'm sorry, Dr. Lee. Please call me Professor Lee. My students are the ones who are doctors. Ji Wushuang smiled, not expecting this bookworm to be so particular about titles. Oldly, you may not yet know the current situation. The Hegemony Empire has already declared war on the Hanlong Empire. Given your current identity, it's better for you to stay put. Stephen Lee looked puzzled. Declare war? Why would they declare war on your Hanlong Empire? Perhaps they believe the Xiaolong Starship fleet ambushed the Ghost Starship fleet. The Starship headquarters are a bunch of fools. At this time, they should be uniting together. Take me to the Hegemony Empire's Starship headquarters, and I'll explain it to them properly. Ji Wushuang did not waste any more words with him and directly closed the medical room's door. Even if what Stephen Lee said was true, they needed to fully excavate the mysterious power before leaving. If they did not evolve the weapon systems, completely going out now might result in being surrounded. There might not even be a chance to explain before the battle started. In that case, it would still be themselves suffering the losses. If they were to delay for these 2 days and the aliens attacked, they might at least still have a chance. 2 days would not truly change the situation. Even if they set off immediately, it might still take 2 days to unite all of humanity. Ji Wushuang reached the planet's core and began rapidly gathering mysterious power. The mechanical digger and the silver sphere worked simultaneously with the speed doubled. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang felt someone moving her hand while she was asleep. She jolted awake. The silver sphere above her head was gone. Ji Wushuang cursed inwardly and swiftly rushed to the medical room. In the large medical room, beside the cold mechanical claws, Stephen Lee was facing away from the door, lowering his head and seemingly researching something. Oldly, what are you doing? Ji Wushuang called out coldly from behind. However, Stephen Lee showed no intention of turning around. I never expected that the Hanlong Empire had such technology. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Ji Wushuang felt a sharp pain in her right hand. Quickly covering it with her left hand, she looked down to see a blood hole in her right palm, gushing blood profusely. Looking back at Stephen Lee, he was turning around with a peculiar smile on his face, holding a small silver ball. What did you do? Ji Wushuang pressed her hand against the wound, but blood continued to pour out uncontrollably. In just a few seconds, she felt a bit dizzy. I never expected that you Hanlong have mastered this evolution technology. This is something I have only seen in classified documents, yet you have made it a reality. What are you talking about? How did you break free from the medical bed? Do you really think this mechanical device can trap me? You must think too little of me. Let me introduce myself. I am not just a physicist, but also a senior mechanical engineer and a PhD in biomaterials. Ji Wushuang began to breathe heavily, losing too much blood. At this rate, she would soon go into shock. She quickly pulled up the display screen, wanting to summon the medical robot for treatment. Don't move. Ji Wushuang, you are now my prisoner. He aimed a pulse photon gun at Ji Wushuang. Stephen Lee chuckled coldly. Thank you for saving me. I won't harm you. As long as you pilot the starship to surrender to the Hegemony Empire, I guarantee you will be treated with absolute favor. What nonsense are you spouting? Favor me? Yes, with your current biological evolution technology, you might even make a decent general. Ji Wushuang leaned against the wall and walked to the corner, tearing off a bandage to start bandaging herself. Do you really understand my silver ball? Of course, this is a new evolution technology called bloodline fusion. The starship officers utilize awakened bloodlines to merge with biological materials. Then one's neurons can completely integrate with biological materials, which can directly replace the existing materials of the starship. Stephen Lee spoke with enthusiasm, his eyes revealing a sense of pride. Our Hegemony Empire has tried thousands of biological materials and has never succeeded. I originally thought that previous records were just legends, but I never expected that the Hanlong Empire really succeeded. Now tell me, what kind of material is this? Ji Wushuang shook her head with a smile, thinking to herself that if only she knew what it was. Stephen Lee's words were also the first time she had heard of this. But she still cleared her throat. Ahem, do you know what will happen when this material combines with the Starship officer's bloodline? What will happen? Stephen Lee was genuinely interested in this topic. Ji Wuxuang extended her right hand, freshly bandaged and still oozing blood, towards Stephen Lee. Stephen Lee looked at it, his eyes widening in anticipation of something happening. Ji Wuxuang immediately threw a punch from a distance. The silver ball in Stephen Lee's hand quickly transformed into a fist that struck his chin with a solid hit. A punch landed squarely on Stephen Lee's jaw, causing him to stagger back several steps. Just as he turned back, the silver fist swung again and smashed hard against his cheek. That's enough, Stephen Lee shouted, raising the photon gun directly. Bayou, he fired a shot. At such a close distance, Ji Wuxuang couldn't react at all. She instinctively raised her palm to block it. Little did she expect that the silver ball in front of her would instantly form into a massive protective net. The photon was completely absorbed by the protective net. Stephen Lee was also left dumbfounded. Damn, this is incredible. He had barely finished this sentence before Ji Wuxuang knocked him out with a series of combo punches. When he woke up again, he found himself restrained by iron chains on mechanical claws. Ji Wuxuang, I meant you no harm. I just wanted to contact the Starship headquarters as soon as possible. Ji Wuxuang remained silent, just staring at Stephen Lee. Do you know that if we don't contact headquarters, soon we will be the enemies of all humanity? Seeing that Ji Wuxuang remained unmoved, staring at him with a blank expression, Stephen Lee finally sighed. You don't believe me. I have never believed you. Why should I trust someone who can forget their own ancestors and wears the enemy's uniform? But what I'm saying is true. Even if what you say is true, with the aliens being so powerful, a single starship can easily defeat 2 starship fleets. Why did they just leave? If they can come to the Starship universe at any time, what does it matter if we can't contact headquarters? They could easily come with 10 or 8 starships and wipe us all out. Or maybe they keep making excuses. Do you think we, the Hanlong Empire, don't know your tricks? Stephen Lee fell silent, his eyes beginning to dodge. Ji Wuxuang initially just wanted to bluff him, but seeing his current demeanor, there was definitely something else going on. Speak. What exactly happened to the Xiaolong Starship fleet? Ji Wuxuang shouted. The photon gun in her hand fired. A huge hole was left in the wreckage of the starship behind Stephen Lee, startling him into begging for mercy. We were originally contacting the aliens in secret. We never expected the Xiaolong Starship fleet to arrive suddenly. The aliens thought we were ambushing them. They opened fire immediately. In an instant, the entire star field was thrown into chaos. Their technology indeed crushed us too much. In just a few minutes, it was all over. What kind of deal were you making with the aliens? Stephen Lee hesitated, and the photon gun pressed directly against his chin. The aliens provide us with second-generation evolution technology, and we provide them. What? Humans, the humans on Earth. Bastard. Ji Wuxuang was completely enraged, never expecting the Ameli Empire to be so despicable as to treat their own kind as commodities to trade for the so-called second-generation evolution technology. She had to suppress her anger and extract more information from Stephen Lee. Just for the second-generation evolution technology, you can sell out your own kind. What exactly is this technology? Stephen Lee seemed to understand something. The Hanlong Empire didn't actually have this technology, otherwise the Xiaolong Starship fleet wouldn't have been so easily defeated. How did you come to possess this technology? Right now, I am the one asking you. Ji Wuxuang pressed the photon gun against Stephen's forehead. Let me tell you, I am not a regular soldier of the Hanlong Empire. I don't have such good morals. If you annoy me, I'll just kill you. So will you speak? 3, 2, 1. I said. Stephen Lee had already broken down, hurriedly spilling everything like a torrent of beans. Back when humanity was engaged in interstellar battles against extraterrestrials in the universe, we captured an alien starship log. It took 20 years to decipher it. Inside, it recorded a form of evolutionary technology. According to the records, in the vast universe, there exists a material that is itself a living organism possessing not only extraordinary tensile strength and resilience, but also the ability to merge with special genes. After merging, it can connect with the neural cells of the genetic host, allowing it to change shape freely according to the host's thoughts. If it were to become the material for a starship, it could significantly enhance the starship's power. This evolutionary technology is known as biological material evolution, also referred to as the second-generation evolutionary technology. Unfortunately, we have conducted tens of thousands of experiments on our home planet and have yet to find this biological material. So you thought of contacting the extraterrestrials. Have you forgotten that the aliens almost led us to extinction? Other information obtained from the log indicates that the extraterrestrials have already found the biological material but lack the special genes to merge with it. Our human genes can completely merge with this special material. However, only those with unique bloodlines can do so. This is precisely why the extraterrestrials intend to attack us. They need to select genes from humans with awakened bloodlines, edit them, and merge them into the material to create their starships. You are fully aware of their intentions, yet you still wish to collaborate with them. That is like seeking shelter from a tiger while recognizing the danger. Stephen. Lee remained silent for a moment, giving a sad smile. Do I not understand? Yet we lack the second-generation evolutionary technology. Sooner or later, we will meet our demise. If one day the extraterrestrials truly find a way to enter the Starship universe, even if our hundreds of thousands of starships unite, we would only be able to resist for a few days. When the military high command issued this order, I opposed it and fought against it. But if we want to retain hope for the survival of our race, we must first become strong. What a damn good reason. To seek revenge, one must first send your mother, your son, or someone else to become human blood. What difference is there from historical acts of treason for survival? No, there is still a difference. You are selling out all of humanity. You are even willing to sell your race's bloodline and still have the face to speak of survival. Shut up. Don't you dare come here later claiming to be a professor, physicist, or engineer. You read so many books, yet have lost the most basic sense of humanity. You are nothing but a scum. Listen, well, scum. Stephen. Lee unexpectedly cried. Ji Wuxuang's scathing remarks left Stephen Lee feeling utterly ashamed. Perhaps it was an emotion that had long been suppressed within him suddenly burst forth by Ji Wuxuang. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. Ji Wuxuang was also frustrated and added several mechanical claws to reinforce Stephen's chains. He closed the medical room's door. With anger, he returned to the control room. He glanced at the mining progress. Mysterious Energy had already mined over 600 krypton. With just one more day's work, Ji Wuxuang would gather enough mysterious energy to evolve the secondary attack system. This counted as the only good news. He had no idea what the situation was outside and dared not contact anyone. Ever since old Mike betrayed him, Ji Wuxuang was worried that the Hegemony Empire could directly locate him through the recovery system. He directly deleted the recovery system as well. Calming down, Ji Wuxuang began to strategize. What if Stephen Lee had not deceived him? Now that the Hegemony Empire had mastered a way to contact extraterrestrials, what could be their reason for searching for him? It cannot be said that the extraterrestrials informed the Hegemony Empire of his past presence in the Swan Galaxy, right? Or is it that the Hegemony Empire wants to use this opportunity to create a facade diverting the issue of the Ghost Starship fleet towards the Hanlong Empire, thus declaring war on the Hanlong Empire? If he wants to clear his name as a traitor, Stephen Lee is key. He needs to contact Yang Xiao and hand over Stephen Lee to him. However, he feared he might not have the chance to break through the Hegemony Empire's pursuit. Currently, the entire Eastern Theater is likely under the search of the Hegemony Empire's starships for him. If he were to rashly go out now, the risk would still be substantial. Suddenly, Ji Wuxuang thought of his silver sphere. He involuntarily looked up at the silver sphere. Could it be that he inadvertently achieved an upgrade of the second-generation evolutionary technology? What did Stephen Lee just say? It can change shape freely according to the genetic host's thoughts and could greatly enhance the starship's power. But how to operate it? He recalled the moment when Stephen shot at him. In his mind, he simply wanted to extend his hand to block the photon. Yet the silver sphere formed a defensive net in front of him. Could it really be that simple? Ji Wuxuang immediately straightened up. Imagining countless missiles attacking the front of the starship, he then closed his eyes and suddenly stretched out both hands. A massive protective shield formed around the starship. It shimmered with a silver sheen. It looked extremely imposing, though he wasn't sure how many hits it could withstand. But thinking about the impact resistance of the extraterrestrial triangular starship at that time, it was simply an invulnerable shield. His heart was filled with a bit of anticipation. Even if his merchant-class starship had half the defensive power of the extraterrestrials, it could basically be considered impervious to weapons. He truly wanted to finish mining quickly and take it for a test. He wondered if his current defensive power could also be as unyielding as the alien starships. Ji Wuxuang missed his wife and children immensely. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the Starship universe for over 7 months. Starship officers serving in the Starship universe typically have a chance to return to their home planet only once every 3 years. Or if the home planet were to be attacked again, the starships would exit the Starship universe and return to the real universe. However, there would be no way to return to the Starship universe again. This is the particle barrier between the Starship universe and the real universe. It is also the Thomas Little Train problem that Stephen Lee mentioned. Currently, humanity can only enter the Starship universe through bloodline awakening. Returning to the home planet requires a tremendous amount of mysterious energy. Starships can only return from the Starship universe to the real universe, while there is no mysterious energy evolution in the real universe. Once a starship is damaged, the result is nearly irreversible. Ji Wuxuang was lost in his thoughts when suddenly the sky brightened and darkened repeatedly, like a pitch-black night, suddenly starting to thunder and lightning. The rumbling explosions grew closer. Ji Wushuang saw through the starship's warning system's spectral scan that several starships were entangled in a battle in the starry expanse above the planet, exchanging fire with photon cannons and missiles. As they passed through a long dark corridor, the light gradually dimmed. The lights on the walls flickered weakly from time to time. With each step closer, the walls of the corridor began to reveal the marks of time, with cracks crisscrossing the surface. At the end of the corridor stood a massive iron door, heavy and imposing. The iron door was covered in a thick layer of dust, as if it hadn't been opened in a long time. 2 or 3 individuals in uniform stood before the iron door, with Li Weiner and Yiya. The leader placed the palms of Li Weiner and Yiya against the iron door. Yiya nervously held Li Weiner's hand, trembling slightly. Li Weiner took a deep breath and pulled Yiya into her embrace. "Mom," they said, "Dad is a traitor. Are we going to be captured and imprisoned?" "Dad would never betray his country. Do you believe in Dad?" "I believe." An AI voice suddenly chimed in. Fingerprint recognition, successful access granted. The large door slowly opened. A wave of fresh air rushed in. A brilliant light shone brightly from beyond. This was the breath of freedom. To their surprise, the world inside revealed a cerulean sky and radiant sunshine. Endless fields of wheat stretched out, shimmering in the distance. "What is this?" Li Weiner exclaimed in astonishment as she turned to look at the 3 soldiers escorting them. She had expected to be taken to a cell for interrogation. "Ms. Li, we are merely following orders. We can only take you this far. This is a paradise outside the world of the Hanlong Empire. Those who reside here are loyal and accomplished individuals and the families of heroes of the Hanlong Empire. So my husband Ji Wushuang is not a traitor, right?" "I'm sorry, Miss Li. Our orders are to safely escort you to this paradise outside the world. As for the claims of treason, those are merely to mislead others, ensuring your protection." After speaking, the 3 men saluted and turned to leave. Li Weiner and Yiya were overwhelmed with joy and tears. Since Ji Wushuang's broadcasting room had been shut down, countless netizens from reality's mother planet had been leaving messages in Ji Wushuang's broadcasting room. "Ji God, we don't know what has happened to you, but we will wait for the day you return. I analyzed that he should not have been destroyed, or otherwise the authorities would have announced it. Could it be that he has defected?" "Defect? Are you out of your mind? I, a proud descendant of Hanlong, would defect. Abandon my ancestors to become a traitor? I guess Ji God was injured and is hiding somewhere to recuperate." Found it. Suddenly, someone shouted frantically in the broadcasting room. "I have been browsing through the broadcasts of various starship officers around the world. Finally, I found Ji God. He is neither injured nor has he defected." Instantaneously, the entire broadcasting room erupted. Link please. Great God, please share. Big brother, please give us a link." The moment the link was posted, everyone rushed to that broadcasting room. This was a broadcasting room of a starship officer from Batai. Batai was a small country adjacent to the Hanlong Empire, maintaining a brotherly relationship. Thus, the starships of Batai were also known as brother fleets. In the broadcast, Batai's starship was being besieged by 3 starships from the Shuabing nation. The 3 starships from Shuabing were tightly pursuing Batai's starship. The shield of Batai's starship had already been breached, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Ji God appeared around these starships. "Esteemed starship officers, I am Ji Wushuang of the Hanlong Empire. Batai is our ally, and Batai's starship is our brother starship. I advise you to retreat quickly, or else." "Or else what?" came a response from the communications system, heavily accented with curry. It turned out Ji Wushuang was mining on a death planet, and a loud explosion resonated from above. The warning displayed that 4 starships were nearby. It appeared that 3 starships were chasing another. Ji Wushuang, who originally wanted to remain incognito, was concerned that it might be the starships of the Hanlong Empire being besieged. Activating particle imaging, Ji Wushuang magnified the view and discovered that a main ship of Batai was being attacked by 3 main ships of the Shuabing Empire. It seemed that Batai's main ship could barely hold on. Before the First Interstellar War, Batai had always maintained cooperation and respect towards the Hanlong Empire. Although Batai was a small country, its population was not insignificant. At critical moments, they always stood by the Hanlong Empire, showing their stance. Thus, Ji Wushuang had always held a deep affection for Batai starships. The high-ranking officials of the Hanlong Empire had repeatedly hinted that they should show greater respect and provide utmost assistance to such amicable allies. In contrast, the Shuabing nation was a different story. Although they were not as overbearing as the Gao Yao nation, which clung to the beautiful empire, they still believed themselves to be the strongest on the planet. From time to time, they sought to showcase their prominence before the Hanlong Empire. Thus, countless frictions occurred between them. The Hanlong Empire often tolerated them as they were neighbors without deep-seated hatred. However, this tolerance led the Shuabing nation to mistakenly believe that the Hanlong Empire was fearful and timid, unwilling to confront them directly. This resulted in repeated provocations from the Shuabing nation. At this meeting, Ji Wushuang gritted his teeth in anger, witnessing the Baatai brothers' starship's defense system being destroyed. The entire starship was entirely exposed to the enemy's fire. But the main ships of the Shuabing nation were 2 levels higher than his own regional starship, and there were 3 of them. Even managing to retreat with 1 ship would be considered a victory. Should he feign ignorance and turn a blind eye, or should he heroically jump into the fire? Ji Wushuang gritted his teeth fiercely. In the waters of the Ganges of the Shuabing kingdom, various golden juices mix together, yet every year they hold a pilgrimage festival where everyone jumps into the Ganges. While bathing and drinking freely, it's a remedy for various constipation issues commonly known as the golden juice antibacterial spray therapy. Is this really happening while everyone is in the underground city? The great Shuabing kingdom has diverted Ganges water into the underground city, and now things are getting crazier. This is simply sacrilege. You are desecrating our Ganges god. Your starship officials will go to hell together. Oh, I didn't expect to see Brother Shuabing-san here. Sorry, my brothers from Pakistan. We will just borrow your broadcasting room for a bit. Soon the broadcasting room was flooded with netizens from Hanlong. The feeble counterattacks from a few Shuabing kingdom netizens were instantly drowned in the sea of Hanlong Empire. Meanwhile, in the starship universe, the Shuabing-sen starship was dumbfounded. Hanlong starship official, are you praising our Ganges culture? Yes, I am praising your country's unique cultural characteristics. Since you have such a long-standing culture, you should also have the demeanor and style of a great nation. We are all human evolving in this universe so that one day when aliens invade again, we can defend our homeland. Why must we harm our own kind? Listen, well, Hanlong people, don't think that just because you say a few nice words we will let him go. You don't need to preach here. Get lost if you know what's good for you, or we'll deal with you too. The Shuabing-san brothers must be overindulging in curry, or do they really think 3-class main ships can act with such arrogance? If that's the case, then come at us. As long as I am here, you won't be able to touch him. Thank you, Brother G. They'll cover you, you should retreat first. Retreat. Not a single one of you will escape. The 3 starships from the Shuabing kingdom opened fire directly. 3 missiles struck Ji Wushuang's starship. A tremendous fireball erupted, accompanied by shockwaves spreading out. The netizens in the broadcasting room were suddenly silent. The arrogant Hanlong Empire will now learn the strength of our Ganges Shuabing Empire. So overconfident. How come you're not shouting anymore? Wasn't it just because there were more of you? Just as the words were spoken, the broadcasting room was inundated with impressive comments. Impressive. Impressive. 666. G-God is awesome plus. 6666. Oh, withstood it. That's how magnificent it is. Everyone cheered while watching Ji Wushuang's starship standing intact. Since the first interstellar war, humanity had been forced to relocate underground, living thousands of meters beneath the surface. Relying on artificial suns, they performed repetitive mechanical work, all in the hope of returning to the surface soon. The severe lack of entertainment led to extreme mental oppression for everyone. Thus, an agreement for interstellar broadcasting was reached among various countries. It was meant to provide people with an outlet for their frustrations. Broadcasting for 2 hours once a week, even with a 7-day delay, could maximize control over leaks. However, the hundreds of thousands of netizens in the broadcasting room could hardly imagine that Ji Wushuang was already sweating profusely in the control room. Ji Wushuang leaned forward. A silver ball directly raised a huge membrane in front of him and the Shen-class starship. This was also Ji Wushuang's first test of this so-called second-generation evolution. When the 3 missiles hit the membrane, it felt like mosquitoes hitting a hot air balloon. Ji Wushuang watched helplessly as the powerful shockwaves approached him inch by inch. In the end, they were slowly rebounded back. There was danger, but no harm, though cold sweat drenched his back. It was not that Ji Wushuang was cowardly, it was just that this test was too risky. If even one thing Stephen Lee said was off, those 3 main ship missiles would be enough to blow his starship to smithereens. Impossible. Is this a Shen-class starship? Why is the defense system so strong? Don't talk nonsense, triangle tactic, commanded the leader. One of the starships began firing missiles at full capacity, while the other 2 used photon cannons in a crossfire. In an instant, the firepower reached its maximum. 96 missiles fired with 3 seconds intervals, coordinated with the power of the photon cannons. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but swallow hard. This kind of tactic is not aimed at a mere starship. Even targeting a Tang-class starship would be excessive. Ji Wushuang straightened up, spreading his fingers wide. At a distance of several thousand kilometers, a missile can reach its target in 3 to 4 seconds. Ji Wushuang collided head-on with their speeds combining, and within 1 to 2 seconds the starship was already in sight. He's gone mad. Open fire with everything you've got, take him down. The captain of the leading starship from the Flipping Pancake Nation shouted hoarsely. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The merchant-class starship was already right in front with missiles following its trajectory to strike directly. Of course, the membrane formed by the silver sphere absorbed all the damage. The powerful shockwave instantly spread out. It directly lifted 3 flipping pancake starships, flipping them several times in the starry sea. They crashed into the center from 3 different directions. The captain of the Baatai starship was left dumbfounded. He had been struggling in the cosmic sea for many years. This reckless style of fighting was something he had never seen before. It was like facing 3 fully armed thugs holding various heavy weapons against a ragged and frail young man. Surprisingly, he didn't cry out or flee, but rather took the damage from the Gatling heavy machine gun charging forward and snapping the necks of all 3 opponents. The Baatai comrade couldn't help but rub his eyes and slapped his own face hard twice to confirm it wasn't an illusion. Flipping pancake starship officers, listen up. I have 100 ways to kill you, and perhaps you didn't believe it before, but you do now, right? However, today, I will let you go. It's not that Ji Wushuang is so broad-minded and magnanimous, nor does he wish to play the role of a good person, but rather out of fear of affecting the relationship between the 2 nations. I want you to understand that we are of the same kind, that we must survive and evolve in the cosmic sea of starships. But we can coexist and evolve together. We did not come here to undermine each other. We came for our families, so that our descendants will no longer suffer the pain our ancestors endured. Take my words back and tell your commander that our Hanlong Empire does not wish to be enemies with any humans, but we are also not afraid to fight any humans. The broadcasting room instantly erupted with excitement again. Good. This is the demeanor and vision of my grand Hanlong Empire. I really want to awaken my bloodline. I really want to follow Ji Shun in the cosmic sea of starships. Hanlong is powerful. Ji Shun is powerful. That was so well said. As a man of 7 feet tonight, I will clarify things with my fierce mother. We Hanlong men are not afraid of her, and no matter what, I won't sleep on the floor tonight. Brother Ji, thank you. I really didn't expect the Hanlong Empire to have such powerful starship officers. What do you call yourself, brother? My name is Muhammad. Ali. You can just call me Ali. Ali, am just a minor lieutenant in the Hanlong Empire. We have many hidden talents in the Hanlong Empire. Really? Alice's eyes widened in horror. Trust me, we Hanlong have an old saying, a person should know their own strengths. I know exactly what I'm capable of. So this is not flattery. Thank you, Brother Ji. We have been friendly nations since ancient times, but this time you saved my life. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Don't mention it. I believe if you encounter difficulties with Hanlong starship officers, you would never stand by and do nothing. By the way, what happened? Why are they pursuing you? About 3 days ago, a flipping pancake starship fleet suddenly appeared around our starship group's base. They didn't launch an attack, but kept a close watch on us. At the same time, the Orona Alliance officially declared war on the White Bear Empire. At first, we thought they were afraid we would support the White Bear Empire, so they allied with Flipping Pancake Nation to keep an eye on us. But later, the direction of events became increasingly incomprehensible. We discovered that their true target was... What is it? It's your Hanlong Empire. Is it true that the lovely Beauty Empire has officially declared war on us? Although no formal declaration of war has been issued, it is almost tantamount to a formal declaration of war. Overnight, 5 level 9 mineral sources of the Hanlong Empire in the Alpha Star Sector and Beta Star Sector were all attacked. The number of participating nations reached as many as 10. In addition to the medicated Patches Nation and the Goliath Nation, even the Kangaroo Nation participated directly. Moreover, we detected that the starship fleet involved in the attack was mixed with starships from the lovely Beauty Empire. Those bastards, taking advantage of the chaos. Since the Xiaolong starship fleet had an incident, the strength of the Hanlong starship fleet in the Alpha Star Sector has been greatly weakened. It is obvious that the troop deployment is strained, leaving a gap for the opponents to exploit. So you were also affected? Although we Baatai only have 2 starship fleets, our strength cannot compare with Hanlong. However, our 2 nations have been on good terms for generations. We cannot stand by and watch the Hanlong Empire be bullied like this. So our commander ordered us to break out in different directions and join the Hanlong starship fleet. Unexpectedly, we were followed by 3 main force ships from the Flipping Pancake Nation. I tried to shake them off, but they opened fire directly. Ji Wushuang fell silent. It seemed that the lovely Beauty Empire was indeed scheming behind the scenes, targeting the Hanlong Empire. In his previous life, the Hanlong Empire often clashed with the lovely Beauty Empire, but those were always on a small scale. At that time, the 2 major core forces in the cosmic sea of starships were still the lovely Beauty and the White Bear Empire. They had privately fought multiple times. Unexpectedly in this life, the lovely Beauty Empire had started to actively target Hanlong. Perhaps it was the sudden incident in the Swan constellation that altered the course of history. What are your plans? Ali interrupted Ji Wushuang's silence. Me? To be honest, my situation is quite awkward. Oh, what do you mean? Due to a misunderstanding, I am now classified as a traitorous starship officer. Not only is my own empire's starship looking for me, but even people from the lovely beauty empire are looking for me. Traitor, what happened? Although we haven't known each other for long, if you could rescue me, a stranger like me, how could you betray your own country? It's a long story. He'll tell you slowly later. But I think if the lovely beauty empire is targeting us Hanlong, I should be able to guess their next target. What is it? Tell me I can gather all our starships and coordinate with you. Ji Wushuang smiled and shook his head. Have you heard of an underground trading system? Oh, what do you mean? Ali hesitated for a few seconds, and his stammering expression made Ji Wushuang understand instantly. He must have installed the underground trading system as well. Send me that system program again, we will use it to contact each other in the future. Okay, but I still don't understand. Just rest assured I have my own counterattack plan. I want you to secretly gather the starship fleet after you return and wait for me to contact you. At that time we will create a great uproar. The underground trading system can connect to the mysterious power transmission network of various empires for the transfer of starship components. In theory, it can be traced back to its origin. This is also the reason why Ji Wushuang previously uninstalled the system. Who knows if old Mike left a backdoor in the system to monitor all the starships. However, this time Ji Wushuang took the initiative to reload the system. It was a well-considered decision. On one hand, he now possesses the only second-generation evolution technology of all humanity. The defensive capabilities have proven to be essentially invincible. On the other hand, it provides a chance to validate his suspicions. Let's see if in a little while the starships of the Amelie Empire truly appear in the Death Galaxy. This time cannot be wasted. He must continue to excavate the mysterious power. Opening the mysterious power storage device, Ji Wushuang was taken aback. A few hours ago, the mysterious power had approached 7,000 units, but now it had decreased to less than 5,500. Such a significant reduction. Ji Wushuang lightly touched the screen to check the flow path of the mysterious power. Upon inspection, he was even more shocked. The defensive system had automatically utilized the mysterious power. What is going on? Could it be that the second-generation defensive technology he had been recklessly using was that inconspicuous silver sphere? It actually relies on mysterious power for sustenance. No wonder it was so powerful. Its energy source is the mysterious power. This means it does have a load limit. Its load limit is defined by the depletion of the mysterious power. Ji Wushuang suddenly recalled Stephen Lee, who was still locked in the medical room. Perhaps it was time for an open and honest conversation. Ji Wushuang opened the door to the medical room. Stephen Lee merely glanced up briefly before his eyes fell back into a state of lifelessness. Ji Wushuang unchained him and freed him from the mechanical claws. You? Stephen Lee looked somewhat bewildered. Old Lee, I want to have an open and honest talk with you today. About what? Second-generation evolution technology. I've told you everything I know, Old Lee replied with a chuckle. No, it's not just about you telling me what you know, but about us sharing everything we want to know with each other. Stephen Lee was taken aback and his eyes began to show a glimmer of light. I don't quite understand. Are you saying I can ask you questions and you will answer me? Exactly, no secrets. A flicker of light flashed in Stephen Lee's eyes, but it quickly faded. It was a sense of distrust that Ji Wushuang could sense. Ji Wushuang decided to make the first move. Do you remember the first interstellar war? The human alliance had hundreds of colonial planets throughout the universe, all of which fell within just a few decades. In the defense of our home planet, we even resorted to using proton nuclear weapons, and in the end the outcome hardly changed. Suddenly the human bloodline awakened, and within a few years we had the latest starships, but at that time the strongest starship was merely at the Tang class, which meant it was a battleship. Yet the alien races were defeated. Stephen Lee nodded and smiled. Indeed, at that time our alliance's fleet of thousands of starships returned from the vastness of space like deities descending from the heavens. It struck those beasts hard. The fierce battles lasted for months, resulting in extreme casualties. Countless heroes were immortalized in history, achieving success in that battle. It feels like it was 30 years ago. Ji Wushuang smiled slightly, allowing him to continue. Continuing the conversation, he remarked, half a month ago you lured the alien race's starships to the edge of the Swan Galaxy, but ended up losing your entire force, and this was what you said. Yes, we. Ji Wushuang waved his hand, directly interrupting this time. The alien starship log you mentioned also indicated that the aliens had discovered that evolution technology long ago. Yes, Stephen Lee replied, slightly confused about what Ji Wushuang was trying to say. A few hours ago, right above this planet, I single-handedly faced 3 Class B battleships and emerged victorious and unscathed. If I hadn't voluntarily let them go, they would have been reduced to mere scraps in an instant. Stephen Lee frowned, realizing. So you went out to battle right after setting sail. It seemed that Stephen Lee still did not grasp what Ji Wushuang was implying. 30 years ago, we had just been born, yet we managed to repel the powerful alien starship fleet. But now our two fleets cannot defeat even a single alien starship. And I have personally tried it. The human attack systems are useless against me. What exactly are you trying to say? Are you implying? Stephen Lee finally realized. His brow tightened even more. Are you saying that our repulsion of the alien starships back then was a deception? Not a deception. To be precise, they retreated deliberately. Why? Yes, I also want to know why. How could a single starship contend against several fleets? At that time, our starship evolution levels were generally not high. How could we possibly defeat an entire alien fleet? Unless what? Stephen Lee slammed the table and stood up. I'm just speculating. There are two possibilities. The first is that the alien race at that time had not fully mastered their second-generation technology. They were worried that if any starships crashed during the battle, their technology would be exposed. This possibility is slim. From the technology one currently understand, the core of this technology is biological material. Stephen Lee nodded thoughtfully. And what is the second possibility? The second possibility is that they no longer had the energy to support them. Energy. That's right. Mysterious power. I just discovered that the energy supporting the second-generation evolution technology is mysterious power. Ji Wuxuang described how the mysterious power was automatically extracted by the defensive system. Stephen Lee was utterly stunned. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. I didn't expect you would tell me all this. If I'm not mistaken, you just recently mastered your second-generation evolution technology, right? Indeed. Was it also at the edge of the Swan Galaxy? Yes, I found the place where you encountered trouble. And I even saw the alien starships. You actually escaped. It was extremely perilous. I almost met my end there. However, by coincidence, I discovered one of their weaknesses injuring their starship and obtaining a piece of biological material. Stephen Lee's eyes were filled with admiration. Ji Wuxuang, I didn't expect you to be so candid with me. What do you want to learn from me, or what do you want me to do? Ji Wuxuang shook his head. I will let you go. Stephen Lee looked at Ji Wuxuang in astonishment. He had thought Ji Wuxuang would want him to disclose everything he knew, or at least inquire about the Emily Empire starship fleet. But he never expected that Ji Wuxuang would actually intend to let him go. Are you asking me to return and describe these matters truthfully? Whatever you wish to do. Whether it is continuing to contact the aliens or to conspire against other nations. The time left for us may truly be limited. If humanity continues to suffer internal strife, we will be unprepared when the alien races are ready. The annihilation of our race could occur in the blink of an eye. I understand now, Ji Wuxuang. Your thoughts align with mine, and I will do my utmost to persuade the military's higher-ups. Persuade? That may be difficult. Your superiors have already been blinded by the little benefits granted by the other side. How can they still care about the abyss of doom that lies behind them? What is your plan then? To be honest, Ji Wuxuang herself was not entirely confident about the next steps. We can only take it one step at a time. However, not wanting to let Stephen Lee perceive her lack of confidence, she smiled slightly and countered, I would like to know how you let the alien fleet enter interstellar space. Stephen Lee paused slightly before nodding. There is no free lunch in this world. Since you have been so candid, I need not hold back. Over the years, we have frequently received memorandums from the fleet officials regarding fluctuations or even collapses in the universe. Through numerous experiments and based on the analysis of the Will-Smith spectrum, we concluded that there exists a barrier between the fleet universe and the real universe, preventing external fleets from entering the fleet universe. We refer to it as the cosmic wall. I have heard a bit about the Will-Smith spectrum theory. Essentially, it relates to the relationship between density, mass, and propagation speed. By analyzing the changes in photons, we can derive a cosmic physical law of spatial variation. However, Ji Wuxuang had only scratched the surface of this knowledge. Unable to resist clearing her throat, she asked, since there is a cosmic wall, why are they still able to come in? By comparing the memorandums of suspected cosmic collapse events over the years, we discovered that cosmic collapses occur in a regular pattern according to certain coordinates. This is one of the important reasons why I entered the fleet universe. After summarizing based on these patterns, we finally witnessed such scenes in person. Before a cosmic collapse, it resembles a beating heart. By finding the patterns of frequency and coordinates of similar events, we can uncover the rules. This method is the same as what Ji Wuxuang once used to locate the interstellar rogue, Ghost Paul. She had also witnessed the beating heart with her own eyes. How did you establish contact with the alien races? It is through the rhythm of the beats. We discovered that the rhythm employed the most basic Morse code of humanity. After decoding, we chose to respond. The fleet universe simultaneously performs hyperresonance from both inside and outside at the same frequency, increasing the probability of opening a wormhole into the fleet universe. Hyperresonance made Ji Wuxuang gasp in surprise. This is the principle of hyperjumping. Hyperjumping involves compressing and distorting the fabric of space to a certain extent. This is one of humanity's greatest achievements in exploring the mysteries of the universe. Simply put, if we compare the fabric of space to a bedsheet, two individuals hold opposite corners of the bedsheet and stretch it. The time it takes for a starship to travel from one side of the sheet, the universe, to the other depends on the speed of the starship. However, if a heavy ball is placed in the center of the sheet, causing it to sag, distorting space, the time required to traverse from one side to the other is significantly reduced. This is the fundamental theory of hyperjumping, the principle of spatial distortion. After countless explorations and experiments by scientists, hyperjumping has become very mature now. Each time a hyperjump is made, the choice of coordinates signifies a different ratio of spatial distortion. This ratio is known as the hyperresonance rate. It means that both ends of the cosmic wall need to initiate the hyperjump at the same hyperresonance rate to open the wormhole to the fleet universe. Ji Wuxuang did not expect that breaking through the cosmic wall would rely on the principle of hyperresonance. At the same time, a bold plan began to sprout from deep within her. Once the wormhole opens, how do we keep it open? When a starship traverses the wormhole, the ship's built-in electronic core interacts with the electrons in the wormhole. At this moment, the ship acts like a key. As long as the key is present, the wormhole will not close. Are you saying that once the ship completely exits the wormhole, it will gradually close? Theoretically, yes, but it can also be maintained in an open state through certain devices that create an electronic core interaction state. Ji Wuxuang recalled her first encounter with an alien starship in the Swan Galaxy. After the starship emerged from the wormhole remained open. Later, she ordered the Barbassa fleet to fire at the wormhole. At that moment, it was truly a desperate attempt with no alternative. Perhaps it was her panicked action that disrupted the electronic interaction within the wormhole. The other starship, fearing it could not return after the wormhole closed, hurriedly retreated. Unexpectedly, they were still caught off guard. The tail of the starship had not passed through and was forcibly severed, becoming debris. Hey, what are you thinking about? Stephen Lee gently nudged the dazed Ji Wuxuang. I have a bold plan that requires your cooperation. What plan? Ji Wuxuang directly pulled up a virtual screen from her wrist device, her fingers flying across it. Technology is the primary productive force. With the aid of artificial intelligence, Ji Wuxuang's thoughts were transformed into a plan within minutes. Ji Wuxuang projected the virtual screen directly between them. The entire plan was presented before Stephen Lee. Is this a joke? Stephen stared at the virtual screen, showing the plan, his mouth slowly agape. I am not joking, which is why I said it is a bold plan. This is not just a bold plan, it is downright audacious. Letting me become the supreme commander of the fleet of the entire Imali Empire is already quite exaggerated. Is it exaggerated? One must have dreams in life. What difference does it make to have no dreams compared to being a salted fish? Then can you explain what it means to capture an alien starship? Is that also considered a dream? In that case, I would rather become a salted fish. Seeing Stephen Lee's terrified expression, Ji Wuxuang became serious. We in the Hanlong Empire have an ancient saying, do nobles and commoners not have their own destinies? Are we destined to never defeat them from the moment we are born? Rather than wait for death, it is better to take the initiative and strike. This truly is a quest to seek skins from tigers. Previously, we did not know how strong the opponent was, but now we know. I have seen it with my own eyes. I have also seen it with my own eyes, which is why I am even more determined. If we are going to gamble, let's gamble big. You're thinking too simply. Do you have any idea how long it took to connect with the alien races before? After the last time we alarmed them, even if they are willing to enter the Starship universe again, would you dare let them come? What if this time it's an entire fleet with hundreds of starships? They could instantly destroy all of humanity. Stephen Lee nearly roared as he rushed in front of Ji Wuxuang, shouting. But this is our only chance, so think carefully. The alien races won't genuinely trade with us. Even if it were a trade, they wouldn't offer us any truly valuable biological materials. We certainly cannot exchange the bloodlines of our own people for these materials. But we can capture one of their starships, or even shoot one down. The materials from a single starship would be enough for us to create thousands of starships. Then we wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. I understand what you're saying, but do you understand what I'm saying? Stephen Lee looked at Ji Wuxuang with annoyance. You are an astrophysicist, a mechanical engineer, and a doctor of biomaterials. You are smarter than 99% of humanity. The problems you pose you can certainly solve. Me solve it. Stephen Lee pointed to himself. I appreciate your high regard for me, but how can I solve it? There must be a way for them to trust us again and only send one starship or let only one of their starships come in. There has to be a way. What you're suggesting is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger, knowing full well that there are tigers yet heading into their mountain. Exactly, it seems you truly have half Hanlong blood. Your knowledge of idioms is quite impressive. Haven't you heard, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? This plan shall be called the skin-seeking plan. Stephen Lee still wanted to argue, but was firmly pressed down by Ji Wuxuang. Old Lee, there's no time for hesitation. Right now, Oralina has already engaged in battle with the White Bear. The battle is raging in the Delta constellation. Amelie has also begun to attack Hanlong. We are destroying each other. How many excellent Starship officers will die in this internal conflict? I'm sharing this plan with you because I believe you are an enlightened person. Even if you are unwilling, I won't force you. I will proceed on my own. Stephen Lee scoffed. You don't need to manipulate me. If I disagree, will you not let me go? No, I will still let you go. You have some time to prepare. The escape pod is still in the cargo hold. You can repair it. Stephen Lee shook his head helplessly. It was the first time Ji Wushuang used the respectful form of address you. Have you considered that even if I allow just one alien starship to enter the Starship universe, how could you capture it? Not I, but we. Ji Wushuang maintained a professional smile. I don't want to play word games with you, even with your Hanlong Empire and our Amelie Empire combined. Thousands of starships would probably not be their match, angering them, and in an instant we could be completely annihilated. Of course I have my methods. Ji Wushuang noticed a hint of skepticism growing in Stephen's eyes. He initially did not want to reveal the entire plan to Stephen due to the numerous uncertain factors. However, seeing this, if he did not completely dispel Stephen Lee's doubts, would he be willing to join the fray? The Imperial Fortress. What? The Imperial Fortress? Yes, this time the wormhole should open directly into the Imperial Fortress, allowing the alien starships to emerge directly within it. Are you crazy? That's a pipe dream. Do you know what the Imperial Fortress is? Inside the Imperial Fortress, there is not only the high command of the Imperial military, but also the mysterious power processing systems of the entire Starship group connected to. Stephen Lee suddenly realized something. Are you saying that we utilize the processing systems inside the Imperial Fortress to directly handle the energy within the alien starship's hull, which is their mysterious power? Ji Wushuang nodded with a smile, as if to say you are teachable. Since humanity entered the Starship universe, the first 10 years were relatively calm, with various countries developing peacefully. In reality, it was about dividing territories. The simplest form is a forward observation station often set up in the orbital space of a planet utilizing the planet's gravitational rotation. The advantage of a forward observation station is its simple construction, sufficient material support, and it can be built within 1 to 2 months. Once constructed, it can proclaim control over that area. Beyond forward observation stations, there are starports. Starports are expansions of forward observation stations featuring not only outer space synchronized orbital observation stations, but also large-scale starship docking facilities, defense systems, and early warning systems. The Sulong Starship Group's base is essentially a large starport with internal compartments and various maintenance setups. It has transformed into a planetary base. One level above starports are planetary fortresses. Planetary fortresses further expand the size of starports, with the most direct representation being the comprehensive outfitting of various systems. The entire Empire's starships can be repaired and maintained here, equivalent to the Empire's headquarters in a certain star system. One level above planetary fortresses is the Imperial Fortress. The area of the Imperial Fortress is equivalent to that of a space city. Most work is done by intelligent robots. It can simultaneously dock tens of thousands of starships. It serves as the headquarters of the entire Empire in a specific star system, possessing perfect defensive capabilities. At the same time, the Imperial Fortress also stores the mysterious powers transmitted back from all subordinate starships. It is akin to the Empire's central system in this star system, combining command center and financial hub. It is the absolute core of the Empire in this star system. Taking the Hanlong Empire's Imperial Fortress in the Alpha Star system as an example, the Hanjing Fortress can simultaneously dock 10,000 starships. It boasts over 200,000 photon cannons and over 1 million missiles. The defensive system can withstand attacks from over 1 million missiles. It can almost be regarded as an indestructible fortress. However, in the Imperial Fortress, not to mention opening a wormhole inside the fortress, any unauthorized starship within a radius of 1 million kilometers will be shot down. Ji Wushuang, I cannot do it. Opening a wormhole inside the Imperial Fortress, no one will give me such authority. I don't expect you to obtain any authorization, because I never intended to open a wormhole into your Lee's Imperial Fortress. What does that mean? Can the Hanlong Empire grant you authorization? There will be an empire that will proactively offer to use the Imperial Fortress to assist me. Stephen Lee's face turned to one of shock, as if he doubted he had heard wrong. Suddenly, the early warning system displayed that 4 starships were passing through the wormhole, their destination being less than 1,000 kilometers from this death planet. Clearly, they are coming straight for us. Ji Wushuang smirked. Indeed, this recovery trade system has some tricks. In less than an hour, the hounds have caught the scent and are on their way. Ji Wushuang directly activated the entire power system of the starship. It soared into the sky just as 4 starships emerged from the wormhole. Ji Wushuang saw the starships through the particle imaging lens and was immediately taken aback. To his astonishment, there were 2 merchant-class starships and 2 Zhou-class starships. 4 starships from the Hanlong Empire. Moreover, from the hull numbers, they belonged to the Xiaolong Starship Group. What was going on? The starships from the Ameli Empire were not found, yet the Hanlong Empire's starships had come instead. Ji Wushuang, we finally found you. Quickly come back with us. Ji Wushuang was stunned. He actually heard Lu Yu's voice in the communication system. He was not dead. It seems the Xiaolong Starship Group was not completely wiped out, at least there were still a few survivors. Go back with you. Where to? I do not belong to the Hanlong Starship Group. We are here under the orders of Yang Xiao, Major Yang, to bring you back to the base. That was Feng Wei's voice. You seem to have forgotten that it was Yang Xiao who expelled me from the Xiaolong Starship Group. He is your major, not mine. Ji Wushuang felt something was off. He had a secret contact method with Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao wanted to find him, he would not send someone else. Given their stance, it was clear they intended to forcibly take him back. He couldn't help but call out through the wristband. Oldly, hold on tight. We might have to pull some tricks. Still in the warehouse repairing the escape pod, Stephen Li was about to ask what was happening when Ji Wushuang's starship suddenly made a sharp ascent. Quickly changing the starship's direction, it shot out. Ji Wushuang, stop. Lu Yu and the others had yet to react. Ji Wushuang vanished right before the eyes of the 4. Everyone follow, closely lock onto the photon trajectory. Once out of the wormhole, Zhong Rou and Feng Wei immediately lock onto him. Ji Wushuang's starship sped through the wormhole. Oldly, is your escape pod repaired yet? Almost done, but it's usable. What happened? Members of the Xiaolong Starship Group have arrived. So you can go back now. I can go back anytime I want. The key is, what about you? Oh, you mean I will be imprisoned again? Hold steady, hurry, and get into the escape pod. 1 minute after exiting the wormhole. I need to find a place to drop you off. You can't be serious. Oldly, I will arrange for someone to find you, and he will tell you how to contact me. Ji Wushuang piloted the Zhou-class starship out of the wormhole. They had already reached the core area of the Alpha Star system. The star system here was complex. He could take the opportunity to shake off Lu Yu and the others. Just as he was pondering this, Lu Yu and the others also emerged closely behind. By following the photon trajectory, they could simultaneously traverse the wormhole. Without saying a word, Ji Wushuang fired off a dozen missiles. Taking the opportunity to discard Stephen Li's escape pod. The escape pod had no power system, allowing it to evade the warning systems. Only after ensuring safety would he activate the signal source to allow the rescue team to find it. However, according to his previous discussions with Stephen, they had made some modifications to the escape pod. Although it lacked a power system, it was equipped with a lightweight jet engine, allowing for minimal propulsion and making it less detectable by the warning systems. Captain Lu, Ji Wushuang actually opened fire on us. Can we retaliate? Zhong Rou was surprisingly also in the pursuit team. The missiles were fired haphazardly, hardly hitting them. But they bought Ji Wushuang and Stephen some time. Ji Wushuang continuously utilized the gravitational pull and orbits between planets to change direction, making it impossible for them to lock onto him completely. Big brother Ji, stop running. Major Yang needs you to come back. Ouyang could no longer restrain himself, shouting loudly through the communication system. Ji Wushuang was genuinely pleased. He hadn't expected Ouyang, Lu Yu, and Feng Wei were all still alive. Even Zhong Rou was safe and sound. It seemed the Xiaolong suffered less damage than expected. What do you mean? Initially you said Yang Xiao sent you to bring me back, and now you say Yang Xiao needs me to return. What does Xiaolong revolve around me? Ji Wushuang, don't push your luck. If it weren't for the days of old, I would have taken you out today. Lu Yu spoke with great bravado. They were all Zhou-class starships, and what made him so confident? Ji Wushuang truly wanted to teach this aloof kid a lesson. He turned the starship and activated the photon cannon. The 448 caliber photon cannons unleashed a full barrage. Lu Yu and the others hurriedly dodged. However, they were still too close, instantly disabling the defensive systems of Lu Yu and Feng Wei's Zhou-class starships. Fire! The 4 starships opened dense fire from all directions. Ji Wushuang could tell that everyone was still holding back. The photon cannons were only firing randomly. Their usual training did not reach this level of precision. They hardly hit Ji Wushuang. Everyone still cherished the old friendship. Lu Yu, just say it. Why do you want me to go back with you? We soldiers carry out orders without questioning the reasons. You are still acting all cold and arrogant. What if I refuse to go back with you? Don't force me, Ji Wushuang. At this moment, Ji Wushuang's control system displayed that he had already been locked on. A curved jump was impossible now. Instantly, the atmosphere between both parties became tense. Ji Wushuang had several plans in mind. Without severely injuring them, he had to break through. Big brother Ji, let me speak plainly. It was still Ouyang, this chatterbox, who couldn't help but speak up. The Swan Star system incident nearly wiped out the Xiaolong Starship Group. If it weren't for us being assigned to other tasks at the time, we wouldn't be here today. Oh, then you guys are indeed quite lucky. Major Yang has been taken away and is now imprisoned on charges of treason. The commander said that to prove Major Yang's innocence, you must be found and brought back. How can I prove it? Ji Wushuang constantly calculated in his mind. The orders Yang Xiao gave him were classified. If Yang Xiao truly needed him to appear, he could directly contact him. Yet having reached the Alpha Star system, he still had not received any messages from Yang Xiao. This could only mean that Yang Xiao did not need him to show up. So either they were being deceived by the Starship headquarters officials, or they were here to directly capture him. Ji Wushuang, can't you return with us for the sake of our commander? Once everything is clarified, there will be no problem. Or you can destroy me and I will passively go with you, but that is impossible. Then don't blame me. For starships arranged themselves in formation completely, surrounding Ji Wushuang. This time it was no laughing matter. The photon cannons began to calibrate their accuracy. Ji Wushuang, I will count to 3 and you will lower your defense shield and shut down your power system. Otherwise, Ji Wushuang took a deep breath. Silently, she opened the recycling trading system and gently tapped on Mike Baluo's avatar. She sent him a message. 3, 2, 1, fire. Lu Yu commanded. All the photon cannons began to unleash their fire upon Ji Wushuang's merchant-class starship. Ji Wushuang calmly raised her right hand. A silver sphere transformed into a massive transparent shield, effortlessly absorbing all the photon cannon fire. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang's starship shook violently. Had it been hit? Ji Wushuang was stunned. How was that possible? The system displayed that the rear had taken a hit. The starship's own defense shield had lost 25. How did Lu Yu manage to hit her? On the other side, Lu Yu looked grave. What Ji Wushuang did not know was that Lu Yu had awakened up-class talent insight. This talent lasted for 1 hour with a cooldown of 48 hours. It allowed one to see through the weaknesses of the opponent's starship during battle. It was a combat support talent. This time Lu Yu activated insight to minimize damage and directly incapacitate Ji Wushuang's starship. However, what he saw was an incomprehensible scene. Once insight was activated, Ji Wushuang's starship was fully exposed before Lu Yu. The power system defense, shield missile readiness, and even every photon pulse in the photon cannon were laid bare. At that moment, as the photon pulse was fired, Ji Wushuang effortlessly raised her right hand. A massive membrane instantly formed in front of the starship. A mysterious force as thin as spider silk was transmitted through layers of panels directly to a small sphere above Ji Wushuang's head. All photon pulse attacks were easily neutralized by the membrane. Lu Yu did not expect Ji Wushuang to possess such formidable defensive capabilities. Was this her talent? Although his expression was solemn, Lu Yu found the weakness of Ji Wushuang's starship. The seemingly indestructible and highly resilient membrane only blocked attacks from the front, while the rear of the starship was completely exposed. Therefore, adjusting the angle of the photon pulse, he aimed for a direct shot hitting the rear of Ji Wushuang's starship. Adjust all angles, target the rear of Ji Wushuang's starship, fire. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, he was surprised to see Ji Wushuang quickly adjust the shape of her defense membrane, completely enveloping the starship. All the photon cannons fired were blocked without exception. What kind of talent is this? It's truly powerful. Lieutenant, it seems another starship is approaching. There are quite a few of them. Ouyang's words alerted Lu Yu. The warning system showed that a fleet of starships was traversing a wormhole expected to arrive at the battlefield in a few dozen seconds. Is it reinforcements for us? Zhong Ro asked timidly. No, there won't be anyone coming to support us in this operation. All fronts are under pressure. Ji Wushuang also noticed the alert from the warning system. She didn't expect Old Mike to act so quickly. Just now, Ji Wushuang had sent a message to Old Mike through the recycling system to inform him of her return. In reality, she hoped Old Mike would notify the fleet of the Aimei Li Empire. This way she could take the opportunity to shake off Lu Yu and others, as well as Stephen. Li's escape pod could also be discovered. Sure enough, a huge wormhole suddenly appeared from behind Lu Yu and the others, stirring the charged nebula. Immediately after, a fleet of starships broke through the void. It was actually the starships of the Gaoyao country. Ji Wushuang cursed under her breath. Even if Old Mike betrayed them, he shouldn't have crossed the line to ally with the Gaoyao country. Ji Wushuang directly pushed the throttle to the max and charged towards Lu Yu and the others. Lu Yu, you all go first. I will hold them off. Dozens of starships were all-class main combat ships. The leading starship fired directly, and dozens of region fire missiles from the Gaoyao country came rushing in. Ji Wushuang clenched her fists tightly. The silver sphere transformed into a massive shield. The Hellfire missiles were actually cluster bombs that would scatter into numerous smaller bombs after exploding with a delay before detonation. Once they attached themselves to the starship's hull, the secondary damage caused was hundreds of times greater than the initial impact. There was almost no chance of survival after being hit. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang arrived just in time. She managed to block all the missiles. Lieutenant, what should we do? Zhong Ro had her finger hovering over the missile launch button. Liu Yu looked at the back of Ji Wushuang's merchant-class starship and shouted loudly, no one is allowed to fire. Ji Wushuang, what will we do if you get hurt? Don't worry about me. Liu Yu, after we return, tell the commander that I will explain it myself. I can't go back now because there are still matters to settle. None of us in the Hanlong Empire Starship Corps are cowards. We will not betray our brothers and country. You, what do you mean hurry up and scram? After a flurry of fire from the Gaoyao country starships, they realized that Ji Wushuang's starship seemed completely unscathed. By the time they reacted and attempted to encircle her, Ji Wushuang and Liu Yu had already jumped away. Alpha Constellation, Qingyao Star System, near Planet X-896. Ji Wushuang fell silent as she drifted through a meteor belt. Ji Wushuang opened the recycling trading system, but there was not a single sound. She then realized that the entire system was eerily silent. The previously bustling chat page had no one on it. In the trading hall, all display cases were empty. Could it be that old Mike had encountered trouble? If so, the starships from the Gaoyao Empire were not information leaked by old Mike. Then how come so many starships from the Imei Empire appeared when she returned from the Swan Star system for the first time? Ji Wushuang gently opened the warning system, slowly searching for nearby activities. There wasn't a single starship around. Unless the opponents knew she would definitely come and were silently waiting for her to walk into a trap. Alternatively, it could be that the entire planet was completely deserted. Ji Wushuang adjusted her coordinates and directly entered Planet X-896. The Control Recognition Intelligence System could still recognize Ji Wushuang's starship, allowing her to enter the atmosphere directly. After stabilizing her starship, she headed straight for the mansion resembling Mike Baluo's palace. When Ji Wushuang saw old Mike, he was floating in his luxurious swimming pool surrounded by beautiful women in bikinis. Mike Baluo. Ji Wushuang casually picked up a cocktail and waved at the pool. Old Mike lazily looked up with his belly sticking out. Instantly, he began to flail around, diving into the water and desperately swimming towards the shore. The first thing he said upon getting out was fuck. Fuck oil. Ji Wushuang was also unwilling to fall behind. Old Mike, who are you cursing? Where have you been? Do you have any idea how anxious I was? I was almost driven mad. Really? Really? Get rid of that. Yes. I went to the edge of the Swan constellation. Oh. I know, damn it. I came back, I told you. And then, you told me you were coming back soon, and where are you? The entire planet is surrounded by the ships of the Amelie Empire, and I was being chased by a group of people. Old Mike licked his lips and locked eyes with Ji Wushuang. I know what you're thinking, I didn't betray you. Ha, I haven't even said anything, why are you so eager to clear your name? Ji Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. Don't come at me like that, that's exactly what you mean. You want to say that I sold your coordinates to the Amelie Empire. Ji Wushuang shook his head slightly in non-commitment. Kid, business is business and friendship is friendship. This is the belief of our family. We have a bond. Old Mike waved his finger in front of Ji Wushuang. I won't let our friendship interfere with business. Similarly, I won't sell our friendship for business. Ji Wushuang pouted and nodded. He could see the sincerity and excitement in old Mike's eyes upon seeing him. This was not feigned, it was a genuine display of emotion. So how's business now? Nothing. There is absolutely no business left. The system has been shut down by the Amelie Empire. I am no longer allowed to engage in such transactions. It's over, completely over. How do you say it in your Hanlong dialect? It's completely finished. Damn, it's utterly finished. So does this mean you haven't seen the message I sent you at all? What message? Old Mike quickly brought up the virtual screen on his wrist, but the information processor had not received any messages. I sent it using the recycling trading system. The recycling trading system's core processor has been completely destroyed. The trading system is now just an empty shell, unable to go online or receive any messages. What did you say? Ji Wushuang thought it was bad. Stephen Lee was still asleep in the escape pod. He had originally thought old Mike would bring the Amelie Empire's ship and conveniently rescue him. Now it's backfired. Stephen Lee might drift for a while. Why is the Amelie Empire holding a grudge against you? Isn't it because of you? How did you get to the Swan Galaxy? Did you go alone? Ji Wushuang scratched his nose. I went with Barbassa. The Amelie Empire discovered the wreckage of these interstellar thug ships while cleaning up the debris in the Swan Galaxy. They suspect that Barbassa colluded with your Hanlong Empire to ambush their scientific research fleet. If it weren't for the close ties between my family and the Amelie Empire, it would be hard for you to see me. Ji Wushuang patted Mike Polo on the shoulders, suddenly hit with an idea. Old Mike, do you want to get our business back online? Still doing that. I've said all the good things, spent all my savings, and barely saved my life. I met someone, and as long as you send him back to the Amelie Empire, it will definitely work out, and even if it doesn't, you won't lose anything. Seeing old Mike's confused expression, Ji Wushuang briefly told him about meeting Stephen Lee. As long as Stephen Lee can return to the Amelie Empire, we have a chance to get the system back online. Is this person reliable? It's the only opportunity we have. I don't want to waste time for nothing. So you'll just waste your life here with the android? Mike Polo felt completely cornered by Ji Wushuang and shot him a fierce glare. Kid, you're something else. I'm impressed by you. Indeed, after a series of clever maneuvers from old Mike, a smile finally appeared on his face. You know, Ji Wushuang, I contacted a major from the Amelie Empire and told him I had information about an escape pod from one of the Empire's ships. He was very interested, but I told him he wasn't qualified to talk to me. I wanted to go directly to the commander. Ji Wushuang had no interest in hearing old Mike brag. His mind was busy replaying the events. How did the Amelie Empire's ship know their location? It couldn't have been a coincidence. The Amelie Empire's ship opened fire as soon as it exited the wormhole. It seemed like they were coming straight for them. There was only one possibility: someone must have sent their location out. Among the people present, someone must have secretly contacted the Amelie Empire. Moreover, how did Lu Yu and the others know their location? All of this deeply troubled Ji Wushuang. He had a vague feeling that there was a mole within the Hanlong Empire's fleet. In his past life, he had fallen into an ambush resulting in the destruction of his ship and the loss of lives. Thus in this life, Ji Wushuang dared not trust anyone easily, even those who seemed to be his comrades. Could it really be Zhong Ro? All of this felt like pearls scattered on a plate, missing the final string to connect them. Ji Wushuang knew where that string was, but now was not the time. Old Mike, I've heard that the White Bear Empire and Oraluna have already gone to war. Yes, it's a fierce battle, kill or be killed. Why can't we humans unite, and instead must plot against each other? It all boils down to resources. It's said that the currently discovered sources of mysterious power are only enough to be mined for 10 years. After 10 years, there will be no natural power left, and no matter how many bloodlines awaken, it will be of no use. Thus, every empire is desperately trying to seize the mysterious power. If what old Mike said was true, then the second-generation evolution technology he now knew could just solve the bottleneck humanity was facing. A slight smile appeared on his face. Old Mike, do you have any acquaintances in the Oraluna Alliance? Yes, Barbassa. Ji Wushuang forced a smile. What about the White Bear Empire? Do you have any acquaintances there? Yes, still Barbassa. What's going on? What's Barbassa's relationship with the White Bear Empire? Barbassa was previously an officer of Oraluna's ship. After his journey in the Swan Galaxy with you, he was left without any resources. He was pursued by Oraluna and hid everywhere until he was taken in by the White Bear Empire. Now he is the commander of a mercenary fleet. Good heavens, this guy really knows how to make a living anywhere. Why are you suddenly asking this? Mike Polo knew that Ji Wushuang, though not a businessman, was just like one with no profit, no joy. He must have some ulterior motive. Help me contact this old acquaintance. It seems I need to send him a big gift. Seeing the puzzled expression on Mike's face, Ji Wushuang gently patted him on the shoulder. Old Mike, I'm glad you didn't betray me. Although we haven't known each other for long, it's not even a year yet. But this proves that you are a person with principles and boundaries. Cut the flattery, don't put a crown on my head. So what exactly is your plan? Although Mike Polo was a businessman, it had to be said that old Mike was indeed someone who resonated with him. At the very least, he understands himself. How should I put it? It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. But trust me, after this matter, it won't be long before we can restart our business. Ji Wushuang tried his best to appear sincere, not to deceive old Mike into doing things for him. Rather, Ji Wushuang understood that old Mike deeply craved a goal, a purpose to strive for in life. Such a person is actually well informed. You can't just dangle a big promise in front of him, but can only provide him with a space for limitless imagination. What Ji Wushuang offered him was merely a seed. Hanjing Empire Fortress, a revolving restaurant that can accommodate thousands of people, was nearly full. The entire Alpha Star system with hundreds of star systems had all gathered here. Everyone was eating in silence with their heads bowed. Suddenly, an officer from a starship stumbled into the dining hall, panting and shouting, "He's here!" That person has returned. Everyone's gaze turned towards him in unison. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who is it that's making such a fuss?" "It's Colonel Yang's former subordinate, called Ji Wushuang." "Ah yes, Ji Wushuang, he has arrived at the Imperial Fortress in a Zhou-class starship." Upon hearing this, everyone dropped their bowls and chopsticks and stood up. "Where is he?" "Damn, he's the one who got Colonel Yang imprisoned. He still has the face to come back. Doesn't he think he has caused enough trouble?" Everyone rushed towards the hall, where on the screen Ji Wushuang's Zhou-class starship had just docked. The robotic guards were escorting Ji Wushuang into the elevator. "Lu Yu, is that the kid?" A few people surrounded Lu Yu and asked. Lu Yu nodded. He never expected Ji Wushuang would truly fulfill his promise and return personally. Damn, he really has the guts to come back. Well, he has returned, and our old commander can clear his name now. Damn, I hate traitors the most. After the trial, I will apply for the final execution. Listening to everyone's curses, Lu Yu remained the calmest. He vaguely felt that Ji Wushuang's return this time was definitely not simple. Otherwise, Yang Xiao wouldn't have been silent all this time. Even after being imprisoned for so long, he had never tried to excuse himself, let alone let Ji Wushuang take the blame. It seemed like Yang Xiao was waiting for Ji Wushuang to return. Ji Wushuang was transported to an interrogation room. Inside it was empty. Only Ji Wushuang was alone, facing four white walls. Ji Wushuang knew that these white walls must be made of special materials, and someone on the other side was certainly watching his every move. "Are you Ji Wushuang?" After a long time, a woman's voice suddenly echoed. Ji Wushuang adjusted his sitting posture slightly. This voice was very familiar. "I am Han Na, pleased to meet the officer from our Divine Oracle starship." As soon as she finished speaking, a wall slowly melted away. A middle-aged woman in her 40s dressed in a uniform appeared before Ji Wushuang. The gold star on her shoulder signified that she was a marshal, a female marshal. Ji Wushuang was familiar with Han Na. She was one of the earliest bloodline awakeners of the Hanlong Empire. During the Homeland Defense War, because she was a woman and her starship rank was the lowest at the time, she was left in the starship universe. At that time, nearly 90% of the starships participated in the Homeland Defense War. However, humanity only found a way to return from the starship universe to the real universe, and did not find a way to return from the real universe back to the starship universe. Thus, Han Na became one of the few first-generation starship officers who remained in the starship universe. Now she was already a marshal starship officer of the Hanlong Empire's Alpha Star system. In his previous life, when Ji Wushuang rose to the rank of 10-class starship officer, he had participated in high-level meetings several times and had a deep impression of Han Na. As the highest commander of the Hanlong Empire in the Alpha Star system, she was willing to listen to others' opinions, but would not be easily swayed by them. "Ji Wushuang, let's get straight to the point. The Xiaolong Starship Group has been nearly wiped out. I believe this is not the level of command expected from Yang Xiao. So we need you to come back and explain the doubts." Ji Wushuang liked Han Na's straightforward style. "In the entire plan, only Yang Xiao and I know your identity. What task did Yang Xiao give you?" "There was no specific task, just a coordinate, which is actually the coordinate of planet X896. Han Na nodded thoughtfully. "As far as we know, you later went to the edge of the Swan Star system. Did you discover anything?" "Marshal Han, I have a detailed memorandum. I can send it to you." After saying that, he sent a highly classified memorandum. Han Na directly brought up a virtual screen and began to read it carefully. The memorandum contained the entire record of Ji Wushuang's first-hand experiences. When she saw that Ji Wushuang had initially mastered the second-generation evolution technology, as well as the proposed Maopai plan based on this second-generation evolution technology, Han Na's brows furrowed tightly, a glint of cold light gathering in her eyes, as if she wanted to see through Ji Wushuang's heart. "This plan is very imaginative, but I'm afraid implementing it would be a pipe dream. This not only requires our Hanlong Empire to spare no effort, but also requires trust and complete cooperation between the other empires to make it possible. Even so, what do you think the chances of success would be? If properly prepared, there is over 90% chance of success. Don't talk about a 90% success rate. Even a 99% success rate, that last 1% could lead to the extinction of humanity. The Hanlong Empire's starship headquarters will not agree, and the starship headquarters of other empires will not agree either." Ji Wushuang smiled slightly and said softly, "They will agree." "How do you know they will agree?" "I have already notified them," Ji Wushuang said calmly. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarm sounds rang out, followed by an AI broadcast, Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. An unidentified large starship fleet is rapidly moving towards the Imperial Fortress. Han Na's expression tightened as she directly issued the order. "All starship officers immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness. All starship officers immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness." Seeing Ji Wushuang also stand up, adjusting his uniform, Han Na pointed with her hand, "Not including you." Han Na had just left to urgently deal with a Level 1 military alert. Suddenly, the floor beneath Ji Wushuang's feet jolted and began to sink slowly. After sinking for about 10 meters, it came to a halt. The wall in front unexpectedly opened, revealing a wooden door. Ji Wushuang pushed the door and entered. The view before him instantly expanded. It was a spacious and bright living room adorned in a slightly antiquated yet elegant style. At the end of the living room, an officer from the starship was hunched over a desk practicing calligraphy. "Officer Yang." Ji Wushuang recognized the person to be Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback before turning around. Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, Yang Xiao's expression first lit up with joy, then quickly turned to a frown. "You little rascal, what are you doing here?" Ji Wushuang then noticed the electronic identification cuff on Yang Xiao's wrist. This indicated that he was indeed being treated as a criminal and detained. "Officer Yang, how could they treat you like this? It's utterly unfair." Unfair. Who can speak of fairness to those fallen brothers? With a sigh, he turned away. The entire Starship Corps has sacrificed, yet I, the commander of the Starship Corps, can still stand here. Do you think that's fair? Seeing Ji Wuxuang hesitate to speak, his eyes darting around, as if wary, Yang Xiao said, "Feel free to say whatever you wish. Since they allowed you in to see me, there's nothing between us that they won't know." Having his thoughts seen through by Yang Xiao made Ji Wuxuang feel a bit embarrassed. Was I truly not approved during the internal testing, or was I already selected for a top-secret mission? You were the best candidate I personally selected for the task. Does it even matter if you pass the test? Yang Xiao paused. I've been pondering a question these days. How could we, the dignified Hanlong Empire, be unaware of information even an informant like Old Mike could acquire? What kind of top-secret mission could be so classified that there are no specific task instructions, only a coordinate? You deliberately told me nothing, but you had already leaked it out. You just wanted me to become a disruptor, didn't you? Yang Xiao's eyes flickered with a passing light, and the muscles on half of his face twitched slightly. The Starship Corps was nearly wiped out. Have you really not considered the reason? Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned, instantly looking at Ji Wuxuang. What exactly do you want to say? Besides the Starship officers who did not participate, there should have been survivors that day. Are you suggesting that the people who survived have issues? Yang Xiao interrupted Ji Wuxuang's words. If I thought like you, I could casually name someone and easily walk out of this room without anyone making things difficult for me, having served the Empire for over a decade and risking half my life as a colonel. But you haven't personally experienced what happened in the Swan Galaxy. Did you experience it personally? I did. Ji Wuxuang recounted how he had taken Barbarossa to the Swan Galaxy and encountered the alien fleet's catastrophic defeat and subsequent escape. He only omitted the part about the second-generation evolution technology and saving Stephen Lee. Yang Xiao's expression was filled with complex emotions, a mix of panic, unease, and even a hint of excitement. If what you say is true, the alien fleet has evolved to a level far beyond our own. Indeed, so do you really doubt the survivors from that situation? Are you talking about Zhong Ro? Yes, not just regarding escaping from the Swan Galaxy. When I was pursued by Lu Yu and others at a standoff, a starship from the Ointment Empire unexpectedly arrived. A starship from the Ointment Empire. Was that just a coincidence? It was no coincidence. They directly emerged from the wormhole, and the fleet opened fire before fully exiting the wormhole. Clearly they were targeting us. Yang Xiao's mind began to race, replaying Zhong Ro's every action in his head. These 2 points alone cannot determine that Zhong Ro is a spy, nor can it conclude which faction she serves. I understand, so I have a bold decision. I have already included her in my conspiracy plan. What is the conspiracy plan? Ji Wuxuang detailed the plan he and Stephen Lee had envisioned to Yang Xiao. He had expected Yang Xiao to support him. To his surprise, Yang Xiao's reaction was even more intense than Han Na's. Impossible. You are courting disaster. That's why it's called a conspiracy plan. Nonsense. Kid, I've said before that I dislike your clever tricks and petty schemes. Your arrogance could cost the fate of humanity. The mysterious powers of Starship space are nearing depletion. Humanity is also beginning to descend into civil war. If we can't break this deadlock, the Hanlong Empire and the Aimei Empire will inevitably go to war. Isn't that closely tied to the fate of all humanity? From the current intelligence, the technology of the alien races is already far ahead of us. If we continue with this internal strife, the outcome for our human race will be the same. I'm just taking a gamble, and I have a great deal of confidence. After Ji Wuxuang finished speaking, Yang Xiao fell into silence. Indeed, as Ji Wuxuang said, because in the Alpha Star system, the Hanlong Empire has the most mineral resources. Therefore, other factions have long since formed a private alliance, creating an anti-Hanlong coalition. They established a 3-layer encirclement around the entire Hanjing Empire fortress, extending for tens of thousands of kilometers. The first layer is the first encirclement chain created by the Ointment Empire in collaboration with the Gaoli nation. The second layer is the second encirclement chain created by the Kangaroo Empire in collaboration with the Pancake Nation. The third layer is the third encirclement chain established by the Aimei Empire. Over 10,000 starships have surrounded the entire Hanjing fortress, leaving no room for escape. They adopted a strategy of only allowing entry and not exit, forcing the starships that returned to guard the Hanjing Empire fortress to be trapped here. It has been a stalemate for over a month. Yang Xiao smiled wryly. You are underestimating this situation. The various empires will not come to an agreement just because of your wild ideas. I will do my utmost, but I need your support. What support can I give you? You've already devised a strategy and still need an old man like me to guide you. Besides, I am currently struggling to protect myself. My words may not only fail to help you, but could even hinder you. You are too modest. You are an old pro. I still need you to support me. Without you, this play cannot be performed. Don't say that the Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. I'm already useless. Yang Xiao shot Ji Wushuang an annoyed glance. Just then the door to the room opened again. Lu Yu entered with several starship officers. Officer Yang, Commander Han requests that you and Ji Wushuang come to the command center. Yang Xiao snorted coldly. His proud disciple still cared about his reputation. Delivering is not called delivering, it's called inviting. What does Commander Han want us to do in the command center? Lu Yu stammered for a long time, but couldn't articulate. It was Ouyang who couldn't hold back any longer. There's a commotion outside. Over 10,000 starships have surrounded us, all demanding payment from Ji Wushuang, claiming he owes them 9 levels of mineral resources. Ji Wushuang and Yang Xiao followed Lu Yu through layer upon layer of checkpoints. Finally, they arrived at the main control room of the Imperial Fortress. The Imperial Fortress has a massive control system that governs the operations of the entire Hanjing Fortress. The core of this control system is located in this main control room area. The situation outside the entire fortress was clearly displayed on the screens. Thousands of starships had surrounded the Imperial Fortress from all directions. All of them hovered at the edge of the 1 million kilometer warning line. Within this warning range, to be honest, for ordinary starships, it takes only about 2 seconds to traverse 1 million kilometers at particle-accelerated cruising speed. However, no starship dared to cross the line, because within the Imperial fortresses of various countries, there exists a powerful particle processor. This super-large particle processor can neutralize all particle balance within 1 million kilometers, forming a powerful barrier. Simply put, all starships entering this range of 1 million kilometers cannot accelerate particles to achieve sublight speed. Moreover, starships that had already reached sublight speed would also be affected by the particle balance within this range. They would instantly drop from sublight speed to a very low speed, and the immense inertia would turn the starship into a pile of scrap metal. Starships without authorization to enter the barrier at low speed would face the Imperial Fortress' formidable firepower. Over 1 million missiles equivalent to the full ammunition load of 10,000 starships. With 200,000 photon cannons, an entire fleet could be annihilated in an instant. The defensive shields provided by the defense system could withstand at least 1 million missile attacks. This is what is known as the never-sinking Imperial Fortress. Since humanity entered the starship universe, no nation's fleet has dared to attack the Imperial Fortress. Such a powerful particle barrier and firepower configuration. Even 10,000 starships could not guarantee a successful assault. But now what troubled Han Na was that so many starships surrounded the fortress not to wage war, but to collect debts. In an instant, multiple video communication signals requested to connect. Han Na agreed to the connection. "Hello, Marshal Han, long time no see." A man with a full beard and a prominent nose appeared on the screen. "Hello, Marshal Petarov." Han Na forced a smile. "I wonder what wine blew you over from Delta Star System." "Oh, Marshal Han. It was your country's envoy, Colonel Ji Wushuang, who invited us, stating that as long as our White Bear Empire and the Orlona Alliance can set aside past grievances and coexist peacefully, your country would gift us the level 9 mineral resources from Alpha Star System." "What?" Han Na turned around and shot a furious glare at Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang had his hands in his pockets, intently focused on making holes in the floor with the tip of his shoe. "Petarov, I think there must be some misunderstanding about this." Another signal connected. A red-haired Orlona appeared on the other side of the screen. "Hi. Honorable Marshal Han, it's a pleasure to see you again. What misunderstanding did you just mention? Our Orlona Alliance and the White Bear Empire have reached a consensus on our misunderstandings, all thanks to your country's generous peace terms." "Hi, Marshal Schneider. Did you also receive our envoy's invitation?" "Of course. We, along with the White Bear Empire, express our sincere gratitude for your country's generosity." Marshal Schneider, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding here." "What misunderstanding? You're not suggesting that we crossed 2 star systems with thousands of starships to come here for a misunderstanding, are you?" No. Han Na tried to maintain a smile. "How about this? Let me verify this invitation first." Han Na directly cut off the signal. Turning around, she looked at the innocent-looking Yang Xiao and Ji Wushuang, who was still focused on making holes with his shoe. "Can any of you explain to me what is going on here?" Yang Xiao cleared his throat and stepped forward. "This is extortion, plain and simple extortion," Yang Xiao said seriously. "Orlona has long conspired with the Hegemony Empire in private, and the White Bear Empire is also a faction that takes advantage of the chaos. They see that the Hegemony Empire has been pressing us hard lately, and they want to get a share of the pie as well." Han Na took a deep breath and glanced at Ji Wushuang. "Is that so? Our Hanlong Empire's envoy, Colonel Ji Wushuang." Han Na was furious about the title colonel, as a rookie starship officer dared to impersonate a colonel. Ji Wushuang, who was originally distracted, immediately stood at attention upon hearing his name. "Report to Marshal Han. I believe what Colonel Yang said has merit. However, is there a possibility that someone actually made a promise to them? They are now saying that you are the envoy of the Hanlong Empire, and they received your invitation, Colonel Ji Wushuang. Did you make any promises to them? Han Na asked impatiently. Ji Wushuang blinked. Report to Marshal Han, I did indeed send them a similar invitation letter. What? Han Na's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you impersonate an envoy of our Hanlong Empire? Marshal Han, please calm down. Marshal Han, please calm down. Yang Xiao quickly stepped forward to intervene. Ji Wushuang is just a first-year Starship officer. Even if he had the intention to forge documents, formal diplomatic correspondence between nations needs to go through a Starship diplomatic mission. Why not ask the Hanlong diplomatic mission stationed in the Delta Star system what is going on? The entire Starship universe, according to the areas explored by humanity so far, is divided into Alpha Star System, Beta Star System, Gamma Star System, and Delta Star System. Currently, human technology does not allow for information exchange between starships across star systems. Therefore, it is necessary to have Starship fleets or Starship diplomatic missions stationed in different star systems. Starship fleets can arrange for starships to travel back and forth between various star systems to convey information. More importantly, diplomatic missions can have an independent starport establishing a large particle information exchange center for interstellar communication. In the Delta Star system, most of the star systems are occupied by Orlona and the White Bear Empire. Coincidentally, the Hanlong Empire has only a diplomatic mission composed of a dozen starships in this star system. Han Na struggled to control her emotions. Yang Xiao's words made sense. Such a significant matter could not be resolved merely by the words of a rookie Starship officer. Connect me to the Hanlong diplomatic mission's starport in Delta Star system. As soon as she finished speaking, the starport's interaction center in Delta Star system requested to connect. Han Na directly agreed to the connection. A man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a hooked nose was looking around the camera. Who are you and how did you end up in our Hanlong Empire's starport interaction center? The hooked-nosed man on the other side suddenly became animated. Finally, the connection is successful. Hi, sweetheart, it doesn't matter if you don't know me. Meeting in this vast Starship universe is our fate. Could you please help me find Ji Wushuang? What, sweetheart? Han Na completely lost her composure and shouted angrily, Ji Wushuang, get over here. Ji Wushuang peeked out from behind Yang Xiao and waved at the holographic screen. Hello, Barbarossa. Hi, bro. I have successfully taken over this information interaction center according to your instructions. By the way, the battleship group you arranged is quite impressive. All over 200 support starships are class mainstay ships. With their assistance, I effortlessly seized the starport. Han Na's face turned extremely ugly. She never expected that the first Oracle Starship officer of the Hanlong Empire not only befriended interstellar marauders, but also engaged in scams, leading the starship groups of two major empires to the gates of the Imperial Fortress to demand repayment. To avoid exposing the situation, he even lured the most loyal Batai starship group of the Hanlong Empire to hijack his own envoy starport. Is there no law anymore? Han Na slammed the table. Barbarossa, I know who you are. Listen carefully, immediately release our envoy starship officer and withdraw our starport in the Delta constellation. Otherwise, Hold on. I know you too, Commander Han. I am in it for the money, not to take lives. It was Ji Wushuang who promised me 50 Han-class starships that I did this. Otherwise, I am currently the leader of the White Bear Empire's hired starship group. Why would I do this? Han Na was completely furious and cut off the signal. Ji Wushuang, what exactly do you want to do? Are you planning to rebel? Someone drag Ji Wushuang out and execute him. Hearing Han Na shout, Lu Yu and others hurriedly came in. But faced with this situation, they were somewhat at a loss. Execute Ji Wushuang. This. Yang Xiao stepped forward quickly. Commander Han, calm down. Get lost. What he received in return was Han Na's roar. Yang Xiao, you are also a veteran. You just told me to calm down, and now you ask me to calm down again. If you say one more word, I will take you down with him. Yang Xiao secretly stuck out his tongue, thinking that this old woman was indeed not easy to deal with when she went crazy. But he saw Ji Wushuang desperately winking at him. What are you still dawdling for? Drag him out and execute him. Wait. Yang Xiao was truly risking it now. He knew this was all Ji Wushuang's trick. This was the so-called Ji Wushuang staging a good show. Although Yang Xiao did not know Ji Wushuang's specific plans behind this, executing him was definitely out of the question. What, Yang Xiao, do you also want to rebel? Commander Han, this matter concerns the face of our Hanlong Empire. It is not simply about the White Bear Empire and the Orona Alliance demanding repayment. Even the Ameli Empire, the Gao Yao Empire, the Kangaroo Nation, the Flipping Cake Nation, and the Gaoli Nation are watching our every move. If handled improperly, our Hanlong Empire's reputation could plummet. Han Na was not an ordinary person. A woman could reach the position of marshal in this ruthless starship universe. Her wisdom, courage, and ambition were undoubtedly exceptional. Instantly Han Na calmed down. Yang Xiao, what is your suggestion? Yang Xiao caught a glimpse of Ji Wushuang biting her lip and stifling a laugh, steeling himself to continue. I believe in terms of principle a gentleman's word is his bond. Since Ji Wushuang has acknowledged that he indeed made a promise, he should fulfill it. What? Are you saying we should offer them several level 9 mineral sources? Not at all. What Ji Wushuang promised, Ji Wushuang should fulfill himself. Though he is one of our Hanlong people, he is currently not a starship officer of the Hanlong Empire. Even if he were, he could be immediately expelled from the regular ranks. Ji Wushuang bit her tongue, thinking, Yang, you old coot, how could you directly abandon me? Isn't the motto of the Xiaolong Starship Group, no abandonment, no giving up? Isn't this even more of a disgrace to our Hanlong Empire? Commander Han, you have a great reputation, but everything must be viewed from different angles. Handing Ji Wushuang over does not mean we are afraid of them. Instead, it demonstrates our Hanlong Empire's courage and accountability. Since it was Ji Wushuang's private promise, he should bear the corresponding responsibility. A mistake is a mistake, and one must admit it. This is the demeanor of a great nation. Since you plan to execute him anyway, you might as well hand him over to the Orona Alliance and the White Bear Empire for handling. But after the previous anger, Han Na still hesitated. If Ji Wushuang was handed over, he would certainly meet his doom. Though our Hanlong Empire was in the wrong, we never abandon our comrades. No matter how one thinks it feels inappropriate. Ji Wushuang sensed Han Na's concerns, deep down, she was ultimately reluctant. This made her respect Han Na even more. But for now, Ji Wushuang had to go out as she had to go out. If she didn't go out, the subsequent act couldn't be performed. Commander Han, are you really afraid of a few insignificant nations? Ji Wushuang was determined. She had to provoke Han Na. If we just huddle inside the Imperial Fortress, let them attack us if they dare. I want to see who has the guts. Besides, if you are truly afraid, then hand me over. If I, Ji Wushuang, plead for mercy, I'll be your son. Ji Wushuang, you think you are worthy. Han Na spat. When have I ever had a son as big as you? If you were my son, I'd peel your skin off. All right, Commander Han. Why don't we just surrender then? I've realized that with a timid marshal like you in our Hanlong Empire, surrender is just a matter of time. Saying this, he directly sat down on the ground. At this moment, Han Na's expression was a mix of emotions, and her jaw began to move. Yang Xiao knew she was truly angry now. Just a little more provocation was needed. You little brat. Can you say such things? Commander Han has to consider the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture? We can't surrender, nor can we win a battle. They've surrounded the Imperial Fortress for a month now. If this is considered considering the big picture, then the position of marshal is too easy. Han Na could no longer tolerate it. Notify all nations that although Ji Wushuang is Hanlong nationality, he has never belonged to the Hanlong Empire Starship Group. Moreover, he has never been commanded as an envoy of the Hanlong Empire. Ji Wushuang is hereby expelled from the Imperial Fortress, and he alone is responsible for all his words and actions. Ji Wushuang pretended to be indignant and stood up, cupping her fists. Thank you, Commander Han, for your approval. In the vast and boundless universe, the majestic Hanjing Empire Fortress slowly opened a ship door. A Zhou-class starship slowly emerged. Instantly, all starships focused their attention on this Zhou-class starship, slowly moving closer to it. For the first time, Ji Wushuang, piloting the Zhou-class starship, felt a sense of righteousness. In the control room of the Imperial Fortress, Han Na was also staring at the screen without blinking. She slowly raised her arm and spoke to her wrist device. All fortress attack systems obey orders. Any foreign starship entering the warning zone without authorization will be killed without mercy. Hello everyone, I am Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang directly switched to full-frequency communication mode. It is truly a pleasure to meet the distinguished starship officers from various nations in this situation. Ji Wushuang, there's no need for polite talk. Petrov, who was impatient, interjected. What does your Hanlong Empire truly mean? We have made over a dozen parabolic jumps crossing 2 entire star systems just to arrive here. I'm not here for pleasantries. Wait, Commander Han just said you have been expelled, and all promises are irrelevant to the Hanlong Empire. What does that mean? Marshal Schneider of the Orona also chimed in. You need to give us an explanation. Ji Wushuang smiled slightly. Indeed, I acted out of my own cleverness, hoping both sides could turn swords into plowshares and cease the conflict among humanity. This was entirely my personal action, and none of the commanders of the Hanlong Empire were aware of it. Ji Wushuang, you are truly courting death. Petrov raised his voice instantly. White Bear Starship officers, listen up. In an instant, thousands of White Bear Empire starships deployed their hidden photon cannons, and various missiles were loaded. All were ready, waiting only for Petrov's command. We retreat. With that declaration, even Ji Wushuang was taken aback. What does this mean? Can Petrov really endure this? Shouldn't we just engage in a straightforward battle? Wait. Schneider could no longer contain himself. If this issue isn't clarified today, nobody gets to leave. In an instant, thousands of Arona Alliance starships also displayed their weapons. The atmosphere began to tense. I'm not saying this lightly, Schneider. Are you foolish? The Hanlong Empire is no longer providing us with grade 9 mineral sources, nor are they feeding us. Do you not understand? Are you joking? Are you white bears colluding with the Hanlong to deceive us in the Arona Alliance? You said to cease fire, and you also promised mineral sources. What is the situation now? Just taking a stroll. Taking a stroll between star systems. Ji Wushuang covered his mouth, thankful that Schroeder was not easily fooled, otherwise the opening would have been difficult today. Gentlemen marshals, I Ji Wushuang admit to having deceived you all. You can kill or punish me as you wish, but I Ji Wushuang will not retreat an inch. However, there are some words I wish to share with everyone, including those lurking in the shadows watching from a distance. Officers from the Ameli Empire, the Adhesive Empire, the Kangaroo Nation, the Pancake Nation, and the Galley Nation. Enough with the nonsense. Who do you think you are? Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. The Hanlong Empire must give us. As soon as the words were spoken, the fortress of the Hanjing Empire deployed 200,000 photon cannons, all aimed directly at the starships. They must give us justice. Schneider couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The Imperial Fortress is not to be trifled with. Ji Wushuang smiled coldly. Officers of the starships, 300 years ago our ancestors began to truly explore the universe. It took 300 years for us to set foot in over a dozen star systems and hundreds of planets, establishing one colony after another, forming the greatest interstellar alliance in human history. So take a word we now hesitate to mention. This alien race that suddenly appeared before us 50 years ago. In less than 15 years, they not only destroyed all our colonies, but also obliterated our greatest interstellar alliance. 30 years ago, our forefathers, in defense of our last home planet, launched thousands of starships from here, from the Starship universe, returning to our time-space universe and resolutely driving away the Sotek aliens. The efforts of our ancestors were not meant for us to slaughter each other here. They were buying us time so that when the Sotek come again, we still have the strength to fight. Ji Wushuang, do you speak without thinking? Without mysterious powers, how can we evolve? How can we become stronger? A starship officer interrupted Ji Wushuang. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. If we cannot survive in the starship universe, how can we contend against alien races? You are merely a merchant-class starship, nothing more than a class vanguard ship. What gives you the right to preach to us? Can you withstand a shot from us? Ji Wushuang, if you have the guts, come out of the barrier zone, and it'll show you what a true starship is. Come out. It'll help you modify your starship. If your Hanlong Empire want teach you, I will. Ji Wushuang sighed lightly, unexpected that among the vast sea of stars, not a single one of the thousands of starships could calm down to listen to his speech. Wasn't it all in vain? Ji Wushuang chuckled to himself, thinking, boys, today, your grandpa Ji will show you the true starship technology. With that, Ji Wushuang really activated the propulsion system, and the entire starship began to slowly sail beyond the barrier zone. Inside the Imperial Fortress, Han Na clenched her fists. She couldn't help but quietly curse. Ji Wushuang, if you stay honestly within the barrier zone, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will dare to touch you. Once you cross 1,000,000 kilometers beyond the barrier zone, I can't protect you even if I wanna. On Han Na's screen, both Petrov and Schneider requested a line of communication. Marshals, have you reached an agreement? Commander Han, since your country has already informed us that Ji Wushuang is acting on his own and all consequences are his responsibility, then we. Han Na tightly clenched her fists. Commander Han, we must give our starship officers an explanation. This matter cannot go unresolved. With that, the communication line was cut. Yang Xiao, you and I have fought side by side for nearly 20 years. What would you do if you were in my position? No one can place themselves above the nation and its people, even if he is a divine domain starship officer. You're right. I just don't understand what he really wants to achieve. Han Na slammed her fists on the control panel in frustration. Yang Xiao chuckled. This brat is not a madman, he is a genius. However, one thing I can assure you is that he will definitely not suffer losses. As the merchant-class starship was about to sail out of the barrier zone, Ji Wushuang's voice suddenly came again. I, Ji Wushuang, have just one request. All of you go all out and hold nothing back. The starships lurking behind the Anti-Hanlong Alliance also listened closely today. I will give you all a chance to face my Hanlong Empire's divine domain starships. No more dilly-dallying, don't waste my time. As soon as the words fell, the merchant-class starship accelerated to its maximum speed. The moment it left the barrier zone, its speed increased tenfold. Thousands of photon cannons on tens of thousands of starships fired simultaneously, illuminating the entire star river. Through the particle imaging telescope, countless missiles and photon cannons in the distance exploded like brilliant fireworks. The The stealthy fleet of the Anti-Hanlong Alliance lurking millions of kilometers away could not help but stir. In the encrypted channel, the commander of the Medicine Empire, Suzuki Saneo, gleefully remarked, "Suzuki-can, but Arona is our ally. You shouldn't think too recklessly." "I'm just curious, aren't you curious? What kind of spacecraft warrants such a commotion? If it were our kangaroo nation, we could easily deal with it with just a small team. I kindly remind all commanders that we should intervene to quell this dispute. It would enhance our prestige and win over hearts." Stephen Lee watched Ji Wushuang's performance without changing expression. "Stephen, you are merely a research expert. You are still an outsider when it comes to battlefield matters. York, I remind you again, we need to unite all possible forces. Enough, put away your sophistry. Any country that does not obey us is an enemy." York was the marshal of the Amerli Empire in the Alpha constellation, and not only for the Amerli Empire, but he was also the supreme commander of the entire Anti-Hanlong Alliance. Stephen Lee smiled slightly. His goal was to oppose York so that he could eventually gain the highest command of the Amerli Empire and cooperate with Ji Wushuang's actions. Notify all spacecraft to maintain silence and wait for this grand show to conclude. Let the Arona Alliance's ships go, but not a single ship from the White Bear Empire is to be spared. Understood, echoed back through the encrypted channel. Listening to their discussions, Jean Yenner couldn't help but sigh and replied, "Received." Since being rescued by Ji Wushuang, Jean Yenner had also garnered military achievements for taking down the space bandit Philip Paul. Jean Yenner had been promoted to the rank of major. At this time, she was leading her fleet in coordination with the Amerli Empire's actions. Seeing the distant flashes of light, Jean Yenner couldn't resist opening her mailbox and clicking on the message signed by Ji Wushuang again. "Commander Jean Yenner, I take the liberty of sending you a message. By the time you read this, I may be not far from you. You might still remember my assistance to you last time. But this message is not a request for repayment. I wish to share an understanding of humanity with you. The humanity that I understand refers to the characteristics that define us as human beings. I saved you not because of who you are, but because you are my kind. Similarly, our presence in the Starship universe today is not because we have to be here, but because we want to be here to contribute to our humanity. I wonder if you still remember what I once told you. We, the Hanlong Empire, are not your enemies. Today, I want to clarify that we should not become enemies among all humanity." Jean Yenner couldn't help but smile. Although she didn't understand what Ji Wushuang was currently doing, she strongly resonated with Ji Wushuang's ideology. To meet a kindred spirit in this ethereal and void starship universe was worth her smiling. On the other side, after the triple volley fragments flew and the smoke dissipated, Ji Wushuang's merchant-class starship, however, remained unscathed. The silver orb transformed into a protective shield tightly adhered to the exterior of the starship. "This is impossible." Schneider rubbed his eyes vigorously. "This is absurd. I said to retreat, but you insisted on engaging, and now we've lost a bunch of missiles." "That's your fault then." Ji Wushuang laughed. "Who said I couldn't withstand a shot?" Ji Wushuang accelerated, directly charging towards the enemy fleet. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, she plunged into the flock of sheep. "Fire! Fire!" the Arona Alliance shouted loudly. And then it was precisely what she wanted. The shockwave from the missile explosions rebounded off the protective shield, generating massive waves among the fleet. With Ji Wushuang's reckless charge, she unleashed her F-class talent Heavy Strike, and then added her F-class talent Phantom. She directly sent thousands of Arona Alliance starships into chaos. Countless starships lost power and even control. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Seeing this, Petarov hurriedly ordered. "I knew we wouldn't gain any advantage against the Hanlong Empire, yet here we are fighting with our heads in the clouds." Arona, or rather Watrona. The stealthy officials of the Anti-Hanlong Alliance were equally dumbfounded. The particle imaging display showed that thousands of Arona starships were tossed into disarray by Ji Wushuang alone, collapsing into chaos. Meanwhile, the White Bear Empire was in complete disarray, fleeing without daring to look back. Ji Wushuang chased fiercely from behind. "Run, where are you running? Who was just telling me how to modify starships? Who wanted me to see what a real starship looks like? To open a wormhole and accelerate with a curved trajectory." Ji Wushuang directly targeted them with photon cannons. In dynamic situations, they couldn't open it. Opening it statically was simply asking for a beating. Thus, thousands of starships were directly pursued by Ji Wushuang towards the Anti-Hanlong Alliance's lurking area. Warriors of Galley Nation, today is your opportunity to prove yourselves. Not only is courage ours, but the stars and the universe belong to our Galley Nation as well. Kill. With Jean Yenner's command, the entire fleet of Galley Nation, over 200 starships, activated together instantly, revealing the layout of the Amerli Empire. What? Who ordered them to engage? York was confused. Is everyone crazy today? The Galley Nation starships began to fire fiercely, Although the distance was still far, they directly blocked the path of the White Bear Empire starships. Jean Yinner breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Wushuang, I can only assist you to this point. Ji Wushuang, in a state of excitement, crashed headlong into Peterov's flagship, almost breaking it in half. 200,000 kilometers away inside the Hanjing Empire fortress, Han Na looked dumbfounded. Is this the second-generation starship technology he mentioned? Report, Commander. Yang Xiao gave a sharp salute. With no outsiders present, what are you doing? Report, Commander. The warning system has detected that a starship piloted by a Hanlong Empire officer is being attacked by a starship fleet from an unknown source. Requesting to engage. What? Han Na was taken aback, instantly understanding a starship piloted by a Hanlong officer is under attack. Yes, Commander. Although Ji Wushuang is not part of our Hanlong Empire fleet, he is one of us. Our Hanlong people are under attack. Please give the order, Commander. The screen linked to the hull of the Empire Fortress. All Hanlong starship officers were already prepared, ready to go, shouting in unison. Please give the order, Marshal. Please give the order, Marshal. Please give the order, Marshal. Lu Yu stood in a corner holding a dry branch he picked up from somewhere, smiling slightly. Seeing the Gao Li Kingdom take the initiative, it completely exposed their tactical intentions. Marshal York of the Ameli Empire let out a long sigh. He issued the order for the entire army to attack. Thousands of starships fired simultaneously from multiple directions. It was an indiscriminate assault. All kinds of missiles mixed with countless photon cannons rained down on the White Bear Empire's starship fleet and Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang thought to herself, indeed searching for him among the crowd, only to suddenly turn around and find this group of scoundrels right in the midst of the fiercest cannon fire. She ignored the White Bear Empire starships and charged straight toward the Hanlong Alliance's position. York's command was still a bit better than Schneider and Petrov. The Hanlong Alliance was firing in an orderly fashion. The Shui Bing Kingdom and the Gao Yao Kingdom guarded the flanks, while the Kangaroo Kingdom and Gao Li Kingdom acted as the vanguard. The Ameli Empire's starships stayed back to defend. It formed a powerful crossfire net. The Zhou-level starships stubbornly endured countless missiles and photon cannons. Their advance was slowing down. At this moment, the White Bear Empire was also confused, thinking that the Ameli Empire was taking advantage of the chaos. They immediately turned all their cannons around. They began to exchange fire. Within a radius of several million kilometers, various faction starships were embroiled in a fierce battle. Ji Wushuang glanced at the mysterious energy storage device. Over 1600 units of mysterious power had already been consumed, almost down to 1000. If she didn't act quickly once the mysterious power was depleted, the small silver ball's abilities would also be rendered ineffective. Mohammed, when are you going to make your move? Ji Wushuang shouted loudly. The body starship fleet, which had long been lurking nearby, suddenly emerged under the command of Muhammad Ali. It turned out that this was all a smokescreen orchestrated by Ji Wushuang. She had sent Barbarossa to persuade the Europa Alliance and the White Bear Empire for peace talks. Both sides had actually been in a predicament. After months of fighting, both suffered heavy casualties with little gain. The resources of the Delta constellation were already scarce. Even if the fighting continued, it was impossible for either side to be completely annihilated. Moreover, new resource deposits could not be created. The final outcome would be that both sides' strengths would be greatly diminished, allowing other forces to profit. Thus, after Barbarossa secretly communicated with both parties, they both sought to take this opportunity to cease fire, and the conditions for the ceasefire left both sides speechless. Ji Wushuang promised to arrange for both sides to receive level 9 resource deposits from the Alpha constellation. However, both sides needed to sign a peace treaty at the Hanlong Empire's Hanjing Fortress. That is why both sides brought their main starship fleets here. Ji Wushuang intentionally arranged for Barbarossa to mention that the body starship fleet would assist him in seizing the Hanlong Empire's starport during the conversation. In reality, the body starship fleet had long been silently lurking behind the Shui Bing Kingdom starships, waiting for Ji Wushuang's command. Muhammad Ali's starship fleet suddenly appeared from behind the Shui Bing Kingdom. In an instant, the unprepared Shui Bing Kingdom starships were heavily damaged and their flanks were breached. The body had been suppressed by the Shui Bing Kingdom all these years. If it weren't for the Hanlong Empire's support, the body would likely have had no place to stand. Today, they could finally take this opportunity to vent their frustrations. Over 1,000 Shui Bing Kingdom starships were instantly scattered by less than 500 body starships, suffering heavy losses. Just as the Shui Bing Kingdom was about to collapse and withdraw from the front, suddenly 2 bolts of lightning shot in from the distance. Like 2 soul-binding chains, they directly scattered the body starship fleet. After all, the body starship fleet had less than 500 ships. This sudden turn of events diminished their earlier momentum. The situation stabilized. Ji Wushuang then saw that the starship piloted by York was its class Marshal ship. The front of the starship opened to the left and right like a crocodile's mouth. Two long cannon barrels extended outward. Those lightning-like chains were the Hegemony Empire's Marshall-class starship's devastating weapon. Thunder God's hammer, it seemed that to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Ji Wushuang unleashed all 4 photon cannons and charged directly at York's Marshall ship. All missiles were launched at once, leaving no escape route. Unfortunately, the Zhou-level starship's attack power was like scratching an itch for a Marshall-class starship. It barely caused any damage. York sneered. 2 bolts of lightning shot out again. This time the target was Ji Wushuang's Zhou-level starship. The front of the 2 bolts of lightning struck Ji Wushuang's starship like 2 large iron hammers, smashing it hard in the center. Countless electrical charges exchanged, flashing with dazzling lightning. All systems on Ji Wushuang's starship went haywire. The power system completely malfunctioned, the warning system went dark, and the weapon system failed. Even the control console for steering was reduced to gibberish. Although Ji Wushuang herself was unharmed, her starship was as if it had been sealed, completely immobilized. It remained stationed less than 200,000 kilometers from York. I am York of the Hegemony Empire, your commander. All starship officers heed my command. Target Ji Wushuang, leave no remaining shells, and fire at full capacity. Sink Ji Wushuang, and I will reward you with 100,000 military merits. Under York's generous reward, all starships that still had combat capability focused their firepower on Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang only saw the fluctuating numbers displayed on the chaotic, mysterious power storage device, sometimes good and sometimes bad. One moment it reached 7800, and the next moment it dropped to 5600. Feeling somewhat tired, Ji Wushuang slumped back in her seat and looked up at the silver ball, which seemed to still stubbornly support her. She smiled slightly, wondering whether to laugh at her own whimsical thinking or at the short-sightedness of others. She pressed the communication device's button, which emitted crackling sounds. Ji Wushuang no longer cared and shouted, "Ali, my good brother, I don't know if you can hear me. Hurry and withdraw. Don't worry about me." Although she felt that the Hanlong Alliance's missiles had nearly all been fired, the numbers on the storage device continued to decline. 3400, 2800, 2400, 1700. More and more starships began to encircle her, forming a massive circle with a radius of 10,000 kilometers, bombarding Ji Wushuang with photon cannons. 1100, 800. She feared she wouldn't last more than a few seconds. This battle was quite comfortable. Ji Wushuang stood up softly, muttering, "Lu Yu, you're getting a bargain this time." Pressing the communication button forcefully, she shouted, "I am Ji Wushuang. I have successfully surrounded the opposing 2,000 starships. I have successfully surrounded the opposing 2,000 starships, requesting to open fire." Requesting to open fire. Ji Wushuang looked at the numbers on the storage device, which flickered but slowly decreased. She gently closed her eyes. In the distance, countless missiles streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene as thousands of Hanlong starships raced forward. After several hours of towing, the 20,000 starships were finally dragged back to the Hanjing Empire's fortress. Almost all of them were damaged, except for those of the Hanlong Empire. The most severely damaged were from the Shuabing Nation and the Batai Nation, with nearly 80% of their starships directly destroyed. Many other factions had their starships rendered powerless by the Hanlong Empire after exhausting their ammunition and had to surrender. Ji Wushuang's starship was also towed back to the Empire's fortress. York's Mjolnir utilized electromagnetic interference, directly incapacitating the enemy's starships. This weapon consumes mysterious power, but its consumption is massive, making it unsuitable for long-term use. The Hanlong Empire can be said to have achieved a resounding victory this time. Ji Wushuang alone withstood the assault of nearly 20,000 enemy starships. Then she reaped the benefits, capturing all but a few destroyed starships. Watching the busy figures outside the window, Ji Wushuang felt a bit elated. "Commander Han, these are my captives, 20,000 starships, with at least 20% being high-tier starships." Han Na nodded with pursed lips. Capturing a class frigate grants 1600 merits. Capturing a class battleship grants 640 merits. Capturing an A-class general ship grants 2560 merits. And capturing an S-class marshal ship grants over 1000 merits. This time I will earn at least 2 million merits. "Commander Han, won't you have to call me General Ji from now on?" Ji Wushuang burst into laughter. "If you haven't miscalculated, you should indeed be General Ji now." Yang Xiao beside her raised his foot, but added, "However, the merits of the Empire are awarded to formally appointed starship officers of the Empire." Ji Wushuang's smile froze. "What do you mean?" "It means that as a civilian who has been expelled from the ranks of starship officers, military merits have nothing to do with you." Han Na leaned down, smiling as she spoke. "No way, you guys are being utterly shameless." Yang Xiao chuckled secretly and quickly tried to leave this contentious place. Ji Wushuang tried to pull him back, but failed. No, old Yang, please speak fairly. Are you all jealous of me? You don't want to admit it, do you? How about I give you a discount? How about 70 off, or maybe 50? As Han Na's expression began to darken, Ji Wushuang also became serious. Ji Wushuang, is this your cunning plan? This is just a small part of my cunning plan. So what do you want to do now? There are tens of thousands of them, and you have offended almost all the powerful factions. We will do whatever needs to be done. However, I am no longer a starship officer of the Empire, so I have no legitimate standing. Han Na understood Ji Wushuang's little scheme and sneered. Fine, considering that Ji Wushuang is a first-time offender and has fought valiantly against strong enemies, I will overlook your faults and restore your status as a starship officer of the Hanlong Empire. It takes effect immediately. Yes. Thank you, Commander Han. I have a tiny request. Don't push your luck. It's really a tiny request. I hope to become the chief instructor for war criminals in the Empire, responsible for handling all matters related to war criminals. Han Na smiled through her tears, not expecting her to come up with such a title at this time. A few days later, in the hall of the Empire's fortress, starship officers from various factions were densely packed. Many were injured and appeared on the scene after simple bandaging. Everyone was eager to know how the Hanlong Empire would deal with them. A platform rose at the front of the hall, with only a chair placed on it, seemingly prepared for someone. The anti-Hanlong alliance, led by York, sat on one side. They still held their heads high. In his view, the Hanlong Empire would never dare to do anything to him. Even though they lost this ambush battle, the Ameli Empire was still intact. The strength here was at most 1/5 of the Ameli Empire's combat power. Unless the Hanlong Empire was overcome with excitement and dared to go to war directly with the Ameli Empire. Ahem. Hey. Ji Wushuang stepped onto the platform with a microphone on her chest that could connect to the hall's communicator. Haha, you all worked hard today. Such a cliché opening line elicited disdainful looks from the audience. Perhaps everyone still doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. Or perhaps you're all confused as to why a mere ordinary Zhou-class starship can withstand such a beating. Today I will explain it well to everyone. Do you all want to know? The crowd was annoyed. I can't hear your voices. Do you want to know? Friends in the front row, do you want to know? Friends in the middle, friends in the back. Ji Wushuang, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Since you have already won, why do you need to humiliate us? Schneider finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up to angrily reprimand Ji Wushuang. Yes, just do whatever you want, we will fight to the death. You think you have that chance? Ji Wushuang laughed softly at the murmurs from the audience. This is not my divine realm, nor is it my talent. This is the second-generation starship evolution technology. What? Second generation what? I have never heard of it. Has the Hanlong Empire already advanced this much? Is it true? Absolutely true, this is second-generation starship technology. But unfortunately, it was not technology discovered by us humans first. This is technology of the second-generation starship that the alien race has already mastered. With that statement, the entire hall fell silent. No one discussed anything privately, nor did anyone dare to question. Today you surrounded me with 20,000 starships and attacked me for several hours, yet I remained unharmed. And what about you? You have become prisoners. If you were to fight against a SOTEC starship, would you still have the opportunity to sit here? Would you still have the ability to question me or mock me? Then we'll fight him. Would rather die than surrender. Petrikov clenched his fists and shouted. Yes, let's fight. Right? Nonsense. Do you think you have that chance? Months ago, our great Ameli Empire's best Phantom starship fleet encountered a SOTEC starship at the edge of the Alpha Star region. They were completely annihilated. Our Hanlong Empire's Xiaolong starship fleet was nearby and went to support. The result was the same. As the universe pulsating like a heart began to collapse, revealing the moment of the wormhole, everyone's eyes widened. When the pitch-black starship composed of several triangular bodies emerged from the wormhole, the mouths of the crowd formed an O shape. The Barbarossa starship fleet fought back desperately, yet it was as ineffective as Ji Wushuang's Zhou-class starship, remaining completely unscathed. Flashes of blue light darted by, and dozens of starships were utterly shattered. The virtual imaging concluded here, capturing the footage recorded by Ji Wushuang's starship recorder. Look, this is the starship technology of the SOTEC people. Our once proud atomic weaponry, proton beams, and photon technology have become entirely obsolete. In the real world, we have been driven back to our home planet from the cosmos. Now our own relatives, friends, lovers, and children cannot even survive on the surface. We can only reside in underground cities. Have you all forgotten? If it weren't for me, Ji Wushuang, you would have faced a SOTEC starship. Is there still a chance for you to fight as you claim? Ji Wushuang did not loudly question, rather she spoke in a calm and measured tone. Each word pierced like a knife into the hearts of everyone present. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence with no further voices of dissent. Ladies and gentlemen of the starship fleet, I have said all that I needed to say today. The exit is behind you. Board the hovercraft, and you can go directly to your starships. The Hanlong Empire will not make things difficult for any of you. Yurkskov stood up and walked out directly. The starship officers of the Anti-Hanlong Alliance also began to rise one by one. We have received authorization from the Hanlong Empire headquarters, and we have officially informed other nations sincerely inviting them to jointly establish the Human Starship Alliance. Hannah strode onto the platform, her words resonating powerfully. Any country that joins the Human Alliance will share the second-generation Starship technology. We will work together to strive to create the Starship Gateway, allowing our families, friends, and kin from our home planet to relocate into the Starship universe, so that our descendants can return to the surface to live without fear of being attacked by the Sotek alien race. Upon hearing these words, all factions were stunned. The power of the second-generation Starship technology was evident to all. With this technology, one could essentially dominate the entire Starship universe, yet the Hanlong Empire unexpectedly announced the establishment of a Starship Alliance sharing this core technology. Moreover, the concept of the Starship Gateway deeply shocked everyone present, including Ji Wushuang. The current Starship universe resembled a parallel space-time of a real universe. Everything from the real universe existed here except for the Sotek civilization. However, unfortunately, only humans with awakened bloodlines are qualified to enter the Starship universe, and starships leaving the Starship universe can never return. After the last defense of the home planet, over 1,000 human starships that left the Starship universe could never return. The beautiful empire will give it serious consideration. York replied arrogantly. Hannah smiled and nodded. She tapped a few times on her wristband. The Starship officers present all received the message simultaneously. This is the headquarters of the Orlona Starship. We have received the highest directive from our home planet agreeing to join the Human Starship Alliance. Congratulations to all Starship officers. From now on, you are honorable members of the Human Starship Alliance. This is the headquarters of the White Bear Starship. The highest directive from our home planet, our White Bear Empire, formally joins the Human Starship Alliance. Since receiving the message, all Starship officers are now members of the Human Starship Alliance under the direct command of the Alliance. This is the headquarters of the Kangaroo Empire Starship. We officially join the Human Starship Alliance. This is the highest directive from the Gaoli Empire Starship, agreeing to join the Human Starship Alliance. This is the confidential directive from the Shui Bingguo Starship headquarters. From now on, there will be no more Shui Bingguo, officially becoming a member of the Starship Alliance. This is the final directive from the Bat Iron Starship, unconditionally supporting the Human Starship Alliance. The entire hall erupted in jubilation, with everyone cheering. Finally, there was no longer a need to slaughter each other for mineral resources. Only the Starship officers of the Beautiful Empire and the Ointment Empire looked at each other in confusion, unsure why they had not received directives from their home planet. Baka, Suzuki-Sanyu glanced at York. Our Ointment Empire will always follow the Beautiful Empire. Marshal, let's go. As soon as the words fell, the Starship officers of the Beautiful Empire also received the message. Brave and fearless Starship officers, this is the last formal notification from the Beautiful Empire's home planet headquarters. From this day forth, we will dedicate ourselves to the development of humanity and work together. Congratulations to all for officially becoming Starship officers of the Human Starship Alliance. The Starship officers of the Beautiful Empire also excitedly joined the festive atmosphere. York began to dance joyfully. Wah, roar, we got it too. He then lifted Suzuki-Sanyu's face and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Nanny. Suzuki-Sanyu couldn't believe it, wondering why only his Starship officers had not received any messages. You all look, did you receive it? Commander Hannah, did you overlook our message? Because the Empire's fortress has powerful particle shields, the messages received by the Starship officers of other factions within the Empire's fortress are intercepted and screened before being sent out. This is why Suzuki-Sanyu asked Hannah. General Suzuki, we first informed all nations, and at present we indeed have not received any response from your country. You can verify it with your home planet headquarters again after returning. 28 days later, the 33 nations still existing on the home planet jointly drafted and signed an agreement to officially establish the Human Starship Alliance. This alliance was officially named the Hanjing Alliance. The new alliance re-established various legal standards for humanity in the Starship universe. The alliance was composed of members selected by Hanlong White Bear Orlona and Beautiful Empire to jointly form the executive committee of the alliance. All human starships fall under the command of the Human Alliance. All sources of mysterious power minerals are uniformly allocated by the alliance headquarters. Hannah, Petrov, and Schneider all became members of the executive committee. Surprisingly, the member of the Beautiful Empire's executive committee was Stephen Lee, who reportedly submitted a detailed plan regarding the second-generation Starship technology and the Starship Gateway to the Beautiful Empire headquarters. Of course, it was significantly improved based on Ji Wushuang's cunning plan. York was more inclined to lead the fleet in battle. This coincided perfectly with Ji Wushuang's initial vision. Everything was progressing towards a bright future. At the Hanjing Fortress in the conference room, Stephen Lee simulated the implementation process of the MPP plan using artificial intelligence. It was the first time everyone had seen Stephen. The complete MPP plan was laid out by Lee. After reviewing it, everyone fell into silence. This plan carries too much risk. Schneider was the first to break the silence. Indeed, if we execute this plan as proposed, how long will it take for all conditions to be met? Petrov expressed his concerns. If everything is in place, it may take at least 10 years, Stephen Lee sighed. However, after 10 years, the Sotek civilization may advance further, increasing the risks. Perhaps we should first study the cosmic gate plan for the Starship. If we can relocate all similar entities into the Starship universe, it would effectively seal the Sotek outside. This would be a permanent solution. The cosmic gate plan can only be pursued after the MPP plan. Ji Wushuang, being the only Starship officer with second-generation Starship technology, was specially invited to this high-level meeting. Why? The second-generation Starship technology is fundamental for our survival. Without it, even if we establish the cosmic gate, we might not be able to defend it. Moreover, during the process of human relocation, if the Sotek civilization discovers us, and we lack second-generation Starship technology for protection, we will still be at a disadvantage. In fact, the Sotek civilization hasn't attacked our home planet for 30 years. Petrov rubbed his nose. Perhaps it's because humanity has now relocated to the underground cities. But that doesn't mean they won't come again. The next appearance could bring disaster. Professor Stephen, could you elaborate on your specific implementation plan? Hannah was the one who could always pinpoint the critical issues. It's normal for people to have concerns and doubts. The unknown often induces anxiety, especially when it concerns the survival of humanity. The simplest way to alleviate this anxiety and unease is to provide people with more information, thus instilling greater confidence. All right, everyone has seen the simulation of my plan. In reality, we face 3 significant issues that need to be addressed. Stephen Lee had not fully adapted to his current identity and appeared somewhat tense. Ji Wushuang cast a trusting look at him, encouraging him to continue. In terms of difficulty, the first issue to tackle is establishing contact with the Sotek civilization. There has been successful experience in Amelie, which we can reference, but should only be a matter of time. Normally, this could proceed simultaneously, but I suggest waiting until all preparations are complete before starting to contact the Sotek civilization. Everyone nodded in agreement. If the axe at home is not sharpened and the traps are not set, leading the tiger in would be tantamount to suicide. Next, we need to prepare our advanced starships. Based on the current known reserves of mysterious power sources, we can evolve a maximum of 5,000 class starships. We need to concentrate all our starships to expedite the extraction of mysterious power to supply our top-tier starships for evolution. I suggest that the selection of personnel for these starship officers consider multiple dimensions, such as talent, experience, and mental strength. They will become the main force of the strike team once the tiger enters. Ji Wushuang took over the conversation. Regarding the collection of mysterious power, I can contribute more. My starship collects resources quickly and can even explore mining sources. The others had no objections and nodded for her to continue. Lastly, and most importantly, is the location for opening the wormhole, which is also the specific location of the trap. According to the initial concept, we need to open the wormhole inside the Imperial Fortress. As the Sotek starship emerges, it would enter the core area of the Imperial Fortress, allowing us to utilize the powerful mysterious power control devices within to immediately drain the mysterious power from the Sotek starship. The goal is to incapacitate the tiger at the first moment. Only then do we stand a chance of defeating it. Even if we cannot completely drain its mysterious power, we can still exhaust most of it. The rest will be up to our strike teams. However, there is currently a bug at this point which we have previously overlooked. Not only Hannah, but also Schneider and Petrov were startled. Even Ji Wushuang was taken aback. What bug? Is it serious? We have only considered how to deal with the tiger when it comes out from the mountain, but we forgot one point: the tiger might not come out if it senses danger. If we open the wormhole directly into the Imperial Fortress, when the Sotek starship emerges, it will immediately spot the massive Imperial Fortress. The numerous devices inside emit particle signals that the Sotek cannot possibly miss. If they suspect a trap, they will certainly not fully emerge from the wormhole, and at that point it won't just be alarming the snake in the grass, we could end up paying a bloody price. Everyone envisioned a scenario where as soon as the Sotek starship revealed itself, it would find the situation unfavorable and open fire. The Imperial Fortress would be destroyed, and all the strike team starships would suffer catastrophic losses. The starship universe would then be utterly doomed. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, their eyes reflecting anxiety and unease. However, any bug can be fixed. Stephen Lee aimed to offer everyone more hope. Indeed, a glimmer of light flashed in everyone's eyes. Oldly, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us what you're thinking, it's making me anxious. We need to create a scene specifically for the Tiger, a dilapidated Imperial fortress. Stephen Lee tapped a few times on his wristband, and the virtual image of this scene was instantly presented before everyone. In the deep dark star sea, the light emitted by distant stars slowly swept across. A massive dilapidated Imperial fortress appeared before everyone, surrounded by countless starship wrecks. It looked like a tragic scene after a starship battle. The universe collapsed, and a wormhole appeared right in the center of the Imperial fortress. A black triangular starship slowly extended a corner. After confirming there was no substantial danger, it slowly emerged from the wormhole. Instantly, countless massive mechanical arms activated, trapping the Sotek starship. The mysterious power processor simultaneously activated, directly absorbing the mysterious power from the black starship. Countless glass starships simultaneously initiated fire. They overwhelmed the enemy starship. Brilliant. Exciting. Ji Wuxuan led the applause. Schneider and Petrov exchanged glances. But where do we find the Imperial fortress needed to fix this bug? Or rather, which Imperial fortress should we use to make it look this dilapidated? Indeed, which Imperial fortress could be destroyed like this to serve as a trap? This is a good question. Schneider asked, observing the crowd, as everyone intentionally averted their gaze. Imperial fortresses are not something every nation possesses. They represent a nation's strength, embody the hard work of countless individuals, and consume endless resources. Although humanity is united now, every Imperial fortress is tied to the fortune of the nation it belongs to. Destroying or dismantling a fortress would bring disaster to the associated region. The relationships involved have been forged through the blood of countless people. Thus, none of the committee chairs present were willing to gamble with the fate of their homeland. What about rebuilding one? Ji Wuxuan inquired. Impossible. Han Na sighed lightly. The location of an Imperial fortress is extremely challenging to determine, as it must be established on a level 9 mineral source, specifically on a level 9 planetary mineral source. The entire construction process essentially involves hollowing out an entire planet. Moreover, it requires thousands of starships to cooperate, often taking several years or even over a decade. Let alone the fact that there are no level 9 planetary mineral sources available for constructing fortresses, even the time frame is insufficient. Even if all our starships were to collaborate to build a rudimentary and dilapidated Imperial fortress, it would still take at least a year. The most critical factor is the mysterious power processor, which cannot be artificially created. It is specifically equipped for each nation by the Starship universe. Only when a nation reaches a certain level of strength will a mysterious power processor appear. Therefore, it is impossible for us to suddenly fabricate a new Imperial fortress. Then how many nations currently possess Imperial fortresses? Aside from the Amelie's Washington Fortress, Hanlong's Hanjing Fortress, Beijing's Mosque Fortress, and Olorna's Manihai Fortress. The remaining national fortresses are of insufficient scale and strength to be called Imperial fortresses. We often refer to them as national fortresses. No, you forgot one fortress. Petrov interrupted, the Jiandong-Ri Fortress of the Ointment Empire. Ji Wuxuan feigned confusion and asked, as far as I know, the Ointment Empire is not very strong. Can their Jiandong-Ri Fortress also be considered an Imperial fortress? Well, Professor Stephen might have more authority on this matter. Petrov passed the question to Stephen Lee. Stephen Lee chuckled. Although they have always been closely aligned with the Amelie Empire, the Ointment Empire has always considered itself an empire, and their ambitions are quite grand. At the onset of entering the Starship universe, they allied with the Amelie Empire, but the condition was that Amelie would assist them in constructing an Imperial fortress. However, due to overlapping influences with Hanlong, they could not seize a level 9 mineral source. Thus, they were only able to build a national fortress on a level 8 mineral source planet. Although its strength and specifications are that of a national fortress, it was actually planned as an Imperial fortress, so it can entirely be regarded as an Imperial fortress. If we were to use Jiandong-Ri as a trap, would it technically pass muster? The Ointment Empire has been dedicated to storing mysterious power in recent years, and their mysterious power processor is no weaker than any of ours. That sounds great. If there are no issues, can we proceed to vote? Petrov finally revealed a smile. Wait. Han Na, however, expressed her disapproval. We cannot force the Ointment Empire to surrender their national fortress. This could easily backfire. It is quite embarrassing to say that something we committee chairs are reluctant to do. How can we impose it on others? If mishandled, our newly formed human alliance could suffer a significant rift, even collapse. That would truly be a waste of our efforts. Indeed. Stephen Lee nodded. While I have no objections to using Jiandong-Ri as our trap, we need to carefully consider how to negotiate this matter with the Ointment people. I have an idea. Ji Wushuang chuckled softly. Stephen Lee recalled how Ji Wushuang had once assured him that some forces would voluntarily offer up their fortresses. I remember you once told me. Indeed. We cannot be the ones to initiate. We need the ointment people to take the initiative and offer their national fortress. Of course, such matters must come with a reward. Ji Wushuang casually drew a virtual screen and wrote a few words on it. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon they all displayed approving expressions. This idea is excellent, and the temptation is enormous. For a force like the Ointment Empire, they would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. However, how should this message be conveyed? Ji Wushuang smiled faintly and simply said 2 words. Zhongro. In the Beta constellation within the Buenos star system, a handling-class merchant starship slowly approached a level 2 mineral source on the verge of drying up. An Upgrade starship from the Gao Yao nation had been waiting here for quite some time. Zhongro, oh, I should call you Yusuji Ruko instead. General Suzuki, sorry to keep you waiting. The reason for crossing the star constellations to meet here is to report a very important piece of information. Oh, can't we use the original encrypted transmission? Due to the significance of the matter, it is better to discuss it face to face. Recently, in Hanjing, the Executive Committee's Presidium has been frequently holding meetings. I have gathered some fragmented information from Ji Wushuang Yang, Xiao Luyu, and others. When pieced together, it reveals an important situation. The Executive Committee's Presidium wishes to increase the number of chairpersons. Oh, why are they doing this? Even Zhong Ro, whom he personally placed as a spy in Hanlong, was not completely trusted by Suzuki Sanyu. I analyzed that there are several possibilities. The 4 members of the Presidium might not always have a unified opinion, and voting often results in a 2-2 situation. If it were a 5-member Presidium, there would definitely be a majority vote. Moreover, although the Presidium encompasses the currently most powerful empires, the need to add an extra seat indicates that these empires are facing problems they cannot resolve on their own and require a new chair nation to share the burden. So they have no choice but to compromise by relinquishing some of their power. So your analysis makes a lot of sense. What do you think the candidate member nations will be? Is our Gao Yao Empire among the candidates? I went through great efforts to analyze the recent communication particle trajectories of the Imperial Fortress and came up with a hypothesis. The Maple Leaf Nation, the Aphyke Alliance, the Pancake Nation, and the Kangaroo Nation are all recent objects of frequent contact by the Presidium. The candidate nations are definitely to be selected from these several countries. Baka. The Maple Leaf Nation has always guarded the Gamma Constellation's stronghold for Imari. Being Imari's loyal subordinate, it must have been recommended by Imari. The Kangaroo Nation, inheriting from the Arona Alliance, is also in cahoots with Imari, so it is natural that someone would recommend them. The Pancake Nation has long had clandestine dealings with the White Bear Empire, so it would not be surprising for them to be recommended by the White Bear, but really, how can that nation compare to our Gao Yao Empire? The Aphyke Alliance is even more laughable. It is clear that this is a brilliant move by Han Long. This alliance doesn't even have a single Upgrade starship, only thousands of Decrade starships, mere filler. However, once they become a member of the Presidium, they will undoubtedly be beholden to Han Long. Thus, this is why I urgently contacted you. Our Gao Yao Empire cannot miss this opportunity. Indeed, under the rules set by the Starship Alliance, the presence of the Gao Yao Empire is becoming increasingly diminished. Aside from a few high-class starships being reassigned, most of the starships are allocated to low-level tasks like exploration and mining. This does not align with our Gao Yao Empire's goals and pursuits. To allow more of our people to enter the higher echelons of the Alliance and gain as much influence as possible, we must seize this opportunity. Do you have any good plans? I overheard a conversation between Lu Yu and Yang Xiao mentioning the contribution of the Imperial Fortress, but unfortunately they cut off the dialogue as soon as I appeared. I suspect that the current dilemma faced by the Alliance's Executive Committee Presidium is related to the Imperial Fortress. Nanny, are they planning to utilize the Imperial Fortress next? It's quite possible. Therefore, I conjecture that if we can indeed offer our Jingdong Hot Fortress, perhaps we could really secure the final chairperson seat. Suzuki Sanyu fell silent. The matter of the Imperial Fortress was of great significance, and it was not a decision he could make alone as a general. It must be reported to the headquarters on the mother planet for a ruling. Yusuji Ruko, you did very well. I will report to the headquarters as soon as possible, and you need to continue gathering intelligence. Let's keep in touch at all times. Hey, it seems that your initial judgment was correct. Approaching, utilizing, and tempting Ji Wushuang was the right move. Yes, General. Leaving aside the fact that Ji Wushuang is an officer of the Divine Domain Starship, I am confident that almost no man can resist my allure, but Ji Wushuang left a deep impression on me from our first encounter. Not only did he not fall for my charms, but he also tried to maintain distance from me. All right, continue to maintain your calm judgment. Try to get closer to him as much as possible. After all, Ji Wushuang is the one unique existence among all of humanity right now. If we can utilize him well, it would be greatly beneficial to our Gao Yao Empire. In the Hanjing Empire Fortress, the Inner Ring docking area. Looking at a brand new Qing-class starship on the Inner Ring docking platform over 1,500 meters in length. The newly installed 4 laser cannons look even more impressive than the previous photon cannons. Oh, how biased. Ji Wushuang deliberately scoffed at Lu Yu, jokingly saying, "Why do you get to upgrade your starship to Han class without doing anything?" Lu Yu still had a dry twig in his mouth, not knowing where it had come from. Perhaps it's because I look more pleasing to the eye than you do. What? You walk around with a twig in your mouth every day as if you're going to make a nest somewhere. Did you call me here just to show off this? Not entirely. I just wanted to chat with you a bit. How did you know Zhong Ro was a spy? Ji Wushuang gently rubbed his nose. He couldn't tell Lu Yu that in his previous life, he had spent 10 years in the starship universe falling under Zhong Rao's charm, and ended up as a starship commander only to be betrayed by her, and die only to come back again. What happened in the past can't be said, but I can talk about the recent events. Do you remember the time you brought Ouyang and Zhong Ro to catch me? Lu Yu frowned and nodded. The starships of the Ointment Empire came out of the wormhole and opened fire without hesitation at all. What does that signify? They had a clear target, which means they were specifically coming for us. Exactly, so one of the 4 of you must have transmitted the coordinates to the Ointment Empire. But we can't be sure it was Zhong Ro, can we? That's right, I even suspected you at one point, haha. Seeing Lu Yu squinting at him, Ji Wushuang knew that Lu Yu's temperament was actually quite stern, and he didn't like jokes. It was during that incident at the edge of the Swan Star system. You were out on a different mission with Ouyang and the others, so you didn't participate. But Zhong Ro did. However, she managed to escape. The likelihood of that happening is almost zero, unless she knew in advance what was there allowing her to detach from the fleet slowly. I speculate that she must have informed the Ointment Empire in advance about the Xianglong's plan to infiltrate and investigate the Phantom Starship group. And the Ointment Empire would definitely report to Emily. To avoid being mistakenly attacked by Amyless starships, Zhong Ro must have detached from the fleet before entering the designated position. Unexpectedly, what was waiting there was not the Phantom Starship group, but the Sotek alien starship. Lu Yu nodded, giving a cold snort from his nostrils. Meticulous thinking General Yang truly did not misjudge the person. Has old Yang been promoted? It's really exhausting for me out here while you all enjoy the benefits. It's utterly unfair. Ji Wushuang actually enjoyed this feeling from the bottom of his heart. Ever since the establishment of the Starship Alliance, he felt completely relaxed, no longer having to consider so much every day. Now, while traveling along a route, he could encounter several starships actively greeting him. You don't seem surprised at all about Zhong Ro being a spy. Ji Wushuang suddenly noticed that Lu Yu's expression had remained so calm. Do you think our Xianglong starship group is filled with slackers? General Yang had already sensed something was off with her. That's why she was able to approach me so easily. Ji Wushuang truly hadn't expected that the seemingly tough and irritable Yang Xiao had been strategizing all along. But the last time he was detained when Zhong Ro was mentioned, Yang Xiao did not display this attitude. You're saying a lot today, oh, I've known you for so long, and it's the first time I've heard you say so many words. Ji Wushuang increasingly regarded Lu Yu as a brother from the bottom of his heart. That's because someone is about to embark on a long journey, and it's best to clarify some things in advance to avoid regrets. Lu Yu still spoke with a cold tone. Long journey. Who's going on a long journey? What regrets are you talking about? You won't die if you don't act cool every day. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wushuang received a message. Level A Mission Beta Constellation, Somalia Star System. Rescue the agent codename Merchant. What's going on? Ji Wushuang looked at Lu Yu in confusion. Lu Yu merely shrugged, spreading his hands to show that he didn't know either. Ji Wushuang opened the agent's information and was shocked the moment he saw the photo. This is none other than his partner Michael Polo. Old Mike is actually an agent. Ji Wushuang could not comprehend how Marco Polo had become a spy, let alone one from the Han Long Empire, considering he was clearly a foreigner with red hair and blue eyes. What she found even harder to understand was that the Human Starship Alliance had been established, yet he was still required to travel across star sectors from Alpha Star to Beta Star. Couldn't they simply contact the Aphyke Alliance on Beta Star to locate someone? However, one thing Ji Wushuang could understand was that when selecting fleet members, Lu Yu had to be included. It couldn't always be her rushing to the front while this kid reaped the benefits. Stop complaining, Ji Wushuang. We will soon initiate the trajectory jump and reach the edge of the star sector. The voice of Lu Yu with his characteristic deep tone came through the communication system. When have I complained? I am the captain of this operation. Why do you have so much to say? Don't I know you? This mission is quite special. You're indispensable. It seems you know even more than I do. Trajectory jump, countdown 4, 3, 2, 1. Crossing star sectors requires at least 3 jumps. First, one must reach the edge of the star sector. Second one must traverse the particle layer between star sectors. Only on the third jump can one enter the interior of Beta Star. Each jump requires sufficient coordination between fleets and also time to react. Otherwise, it is easy to fall behind and miss the particle trajectory. In such long-distance routes, if one falls behind, communication may be interrupted. Regrouping would waste time, and in a battlefield it could lead to irreversible consequences. Countless charges interacted, and a massive wormhole appeared. A Qing-class frigate and 4 Zhou-class advanced ships emerged from the wormhole. This was the Somalia star system of Beta Star, a system composed of 2 stars and dozens of small planets. The 2 stars intertwined as dozens of planets scattered around. Luyu, you mentioned that this task is extremely special. What exactly makes it so unique that it has to be me? Isn't your relationship with Marco Polo special enough? Ji Wushuang did not expect Luyu to say this. Did he really know about her collaboration with old Marco to establish a recycling system? Ahem, what are you talking about? The name Marco Polo sounds familiar, but still pretending with me. Do you think old Marco would collaborate on waste recycling without General Yang's approval? Oh right, old Marco is a spy. What happened to him that he ended up in this place? Ji Wushuang was familiar with Beta Star, as well as Somalia Star. This place did not have any significant mining resources, only scattered primary and secondary resources. It could not meet the needs of large national starship development. Thus, the Sci-Fi alliance had never been able to grow. As a mere businessman, even if old Marco was a spy, what secrets could he possibly uncover here? I don't know his specific mission here. I only know that 3 days ago we received a message directly sent to the Starship Alliance. They demanded a ransom to redeem Marco Polo. The amount is 5000 Krypton, mysterious power. What? 5000 Krypton? Ji Wushuang was taken aback. Even if a Qing-class starship evolved into a Han-class starship, it only required 4800 Krypton mysterious power. That's an outrageous demand. Who on earth is behind this? Shouldn't we contact the Sci-Fi alliance first to understand the situation? Before arranging our rescue, General Yang had already contacted the Sci-Fi alliance. What did they say? The ones who kidnapped Marco Polo are the Hassan family from the Somalia star system. They have no sense of national belonging and have declared themselves kings within the Starship Alliance, self-styled as the masters of Somalia. They are free individuals living freely, hence they did not join the Starship Alliance. The Sci-Fi alliance sent a fleet to rescue, but suffered a disastrous defeat and returned empty-handed. Heavens, the Sci-Fi alliance is really weak. Ji Wushuang scratched her head. With such strength, how could Han not propose to run for the chairman of the Starship Alliance? If she really got elected, which country would accept that? The country of Gao Yao would probably be the first to go mad. Suddenly, the early warning system indicated that a fleet had appeared 10 million kilometers ahead. There were about 20 to 30 starships. Alert! Spread out and maintain silence at a distance of 2 million kilometers. I will meet with them alone. Ji Wushuang issued her command immediately. This is the first group of the Starship Alliance, the Xiaolong Starship Group's officer. Please report your fleet affiliation. If you receive this, please respond. Since the establishment of the Starship Alliance, all starships in the Alpha Star sector belonged to the first group, while the Beta Star sector was designated as the second group. Sure enough, not long after, a reply came through the communication system. We are the Sci-Fi Alliance Starship Group of the second group of the Starship Alliance, dispatched to serve as guides. Unexpectedly, the Sci-Fi Alliance was indeed considerate. They specifically sent a guiding starship group. The 20 or so starships that arrived included one E-class starship leading the rest, which were all F-class Sentinel ships. Ji Wushuang finally understood why the Sci-Fi Alliance couldn't defeat the Hassan family. Their strength was simply too weak. These Sentinel ships were designed for new recruits, and generally after 3 months of protection, 90% of the starships would evolve into E-class, which were commercial-grade starships. This only indicated that Beta Star was indeed too barren. They had the will, but lacked the strength. Thank you for the support of the Sci-Fi Alliance. My name is Ji Wushuang, and I am the captain of this rescue mission. May I know your esteemed name? Regardless of the situation, courtesy must still be observed. My name is Abu. Nice to meet you, Ji Wushuang. Captain Abu, what is the current situation? Do you know the specific location of the hostage? The specific location is still unclear, but the stronghold of the Hassan family is on a planet called Maji. Currently, they have about 200 starships. I don't know how many starships you brought this time. Ji Wushuang never expected that the so-called second starship group's Abu was actually a member of the Hassan family. In hindsight, it was necessary to arrange a code in the future. However, at this moment, aside from being conscious, he could only move his eyes. What kind of talent could control the starship directly through it? This talent was no longer just impressive, it was somewhat eerie. Moments later, Ji Wushuang suddenly regained his ability to move. He immediately chose to fire, unleashing photon cannons and missiles. Warning: attack system damaged. Power system damaged. What? In just a few seconds, Hassan's fleet had completely breached Ji Wushuang and the others' power and attack systems. Brothers, are you all right? Not much, just a moment of blankness, unable to move at all. I didn't have time to activate the defensive shield, and then after recovering, both the power and attack systems were down. Now we can only defend passively. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seemed that Lu Yu and the others had encountered the same situation. Abu, you've got some skills. What kind of talent is this? Ji Wushuang. This talent is unique to our Hassan family and is called time-space stop. The higher the level, the longer the time for time-space stop. And we ourselves are unaffected. So that was it. The opponent could instantly stop time and seize the opportunity to breach the starship's power and attack systems. Abu, what do you want? I advise you to surrender obediently and contact your people to arrange for a ransom to be delivered. Once we receive the ransom, we can release you. Fortunately, Abu and his group did not breach the defensive system, though Ji Wushuang guessed it was due to insufficient time. After all, they were merely an F-class Sentinel ship with limited offensive capabilities. When facing starships of a higher level than theirs, it was still necessary to focus fire on the power and attack systems. Abu, do you know what my talent is? Your talent? Abu's unscrupulous laughter came through the communication system. What rapid-fire high-speed heavy strike? Without power and attack, it's all in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wushuang's starship was enveloped in a flash of light, turning waste into treasure. It was restored to its former glory. Ji Wushuang directly activated the shield, launching a barrage of photons and missiles. The Hassan crew had never anticipated that Ji Wushuang's starship could unleash such offensive capabilities. In an instant, over a dozen starships were destroyed. An F-class starship simply could not withstand the attack from a Zhou-class starship. In just a few seconds, the entire fleet was left with only Abu. And Abu had just used his talent with the cooldown still not over. He was trying to escape at full throttle. Ji Wushuang opened his palm, and a small silver sphere transformed into a shield charging forward at high speed, causing Abu's starship to lose control. Two mechanical hands quickly pulled Abu's E-class starship back. You've got some guts daring to kidnap and extort the Starship Alliance. I'll directly tear your starship apart layer by layer. Do you believe it? Abu didn't reply, but he slowly revealed the photon cannon's muzzle aiming at the Zhou-class starship. Ji Wushuang wasted no time and fired, blasting apart the entire side of Abu's starship. Now Abu's starship was completely disabled. Wait, Ji Wushuang. Lu Yu urged, keep him alive to exchange for the hostages. That's exactly what I was thinking. Ji Wushuang directly controlled the enormous mechanical arm to peel away the layers of the starship. He retrieved Abu's entire control room into his own starship. Now a dilemma lay before him. Although his starship was intact, Lu Yu and the others' 4 starships had all lost power. They were unable to move forward. Meanwhile, his divine domain could not cool down in a short time. Even when the cooldown was over, he couldn't help them recover without touching Lu Yu and the other starships. It seems we still need to trouble the real Sci-Fi Alliance. Ji Wushuang could only contact the Starship Alliance of Beta Constellation, asking Sci-Fi to send a fleet for towing. After much hassle, they finally arrived at the starport of the Beta Constellation Star Alliance. This was essentially the headquarters of the Sci-Fi Alliance. What Ji Wushuang and the others did not expect was that even the parts required for repairing high-level starships were incomplete here. The Zhou-class starship could barely be repaired, while the Qing-class starship could not be repaired at all. They could only rely on Ji Wushuang's divine domain, which cooled down every 48 hours to restore them. For starships would require a full 8 days. Ji Wushuang decided to take this time to interrogate Abu thoroughly. Abu's skin was entirely black, making his teeth stand out starkly white. Now that we are all part of the human alliance, how can your Hassan family still engage in kidnapping and extortion? Ji Wushuang got straight to the point. The entire human alliance. No one has ever cared about the Hassan family's survival. When you were living well, why didn't you form an alliance? Now that you're in trouble, you suddenly remember the alliance. What does it have to do with us Hassan family? No one cares about our survival. How can it not be related? This concerns all of humanity. You are part of humanity too. Don't you want your family to live in peace? Peaceful life. When things were unstable before, we survived on our own, and in the future, no matter the circumstances, we can still rely on ourselves to survive. Ji Wushuang felt something was off. Abu seemed to harbor a strong hostility. No matter what he said, Abu always countered directly. Logically, he was the one who had been ambushed. Why did it seem like Abu was the one who had been wronged? A message from Lu Yu came through the wristband indicating that he had something to discuss. Ji Wushuang had to lock up Abu for the time being. What did you find out? Ji Wushuang asked, seeing Lu Yu's face pale. I did some undercover investigation, and it seems that the situation regarding Beta Constellation is not as simple as we imagined. It turns out that the Sci-Fi Alliance is actually formed by hundreds of tribes. Among them, the two largest families are the Gaddafi family and the Hassan family. Previously, when they were on their home planet, the power of these two families was comparable. However, the Gaddafi family awakened their bloodline earlier than the Hassan family. They entered the Starship universe 2 years earlier and used their previous prestige to establish the Ifei-Ku alliance, taking the position of commander of the alliance. However, the Hassan family's awakened talent was extremely powerful, capable of stopping time and space. This made the Gaddafi family very wary. But in the early days, the number of awakened members in the Hassan family was very small enough to not form a climate. Thus, the Gaddafi family allied with other tribes to suppress the Hassan family. Later, more and more members of the Hassan family awakened through their bloodline and entered the Starship universe, gradually establishing a foothold in the Somalia star system. However, the Gaddafi family always harbored fears of their talents, viewing them as thorns in their sides. Thus, a legend emerged in the Beta star system: whoever married a woman from the Hassan family would have a chance for their family to awaken the talents of the Hassan family. Women from the Hassan family became hot commodities. Other families of the Ifika alliance even united to periodically raid the Somalia star system, all for the sake of young and beautiful women from the Hassan family. After 20 years of conflict, the Gaddafi family successfully sowed the seeds of hatred between the Hassan family and other tribes. The Hassan family has guarded the Somalia star system for generations. Ji Wushuang never expected that things were so complicated. So the Hassan family was completely forced into a corner. Yes, to survive in this universe, one must have strength, and strength must rely on mysterious powers. Exiled to such a barren star system as Somalia, they could only rely on kidnapping and extortion to obtain mysterious powers. But Marco Polo is not one of the Ifika tribe. It wouldn't make sense for them to kidnap him. Moreover, now it is the human alliance, and all humans are equal. Perhaps the problem lies here: the human alliance is merely seen as backing the Ifika tribe, which instead fuels their resentment. Ji Wushuang nodded understanding. She turned back to the interrogation room, grabbed Abu Hassan by the collar, and pulled him out. Abu said nothing, but his eyes burned with fury. Arriving at Ji Wushuang's starship dock, she used a mechanical claw to pull out Abu's control cabin. The over 500-meter starship had only its final control cabin remaining, a sight that was hard to bear. Ji Wushuang quickly walked to the front of the dock, placing both hands on the metal shell of the control cabin, silently reciting the divine domain as a stream of light flashed by. Abu's E-class starship restored to its original state, as good as new. After doing all this, Ji Wushuang extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. Abu could hardly believe his eyes. The dilapidated starship had instantly been restored. Was she really going to let him go? What do you mean? Abu, we have an ancient saying in Hanlong: no conflict, no acquaintance. You struck first, and I retaliated. However, we did not come to sow enmity, but to resolve misunderstandings. We do not represent the Ifika tribe. We represent the Human Starship Alliance, representing all of humanity. Therefore, I am letting you go back, and please inform your chieftain that I, Ji Wushuang, will visit in 3 days. Abu pondered for a moment, snorted coldly, and boarded his starship, taking off directly. Are you crazy? In 3 days our starships won't be restored. I never intended to take you with us. Ji Wushuang, are you trying to be a hero? I am not trying to be a hero. If we want to save Marco Polo, the best way is to resolve misunderstandings. And to resolve misunderstandings, one must show sincerity. Going alone is the greatest sincerity. 3 days later, Ji Wushuang piloted her starship back into the Somalia star system. This time she headed straight for the starport of the Hassan family. When she was still 1 million kilometers from her destination, Ji Wushuang slowed down. This was a gesture. She did not want to make the Hassan family overly anxious. Then Ji Wushuang opened the communication system, saying, I am Ji Wushuang from the first starship group of the Starship Alliance, here to pay a visit to the Hassan family. Please allow me to land at the starport. Although she received no reply granting permission, there was also no response denying it. Although the early warning system showed no signs, Ji Wushuang felt that many starships around her had gone silent, watching her every move. So Ji Wushuang directly lowered her shield, approaching the starport at a steady, slow pace. About 10 minutes later, the starport appeared before her. This planet emitted a verdant glow, beautiful like a gem in the sea of stars. Meanwhile, the starport looked rather shabby, no larger than a forward base. It could barely accommodate a dozen starships. A few photon cannons slowly lowered their barrels, signaling a gesture of goodwill. Ji Wushuang steadily docked her starship at the starport. Ji Wushuang understood that once she left her starship and stepped onto the ground, what would happen would no longer be within her control. However, if she did not go down, there would be no way to peacefully resolve this matter. Relying solely on military suppression and plunder would result in a situation akin to the previous weak heat-strong dynamic among humans. This is not the mission of the Starship Alliance. The Starship Alliance aims to unite all humans that can be united. Ji Wushuang took a deep breath and left the control cabin with her silver sphere. As soon as she exited the starship, she saw Abu waiting with a dozen others, all holding photon guns. Ji Wushuang, I didn't expect you to dare to come. I haven't done anything wrong to the Hassan tribe, so why should I be afraid to come? I am very curious. How much is your starship worth? Saying this, Abu gave a signal, and several photon guns were immediately pointed at Ji Wushuang's waist. Under the escort of Abu and his men, she boarded a hovering vehicle and descended to the ground. Hadi Hassan's face displayed a hint of confusion upon hearing the words. Clearly, he did not understand Ji Wushuang's statement. You can hold the titles of King of Somalia, Lord of Moram, and Father of Hassan. Your son can have them, and your descendants can too. However, only the leader who truly guides the Hassan tribe towards the light deserves the title of Lord of Light. Hassan slowly stood up and walked down the steps step by step. Father, stop wasting your breath on him. His starship is powerful and will surely fetch a good price. Abu, impatient beside him, received only a cold glance from Hadi. Then tell me, how can we walk the path of light? By joining the Starship Alliance, we can lead the Hassan tribe away from the Somalia star system and provide them with a bright future. That is the path of light. Father, don't let him brainwash you. He just wants to trick us out of the Somalia star system. If what you say is true, Abu, why would I need to go through so much trouble? I could simply bring my army. It would be much easier. You are afraid of the talents of our Hassan family. You have seen my talent. Have I ever shown fear? You? Enough. Hadi Hassan interrupted their dispute. Young man, I admire your courage. However, we have not considered joining any Starship Alliance, nor do we wish to leave the Somalia star system. But we are glad that you came. You have seen that our Hassan family is not made of demons. With that, he gestured for the young man to leave. Ji Wushuang did not expect Hadi Hassan to be so resolute. It seems that to sway him, she would need to resort to unconventional methods. From what I understand, hundreds of years ago, the Hassan family was on par with the Gaddafi family in strength, and even once surpassed them. But why are you now willingly submissive to others? If it was due to the awakening of bloodlines, and our Hassan tribe awakened later, leading to the current suppressed state, then now is even less the time to give up this opportunity to align with the human alliance. Only in this way can our Hassan tribe avoid further bullying in the future. Ji Wushuang noticed a layer of mist forming in Hadi Hassan's eyes, clearly indicating that her words had struck a chord. Father, don't be deceived by him. We have survived on our own all these years without relying on anyone. Ji Wushuang knew she had to seize the moment. With Hadi's emotions already stirred, she needed to continue pushing for momentum. You are able to survive because the Afiko tribe is comparable in strength to you, but now even powerful empires like Hanlong, Emeli, and Orona are uniting for it. Is not merely an internal struggle among us humans anymore. Now the Satak civilization from alien races has far surpassed us in starship technology. Who knows when they will strike our home planet? By then we may not even have the strength to resist. At that time, forget about survival. Even the mere act of hanging on will be a luxury. And your Hassan tribe possesses unique talents. Oh, why not take this opportunity to prove yourselves to the world? In chaotic times, heroes emerge. This may pose a crisis, but perhaps it is also an opportunity to create countless heroes. Do you wish to continue hiding in this barren star system, relying on yourselves, or lead the entire tribe to create new history? Ji Wushuang's passionate words stirred even Abu's inner thoughts. All the guards in the Great Hall were struggling to contain their surging emotions. Though no one spoke, all eyes were fixed on Hadi. Hassan hoped their leader would provide a response. Hadi Hassan's gaze grew brighter as he slowly walked toward Ji Wushuang, extending his hands to tightly grasp hers. Our Hassan tribe. Just as Hadi's words were about to leave his lips, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed across the sky. Immediately after, the entire sky was illuminated. What is happening? Everyone was bewildered as they stepped out of the massive stone palace. They saw hundreds of starships covering the entire horizon. Father, it's the people from Afiko. After saying this, he glared fiercely at Ji Wushuang, grabbing her collar. You, Ji Wushuang, with your flowery words have secretly colluded with Afiko. How despicable and shameless. Abu, use your brain. If I really wanted to wage war against you, would I need to go through all this trouble? What's wrong with doing it openly? Enough, stop the noise. Hadi Hassan's expression darkened. Lieutenant Ji, I appreciate your goodwill. Now I must first crush this swarm of pests, and we can continue our conversation afterward. With that, he took the lead and directly led the tribe to the starport. If they did not board the ship, soon it might be too late. Ji Wushuang was furious, but just as she was about to grasp hands with Hadi, they were suddenly interrupted at the crucial moment. Unexpectedly, the Afiko Alliance launched a surprise attack. Truly, it was a case of things going from bad to worse. Ji Wushuang jumped onto a hovering aircraft and rushed towards the starport. The entire starfield had descended into chaos, with countless starship fragments falling onto the planet. When Ji Wushuang returned to the starport, the Hassan tribe was nearly at their breaking point. Hadi and the other starships were setting sail to join the battlefield. Hadi was piloting a Class C starship, which was the flagship of the entire Hassan family. At this moment, Lu Yu sent an untimely communication request. Speak, what is it? One good news, one bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Lu Yu said nonchalantly from the other end. Good news. The leader of the Gaddafi family, Paul, has personally led the fleet to support you. They should be arriving shortly. So, what the hell, they are already here, and the fighting is intense. What kind of good news is this? Oh, Lu Yu on the other end rolled his eyes. Ji Wushuang gritted her teeth in frustration. What is the bad news? The bad news is that Mike Polo is not in the Somalia star system and hasn't been captured by the Hassan family. What? This news is incredibly bad. Ji Wushuang could only smile wryly. She had worked so hard to build a relationship and trust with the Hassan family. Yet Gaddafi had meddled. Now she was being told that Mike Polo was not even in the Somalia star system. Hey, Ji Wushuang, can you hear me? It's old Mike. The voice of old Mike came through the communication system. Old Mike, are you with Lu Yu? Cut the nonsense and listen to me. The Hassan family must be protected. Their talents are immensely valuable. Upon hearing Marco Polo's words, Ji Wushuang was taken aback. What? Clarify your statement. A powerful shockwave surged and Ji Wushuang was thrown to the ground. The communication between the two was abruptly cut off. Damn it. Are they all insane? Ji Wushuang struggled to get up and boarded the starship. The power system was fully activated, propelling the ship forward. Meanwhile, the two sides had already engaged in fierce combat. Within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers, photon cannons and missiles intertwined in a deadly dance. A series of auroras flashed by, causing Ji Wushuang's body to occasionally lose control. He understood that this was the Hassan tribe using their innate abilities. However, the Hassan tribe was still too few in number. Each time their innate abilities were activated, 2 or 3 Aphyke starships would be shot down, but the Hassan tribe's own ships were instantly reduced to scraps. Outnumbered, Gaddafi had evidently made thorough preparations this time, bringing over 800 starships. In addition to F-class and E-class starships, there were also dozens of class starships. In contrast, the Hassan tribe had only a little over 200 starships, most of which were F-class and E-class. The only class starship belonged to the old patriarch Hadi. Hassan himself was piloting it. By the time Ji Wushuang arrived, Hadi Hassan was already surrounded by a dozen starships. He was gradually losing his strength. Although he had also heavily injured the enemy, his own starship was battered and bruised. Ji Wushuang swung his hand forcefully, and a silver sphere transformed into a shield. With a rapid charge, he overturned 7 or 8 Aphyke starships. Old Patriarch, are you alright? Ji Wushuang immediately activated the communication. I'm fine. Ji Wushuang, you must leave quickly and don't let yourself get involved. The battle was nearing its end, with the Hassan tribe's remaining forces either dead or retreating from the battlefield. Only less than 10 starships remained, all isolated and pursued by several times the enemy ships. Only the old Patriarch and Ji Wushuang's 2 starships were increasingly surrounded by the Aphyke tribe. Seeing that there was only a single surrounding starship shielding the old Patriarch, most of the Aphyke tribe didn't take Ji Wushuang seriously. They opened fire directly. After a round of concentrated fire, Ji Wushuang's shield had already transformed into a large net, successfully blocking all attacks. Where is Pool Gaddafi? I want to speak with him. I am Ji Wushuang, an officer of the First Fleet of the Starship Alliance. The crowd did not expect that under such immense vitality, both Ji Wushuang and Hadi Hassan's starships were completely unharmed. I apologize for the shock you experienced, Ji Wushuang. A hoarse voice came through. As long as you step aside, I will definitely take down this old man and provide the Starship Alliance with an explanation. Patriarch Gaddafi, you truly know how to calculate your moves. If I'm not mistaken, Marco Polo was not kidnapped by the Hassan family at all. It must have been you using their name to do something nefarious, right? Ji Wushuang, during my travels across the Starship universe, I learned an ancient saying in the Hanlong Empire: when the water is too clear, no fish can survive. When one is too discerning, one has no friends. Actually, I can return the Marco Polo you wish to find safely and soundly. Why must you wade through this murky water? Ji Wushuang thought to himself, you, an old Aphyke black man, are quoting ancient texts to me. Let's not discuss who your friends are. Who are you to be anyone's fish? I will also share a saying with you: heavenly sins can be forgiven, but human sins cannot be tolerated. Our Starship Alliance's mission is to unite all forces of humanity to resist the invasion of alien races. In this critical moment of our race's survival, you are still indulging in vendettas against your own kind. You are unworthy of being the leader of the Aphyke. Haha, what a sharp tongue you have. It is no wonder I have been led to this point. Gaddafi made a firm decision and issued a lethal order. Kill them. Leave no survivors. As long as the Hassan tribe and Ji Wushuang were eliminated, he could pin the blame on the Hassan tribe and ensure that no one knew. However, they had underestimated Ji Wushuang far too much. Just last month, he had single-handedly captured 20,000 starships, so how could he possibly regard these 100 or so low-level starships with any seriousness? However, the Starship Alliance had just been formed, and it was crucial to unite all humanity. And the root of the problem was Gaddafi alone. Old Patriarch, hold on for a moment, I will be right back. Ji Wushuang activated his F-Class Innate Phantom and F-Class Innate Heavy Strike, racing toward Gaddafi. First, capture the leader. With a heavy strike, Gaddafi's class starship was instantly smashed into 3 pieces, exploding into fragments. The remaining Aphike starships turned and began to retreat. Hadi Hassan was deeply shocked by the scene before him. I did not expect the Alliance's technology to be so advanced now. We are far too behind. Old Patriarch, I have violated the rules for you this time. You must come back to the Starship Alliance headquarters with me and explain this situation. Otherwise, I will surely be heavily punished. Don't worry, Ji Wushuang. You have saved our entire tribe. You are correct, leading the tribe out is the only way to bring light to us. On the way back to Hanjing Fortress, Ji Wushuang learned from Old Marco. Although Old Marco had European blood, his ancestors had long maintained trade relations with the Hanlong Empire, earning their favor. After awakening his bloodline, he did not want to become a starship officer, but aspired to be a planetary lord in the starship universe. Thus, he chose Alpha Constellation, a planet near the territory of the Hanlong Empire. After Ji Wushuang entered the starship universe, his identity as a divine domain starship officer had been secretly monitored by the Hanlong Empire. Ji Wushuang's first stop was to contact Old Marco, who promptly notified the Hanlong headquarters and reported Ji Wushuang's underground recovery system plan. With the Hanlong Empire's covert support, the recovery system was successfully developed. He was granted the identity of an agent by the Hanlong Empire, secretly assisting Ji Wushuang's growth. Ji Wushuang finally understood that his growth was not as simple as it seemed. Many people had been silently protecting him from behind. By the way, Old Marco, what did you mean earlier when you said the Hassan family's innate abilities are of great use? This matter is classified, but Commander Han said it can be disclosed to you. Do you know about the skinning plan? Of course, the skinning plan was proposed by me first. Do you know about Plan B of the skinning plan? What is Plan B? Is there an A, B, C, or D? See, you are still a reckless youth, only knowing to charge forward. You need to think about your retreat. Ji Wushuang smiled, thinking to himself, in my previous life, I roamed the starship universe for 10 years, and you still call me reckless youth. You old man are truly quite mischievous. Then do tell, what is Plan B? Plan B is a contingency plan used only when absolutely necessary. If your skinning plan fails, what do you think will be the outcome? It won't fail, Ji Wushuang said decisively. Let me put it this way, if the plan to deceive fails and the entire death squad is annihilated, that would mean the loss of all our elite forces. At that point, humanity would no longer be able to control this tiger. It will be at their mercy, doing as they please. That would truly be inviting the tiger into the house. We absolutely cannot wage a war without a Plan B. Ji Wushuang wanted to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. After all, no amount of argument would change the fact. Indeed, this battle was not one of a starship fleet, nor a war between nations. It is a battle for the survival of the entire human race. All extreme scenarios must be considered. If what Old Mike said is true, humanity may face total annihilation. Not even hundreds of thousands of starships can contend with a single vessel from the Sotek civilization. From that point on, humanity would be doomed to live forever in underground cities. So what exactly is Plan B? Plan B involves utilizing the unique talent of the Hassan clan to achieve time-space stasis. We will harness some mysterious power to evolve 3-class Hassan starships. During your initial battles, all Hassan starships will withdraw to a distance and remain silent. If you are unable to defeat this tiger, then the Hassan starships will be our last hope. Each class Hassan starship can maintain time-space stasis for over 20 minutes. By linking the 3 starships together, we can achieve time-space stasis for at least 1 hour. During this time, all starships will be affected except for those of the Hassan clan. Thus, the remaining Hassan starships will do everything in their power to drag the Sotek vessel into the wormhole leading to our true space-time universe. Only in this way can we protect our starship universe. This is Plan B, and it is humanity's last hope. So if it comes to that, all the Hassan starships will follow into the true space-time universe, which means under the nest there can be no intact egg. Sacrifice must precede success. It turns out that the role of the Hassan clan is to serve as the last line of defense for humanity. If all the elites perish without taking down the Sotek starship, in the end, they would only be able to drag it out of the starship universe. Their departure from the starship universe would mean they could never return. And when the time for time-space stasis arrives, the Sotek starship will not spare them, which means their lives will also come to an end. Ji Wuxiang fell silent. The plan she hastily devised had inadvertently entangled the fates of so many people. What scared? Old Mike mocked from the side. It's not fear, just a sense of guilt. If it weren't for me, perhaps everyone would still be doing what they were familiar with. Since the technology of the Sotek civilization has surpassed ours, war is only a matter of time. Rather than being slaughtered later, I would prefer to take my chances now. It's worth a shot. Ji Wuxiang forced a smile. The Starship squad successfully returned to Alpha Star. In the command room of the Hanjing Fortress, Han Na had a dark expression. Ji Wuxiang, this mission was meant to increase your military merit. It was at most a clever mission which I forced to upgrade to a level. You were supposed to rescue people, but you ended up in a fight resulting in so many casualties. Even Chief Kazafi of the Aphike Alliance is dead. Now the Aphike Alliance is seriously complaining about you. Ji Wuxiang glanced sideways at Yang Shao. His titanium metal face remained extremely cold, while the other half refused to meet Ji Wuxiang's gaze. Good for you, old Yang, can't you say something for me? Agent Mike Polo told me to protect the Hassan clan. The situation was urgent, and Ji Wuxiang tried to explain, but was interrupted directly by Han Na. Your mission was to rescue Agent Mike, not to protect the Hassan clan. Ji Wuxiang successfully rescued the agent, and should have gained military merit, but the damage to the unity of the Imperial Alliance cancels that out. However, all duties are suspended for profound reflection. Well, that was all for nothing. Ji Wuxiang sighed in relief, glad that she was not further pursued for the destruction of Kazafi. Lu Yu with intelligence and bravery assisted in successfully rescuing Agent Mike Polo and is awarded military merit. Promoted to at least the rank of major. What? This Lu Yu must be Han Na's own son. There seems to be a reason for him to receive military merit for everything while she labored for nothing and ended up making Lu Yu look good. In the evening at the Sunset Bar on the outer ring, Ji Wuxiang leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in the beautiful ambience of the dying starlight. That deep magnetic bass voice intruded again at an inopportune moment. Ji Wuxiang, are you still angry? Have you heard? The Plaster Empire has officially submitted an application. I haven't heard anything. I'm not angry. Can you stay away from me? Ji Wuxiang replied irritably. All mineral resources have been accounted for, and currently there are 1.3 billion Krypton reserves. Aside from what has already been mined, about 30 remains unexploited. The Alliance has now ordered that all mineral resources must be controlled by the Alliance. No starship is allowed to mine privately. Within 3 months, all remaining resources must be excavated. It seems you will soon have to go mining. Ji Wuxiang froze. Mining? Even if I have to go, I don't want to go with you. Then as you wish, because the Starship Death Squad has already been selected. You are not on the list. Ji Wuxiang snorted coldly and glanced at Lu Yu. Are you on the list? Lu Yu's expression was still as cold as ever, only nodding slightly. You? Ji Wuxiang wanted to say something, but couldn't get the words out. Being selected for the Starship Death Squad basically meant being on the front lines against the Sotek starship. Ji Wuxiang had witnessed the power of the Sotek. To be honest, even class starships had very little chance of survival. No wonder they are so eager to promote you. It turns out they want you in the Death Squad. It was my own voluntary request. Are you out of your mind? Ji Wuxiang was not angry with Lu Yu at all, nor was she jealous. In fact, Ji Wuxiang had long since grown indifferent to military achievements and ranks. She only wanted to earn a little more to provide a better life for Li Weiner and Yiya. But when it came to her comrades joining the Starship Death Squad, her feelings became extremely complicated. Don't worry, Ji Wuxiang. Everything is ready now, the rest is up to destiny. Looking at Lu Yu's irritating expression, Ji Wuxiang couldn't help but turn away. For some reason, her eyes became moist. 3 months later, in the Alpha Star System's Poseidon Galaxy, the dismantling of the original Gaoyao Empire's eastern fortress has been completed after enduring numerous real combat strikes. It now looks exactly like a battlefield aftermath. Dozens of starships are scattered in front of the fortress, conducting some kind of experiment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, activate. With the command given, a localized proton dark explosion was simultaneously initiated across an area of over 10,000 kilometers in the starry void, sending out waves of vibrations. It was like a rhythmic transmission. A few minutes later, comm returned. All starships, please listen for any responses. Yes. During these 3 months, the entire Starship Alliance operated like a high-speed machine, scarcely pausing for even a moment. All of the lower-class starships were busy with excavation work. The senior starships assigned to the Suicide Squad were near the Poseidon Galaxy, conducting various live combat drills. Yang Shao, Lu Yu, and even Barbarossa were on the list. It is said that a command center was specially established, designing no less than 100 tactics. As for Ji Wuxiang, aside from regularly maintaining the damaged starships from the drills through exchange for new, he spent most of his time with Stephen Lee in the laboratory studying a silver sphere. Biological Material Experiment, the 107th time. Multi-Photon Destruction Experiment. After Stephen Lee read through the commands on his wrist device, he directly activated the testing device. The photon emitter slowly aimed its aperture at the small silver sphere. Dozens of photons were instantly shot towards the small silver sphere. Ji Wuxuang, lying on the testing bed, immediately grimaced and let out a cry of despair. The display instrument showed that all photons were silently absorbed the moment they passed through the small silver sphere, causing the photons themselves to cancel out all their kinetic energy. The instrument measuring Ji Wuxuang's body remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. That's enough. You really do seem to exaggerate every time you cooperate with that grimace. The 507th experiment yielded no results. Just like yesterday, the day before last week, and last month. All in vain. Ji Wuxuang jumped off the bed, frustrated, waving his hand as the small silver sphere flew directly above his head. Don't forget to come on time tomorrow for another 3 sets of tests. These tests are Stephen's expertise, aiming to find the weaknesses of the second-generation evolutionary material. But after using hundreds of methods, there was still no progress. Ji Wuxuang did not want to waste any more time and headed straight for Hannah's office. Commander Han, I want to talk to you. Ji Wuxuang, has today's experiment ended? This plan was proposed by me, and I am also an officer of the Divine Domain Starfleet. I want to know why I cannot participate. You have always been involved. You know what I mean. I want to face the battle directly. Ji Wuxuang, I've explained this issue to you. The Starship Alliance does not belong to one person or one country. It belongs to all of humanity. The arrangements regarding you were made after careful consideration. You are a soldier. Your duty is to obey. But I am the only human starship officer with second-generation starship technology. If I can join the battle, our odds of victory would increase significantly. Ji Wuxuang, your current responsibility is to stay at the Alliance headquarters, assist Professor Stephen with experiments, and nothing more is required of you. This is an order. Yes, understood. Ji Wuxuang saluted sharply and turned to leave. This was already the 5th time he had requested to participate in battle from the Council. Each time he was coldly rejected. He could not understand why he was not allowed to fight. A commotion caught Ji Wuxuang's attention. A group of starship officers had gathered, fervently cheering. Ji Wuxuang approached, and the crowd was surrounding 2 strong men engaged in an arm wrestling match. The 2 were clearly evenly matched, their faces flushed and beaded with sweat. Veins bulged on their foreheads. The surrounding starship officers were cheering loudly. With a deafening thud, the table split in half under the force of their struggle, causing both men to stumble and collapse to the ground. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This was a rare relaxation day for the Starship Suicide Squad. After tedious training for over 10 days, they finally welcomed such a day. Howard, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You are the only one in the entire Starship group who can compare with me. Ivanov, who said we're not both officers of the Divine Domain Starfleet. Ha ha ha. Ji Wuxuang recognized that the bald, muscular man named Howard was a former officer of the Divine Domain Starfleet. This person was the ace officer of the Empire of Amelie, known as the Madman. It was rumored that Howard had single-handedly conquered a starport without sustaining any injuries. The other, with pale skin and a body full of excess fat, was Ivanov, an officer of the Divine Domain Starfleet from the White Bear Empire, known as the Madman. In the battle against the Union of Arona in the Bear Kingdom, he single-handedly challenged over 100 glass Marshall starships, fighting for 7 days and nights, not only emerging unscathed, but also severely damaging the Arona Alliance. Both of these individuals had gained fame in the Starship Alliance. Unexpectedly, they were also in the Starship Suicide Squad now. Ji Wuxuang sighed softly and turned to leave, but was unexpectedly pulled back by Howard. Isn't this our God, Ji Wuxuang? Why are you hiding away? How come I haven't seen you in the recent simulated battles? I'm quite eager to witness the power of the second-generation evolutionary technology. Yeah, I've heard you've been cooped up in the lab like a woman doing experiments. So what results do you have? Share with us. Ivanov's teasing caused the onlookers to burst into laughter. Ji Wuxuang, in no mood to engage with them, was about to leave when the communication broadcast sounded, Level 1 Combat Readiness. Level 1 Combat Readiness. All members of the Starship Suicide Squad cancel their leave and board the ships immediately. Once again, this is a notification for Level 1 Combat Readiness. Level 1 Combat Readiness. All members of the Starship Suicide Squad cancel their leave and board the ships immediately. Everyone swiftly boarded the ships. Such urgent notifications during leave days had become commonplace. Instantly, the once lively hall fell eerily silent. Only Ji Wuxuang remained feeling lost. With a cold snort, he hurried towards the docking area. In the Poseidon galaxy, the listening starship group suddenly received a powerful response. A powerful tremor spread outwards like a bomb underwater, creating massive waves. All starships felt intense turbulence. The Hanjing headquarters was in utter chaos. Marshal Petrov, please brief us on current logistical preparations. Marshal Schneider, report on military deployment status. Professor Stefan, analyzed the reaction data we have acquired so far. All logistical support is proceeding precisely as planned, indeed slightly ahead of schedule. All known reserves of mystical energy have been nearly exhausted with less than 4% remaining, expected to be fully extracted within 1 week. Priority allocation of all mystical energy has been directed to the Stellar Vanguard fleet. Evolution of 5321's Marshall-class starships has already been completed. The remainder is securely stored within the Hanjing Imperial Fortress, our second line of defense. Meanwhile, manpower and resources for constructing the Stellar Gate at the homeworld base have already been mobilized. We await only your triumphant report. Petrov glanced briefly at Schneider. Over 5,000 starships of the Stellar Vanguard fleet have undergone 3 months of live drills. Tactical coordination across all formations has matured. An additional 5,000 starships constitute the Bridge Severance Squadron tasked with disrupting wormhole links and cutting off the Sotek fleet's retreat. They have conducted over 1,000 live simulations, guaranteeing absolute reliability. The final battle awaits. All eyes turn toward Stefan. Lee, this transmission differs from the last one. What do you mean? Asked Hannah, puzzled. The previous signal was successfully decoded using our cipher device. It was nothing more than rudimentary Morse code. This time, however, we have failed to decipher the meaning of the reaction signal. Then what shall we do now? If we fail to respond, we risk losing contact with the Sotek entirely, rendering Operation MOP stillborn. We must therefore order the exploration fleet to continue transmitting. Their response has been swift, though its true significance remains ambiguous. Stefan, that's tantamount to saying nothing at all. So, do we initiate resonant frequency synchronization or not? Schneider frowned deeply. We have yet to reach consensus with the Sotek. Premature activation could unleash unknown entities through the wormhole. A collective frown settled over the room. Yet if we sever contact now, we may never receive another reply. Given our exhaustive preparations and the unified strength of all humanity, this opportunity is unparalleled. I recommend proceeding with resonant frequency synchronization. The speaker was Suzuki Saburo, representative of the Koyo Empire, seated at the far end of the table as the sole alternate member of the Starship Alliance Executive Council. The Koyo Empire had contributed the Jingdonger Fortress in exchange for this provisional council seat. The Starship Alliance pledged that 10 years hence, provided the alliance endures and the Koyo Empire abides by its charter, Suzuki would automatically assume the 5th chair on the Executive Council. Though a decade-long wait remained, the honor was immense. Nonetheless, the Koyo Empire fervently hoped that timeline could be drastically shortened, a feat possible only through a breakthrough achievement by the Starship Alliance. Thus, suspending contact, or worse, abandoning the operation, would directly contravene Koyo's supreme national interest. Success in this campaign would vastly elevate Koyo's prospects. His words ignited murmurs among the other member state delegation advisors. Hannah raised her hand. The most effective way to resolve disagreement is by vote. I trust the risks and stakes of this operation require no further elaboration before this assembly. This decision shapes humanity's very future, so let your ballots speak. After a brief silence, each delegate selected their choice on the holographic interface before them. Hannah studied the final tally on her screen, drew a deep breath, and pressed the universal comlink button. Attention all units. Operation MOP is now officially launched. The Poseidon system, steeped in profound silence, surrounded fleets of class starships, every officer holding their breath. Through particle imaging systems, the exploration fleet 1 million kilometers distant attempted resonant frequency synchronization. Behind them loomed the shattered hulk of the Jingdonger Fortress, now fully prepared. Thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump 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 thump. Then the region surrounding the Jingdonger Fortress began pulsing rhythmically, as though a dying heart had suddenly awakened. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Each crisp resonance traveled through the particle medium, reverberating in every officer's ears, synchronized with the flickering starscape before them. An eerie premonition of death hung in the air. Unconsciously, every throat swallowed dry. Even Hannah, commanding remotely from Hanjing Fortress, tensed with palpable anxiety. That erratic heartbeat seemed struck from beyond the cosmos itself, each hammer blow making the universe shudder in unison. Suddenly, a colossal energy ring flared across the central command display. The Jingdonger Fortress imploded instantly. Not just the entire exploration fleet, but even light itself vanished into the void. A gargantuan pitch-black wormhole tore open directly behind the fortress. Hannah shot upright, fists clenched tight. The first phase had succeeded. Countless electromagnetic storms churned violently within the wormhole. Surging charge density ignited lightning across the once calm expanse of space. This matched exactly the intelligence brought back by Ji Wuxuan. Every mind was stretched to its breaking point. After an agonizing pause, a single obsidian-hulled starship emerged slowly from the abyss. It paused intermittently, as if cautiously surveying its surroundings. First came a massive triangular prow resembling the vessel's head. Then the hull wings and stern gradually unfolded before their eyes, just as depicted in the recovered imagery. It scaled dwarfs-class Marshall starships by 5 to 6 times. Now approaching the skeletal ruins of the Jingdonger fortress, the hollowed-out structure seemed custom-fitted for it. At this velocity, the starship's core would align precisely with the fortress's mystical energy processor in 10 seconds. Hannah's hand rose high. Her mind counted down the final distance. Initiate. She slammed her palm onto the activation switch. On every particle imaging feed, 10 colossal mechanical claws surged forward, seizing the SOTEC starship from fore, mid, and aft with terrifying precision. For thick electromagnetic conduits latched onto its hull. Phase 2 was complete. The fate of everything now hung in the balance. The mysterious power processor of the Empire's fortress can absorb 120 units of mysterious power per second. The storage unit of its class Marshall spaceship can hold up to 500 units of mysterious power, and processing it all takes just a little over 4 seconds. Stephen once deduced that the starships of the SOTEC civilization, which are 5 to 6 times the size of its class Marshall spaceship, might also have 5 to 6 times the storage capacity, requiring about half a minute for processing. This half minute is crucial. All silent starships await the signal from the mechanical claws atop the Jingdonghot fortress. First echelon fire suppression, second echelon flank attack. Bridge demolition team, all units advance. Schneider commanded. 3,000 class starships from the first and second echelons directly aimed at the SOTEC starships and unleashed their firepower. The bridge demolition team, stationed 10 million kilometers away, directly launched missiles, photon cannons, and various other weapons toward the wormhole. In the blink of an eye, Hannah nearly dropped her jaw. 5,000 units of mysterious power were instantly processed by the processor. However, a blue light flashed across the entire SOTEC starship, controlled by mechanical arms. The remnants of the Jingdonghot Empire fortress were directly severed in half. Along with the mysterious power processor, it was split into 2 halves, scattering apart. The missiles from the first echelon exploded in the air instantly. Various munitions heading toward the wormhole were also intercepted in midair. Hannah stared in disbelief at such reaction speed. In just 4 seconds, the Tiger had broken free from its cage and leaped out of the trap. In a perfect scenario, the mysterious power processor would only deplete 1/5 of the opponent's storage. For the ferocious Tiger, this could only be considered a mere injury to its tail. Meanwhile, the hunters could only engage the prey directly. Next, it was hard to tell who the prey really was. Stop him. First echelon, second echelon circular tactics. Cover the bridge demolition team. Schneider yelled at the top of his lungs. If the wormhole was not destroyed, it would effectively leave a retreat for the Tiger. At that point, who knows if a second, third, or even an entire fleet of Tigers would appear. The starships of the first and second echelons instantly dispersed. They rapidly roamed within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius around the SOTEC starship, launching a barrage of weapons enhanced by various talents. A hummingbird missile exploded in the air, transforming into hundreds of small missiles no larger than sparrows, rapidly spinning and striking the SOTEC triangular starship. Dozens of high-energy proton missiles rapidly contracted on the SOTEC starship before bursting forth. Countless photon bullets hammered the triangular starship relentlessly. Yet these weapons were ineffective, as if they were child's play. The SOTEC starship flickered with blue lights all over. Evade! Evade! Schneider piloted the Marshall starship himself in frontline combat. The flickering blue lights had almost become a balm in his nerves. They filled him with extreme dread. However, this time nothing happened. Instead, the massive SOTEC starship began to slowly separate. What the hell is this? The SOTEC starship can actually transform. The separated and transformed SOTEC starship turned into 6 equilateral, triangular bodies. Its size was now comparable to that of its class starship. One of them hovered and opened fire at the bridge demolition team. Wherever the blue light passed, the bridge demolition team starships were completely obliterated. Third echelon, provide cover. Fourth echelon, bridge demolition. First and second echelons, give it everything you've got. These were all the cards Schneider had. Unexpectedly, the 5,000 starships of the bridge demolition team were annihilated in just 1 round. Even more unexpectedly, the SOTEC starship could split and transform, with its mobility after splitting being even stronger, yet its destructive power remained unchanged. In the control room, Hannah sat down heavily in her chair, unable to stop the beads of sweat from flowing down her forehead. Where is Ji Wushuang? Where is Ji Wushuang? Hannah couldn't help but shout loudly. Report to Marshal Hannah, the system has detected that Ji Wushuang left the Hanjing fortress 3 days ago and is currently unreachable. This little brat, where did he run off to at such a critical time? Find him for me, notify all star systems, and arrange for all lower-class starships to search for Ji Wushuang. The first echelon of 1500's class Marshal ships surrounded the 2 triangular bodies and launched a furious assault. The triangular bodies merely flickered their blue light and hundreds of starships were directly severed in half. This was akin to a toddler challenging a professional fighter. The opponent barely exerted any force before the toddler was knocked out before even starting to cry. FK. M. Howard, the captain of the first echelon, is Howard, an officer of the Divine Domain Starship from the Baixiong Empire. At this moment, he was already bloodied with rage. Divine Domain. Unlimited firepower. Howard activated his Divine Domain and charged straight at one of the triangular bodies. His unlimited firepower allowed for endless firing for 3 hours. He did not need to hold back on the number of missiles. Thus, he was often adept at executing high-level tasks, this time facing the starships of the Sotek civilization. Howard was prepared for a mutual destruction scenario. Unlimited firing rate, unlimited firepower. In 1 second, hundreds of missiles were shot out. Within a distance of over 100,000 kilometers, the triangular body was blasted backward, repeatedly unable to react at all. During the pre-war technical analysis, Stephen Lee had informed everyone. The energy used by the Sotek civilization was the same as theirs, which was mysterious power. As long as they could deplete the opponent's mysterious power, they would become as vulnerable as humans. Thus, Howard had long since planned this. This was his opportunity to achieve great merit and enter history. His unlimited firepower could fully deplete the opponent's mysterious power. Thousands of missiles all struck true, and at this moment the 2 starships were face to face. Howard revealed a big white smile as he saw the light blue membrane on the triangular body dissipate. This indicated that it had been drained. Brothers for all humanity, kill. Howard's class Marshal ship charged straight ahead. A blue light flashed. The entire class starship seemed to be sliced in half by a sharp knife. From top to bottom, it was divided into 2, separating from both sides of the triangular body. It exploded instantly. Howard, the remaining starships, opened fire together. Finally, the triangular body, under the barrage of everyone, emitted a ghostly blue flame and exploded into pieces. All the starship officers watching this grand battle couldn't help but cheer. This proved that Sotek starships were not invincible. They could also be defeated, although it was at the cost of a Divine Domain starship. However, Howard's heroic sacrifice completely ignited the fury of all the Suicide Squad members. The 4th echelon of 1000-class starships encountered strong resistance from 2 triangular bodies. The critical task of bridge demolition was delayed. Damn it, let me show you how it's done. Ivanov, the officer of the Divine Domain Starship from the Baixiong Empire, drove his starship straight towards the wormhole. The flawless ability is the oracle talent of the madman Ivan. It was this oracle that allowed him to withstand the siege, single-handedly resisting over 100-class Marshal starships for 7 days and nights before retreating unscathed. Every time Ivan activated the flawless ability, he was referred to as Madman Ivan, during which all attacks were ineffective against his starship. However, it doesn't truly allow him to withstand all attacks. This oracle connects the starship's defense tightly with the starship officer. Each attack would consume a significant amount of heat from Ivan's body, which is why he became a 380-pound fat man. He hoped that the thick layer of fat on his body could absorb a few more hits after activating the Divine Domain. Ivan raced his Marshal starship while crazily firing the photon cannons. With 16-108 caliber photon cannons firing at full speed, he could shoot 32 photons per second. The massive wormhole began to change and gradually shrink under Ivan's assault. Seeing this, a triangular starship immediately turned its hull to block Madman Ivan's attack, firing several beams of blue light. Ivan felt as if his entire ship was being scorched in raging flames, as if every cell in his body was being squeezed and exploded. In an instant, Ivan had lost half his weight. He resembled a deflated balloon, his skin draped over his skeletal frame. Yet he still gritted his teeth and declared, "Friends, comrades, brothers, I am Ivan Ivanov. For all of humanity, I will fight." After Madman Ivan put forth all his strength to launch the last missile, he melted away in the control cabin and his starship exploded. At this moment, the wormhole had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, and the battlefield was strewn with starship wreckage extending millions of kilometers. The Starship Suicide Squad, a group that assembled the strongest human forces, finally destroyed 2 triangular starships at the cost of nearly 3,000 starships. The situation turned dire as the remaining 4 triangular starships guarded the front of the wormhole, showing no intention of retreating. "Commander Han, should we activate Plan B?" Stephen Lee had appeared behind Han Na without anyone noticing. No, it's not the time yet. Indeed, activating the Hassan tribe too early would backfire. The Hassan tribe lacked the strength to confront any triangular starship. If the remaining 4 starships could not be brought out of the starship universe within an hour, the entire situation would lose any chance of reversal. The Hassan tribe is the last trump card that cannot be revealed easily. All starships concentrate fire Wolfpack tactic. Schneider issued the command again. The Wolfpack tactic is a strategy of attrition warfare using numbers to overwhelm and weaker forces to attack stronger ones. Humans had underestimated the attack power of the SATAC starships. Each flash of blue light from a triangular starship often resulted in dozens of glass starships being split in half. There was no way to defend against it. The remaining starships could only counterattack during the gaps in the triangular starship's attacks, but the damage was minimal. By now, even the daring members of the Suicide Squad lacked the courage and fighting spirit they had earlier. Schneider's orders went largely unheeded. Yet a starship broke this wave of low morale. Let me do it. Brothers of Hanlong, show them how it's done. If we die with honor. We humans are no cowards. Yang Xiao piloted his warship straight towards a triangular starship, followed closely by hundreds of Hanlong's Suicide Squad members. In an instant, the situation was revitalized. Other Suicide Squads reignited their passion and bravely executed the tactics. Oh no. Han Na became tense in front of the control room screen. What is this little old man trying to do? Commander Han. No, dear Han Na, this may be the last time I protect you. Nevertheless, I willingly served as your soldier for these past 20 years. No. Han Na shouted loudly. On the screen, Yang Xiao, with one side of his titanium alloy mechanical face cold and merciless, had the other half of his human face radiating a blissful smile. Class talent, a convergence of paths. A beam of blue light from the triangular starship split Yang Xiao's starship in half, instantly reducing it to dust. The triangular starship seemed to suffer a backlash and was torn into pieces as well. This was Yang Xiao's class talent convergence of paths. When the talent was activated, the damage received by his starship would be reflected back at the attacking side, unwounded. However, Yang Xiao was uncertain about the defense capability of the SATAC starship. This damage could easily destroy its class Marshal starship, but whether the backlash would be sufficient to destroy the SATAC starship itself remained unknown. The only opportunity would come when the mysterious power of the SATAC starship was nearly exhausted. However, this convergence of paths, if used against an opponent more advanced than oneself, would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Han Na's vision darkened and she fainted. Yang Xiao, her comrade who had accompanied her in the starship universe for nearly 20 years. The two had supported each other from naive youths to this day. They were not family, but had become closer than family. In this battle, although everyone prepared for the worst, Han Na had never thought that Yang Xiao would leave her. The situation turned once more. After several hours of fierce battle, the mysterious power of the SATAC starship seemed to be nearing its end. The remaining 3 triangular starships had already been hit multiple times, and their reaction speed was significantly slower than before. Though the Suicide Starship Corps had less than 1,000 combat-ready ships left, the frequency of blue light attacks from the SATAC starships had obviously decreased. Liu Yu activated his class talent insight. In an instant, he could see that the mysterious power of the SATAC starships was almost depleted. Brothers, now is the time for revenge. Kill. Liu Yu charged ahead. The 3 SATAC starships began to spiral. Under the bombardment of countless photon cannons, they surprisingly transformed again, reassembling. The 3 ships merged into one starship. Liu Yu's insight could clearly see that the remaining mysterious power had suddenly increased slightly. In the cup of wine, 3 bottles bottomed out to fill a cup. Be careful. Just as the words fell, blue light flashed again. This time, the SATAC starship used its last bit of mysterious power for a full-force strike. Hundreds of Suicide Squad starships were instantly blown to pieces. Liu Yu's starship was snapped in 2. Fortunately, the control room remained intact and was ejected into space. The situation turned dire once again. The Soitec starship's mysterious power has been completely exhausted. The human starship Suicide Squad has nearly exhausted all their resources. Schneider and Petrov's starships have long lost their power systems. They have now become immovable fortresses relying solely on photon cannons to fire at fixed targets. Apart from their severely damaged starships, there are fewer than 200 Suicide Squad ships left capable of fighting. The Soitec starship slowly began to move toward the wormhole as if it had sustained heavy damage and was eager to return to its own universe. The wormhole, which had originally shrunk to 1/3 of its size, now perfectly accommodates the smaller Soitec starship. Brothers, it's barely holding on now. We cannot let it escape. We must hold it back, even if it costs us our lives, otherwise our brothers will have died in vain. Indeed, it was clear to everyone that the Soitec starship had reached a dead end. At this moment, it had become the best opportunity to take down the enemy. The The remaining Suicide Squad starships fought desperately to intercept. Missiles had long been exhausted. Only the damaged photon cannons continued to spit fire. At the moment the Suicide Squad had surrounded it, the Soitech starship suddenly stretched its entire body. Suddenly hundreds of cannons emerged from the middle of the ship. Orange flames erupted directly from the cannon muzzles with a firing rate that overwhelmed all human starships. 200 starships were almost effortlessly turned into Swiss cheese. Hannah, Commander Han, activate Plan B, activate Plan B. After Petrov shouted this final command, his own starship was blown to pieces. The cunning Soitech starship pretended to be severely damaged, leading humanity to believe they had seen the dawn of victory, while in reality, it had long revealed its fangs waiting for the enemy to take the bait. At this moment, almost all the Suicide Squad starships were annihilated. Only about 100 starships devoid of power silently watched as the Soitech starship slowly approached, ready to fire and erase their last memories. Stephen Lee endured his rage as he was the only one left in the Alliance's executive committee who was still coherent. He trembled as he pressed the communication system. All Alliance starship officers, please proceed to the Han Capital Fortress as quickly as possible. Besides Plan B, the Han Capital Fortress has undergone comprehensive upgrades. If Plan B fails, the Han Capital Fortress will be humanity's last stronghold in the Starship universe. However, on the screen another starship appeared, a Hanlon-class main ship. A Hanlon-class main ship shimmering with silver light, completely intact. Hey, hey, hey! Ji Wuxuang clenched his fists and yelled loudly. Can you understand human speech? Look over here. The triangular starship, originally cleaning up the battlefield survivors, was completely captivated by the sudden appearance of Ji Wuxuang. The two starships were 1.7 million kilometers apart, with the size being over 3 times that of Ji Wuxuang. Ji Wuxuang, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive? The control cabin of Lu Yu drifted through the stars, having been crushed by a powerful shockwave. He was stuck in his seat, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yu, you really have a charmed life. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, Ji Wuxuang's eyes instantly welled up with tears. 3 days ago, the Suicide Squad had gathered to leave the fortress. Ji Wuxuang had also taken the opportunity to leave. Initially thinking it was just a typical emergency training, he never expected to actually receive Soitech signal feedback. All Suicide Squads fell silent in accordance with tactical deployment. Ji Wuxuang went to the Death Star. There he had over 1,000 units of Krypton mysterious energy that he had not yet harvested. In 3 days, Ji Wuxuang evolved directly from a Zhou level to a Qin level, then to a Han level, consuming 7,000 units of Krypton mysterious energy. With the remaining mysterious energy, Ji Wuxuang evolved the auxiliary attack system and filled the storage device. Upon returning to Alpha Star, he heard Hannah shouting desperately for Yang Xiao over the communication system. Don't be careless. Their mysterious energy has been nearly exhausted, but their conventional weapons are still far superior to ours. Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, the Soitech starship directly targeted his position and unleashed a barrage of fire. The surrounding debris was swept away with another round of fire. All right, let me have a go at this bastard. The two starships opened fire at each other. The firing rate of the Soitech starship was so fierce that Ji Wuxuang was caught off guard. He quickly spread his arms, and the small silver sphere instantly absorbed the Soitech's orange fire. Ji Wuxuang's main and auxiliary attack systems were fully loaded with 120 missiles. All were launched. At this moment, the Soitech starship had lost its previous divine power. All 120 missiles hit their target. Perhaps due to the vast difference in levels, Ji Wuxuang's missiles merely inflicted damage on the Soitech starship without being fatal. Over here, Ji Wuxuang glanced at the mysterious energy in the storage device. With a storage capacity of 1,000 Krypton, a single round of counterattack had consumed over 6,000 Krypton. Such terrifying combat power. Considering that when facing 20,000 human starships, Ji Wuxuang had opened the small silver sphere's defense, the consumption rate was not this fast. The Soitech starship seemed to have detected the clue. Ji Wuxuang's defense system appeared to have a similar principle to theirs. In an instant, the triangular body once again split. 3 starships began to encircle Ji Wuxuang. So this is what it was all along. Flevel Talent Phantom. Ji Wuxuang's starship also instantly split into 3. However, this type of splitting actually reduced both his attack and defense capabilities to 1/3. But it was better than being at a disadvantage in a 1v3. Perhaps they were too familiar with the advantages and disadvantages of the second-generation evolution technology. With such splitting, Ji Wuxuang's mysterious energy was consumed even faster. And the damage to the Soitech starship was even less. Both sides had pushed themselves to the limit. Ji Wuxuang's mysterious energy was depleted until the last moment, and the protective shield vanished. The Soitech starship, after enduring hundreds of Ji Wuxuang's photon cannon shots, also began to wobble. The 3 Soitech starships merged again. The entire ship body began to spin rapidly like a high-speed rotating top directly colliding toward Ji Wuxuang. At a distance of less than 1.0 kilometers, such a collision relied on the materials and shields of their respective starships. If under the protection of the small silver sphere, Ji Wuxuang was most adept at this. In the current situation, it seemed that the Soitec starship had wagered everything intending to end the battle with this final blow. You little brat. Watch closely, Flevel Talent Heavy Strike. Oh no. Thor's Hammer. The front end of the Han-class starship opened left and right like a crocodile opening its massive jaws. A bolt of lightning shot out like a soul-snatching chain. This was the Thor's Hammer that Ji Wuxuang had bartered for with old Mike, thick-skinned enough to negotiate with General York. This attack system has a short range of less than 100 kilometers. However, Ji Wuxuang was indifferent to these limitations. The experience of being struck by York's Thunder God Hammer last time left an indelible mark on her. In an instant, the Soitec triangular starship collided. The Soitec starship did not halt its advance, and the inertia propelled it straight into Ji Wuxuang's Han-class starship. She felt the world spinning around her. Her entire body sparked with electric fire, while the Soitec triangular starship, after taking the hit from the Thunder God Hammer, completely lost its power. The starship just stood there motionless. Han Schweikhoff calling the command center, calling the Han Jing command center. It appears she has fractured a rib. The starship was in a state of malfunction with the power system damaged by 98, the attack system completely destroyed, and the defense system also at 100 damage. She could only call headquarters and execute Plan B. Hassan Tribe, it's your turn to take the stage. Eliminate him. Stephen Lee bellowed. All 200 starships activated, racing towards the designated coordinates. Suddenly, a massive energy ring reappeared on the early warning system. Stephen Lee couldn't believe his eyes. The enlarged particle imaging system displayed a wormhole that had collapsed to only a third of its original size. Instantly, it expanded several times larger than before. A huge triangular object was emerging from the wormhole. Another Soitec starship. Hassan, move quickly. Stephen Lee leaped to the control panel. Hadi Hassan, go and dismantle the bridge. We must not allow that starship to enter. Among the 200 Hassan Tribe starships, only 3 were S-class Marshal ships. The rest were only B-class. This was the last mysterious power the starship universe could muster. With a distance of 600,000 kilometers remaining, Hadi Hassan fired. All missiles were launched towards the wormhole. However, they were still a step too late. This time, the Soitec starship was not timid like the last one. It rushed through the wormhole at high speed. By the time the missiles were in flight, the entire starship had already completely traversed the wormhole. The massive hull blocked the entire wormhole. Thousands of missiles were nothing more than tiny insects to this triangular starship. When they hit the shield, they merely created a ripple. The Soitec starship flashed with blue light. Quick, Hassan, activate your talent. Stephen's mouth hung open as he witnessed everything happening in the Poseidon star system. Hassan Hadi was the first to activate his talent, time and space stasis. His ability seemed to freeze the entire Poseidon star system. A chill radiated out from Hassan Hadi's starship, instantly solidifying the surrounding time and space. However, the Soitec starship had already launched its attack. The bright white and deep blue collided. Only then did Stephen realize that the Soitec starship's attack was a dispersive area attack radiating outward in a ripple pattern. The deep blue light waves rapidly traversed through the frozen time and space. Although time had been halted, the entire Hassan Tribe starships were still struck by the deep blue light waves. In an instant, the entire Hassan Tribe starship was split into 2 layers with explosions ringing out one after another. Time and space returned to normal. The seemingly perfect Plan B lasted less than 5 minutes. The entire Hassan Tribe was completely annihilated. It's over. Humanity's most powerful starship fleet has been obliterated. At this moment, even if the entire starship universe could gather tens of thousands of starships, they would all be low-tier starships lacking the previous combat power. Even Stephen Lee, a senior researcher, found himself in a state of chaos facing this scene. He completely lost his bearings. Could this be humanity's ultimate fate? After completing its attack, the Soitec starship began to accelerate away, as if eager to flee this star system, turning all its weapons to launch a reverse attack on the wormhole. Stephen Lee looked at the Soitec starship's reaction in despair, his mind a blank. Suddenly, a larger energy ring reappeared on the display. This time it was dozens, or even hundreds of times larger than the energy ring emitted when the Soitec starship appeared. The entire display was almost enveloped by this energy ring. Before Stephen Lee could react, the entire wormhole began to twist, then suddenly expanded dozens of times. It looked as if it had been torn apart. An orange beam shot directly from the wormhole. As it approached the Soitec starship, it quickly transformed into an orange grid. and passed directly through the entire body of the Sotek starship. Just a moment ago, the once ferocious and formidable Sotek starship had no means to resist against this massive net. It was cut into hundreds of pieces. Under the push of inertia, the pieces scattered and then exploded. The entire process took less than a minute. Ji Wuxuang was completely stunned by the scene before her. At first she thought victory was assured, then she fell into despair and then witnessed hope. In such a short time she experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Her feelings were beyond expression. An object glowing with golden light emerged from the wormhole. It turned out to be a cone. It resembled two ancient pyramids stacked on top of each other. Could it be that the Sotek starship's attempt to flee was because it knew such an object was pursuing it? Ji Wuxuang began to ponder, could this object also be a starship? Lu Yu, are you still alive? Cough cough, still breathing. Although Lu Yu was on the brink of death, he remained conscious. He understood that Ji Wuxuang was trying to ask him something. This should be a starship. My insight talent allows me to see its entire interior, and the energy is circulating. But I can't see anything else. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, the conical starship vanished from view. Looking up again, the starship had appeared in the position between him and Ji Wuxuang. At this moment, this colossal object descended like a deity, seemingly able to hear their conversation. Lu Yu felt his control pod starting to move slowly. Besides himself, there was also Ji Wuxuang's Han-class starship, which had lost its power. The two ships, hundreds of kilometers apart, were being directly pulled closer together. Ji Wuxuang, what does he intend to do? Cough, I suppose I should say you are quite lucky, huh? It seems we might not be dying after all. Why do you say that? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Didn't you see how he dealt with the Sotek starship? Suddenly, an extremely old and hoarse voice came over. Your starship is indeed quite retro. Not only Ji Wuxuang, but also Lu Yu and Stephen Li were stunned. The Chu AT starship surprisingly transmitted Han Long language. Friend, thank you for your assistance. There is another Sotek starship. You must be careful. Humph. Just as this cold snort echoed, a triangular starship not far behind was blown into pieces by an orange beam. Who are you? Which star system is this? What year is it in the star calendar? The other party asked slowly, making Ji Wuxuang feel like he was conversing with an old man. Oh, we are officers of the Starship Alliance. What star system is this? This is the Alpha Constellation Poseidon star system. As for what year it was in the star calendar, Ji Wuxuang really didn't know. Since the first battle with the Sotek people, humanity had lost all its colonies in the space-time universe. Now they used the home planet calendar. Starship Alliance. Such an ancient title. Alpha Constellation. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Oh, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thank you to this friend for your help, but I suggest you destroy the wormhole. Otherwise it might attract more Sotek starships. Ji Wuxuang still felt a hint of worry. Although the Chu AT starship before them was a colossal object 10 times the size of a Sotek starship, if it attracted the entire Sotek fleet, the outcome would not be good. Enemies. Those filthy Sotek bugs are worthy of that title. Filthy bugs. The powerful Sotek starship was actually referred to as bugs by him. Though the earlier scene was indeed shocking, it was hard for Ji Wuxuang and the others to believe that the Sotek starship was merely bugs, given that it could stand against all of humanity's elite. The stark contrast in strength made it difficult for Ji Wuxuang and the others to accept that the Sotek starship was just bugs. Although you instantly shattered a Sotek starship just now, isn't it a bit much to call them bugs? Killing them is as simple as squashing bugs to me. I have drifted through 7 space-time continuums for thousands of years, shattering not just millions, but hundreds of thousands of Sotek starships. So do you have many Sotek starships here? Ji Wuxuang, this person's allegiance is unclear. Let's have him dismantle the wormhole first, then find a way to take him out of the starship universe. We can't take another risk. A voice from the encrypted communication channel belonged to Stephen Li. How, what are you sneaking around for? Li was taken aback. The same old hoarse voice came through the encrypted channel. Instantly, the Chu AT starship vanished from particle imaging. Looking up again, the Chu AT starship had appeared before the Hanjing Empire fortress, bringing with it Lu Yu's control pod and Ji Wuxuang's Han-class starship. In an instant, all weapons of the Hanjing Empire fortress were aimed at this Chu AT starship. The atmosphere became tense once more. Stephen, do not fire. Ji Wuxuang also sensed something was off. They could teleport across such a vast distance. With the power of this Chu AT starship, let alone a Hanjing fortress, even hundreds of Hanjing fortresses would likely be annihilated in an instant. I feel like I've seen this fortress somewhere before. Starship Alliance. I've remembered. What did you remember? Ji Wuxuang cautiously probed. The Starship Alliance was an alliance formed by humanity many years ago. Who is the current chairman of your alliance? Before Ji Wuxuang could answer, the other party spoke again. Let me guess, is it Smart? No, Smart would be much later. Is it Paul Su? No, Paul Su wouldn't fear the Sotek people. Could it be Takeda or Ryuichi? Ji Wushuang was stunned. He did not recognize any of the names the other party had mentioned. He had never even heard of them. None of these are. Oh, one could hear the disappointment in the other's voice. Has it been so long? Did I time travel so far this time? It wouldn't be Lu Yu, would it? Who are you talking about? Lu Yu? Which Lu Yu? Ji Wushuang was taken aback, completely doubting that he had heard correctly. Which other one? It's the one with that cocky demeanor like everyone owes him money. Did I actually guess right? Ji Wushuang was confused. Lu Yu did indeed have such a demeanor, but when did Lu Yu become the chairman of the Starship Alliance? Are you mistaken? Lu Yu is not our Starship Alliance chairman. We have an executive committee currently with 4 chairmen. Oh. The other party sighed deeply. Damn it, I never expected to return to such a distant time. Huh. I still don't quite understand. Are you saying you have traveled through time to get here? Indeed, counting this time I've traveled through 8 timelines. I'm so tired. So what civilization do you belong to? Why did you travel through time? And why do you speak our Han Long language? Ji Wushuang decided to ask all his questions at once. Kid, are you interrogating me? Ha ha ha, but I haven't talked to anyone in a long time. I appreciate your straightforwardness. What civilization do I belong to? I am just a wandering starship belonging to no civilization. Why do I travel through time? Because I am tired of all the conflicts. I want to go back and change things from the beginning. Why do I speak Han Long language? Let me think, it's been too long. Oh, I am Han Long people. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang and the others were even more stunned. A Han Long person who has crossed time from the future. Instantly the tension in their hearts eased. As long as he was human and possessed such a powerful starship, then they no longer had to worry about the attacks from the Satak civilization. Since you are Han Long people, may I ask your esteemed name? Name? It's been a long time since anyone asked me that, and a long time since I've said my name. What was my name again? Hanjing Fortress. The entire hall was packed with officials from various star systems who had returned to celebrate the defeat of the Sotak battleship, eager to witness this marvelous conical starship. The command center was currently the busiest, clearing the battlefield, destroying wormholes, rescuing the injured, collecting debris from the Sotak battleship. Most importantly, uncovering the true purpose and intentions of this conical starship. The Imperial Fortress was constructed in a circular shape extending a total of 68,000 miles with 14,000 docking bays. This was to accommodate the docking of the conical starship at Hanjing Fortress. The Hanjing Imperial Fortress raised 30 gangways, barely bringing together 30 docking bays to allow the starship to enter. Schneider and Petrov fell in battle, and even the substitute chairman, Suzuki Mikio, perished along with his ship. Now the entire Starship Alliance could only rely on Han Na and Stephen Lee to hold the situation together. He said his name is Ji Wushuang, and he comes from across time and space. We scanned this starship, and whether it's the material energy source or various systems, everything remains unknown. Stephen glanced at Ji Wushuang beside him. Unknown. Han Na furrowed her brow. To put it bluntly, this starship is completely beyond the scope of our current technology. It is far ahead of us. Ji Wushuang, what do you think? Han Na forced herself to focus as Yang Xiao's death had dealt her a heavy blow. Yet at this moment, all personal feelings must be set aside. After all, defeating the Sotak battleship had nearly wiped out humanity's elite. There was still a long road ahead. Moreover, now there was suddenly the emergence of Ji Wushuang. I don't know. Since this conical starship introduced itself as Ji Wushuang, I have become quite confused. I want to talk to him again. But strangely, we did not scan any living carbon-based life forms aboard this starship. Stephen Lee added, this is puzzling. What exactly is Ji Wushuang inside the starship? Notify everyone, raise the alert to level 1. Ji Wushuang, go talk to him and see if he has any needs or if there are advanced technologies he can share with us. No need. That hoarse, aged voice came directly from the virtual screen, accompanied by a blurry figure appearing at the same time. You do not need to have any guard against me. If I wanted to harm you, you would not need to be on guard at all. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am also called Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang swallowed hard, forcing himself to speak. However, Han Na and Stephen Lee on the other side were extremely shocked. The various human systems were almost child's play for this Ji Wushuang from across time and space. It is as if entering a realm devoid of any barriers. Great. To see my youthful appearance once again is truly wonderful. Although Ji Wushuang had long suspected something, hearing the answer from this person was still somewhat surprising. Are you saying I am you and you are my future self? Can humanity evolve to become this powerful in the future? If you knew what humanity has gone through, you would not think so. I do not quite understand. What has humanity gone through? Greed, desire, violence, and extinction. I have traversed through time 8 times, experiencing 4,000 years of cosmic history, yet I could not change the occurrence of all these events. I am truly exhausted. Our home planet is on the brink of destruction, and humanity can only survive in underground cities. The Starship universe is our only hope. We urgently need to construct a Stargate to migrate humanity from the home planet into the Starship universe to avoid the attacks of the Sotek civilization. Can your current technology help us build the Stargate or teach us advanced evolutionary techniques? I did not expect this. The future, Ji Wushuang sighed. Did not expect what? Suddenly the figure on the virtual screen vanished, replaced by a screen full of text. Hanlong characters. In the year 1969, the Apollo 11 spacecraft successfully landed on the Moon, with 3 astronauts officially marking the beginning of humanity's great space era, known as the Year of Cosmic History. In the year 196 of cosmic history, humanity's quantum exchange experiment succeeded, allowing quantum exchange power to be completed from a vacuum state, marking humanity's acquisition of long-distance navigation capabilities. In the year 398 of cosmic history, the first batch of interstellar immigrants successfully migrated, with 100 people landing on the Centaurus C91 planet, officially establishing a colonial outpost. In the year 550 of cosmic history, the total population of humanity on various colonial planets in the Milky Way surpassed 30 billion. That same year, wormhole technology was successfully developed, granting human starships the capability of warp jumps. In the year 552 of cosmic history, humanity officially initiated bloodline awakening, entering the Starship universe. That same year, the Starship Alliance was established. In the year 602 of cosmic history, humanity embarked on the first interstellar voyage, officially commencing the era of human expeditions. In the year 726 of cosmic history, humanity discovered a new biological material called Sual on the mother planet. It could undergo high fusion with the awakened human bloodline to form a new high-strength material. In the year 960 of cosmic history, humanity encountered the highly intelligent species known as the Na'vi, marking the first contact with an advanced alien race. In the year 1169 of cosmic history, the first space war broke out over the rich resources of the Na'vi star, resulting in a full-scale war between human civilization with 4-5 Sotek starships and the Na'vi civilization. Humanity suffered a devastating defeat, and that same year the Starship Alliance collapsed, returning humanity to a warring states period, with each nation ruling independently. In the year 1392 of cosmic history, the original human Sotek starship, First Army Marshal Uma Tech, established a human starship nation, naming it Sotek. In the year 1408 of cosmic history, the Sotek Empire successively conquered other human nations, establishing the First Sotek Empire. In the year 1415 of cosmic history, the Second Space War broke out, with the Sotek civilization continuing its war against the Na'vi. The originally peace-loving Na'vi were defeated, with 80 star systems of the Na'vi star falling and tens of billions of Na'vi becoming prisoners and playthings. In the year 1919 of cosmic history, after hundreds of years of fusion with the Na'vi, humanity's bloodline could no longer awaken, and the biological material Sual could no longer fuse with the human bloodline. In the year 1921 of cosmic history, the Sotek Empire collapsed, and humanity once again entered an era of conflict. After reading this text, Ji Wushuang and Han Na, along with Stephen Lee and others, were left speechless. The earlier historical segments were largely consistent with what Ji Wushuang and the others knew, but the later sections differed. Humanity initiated bloodline awakening only when attacked by the Sotek civilization at a time when the entire race was on the brink of extinction. What is this? This is the chronicle I experienced, the future, Ji Wushuang sighed. Does this mean that the Sotek are humans? Indeed, the Sotek are the humanoid beings that result from the fusion of future humans with the Na'vi. Are the Sotek people also coming from a time warp? But why are they attacking us? Indeed, this matter may be my fault. After the Na'vi civilization was conquered, I unintentionally triggered the first time warp, returning to a year before the Second Space War. I tried to warn the Na'vi clan, but they did not take it seriously. I had previously revealed some technology regarding time travel during my exchanges with the Na'vi civilization. After the Na'vi civilization was conquered, this discussion memo was also presented to the command center of the Sotek Empire. The Sotek civilization is conducting extensive experiments on time travel, but the success rate is very low. Even so, they have not given up. Perhaps some of their starships have indeed completed time travel and arrived in your era. What they desire is not to conquer you, but your ancient bloodline. No wonder I realized something just now. It's no surprise that when the Sotek civilization first appeared, after defeating various planetary bases, their first act was to plunder the population of numerous colonized planets. So their goal was the ancient bloodline of humanity. No wonder it wasn't so difficult to resist the Sotek before. Recalling when humanity first returned to the real universe from the cosmic expanse, defending the home planet. At that time, the human starships did not have class Marshal ships, yet they still defeated the Sotek fleet. Now that I think about it, perhaps the Sotek at that time could no longer merge with the biological material Sotek. After capturing humanity, they regained the pure human bloodline gene. Later, the Sotek starships encountered in the cosmic expanse had already regained second-generation evolutionary technology. Yet your starships seem to easily deal with the Sotek starships. Can you teach us the latest starship technology? With your current technological understanding, you cannot comprehend the technology one possesses. Moreover, technology is a double-edged sword. New technological advancements may hasten humanity's demise. I once foolishly dreamed of using technology to change humanity's fate, but the results were futile time and time again. I am truly exhausted. What about the stargates? Can you teach us about the cosmic stargates? Aren't you already grasping the trick to breaking through the cosmic barriers? I am tired. Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang. Han Na pushed Jiang Wushuang hard. Jiang Wushuang suddenly came to her senses. What are you dazed about? I'm not dazed. I was communicating with him. Jiang Wushuang turned around, and the officers in the command room all looked puzzled. Communicating? With whom are you communicating? Everyone is waiting for your award speech. With that conical starship. As everyone grew increasingly confused, Jiang Wushuang was also bewildered. What's wrong with all of you? That amazing conical starship. The Jiang Wushuang who returned from the future said the Sotek civilization is. Jiang Wushuang glanced out the window, only to be completely stunned. On the inner ring's docking bay, that conical starship, which occupied 30 docking bays, was gone. In its place were numerous starships from the Starship Alliance. Jiang Wushuang ran straight towards the inner ring's docking bay. Sure enough, that colossal object had once again vanished from everyone's sight, but this time Jiang Wushuang felt that things were not so simple. None of them understood what Jiang Wushuang was saying about the conical starship, nor did they understand what she meant by returning from the future. This starship, which traversed time and space, saved the entire Starship Alliance, and changed the fate of all humanity, seemed as if it was something Jiang Wushuang had fabricated herself. When Jiang Wushuang confirmed with Stephen Lee, the changes in Stephen Lee's facial expression were like assessing how severe Jiang Wushuang's battlefield trauma truly was. When Jiang Wushuang arrived at the hospital and mentioned the conical starship to Lu Yu's eyes were filled with the expression of, "It seems like I am injured in body, but you are injured in mind." What's even more puzzling is that the complete footage recorded by the Alliance headquarters particle imaging system did not show the conical starship that Jiang Wushuang mentioned at all. After the Sotek triangular starship collided with Jiang Wushuang's Thunderhammer, it went into a state of uncontrollable chaos, and Jiang Wushuang's Han-class starship destroyed it. What about the Hassan tribe? The Hassan tribe was sunk by the second Sotek starship. Their time stagnation did not stop the Sotek's attack. Jiang Wushuang looked at Han Na in confusion. Surely everything that had happened couldn't just be erased like chalk on a board. Was it only she who clearly remembered everything among everyone who had been present? Han Na silently moved the timeline forward slightly. The Hassan tribe's starships appeared in view. They charged towards the wormhole with all their might, hoping to take advantage of Jiang Wushuang entangled with the Sotek starship, secretly sabotaging the device that neutralized the electrons within the wormhole. However, at the moment the wormhole collapsed, all of the Hassan tribe starships were completely swallowed up. Thanks to the Hassan tribe for their contributions to all humanity. Jiang Wushuang forced a smile, as if all events could make sense of themselves. Only she felt like a fool, desperately trying to verify everything. Now every word she spoke was treated as a symptom of battlefield trauma. Every event she described was regarded as an imagined illusion. But Jiang Wushuang knew in her heart that all of this was not an illusion. This must have been orchestrated by the conical starship. Jiang Wushuang boarded her starship and headed straight for the Death Star system. On the Death Planet, gazing at the white, icy mountains before her, Jiang Wushuang smiled coldly. "I know you're here. Have you had enough of watching me make a fool of myself these days?" A blurry figure appeared on the starship's screen, and that hoarse, aged voice echoed once more. "This is what I told you. Your cognitive ability is still in its infancy. I merely employed a bit of technology, and everyone's memories have been erased. But you still exist in my mind. Ooh, I can never forget that conical starship." As soon as the words left her mouth, a gigantic conical starship suddenly appeared before Jiang Wushuang's Han-class starship on the Death Planet. Under Jiang Wushuang's gaze, the conical starship slowly began to morph unexpectedly, transforming into a crystal-clear droplet shape. Then it gradually morphed into a sphere. After repeating this transformation in more than 10 shapes, it vanished once again from before Jiang Wushuang's eyes. In my technology, erasing memories is as simple as deleting a line of code. I simply didn't want to delete the memory of another me. And forms can no longer limit our technology. Technology can change the fate of all of us. To be honest, I am still hesitating about whether to disclose this fate-altering technology to you. With new technology, we can return to the time-space cosmos, we can rebuild our home, and we can protect our loved ones and friends. It's all benefit with no harm. What is there to hesitate about? In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, countless stars twinkled, resembling pearls stirred up by the flowing Milky Way. A Han-class starship drifted 50 million kilometers from its home planet. The officer Luo Kaixuan, a lieutenant colonel, was one of the 475 starship officers who survived the defense of the home planet 30 years ago. Now he had been wandering through the time and space of the universe for a full 30 years. Unable to return to the starship universe and lacking sufficient mysterious power for evolution, the starship's level remained at the Han class from that time. But Luo Kaixuan did not care about these matters. It was already the greatest honor to guard around the home planet. Reporting to Starship Headquarters, this is Outpost 381, all is normal. Luo Kaixuan's daily work involved circling the home planet, inspecting various outposts. Then he would report back to the Starship Headquarters. Though simple and tedious, he was meticulous in his duties. Old Luo, you really are dedicated. Today is the weekend, can't you let us sleep in a bit? The playful voices of other colleagues came through the communication system. I'm on duty today, so I must remain diligent. From my 30 years of experience, the Satak people are definitely on holiday during the weekend, as they couldn't be bothered to come during the week, let alone on the weekend. Do you think our full force strike back then scared them into submission? Ha. Listening to the chatter on the system, Luo Kaixuan smiled. Due to the contamination of quantum nuclear weapons on the home planet, they could no longer land there. For the past 30 years, they had been adrift in the sea of stars. Hearing the voices of his comrades had become the greatest comfort to his heart. Suddenly, the warning system emitted a series of beeping alarms. 3 light circles arranged in a triangular formation sped toward Luo Kaixuan. Reporting to the Starship Command Center. Satak starships detected. Repeat, Satak starships detected. Luo Kaixuan shouted loudly into the communication system. Suddenly, he felt the world spinning around him. A chill ran down his neck and his vision plummeted, until his entire head rolled directly onto the control panel. He could only watch in horror as blood gushed from his neck, soaking his chest and covering his entire body. The entire cosmos was split in two. Calling the home planet, calling the home planet. This is the Starship Command Center. We are under attack by the Satak people and are fighting back with all our might. Though the Space Starship Command Center monitored every movement in space daily through the starships. However, the sudden attack by the Satak starships caught them off guard. Minister, should we contact the Starship Alliance for assistance? No need. After 30 years of development, all our underground cities are now 3,000 meters deep. Even if the Satak starships come to the home planet, they won't find us. Moreover, the Starship Alliance had just experienced a major battle. The minister was confident. Brothers, fight back with all your strength. Let them come and go without return. After finishing his words, he directly boarded his class battleship and headed towards the Satak starships. Home planet headquarters. In the command room, they watched the real-time footage transmitted from space. The Satak starships launched attacks from several directions simultaneously. Over 60 starships flashed by at incredible speed. Even though the human starships tried to resist, it was almost futile. All the starships were directly sliced in half from the middle. The 475 human starships that survived the home planet defense battle 30 years ago. In just over 10 minutes, the entire fleet was wiped out. How long until they reached the home planet? About 3 minutes. Activate Level 1 alert. Cut off all external communications. Over 60 starships, each over 10,000 meters long. They swept through the low Earth orbit of the home planet, instantly casting a massive shadow over the entire home planet. The Satak starships began to move slowly. They gradually dispersed across different latitudes above the home planet, and then, like mother insects laying eggs, began to continuously deploy small starships. What are they trying to do? Watching as over 60 starships suddenly released tens of thousands of small starships and continued to spread out. The advisors in the home planet command room were also puzzled. Although all of humanity had built various underground cities 3,000 meters deep, the actions of the Satak people kept everyone on edge. The entire home planet had no capacity for resistance. Tens of thousands of small starships spread out rapidly like locusts, as if entering uninhabited territory. They suddenly stopped at specific locations. A deep blue beam shot out from the underside of the starships, reaching the ground. What are they trying to do? The command center advisors were extremely anxious. The home planet may seem like an impenetrable fortress, but in reality, it is a giant baby curled up in armor. With no means to fight back, every move of the opponent tugged at everyone's nerves. Monitor everything closely, see what they intend to do. They are emitting energy underground. The powerful neutron beam has already penetrated 80 meters. Are they trying to drill through the surface and enter our underground cities? How long until they reach the dome of the underground city? At this speed, approximately 10 more minutes. I want an accurate time. It's still being calculated. The observing advisor wiped his sweat anxiously. Got it. The calculated time is 11 minutes and 31 seconds remaining. The domes of all underground cities are made from a fusion of diamond, sand, titanium, and gold. The thickness can reach over 100 meters. This is already the hardest material humanity can produce with current technology. However, under the assault of the neutron beam, it may not hold out for long. 2,500 meters deep, estimated to reach the dome in 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Suddenly, the neutron beam stopped. Octagonal objects resembling insect eggs dropped vertically from the underside of the starships, igniting and accelerating instantly, directly shooting towards the path created by the neutron beam. Chief of Staff, we've calculated it. If a resonance explosion occurs at a depth of 2,500 meters or deeper at it, what will happen? Hurry up and tell me. It will trigger tectonic movement, simply put an earthquake, but in reality, it would be large-scale compression of the Earth's crust. All our underground cities could be directly destroyed. The Chief of Staff collapsed on the ground. Send a signal to the Starship Alliance. Use all energy to forcibly open the passage to the Starship Universe and send all Bloodline Awakeners into the Starship Universe. Chief of Staff, should we request approval from the Alliance? Forcing entry into the Starship Universe outside of the permitted time could lead to the instant death of the Awakeners. What time is it? Why are you being so indecisive? The Chief of Staff pushed aside the executing advisor. He shouted into the communication system, activate the Starship Universe transmission in 1 minute. All Bloodline Awakeners prepare. Humanity has reached the brink of life and death. You are the hope of all mankind. Living as fireflies gathering to ignite a prairie fire. The Starship Alliance has erected a grand and majestic monument on Planet X-896 to honor the sacrificed Starship officers, commemorating all those who dedicated their lives to humanity in the Mapipi project. The Starship Death Squad still has 156 surviving Starship officers, all of whom were rewarded and promoted. Luyu was promoted to Brigadier General in the Starship Alliance. Responsible for formulating battle plans, Ji Wushuang was promoted to the Supreme Commander of the Starship Alliance, tasked with leading frontline combat missions. Barbarossa was promoted to Major General in the Starship Alliance, overseeing the training of all starships in the universe. Mike Polo was promoted to Chief of Logistics, responsible for the allocation and development of all resources. Lee was in charge of all technological research and development, spending every day locked in the laboratory organizing the research on the 16,000 pieces of SOTEC starship collected from the battlefield. Hannah was busy forming the new executive committee of the Starship Alliance. All Starship officers, and even the entire Starship universe, were immersed in a jubilant atmosphere. Only Ji Wushuang remained gloomy. After a conversation with future Ji Wushuang in the Death Star system, he completely disappeared. However, he left behind a pure silver box, or rather a cube measuring half a meter on each side, which Ji Wushuang was unable to open. Ji Wushuang tried various methods: water attacks, fire attacks, extreme cold, even photon cannons and missiles, but could not open the cube. He even sneaked into Stephen Lee's laboratory in the middle of the night using various instruments to scan, but was unable to analyze the true purpose and material of the cube. He could only remember the last words future Ji Wushuang said: "When you truly possess it, you will find that you have lost even more." What nonsense, pretending to be profound. Ji Wushuang was thoroughly annoyed. Ji Wushuang, come to the laboratory quickly now. The voice of Stephen Lee came through the communicator. Could it be that he was discovered sneaking into the laboratory at night? Ji Wushuang felt even more anxious. It shouldn't be. If that were the case, Stephen Lee would have rushed over to yell at him long ago. He wouldn't have just contacted him through the communicator. As he pushed open the laboratory door, he saw a dozen engineers gathered in a circle. Hurry, Ji Wushuang, come and see. Stephen Lee was demonstrating something to Ji Wushuang on the virtual screen. A drop of blood fell onto a small piece of SOTEC starship debris, which reacted as if it were stimulated. It began to slowly twist, and then struggled continuously, appearing to be in great pain. After a few minutes, the debris gradually lost its luster. In the end, it transformed into something resembling charcoal. A gentle touch on the experimental dish caused the debris to turn to dust. How could this happen? Ji Wushuang was stunned by the sight before him. Yes, how could this happen? You didn't just drop the blood on the debris to obtain the second-generation evolutionary technology. Why is our experiment failing? Is it because the debris is too small and cannot integrate with the awakened bloodline? We have already tried the fourth piece of debris. The previous ones were larger. It shouldn't be an issue of size. Then is it that the awakened blood is not of high enough quality? Let's try a higher tier talent's blood. Most of the awakened with high tier talents have already perished, but we have conducted experiments with Luyu, Hannah, and my blood. The results were the same, and there were no signs of the situation you described. How is this possible? We were wondering if we were missing a crucial step, so we asked you to come and conduct a test yourself. Ji Wushuang immediately picked a piece of debris that was neither too large nor too small. He rolled up his sleeves and directly made a cut on his arm with a dagger. Blood seeped out from the blade and fell onto the debris. The debris reacted just like the previous site, twisting continuously until it turned to charcoal and finally became powder. When Ji Wushuang looked up, everyone's gaze was filled with doubt and disappointment. This was terrifying. If this were true, then the entire Mapipi project was a joke. Trading the elite of the entire Starship Alliance for a pile of scrap metal that turns to dust upon contact with blood. Ji Wushuang would not only be a hero of the Starship Alliance, but a sinner of humanity. Ji Wushuang did not want to think this way, but the facts compelled him otherwise. Instantly, he was left in shock, trembling as he took 2 steps back. What exactly went wrong? A sudden ringing interrupted Ji Wushuang's thoughts. All senior Starship officers cancel your leave and report back to the Imperial Fortress within an hour. Ji Wushuang, Stephen, you both drop everything and come to the command room immediately. It was Hannah's voice. Stephen Lee pulled Ji Wushuang along as they left. In the command room besides Hannah, there were Lu Yu and several other senior advisors. The atmosphere was extremely tense. What is so urgent? Stephen Lee also sensed that something serious had happened. Hannah exchanged glances with the others. Ji Wushuang, you need to be mentally prepared. Ji Wushuang, still reeling from the Sotex biological material incident, was momentarily stunned. I think I'm as prepared as I can be. Oh, what could possibly be worse? Everyone fell silent for a moment until Lu Yu spoke. It's the home planet. It's under brutal retaliation from the Sotex. What? Ji Wushuang and Stephen Lee reacted almost simultaneously. Due to the particle barrier, we have only just received the information. The situation is grave and what? Just tell me. Ji Wushuang instantly became worried about Li Weiner and Yiya. Everything he did was for Li Weiner and Yiya. If anything were to happen to them, Ji Wushuang would pilot the starship out of the Starship universe and fight the Sotex. Moreover, the information we received was from 7 days ago. 7 days. What has happened since then? A few days ago, the Starship universe suddenly received reports from various Star Sector commanders about new junior Starship officers entering. However, it seems they entered the Starship universe passively with inconsistent times and locations of entry. Furthermore, almost all of the discovered individuals have lost their life signs. At that time, we urgently contacted the home planet headquarters based on this situation, but received no response. Only just now did we receive information from the home planet. Hannah transmitted the footage to the virtual big screen. In the underground city, a bright light flashed across the suddenly clear sky, followed by a powerful shockwave. The artificial sun was instantly torn to shreds, unleashing a massive mushroom cloud. People began to flee in all directions. The sky's dome appeared as if it were collapsing, with countless boulders falling. Countless buildings collapsed and caught fire. Floods, hurricanes, and tsunamis soon followed. The tragic scene in the footage made Ji Wushuang unable to stay any longer. He turned and rushed out of the command room. Ji Wushuang. Liu followed him out, asking, where are you going? Where to? Leaving the Starship universe to rush back to the mother planet to save people. Ji Wushuang replied fiercely, pushing Lu Yu away. Calm down. You're not the only one with family and friends on the mother planet. Being impulsive won't solve anything. Don't stop him, let him go. Let him go back to his death. 5,000 elite starships faced a single Sotex starship and were almost completely obliterated, even with ample preparation. If you go back now, aren't you just going to die? Stephen Lee grabbed Lu Yu, shaking his head, slightly indicating that Lu Yu needn't say more. Ji Wushuang pounded on the wall in rage. He understood the reasoning behind it, but at this moment, all he could think about were Li Weiner and Yiya. Is there any news about Weiner and Yiya? He desperately hoped to hear that either of them was safe. But everyone remained silent. What we can do now is to quickly research the second generation of evolution technology. Only then can we have a fighting chance. Stephen Lee struck a nerve with Ji Wushuang. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang thought of something and muttered to himself, the cube. What cube? Lu Yu, who was closest, couldn't catch what he said and only saw Ji Wushuang's back. Hey, where are you going? Where is there a cube? Ji Wushuang had no time to explain as he rushed towards the inner bay of the fortress. Inside his Han-class starship, Ji Wushuang focused on the cube from the future. Magnified hundreds of times in the photon scanner, the surface of the cube had many small protrusions, arranged in an orderly fashion. At that moment, these orderly protuberances reminded Ji Wushuang of something he had seen before when he first observed the biological material fragments. At that time, the surface of the wreckage had a layer of delicate scales densely packed and arranged like they were wearing armor, and the scales were alive, moving rhythmically. Could it be that this cube is also a type of biological material? The scanner showed that the small protrusions could slowly roll under gentle contact. This further confirmed Ji Wushuang's hypothesis. If this cube was biological material, then all the previous methods used to open it were indeed inadequate. Ji Wushuang clenched his fists and extended his arm. A cold light flashed as a dagger was gripped tightly in his hand. Perhaps using blood would be a method. After all, the last time he fused with biological material was when he accidentally pricked his finger on a shard. In that moment, Ji Wushuang held the dagger tightly against his skin. What if the result was the same as what just happened in the lab? Under the stimulation of human blood, the cube turned to dust. That last hope was shattered. Hesitating, Ji Wushuang made up his mind. If what the future Ji Wushuang left behind was just this broken thing, then even if it turned to dust, there would be nothing to regret. With a flash of cold light, the blade shot out from his palm, followed by a smear of red sliding down. Ji Wushuang clenched his back teeth as he realized he had been too forceful. It genuinely hurt a bit. He slowly raised his clenched fist, watching the blood flow from his palm. It dripped directly onto the silver cube. Ji Wushuang watched helplessly as the blood continued to flow, but the cube showed no reaction. "Oh!" Ji Wushuang shouted furiously, flinging the cube away. Could it be that the last hope was also shattered? Ji Wushuang, what the hell did you leave me with? After venting, Ji Wushuang gradually calmed down. If he really was the Ji Wushuang who came from another timeline, then this was another version of himself. If he were to do this himself, what was he trying to tell himself by leaving this behind? How would he handle it? Ji Wushuang sneered. If it were him, then to hell with it. He directly returned to the control chamber and activated the starship. The Han-class starship let out a howl and surged into the star sea. As soon as it broke free from gravity and left the Earth's orbit, Ji Wushuang directly operated the mechanical arm to throw the cube out of the starship. The cube leaving the starship seemed to sprout wings, whistling as it flew out. Ji Wushuang piloted the starship closely behind. The cube flew at an extremely high speed towards the depths of the star system. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang's speed wasn't slow either. In front of a massive planet, the cube came to a stop. This planet had a slow rotation speed, but the orbiting star revolved quickly around it. Thus, one half of the planet was a paradise while the other half was a hell. However, because no trace of mysterious power was detected, planets like this were not within the Starship Alliance's planning scope. Yet the cube seemed to have chosen it. After a brief pause, it dove toward the hellish side. Ji Wushuang was taken aback and immediately followed the cube down. But the cube suddenly accelerated, reaching a speed close to that of light. It instantly vanished from Ji Wushuang's sight. As Ji Wushuang plunged into the pitch black clouds, it felt like he was falling into an endless sea of suffering. The control room's instruments showed that the outside temperature had reached -800, causing the outer layer of the starship to begin to contract. The immense pressure from the high-speed descent put a burden on the starship that was 100 times greater than before. Under such conditions, the starship was likely to explode. Ji Wushuang made a quick decision, waving his hand. The small silver sphere formed a protective membrane around the starship. Ji Wushuang piloted the Han-class starship, racing towards the atmosphere. Once she broke through, she would return to the stars. Yet it was unclear what kind of wind the planet had stirred. Suddenly, the gravity began to intensify. The powerful gravitational force desperately tugged at Ji Wushuang's starship. The quantum engine was firing on all cylinders. Under normal circumstances, breaking free from a planet's gravity would be as easy as a strong man arm wrestling with a child. But today that child had suddenly turned into a mischievous brat playing by its own rules. The gravity veered unexpectedly, and the gravitational pull at the rear side of the starship surged. The entire starry expanse was violently ejected. This was no ordinary planetary gravity, it was akin to a hellish battlefield. Drawing upon her experience, Ji Wushuang finally broke free from the planet's grasp and returned to the stars. Looking back at the massive planet, Ji Wushuang was taken aback. It seemed as if the planet was undergoing a major operation. The polar shifts within the planet slowly altered its orbit. The rotation speed had also changed. The once grayish-white and lifeless planet suddenly exhibited a hint of vitality. From a distance, it resembled a dusty gem that had just been polished, revealing its true colors. Lush greens and deep blues intermingled, crisscrossed with clear patterns, perhaps mountains and rivers. This transformation, which should have taken billions of years, occurred right before Ji Wushuang's eyes in just a matter of minutes. Faintly, Ji Wushuang seemed to see that conical starship not far away, watching everything unfold alongside her. A voice echoed. Pandora within it gathers the sacred artifact of the Name tribe. So, I have wrestled with the decision of whether to leave it for humanity countless times, but I choose to trust myself. Since you have opened Pandora, the path ahead is solely yours to tread. May you fare better than I. With that, the conical starship vanished once more from Ji Wushuang's sight. Ji Wushuang's eyes widened. It turned out that the cube contained the sacred artifact of the Name tribe, the very biological material that forged the Suitec Empire. It seemed that her blood merely awakened this cube. It had chosen this planet on its own and transformed it into a sanctuary for its existence. Ji Wushuang piloted the starship straight into the heart of the planet. At this moment, the planet was no longer as it had been. The view and light were incredibly soft. A colossal waterfall cascaded down from a high mountain reaching a height of 10,000 meters. The gathered spring water formed a wide river at the foot of the mountain. On both banks, ancient trees of various shapes spread for miles, their roots intertwining. Colorful flowers dotted the shores. It was like a paradise untouched by the world. The detection instruments showed that the outdoor air had an oxygen level very suitable for human habitation. Ji Wushuang anchored her starship above a massive lake. Deciding to personally search for the so-called biological material, she mounted a powered vehicle and took some self-defense weapons with her. She sped forward. The scanner indicated that the entire planet had turned into a massive energy source with the energy emanating from the core. The energy from the core sustained all the material of the planet. Could it be that this planet was a living organism? Just as she pondered this, the surface of the lake suddenly rippled. Ji Wushuang was taken aback as a gigantic face emerged from the clear waters. Locking eyes, she realized something was amiss. My God, what a huge fish! A massive fish head emerged, its mouth wide open as it leapt out of the water. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang reacted quickly, otherwise both she and her vehicle would have been swallowed whole. Looking back, the fish that had leapt from the water shimmered with silver scales. Each scale was 5 to 6 meters wide. It carved a stunning arc in the air before crashing back into the lake, the splashes resembling towering waves. Ji Wushuang had no choice but to swiftly navigate through the torrents. This giant fish was at least 500 to 600 meters long. It seemed to be no different from the artificially synthesized fish in the Empire's Fortress restaurant, only magnified hundreds of times. After missing its strike, the fish surged forward again. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang's vehicle was highly maneuverable. In the repeated chases, she twisted and turned with agility. Dodging wave after wave, Ji Wushuang could no longer contain herself. She seized the opportunity to draw her photon gun and aimed it at the fish's eyes, firing multiple shots. To her surprise, the giant fish merely blinked, showing no signs of injury. Instead, it flicked its massive tail and sent Ji Wushuang flying. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang held on tightly to her vehicle, leveraging the momentum to shoot forward. The fish was relentless, pursuing her closely beneath the water. The river spanned thousands of kilometers. Just as Ji Wushuang was about to reach the shore, the fish leapt from the water, blowing dozens of bubbles from its mouth. The bubbles smashed against the shore, exploding and creating powerful shockwaves that knocked Ji Wushuang to the ground. My goodness, this fish is too fierce. What kind of fish is this? Its attack power rivals that of a starship. To avoid further attacks from the giant fish, Ji Wushuang crawled frantically into the woods on the shore. Each tree here was nearly hundreds of meters tall, and the trees over 10 meters thick made Ji Wushuang feel as if she had entered a land of giants. Every tree looked identical. The immense gaps between the trees left Ji Wushuang feeling utterly unsafe. To avoid getting lost in the forest, she took out a dagger to make some marks. She pressed the dagger hard against the tree trunk, carving it in. Remarkably, not a single scratch remained. Ji Wushuang pulled out her photon gun and fired several shots, but the result was the same. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that all the creatures on this planet were incredibly tough. Could these be the so-called biological materials? But the real issue was how to integrate them with the starship. Surely she couldn't just go lumbering with the starship. Should she have Lu Yu bring the starship to fish? Even if it were feasible, if the photon gun had no effect, the photon cannon would likely be helpless as well. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang felt a sinister wind sweep past, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Glancing back, she saw 2 pairs of crimson eyes glaring at her fiercely. The purple cores were several meters long. Those 2 massive triangular heads were almost comparable to the triangular starships of the Suitec. The body, thicker than Ji Wushuang herself, forked into 2 snake-like heads. Was this a snake, a python, or a mythical dragon? Could that ominous wind have been this creature letting out a sigh behind her? Ji Wushuang wryly extended her hand and waved gently. The 2-headed serpent, however, had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. It coiled and lunged at her from both sides. At this speed, Ji Wushuang couldn't possibly run away. Her mind raced, trying to determine which part to brace against this blow to avoid immediate death. A series of red beams shot towards her from behind. 2 massive snake heads tumbled down beside Ji Wushuang. A colossal shadow slowly loomed over her. Was the 2-headed giant serpent just killed outright? Ji Wushuang was still in a daze. The entire sky seemed to darken. A massive shadow enveloped Ji Wushuang directly. Ji Wushuang quietly raised his head and was instantly dumbfounded. A colossal creature hundreds of meters long and entirely pitch black spread its wings and hovered in the air, gazing down at him. What on earth is this? Ji Wushuang roared internally. This is simply defying heaven. However, it was evident that he had no time to be astonished as the flying beast suddenly sprang into action. Its wings suddenly folded, diving down from the sky. Huge mountain-like claws reached out abruptly. Ji Wushuang estimated that even if he didn't die from those claws, he would definitely end up with several bloody holes. This is truly the rhythm of being trampled into meat paste. As it neared, Ji Wushuang nimbly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, he also got a clear look at the true form of the flying beast. It was hairless, covered in dense scales, and beneath its enormous wings were pairs of blood-red eyes. Utterly terrifying, those red beams from earlier must have been shot from those blood-red eyes. Missing its target, the flying beast quickly ascended and began flapping its wings furiously. A series of powerful gusts rapidly converged the strong airflow, preventing Ji Wushuang from standing. With a sudden force, he was blown into a giant tree. Damn, this flying beast is truly ruthless. Ji Wushuang felt dizzy from the impact, a sweet taste rising in his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. Before Ji Wushuang could regain his senses, the flying beast flapped its wings and soared away from him. By the time he came to, he was already amidst the water and sky. The flying beast rushed across the water's surface at breakneck speed. The speed was simply terrifying, but that was not the end. With another violent jolt, Ji Wushuang was abruptly thrown into the air. The flying beast spread its wings to catch him steadily, then continued its high-speed advance. Ji Wushuang felt his stomach churn, nearly vomiting, yet unable to bring anything up. He could only tightly shut his mouth, allowing the flying beast to glide rapidly across the water's surface. The beast seemed to have acquired some spoils of war, excitedly screeching. Ji Wushuang cursed internally, "Are you crazy? If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. Are you trying to torture me to death slowly? Rest assured, even in death, I will make you pay." The flying beast, oblivious to his words, continued to carry Ji Wushuang like an arrow cutting through the sky. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from the lake's surface. The flying beast was startled, quickly turning to flee with Ji Wushuang. Unbeknownst to them, a gigantic figure had been waiting behind for a long time. A giant beast entirely black opened its cavernous mouth and bit down on the flying beast's head, yanking it down into the water. The flying beast, feeling pain, no longer cared about Ji Wushuang, releasing its grip to engage in fierce combat with the shadowy giant. At this moment, they were tearing at each other, neither willing to relent. The flying beast desperately flapped its wings against the lake's surface, attempting to escape the giant's grasp, but the disparity in strength was too great, and it could not break free. The giant seemed to have it figured out, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, the flying beast's two claws gripped its head, relentlessly tearing at it. Ji Wushuang fell into the water, feeling a sense of relief at having survived this ordeal. At the clear bottom of the lake, Ji Wushuang saw the colossal creature had 8 necks separating from its massive body, each with a fierce beast head. Roar! The giant beast's furious roar resonated throughout the water. The other 8 beast heads suddenly surged from the lake's surface, their 9 bloody mouths all biting at the flying beast. The flying beast seemed to realize that its life was likely at an end and exerted all its strength. Countless blood-red eyes beneath its wings emitted a barrage of beams. The 9-headed beast did not evade, allowing the beams to pierce through its body. The 9 heads were like enraged lions with sharp spikes standing up along their backs. The flying beast's head was shattered in an instant, tearing the creature into pieces and staining a large area of the lake red with blood. The stench of blood wafted through the air. With the flying beast's demise, the lake water quickly calmed. The massive body sank, stirring up waves. Ji Wushuang hurriedly dove into the water, struggling to swim forward with the waves. He swam 100 meters or so in one breath. Ji Wushuang surfaced, gasping for air. When he turned back, the 9 heads had just emerged from the water, glowing with a ghostly green light, gazing at him affectionately. He was surrounded by the 9-headed giant beast. At this moment, the creature appeared entirely different from its previous ferocity. Instead, it was even more terrifying. If Ji Wushuang had known that this planet had transformed into such a state, he would rather die than enter. Giant monsters were everywhere. Not eating humans could still scare them to death. Ji Wushuang fumbled underwater, realizing that his photon gun had long been lost. The 9 heads slowly approached him, as if sniffing his scent. Suddenly, the spikes on the giant beast's back elongated and stabbed directly at him. Ji Wushuang raised his hand to block, only to have it pierce through his palm. Strangely, no blood flowed out. As Ji Wushuang turned, the surrounding scene suddenly changed completely. The entire world was left with only the 9-headed giant beast and himself. Ji Wushuang finally saw the true form of the 9-headed giant beast. Its thick limbs supported 9 snake-like bodies, and the 9 heads were as formidable as dragons from mythology. Its back was covered with sharp, backward-facing spikes. "Stranger, thank you for awakening me." "Awakening? Yes, your pure bloodline has awakened me." Ji Wushuang glanced at his palm, finding no wounds at all. Could this be the sacred object of the Name tribe, the Soa? Does that so-called biological material refer to this kind of monster? Are you saying my blood can awaken you? Exactly. The blood of your kind can awaken us. This time, we shall merge with you, serving you for life until the end of your days. Then what was that just now? With a bloodline like yours entering our territory, all the Sual creatures would contend for your bloodline. But I am the strongest, so only I am worthy of you, Master. Master, Ji Wuxuang chuckled. He never expected these beasts would compete for his favor. Can you make my starship stronger? Starship? What is a starship? The 9 heads looked at each other in confusion, and in an instant a white light flashed. Ji Wuxuang felt a chill throughout his body as the 9-headed giant beast transformed into a suit of armor that enveloped him. It was imposing and majestic. No matter, when we will do our utmost to keep you safe. Beep, beep, beep. Ji Wuxuang's wristband suddenly rang. Ji Wuxuang, I have great news for you. This is Mike Polo's voice. The latest system I developed is online, enabling full-domain video communication for starships, so you no longer have to worry about losing contact across star realms. Ji Wuxuang coldly smiled and casually snapped a photo to send back. Come on, all of you, strike a more imposing pose for me. The 9 imposing and mighty giant heads assumed serious expressions while Ji Wuxuang stood in front making a peace sign. Stephen Lee exclaimed in surprise, Look, what a huge spider. What is that? What is that? A fire-breathing dragon. Oh my. Over there is a flying wild boar. He completely forgot the chaos of being carried off by a giant hairless bird for dozens of kilometers. Behind him, Liu Yu was being wrapped into a cocoon by the silk of a massive spider hundreds of meters tall being taken away. From the other side of the forest came countless echoes of screams. Under the leadership of Ji Wuxuang, the first batch of 50,000 selected starship officers from the Starship Alliance had gathered on Beast Planet on time. From her conversation with the 9-headed serpent beast, Ji Wuxuang learned that the reason the ancient cosmic civilization, the Name tribe, referred to the serpent beasts as sacred objects was that the Name tribe needed to engage in spiritual communication with them regularly. This was to achieve a spiritual elevation. The serpent beasts survive by absorbing energy from the Earth's core. They cannot reproduce, but also do not die naturally. However, the unique bloodline of humans can awaken the protective instincts hidden within the serpent beasts. Once their bloodlines merge, all the abilities possessed by the serpent beasts can be utilized by humans. Similarly, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined with humanity. Should a human die, the fused serpent beast would perish alongside them. Ji Wuxuang stood atop the head of the 9-headed giant beast, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, Don't be afraid, the serpent beasts will not harm you. They will freely choose humans that match their strength. Once chosen, you will merge your bloodlines. Their abilities will also become your starship's abilities. This is the second-generation evolution technology. Ji Wuxuang was the starship of the Sotek civilization, also obtained this way. I'm afraid not. They no longer have these advanced and fierce serpent beasts and pure bloodlines. There are likely only some lower-level serpent creatures left which they fused with our human bloodlines to obtain stronger materials. It may seem more powerful than our previous starships, but they will definitely not be our match now. Then where did these serpent beasts come from? I've never heard of serpent beasts before. You talk too much. Hurry up and let everyone merge their bloodlines. We must return to the cosmic space as soon as possible. If we delay, it will be too late. But over 10 days have passed already, I'm afraid. Stephen Lee knew Ji Wuxuang was anxious, but the reality was indeed so. Ji Wuxuang was confident. There were at least 2 billion people on the mother planet. The Sotek starships could not have raided them all. Even if many people were taken, they must still be in some corner of the universe. According to Ji Wuxuang's predictions for the future, the time travel technology of the Sotek civilization was still not mature. Therefore, it was crucial to find them before they returned to their time. Our kin must not be treated like cattle to be exploited. At this moment, the cosmic space resembled a silent oil painting. It was quiet and peaceful like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, a powerful magnetic field began to shift back and forth. Countless electromagnetic pulses intertwined as the wormhole connecting the starship universe to the cosmic space spiraled open. A massive fleet emerged through layers of mist, sailing out from the wormhole. The silver fleet cut through the gray sky, emitting a low rumble like awakening giants. Every starship in the fleet was adorned with brand new armor, and all photon cannons and missiles were primed and ready, signaling sovereignty and strength. The leading starship was entirely black, with 9 dragon-head giant beast sculptures coiling around it. This was the fleet, composed of 50,000 starships meticulously selected by Ji Wuxuang, returning to the cosmic space. Only Han Na remained to oversee the starship universe. Later, this was recorded in the annals of the cosmic space. In the year 2522 AD, the year 553 of the star calendar, Starship Alliance's frontline commander Ji Wuxuang led 50,000 second-generation starships back to the cosmic space. This officially marked the beginning of humanity's return to the universe. In the same year, the Starship Alliance's Executive Committee passed a resolution that only starships rated no lower than Class A would qualify to enter Beast Planet for second-generation Starship bloodline fusion. Mike Polo led the first fleet back to the Mother Planet search for survivors and rebuild the Mother Planet's headquarters. Barbassa, expand the search area with your Starship group and establish a forward network. Report any sightings of Sotek starships immediately. You do not engage, just follow. Liu, lead the second fleet to establish the Fleet Command Center and be ready for battle at any time. Stephen, lead your technology fleet to find the best position. We must continue to build the interstellar gate. The surviving humans will eventually have to migrate to the Starship universe. The communication system echoed a unified response. Understood. All plans had been arranged by Ji Wushuang before departure. What was needed now was swift execution. The Sotek civilization starships were surely hunkered down in some corner. Ji Wushuang speculated that 30 years ago, when human starships broke out of the Starship universe to defend the Mother Planet, it seemed that they had defeated the Sotek starships. However, there must have been something amiss. The strength of the Sotek starships should not have been defeated by merely a few thousand low-level starships. Perhaps they had strategically retreated for some purpose. The reason they had been stagnant over the years was that they were not in a hurry. Recently, Ji Wushuang and others' cunning plan had caused the Sotek to lose 2 starships. This perhaps enraged the Sotek civilization, or they feared that the secrets of the second-generation Starship technology would be discovered by humans, which led to the large-scale retaliation 10 days ago. But they must still be in this universe. According to Ji Wushuang's future predictions, these were Sotek starships with immature time-travel technology. Thus, their quantity and quality were certainly not top-notch. Moreover, they might have consumed most of their resources. To eliminate future threats once and for all, it was necessary to eradicate all the Sotek starships that had intruded into this time, while simultaneously migrating the surviving humans to the Starship universe. Ji Wushuang, we found survivors. But old Mike stammered over the communication system. But what? Almost all the underground cities have suffered severe damage, and the survivors might not even make up 1,000th. Most of the women and children have been captured by the Sotek. What a... Ji Wushuang gritted her teeth in anger. These damn bastards. Commander, the Wild Fox Starship Group has discovered traces of the Sotek starships. Barbassa sent a message on another channel. Indeed, the evolved starships had significantly enhanced their various powers. Although the Wild Fox Starship Group, led by Barbassa, was not rated too high, they all fused with a type of serpent beast with extremely strong exploration abilities. Perfect for forming a reconnaissance starship group. Ahem. Ji Wushuang cleared her throat and lowered her voice. Today you and I will fight side by side, 9-headed beast. I haven't asked for your name yet. Jisha 9-in Jisha. Ji Wushuang thought to herself, what an unpleasant name. With a roar she commanded, all starship officers of the 2nd and 3rd fleets follow orders, full army attacks. P.S. Sorry, I recently moved, working during the day and organizing various items at night. I've done my best to update. Thank you all for your support. Please bear with the parts that are not well written. The countless starships of the Starship Alliance traversed the cosmos in grand procession stretching for millions of kilometers. Yet amidst the enigmatic and vast universe, planets were scattered like stars and chaos reigned with rocks adrift. In contrast, the tens of thousands of starships of humanity appeared exceedingly insignificant. The Wild Fox fleet stationed 200 starships at the forefront. They roamed in an intersecting pattern dispersed around the Starship Group at a distance of 10 million kilometers, forming 200 pairs of mobile early warning systems. These provided comprehensive reconnaissance for the entire Starship Group. All the vessels in the Wild Fox fleet were fused with a special type of beast, forming a unique bloodline. This beast, though small in size, was incredibly agile. Additionally, it possessed a remarkable ability to sense energy sources and particle changes from an extraordinarily long range. Previously, humanity's early warning systems relied on capturing changes brought about by energy interactions between particles in the universe to anticipate starship movements and even intercept communications. The most advanced starships could detect various energy changes within a radius of 20 million kilometers. However, the newly evolved ordinary Wild Fox starships could enhance their detection range for particle sources and energy fields to 70 million kilometers. The top-tier Wild Fox starships could even provide early warnings across a range of 100 million kilometers. This significantly improved the exploration capabilities against enemy starships. We could monitor the enemy's every move without even entering their early warning zone. Report to the commander. 70 million kilometers ahead lies a nest of the Sotek tribe that we have currently discovered. Barbassa reported while transmitting the signal source in sync. Ji Wushuang ordered all starships to halt their advance. From the particle imaging, the enemy had established a camp on a planet ahead. Furthermore, they had constructed a starport. The number of starships docked at the starport and moving in the vicinity totaled several thousand, both large and small. Ji Wushuang, everything here is ready. Just give the command, and we can strike at any moment. Lu Yu activated the communication. The current communication system was the latest development by Hegemony, whereas the previous technology relied on particles as the transmission medium. This method had limitations as the transmission distance could not cross celestial phenomena. Moreover, it was highly likely to be intercepted by the enemy, leading to eavesdropping. Hegemony had reformed the communication system. Utilizing mysterious energy as the transmission medium, the signal transmitted before the starships was actually just a small amount of this mysterious energy. The transmission of mysterious energy was not influenced by celestial phenomena, and currently only humanity had mastered this technology, which would not be deciphered by the enemy in the short term. What do you all think? Ji Wushuang directly invited Barbassa and Hegemony to participate in the online meeting simultaneously. We are monitoring the movements of the Sotek people closely. They still do not know we are coming. This moment of surprise is an opportunity. We can definitely annihilate them completely. Barbassa said confidently. At that time, we will be the saviors of all humanity, heroes who rescued billions. That's not what I'm thinking about right now. Hegemony interrupted Barbassa's daydreaming. Currently, the people on our home planet are in a state of infinite panic. If we hadn't arrived in time, it would be difficult for the remaining people to survive. They urgently need a victory to boost morale. Moreover, it has to be a decisive victory. This thought aligned with Ji Wushuang's concerns. The appearance of the Sotek starships brought yet another disaster to the humans who were already living in fear in the underground cities. Humanity indeed needed a significant victory to restore hope for survival. However, Ji Wushuang also had her concerns. Is there a count on the number of those taken captive? Oh, it's impossible to get an exact count, but it's expected to exceed 200 million. So many people have been taken. Oh, where are they currently being held? If we forcefully attack, what will happen to those defenseless individuals if the Sotek people decide to destroy everything? Moreover, based on the Sotek starships we have monitored, it should not be easy for just a few thousand starships to abduct over 200 million people. I suspect this might just be one of the many bases of the Sotek tribe. If we rashly attack, we might alert them and prompt a counteraction. This battle must ensure the complete annihilation of all Sotek starships, erasing them from our timeline. Otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ji Wushuang's demeanor this time was strikingly different from her usual playful attitude. Perhaps it was connected to the fact that her wife and daughter had also been taken captive. Ji Wushuang considered every aspect. Barbassa, keep your wild fox fleet closely monitored without revealing their whereabouts. I want to see how many nests they have. Additionally, find a way to gather information on the locations of the captives. This counterattack rescuing the hostages is of utmost importance. I have a plan. Lu Yu, who had been silent for a while, broke the silence. What if our starships suddenly appeared at the edge of their monitoring area? That would definitely raise their alertness, even prompting them to pursue. What if we only send a few primitive starships? Then they would likely think they are just the previous stragglers and pursue relentlessly. What if we set a trap in advance? Capturing a Sotek starship would allow us to extract the information we need. Capture again. The last plan almost ended our starship fleet's existence. You want to capture again? Ji Wushuang couldn't help but laugh at the banter between Lu Yu and Barbassa. This time is different. If our starships are all fused with the strongest beast, their combat strength will definitely not be inferior to theirs. But I'm a bit worried whether the Sotek starships have special communication methods among themselves. If they sense danger and send a distress signal that could cause significant losses for our fleet. Don't worry about that. This time among our starship officers there are a few integrated with a special beast that can emit particles to create a unique spatial prison. We have practiced this skill in the starship universe before. All systems of a starship entering the prison will malfunction. They will be left with no choice but to surrender. Good. In that case, Lu Yu, you are to devise a detailed capture plan. Just ensure success and failure is not an option. Rest assured, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Several starships of the Starship Alliance seemingly appeared unintentionally within the monitoring range of Sotek Starport, 10 million kilometers away. They then swiftly retreated, yet there was no reaction from the Sotek Starport. It seems they did not take the recent situation seriously. Perhaps they didn't even notice the human starships that triggered the warning system. Then let's give them a good scare, commanded Ji Wushuang from 70 million kilometers away. 3 Alliance starships slowly re-entered the area within 1.0 kilometers of Sotek Starport. They formed a reconnaissance formation and began to drift slowly. Indeed, at this moment, the starships from Sotek started to mobilize. A massive triangular starship took off in a hurry. Boss, the bait is moving. Wait for it to bite. The 3 Wild Fox starships began to retreat as the triangular starship accelerated. The distance remained at 8 million kilometers. Gradually, the Wild Fox starships lured them into a pre-prepared encirclement. The distance shortened to 5 million kilometers. The triangular starship suddenly opened fire. The photon cannons fired probing attacks, and the 3 Wild Fox starships maneuvered to evade, deliberately displaying a sense of panic. The triangular starship accelerated, closing the distance to 3 million kilometers. At this range, precise strikes were now possible. Suddenly, the triangular starship seemed to hit an invisible barrier. It became immobile. Boss, the fish is in the net. Net it. Starships millions of kilometers away began to slowly converge. The particle space cage also began to shrink. The SOTEC starships seemed to sense danger, firing blue beams in an attempt to escape. However, they were all locked by the space. Immediately, the entire starship became as still as a fish struck by an electric harpoon. Ji Wuxuang didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed that their evolved strength had far surpassed that of the SOTEC starships. The 3 Wild Fox starships surrounded them, directly pinpointing the location of the SOTEC starship's pilot. Extending a large mechanical claw into the particle cage, they directly disassembled the SOTEC starship in midair. The control room was forcefully removed, revealing the SOTEC race inside, desperately resisting. But it was futile. They were captured and brought into the Wild Fox starship. On the planet Elnan, the Starship Alliance hastily set up a command center. Ji Wuxuang and the others prepared to interrogate this SOTEC individual. Everyone present was experiencing such close contact with the SOTEC race for the first time. When the SOTEC individual was brought in, nearly everyone was astonished. Indeed, as per the earlier intelligence, they were also a humanoid race. However, they were significantly larger than humans. This SOTEC individual, standing over 2 meters tall, was covered in a layer of metallic-like skin. Their face had 8 soft appendages resembling octopus tentacles that twitched incessantly, as if they were their breathing gills. With large round eyes and a thin eyelid like that of a reptile, the SOTEC individual was bound by several particle chains, ensuring that even if they had a signal transmitter, no signals could escape. Tell me, who are you? Ji Wuxuang shouted loudly. The SOTEC individual merely glanced at Ji Wuxuang and disdainfully turned their head away, wearing an expression as if to say, "What can you do to me? This bastard is pretty tough. I wonder if his bones are hard." As soon as the words fell, several starship officers rushed forward with electric forks and began to beat him mercilessly. The SOTEC individual struggled and grimaced, but surprisingly, they eventually smiled at Ji Wuxuang and the others, as if the routine attack had no effect on them. Ji Wuxuang suddenly recalled what the future Ji Wuxuang had said. The SOTEC race originally were humans who, after merging with the Nami race, became a mixed breed. The Nami race was a peace-loving race, and over 1 trillion of them were conquered by the SOTEC people, becoming their prisoners and playthings. This humanoid being, which looked both like an octopus and a lizard, did not seem like a race that could be treated as playthings by humans. What kind of race would humans need to merge with to produce such a creature? The reason this octopus-like creature was so audacious and indifferent might only be one. Ji Wuxuang sneered. You seem to look down on us completely. Do you think we are unworthy to stand before you, or do you believe yourself to be superior? Ji Wuxuang's words made the SOTEC individual's eyelids twitch. Ji Wuxuang slowly walked behind the SOTEC individual, shouting, "9 in shadow slash." As soon as he spoke, silver armor suddenly covered his entire body. 9-headed dragon beasts coiled around him. Ji Wuxuang sharply swung his right arm downwards, as if wielding a blade, slashing diagonally. The sound of the strike on the SOTEC individual was ear-piercing. The SOTEC individual hadn't expected Ji Wuxuang to directly attack him from behind. "Since you are so arrogant, why not be honest with us?" The SOTEC individual seemed to suffer immense pain, instantly kneeling on the ground. "Come on, let's strip the armor off this SOTEC warrior." Only then did everyone realize that this peculiar-looking, menacing SOTEC individual was actually wearing a layer of armor. Sure enough, a few starship officers began to peel it off. Inside, they revealed a humanoid being covered in a viscous, transparent liquid. The physique was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, standing close to 2 meters tall. Their skin was pale, as if painted with not a single hair. On their bald head were 2 antennae. The face, devoid of eyebrows, was filled with terror. It had to be said, if viewed as a human, this individual would indeed be quite handsome. "Now can we talk? What is your name?" The SOTEC individual was flustered, perhaps not expecting their defensive armor to be so easily breached by the human before them. Or perhaps the previous humans they encountered were simply too lowly. They never imagined that humans could possess such advanced technological prowess. Seeing that he remained silent, several starship officers began to beat him again. The SOTEC individual suddenly shouted something loudly. Ji Wuxuang snorted coldly, thinking that unless he drew some blood, this creature would continue to play dumb. He directly grabbed the SOTEC individual's antennae and dragged him out. He forcefully pressed the Sotek individual against a large stone. Listen, pretty boy. If you keep playing dumb with me, I will kill you. 1. The pretty boy looked at Ji Wushuang with an innocent expression. 3. He raised his right hand, transforming it into a sharp dagger. With one slash, he cut off one of the Sotek individual's tentacles. The Sotek individual let out a heart-wrenching scream. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Ji Wushuang, who usually appeared nonchalant, to be so decisive and ruthless. Lu Yu rushed over to stop Ji Wushuang. Perhaps this alien doesn't understand our language at all. Oh, we should think this through. Don't kill me, he'll talk. To everyone's surprise, the trembling Sotek individual began to stutter in the human language. Ji Wushuang let out a cold snort, thinking that the Sotek people were mostly bullies who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. If one didn't show strength, they would think you were a paper tiger. What is your name? I am Eric. The Sotek man covered his wound and pointed to himself. How many starships do you have? The Sotek man hesitated, looking helplessly at those around him as if he didn't understand. Ji Wushuang stepped forward and grabbed his other tentacle. Eric was frightened and quickly begged for mercy. Don't be so angry, let me handle it, Lu Yu said while winking at Ji Wushuang. Seeing this, Ji Wushuang shouted directly, if you keep playing dumb, do you believe I will hang you up and make you into human jerky? Lu Yu hurriedly stopped Ji Wushuang and said, those large ones, the flying ones. Well, how many of those flying ones do you have? Think carefully, or I can't protect you either. Eric's eyes were filled with conflict. On one hand, he was indeed afraid that Ji Wushuang would chop off his other tentacle, but on the other hand, he felt that this information should not be revealed. Hurry up and say it. He grew up eating human flesh and really can chop you up. Lu Yu pretended to be unable to stop Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang took a step forward. Frightened Eric shouted, 8,000 starships. Ji Wushuang and Lu Yu exchanged glances, just as Ji Wushuang had anticipated. The discovered Sotek starport was merely one of their bases. There were at most 2,000 starships inside. The rest of the starships must be in other bases. How many bases have you established? Where are the captured humans detained? Eric shook his head. I am just a regular starship officer, low rank, I don't know. Nonsense. Really, I follow orders, I don't know anything beyond that. If you tell me what I want to know, I can let you go back. If I can't get what I want to know from you, then you have no value. I will ask you again, how many bases do you have in total? Where are they located, and where are the captured humans detained? Eric saw the bloodshot eyes of Ji Wushuang and trembled as he said, I really don't know, even if you kill me, I wouldn't know. All right, drag him down and chop him into 78 pieces and hang him up to dry. Not a single piece can be missing. Several starship officers stepped forward to drag Eric away. Seeing the gleaming knives in their hands, it was clear they were not joking. Eric screamed in terror. Ji Wushuang glared at them and cursed loudly. You think you can have your way with me? I can just catch another one after killing you. If the next one doesn't talk, I will continue to catch more. I have plenty of time to waste. No, it's too late, there isn't enough time. Please. With a wave of her hand, Ji Wushuang directly threw Eric to the ground. What do you mean by it's too late? I have told you everything I know, you have to promise to let me go. Eric stopped pretending and became more fluent in his communication. Ji Wushuang sneered. You do not have the right to negotiate with me. However, as long as I get what I want to know, I will let you go. Eric, still shaken, did not know whether to trust Ji Wushuang. You can choose not to believe me, and you will die now. Or you can take a gamble believing that you might survive. Ji Wushuang saw through Eric's hesitation and directly pierced through his facade. We have a total of 3 bases forming a triangle, each supporting the other. Our Hushio base has 2,000 starships, the Rose base also has 2,000 starships, and the main base called Lulan base has 4,000 starships. All the original people are detained at Lulan base. Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow, thinking that this kid had finally become sensible, revealing everything without being asked. What did you mean when you said time is running out? We all have strict orders. If we do not establish contact with headquarters for a long time, they will definitely send someone to look for me. I haven't been in contact with headquarters for a long time, so if you want to catch our people, time may run out. Ji Wushuang glanced at Lu Yu, who shook his head. It seemed both of them had the same thought. This kid was half-truths and half-lies, not telling the whole truth. Barbarossa. Moi. Barbarossa, not far away, did not expect Ji Wushuang to suddenly call him. How do you generally determine if someone is telling the truth? Oh. Barbarossa instantly understood. It's simple, you just slice his flesh piece by piece. Generally, those who speak the truth do not bleed, while those who lie will bleed profusely. All right, let's give it a try. You are deceitful. I have told you everything you want to know, yet you still won't let me go. Ji Wushuang did not respond, merely waving her hand lightly. Eric was directly lifted by several people and tied to the side of the starship. Barbarossa picked up a crescent-shaped knife and walked up to Eric with a grin. Don't be scared, it will just hurt a bit. Generally, a person can be cut 8917 times before dying. During this process, you won't even be able to die. But don't be discouraged if you are telling the truth, you definitely won't bleed. Rest assured, when Eric heard he would be cut 8917 times, he found courage from somewhere. You foolish primitive people, lowly creatures. If you have the ability, let me go, and I will fight you on and on. Ji Wuxuang stepped forward and tightly grasped Eric's neck, leaning close to his ear, and saying, I have no mood to waste words with you. You may not know my talent. I can see through people's hearts. I will give you one last chance, just this once. Speak truthfully, and perhaps you will have a chance to return to your time and enjoy the service of your beautiful Namir tribe girls. Otherwise, you will be buried here. Eric's pupils dilated in an instant. He didn't expect Ji Wuxuang to not only know he was from a different time and space, but also know about the Namir girls. Now he had no choice but to believe Ji Wuxuang's words about seeing through people's hearts. His last bit of stubbornness crumbled completely. I didn't expect there to be such strong people among the primitives. I will tell you everything. Ji Wuxuang was merely taking a gamble. To Lu Yu and the others, the Sotek people were an unknown civilization. But Ji Wuxuang knew that they were not much different from humans. They were merely future people who had crossed time and space. So she deliberately mentioned their time. And after the Namir tribe was conquered, many would have been sold as slaves. Officials like this one would certainly buy or sell some Namir people, among whom there must be young and beautiful ones to serve as maids. Within 3 days. This was unexpected for Ji Wuxuang, who did not anticipate that the Sotek people were already prepared to return to their own timeline. No wonder they had lain dormant for 30 years before suddenly attacking the mother planet again. 80,000 starships, 200 million people. Each starship must carry over 20,000 individuals. How is that even possible? Ji Wuxuang suddenly realized this issue, and under her sharp gaze, Eric's eyes began to dart back and forth. Barbarossa, take action. I'll tell you. Only children and young beautiful women will be taken. The rest of them, we only need the hematopoietic stem cells from their bodies. Ji Wuxuang was utterly enraged. The others were also furious. The Sotek people could commit such inhumane acts, which was simply more beastly than beasts. If I'm not mistaken, that armor you just wore serves both as protection and as a mech that connects to the human bloodline, doesn't it? You can only control this starship while wearing it right. Eric was once again taken aback by Ji Wuxuang. He hadn't expected this primitive person to easily see through him, even to the technology of his own race. He quickly nodded, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Put on your armor and roll out. Eric and the others nearby were shocked. Commander, are you really letting him go? He is the executioner. How can you let him go? Think twice. Ji Wuxuang didn't spare Eric another glance, merely tossing out a calm statement. Unlock his shackles. You have 30 seconds, go. Eric hurriedly put on the armor and squeezed into his triangular starship. He immediately ignited the engines, preparing to take off. He had already calculated everything in his mind, planning to activate faster than light speed to return to base the moment he left the terrestrial orbit. 30 seconds are up. Die. A beam of orange light shot out from Ji Wuxuang's Jiu-In starship, piercing through Eric's triangular starship entirely. It exploded into fragments in midair. The starship commanders, who had initially felt regret, were now completely subdued by Ji Wuxuang's ruthless style. Promising to let you go is my affair, but whether you can actually leave is your concern. Barbarossa, how long will it take to locate the Rose base and Lulan base? Based on Eric's description, the 3 bases are arranged in a triangular formation. We can analyze the energy levels based on their number of starships. We have basically locked down their positions. I have dispatched the Wild Fox starship to scout. I believe we will receive a response shortly. Good. Lu Yu, old Mike. All starships stand by at any moment. Once the coordinates of the other 2 bases are confirmed, we will launch an attack. I will lead the 3rd fleet to attack Lulan base. You will lead the 1st and 2nd fleets to take down Hushio and Rose. No surrender from any Sotek starships. All must be destroyed. Aren't you worried they will resort to desperate measures and harm the hostages? They came for the human bloodline. If Eric wasn't lying, many humans have likely already met a tragic end. There's no time to worry about that. Even a minute sooner could save thousands of lives. As the twin stars spiraled and reached the 0-degree meridian, light illuminated the entire Pheda star system. Countless starships surged like waves, breaking through the nebula, emerging from the endless darkness. A deafening roar erupted in the star sea. The Jiu-In Jasha battleship, propelled by its powerful proton engines, led the 3rd fleet to appear before Lulan base. Through the porthole, Ji Wuxuang saw the fleeting debris of meteoric bodies surrounding the battleship, and a murderous aura rose on her face. The performance of Ji Wuxuang's Jiu-In Jasha starship had not yet been tested, but it was undoubtedly several times stronger than the previous glass starships. The entire ship was pitch black, complemented by a faint silver cold light emanating from its exterior, resembling a Rakshasa come to claim lives from hell. At the same time, the Sotek starships at Lulon Base also discovered Ji Wushuang's fleet. Hundreds of starships soared into the sky. It seems they don't take us seriously. Brothers, our relatives, friends, and comrades are all out there. Today, blood debts must be repaid with blood. Kill. With Ji Wushuang's command, the starships behind her could no longer contain their fury. Thousands of various missiles instantly shot into the sky. The sounds of explosions and the roar of missiles echoed suddenly across the vast starry sky. Following that were hundreds of high-energy proton beams accompanied by piercing sounds shooting out from each starship. Initially, the Sotek starships thought it was the remaining human starships coming to their doom. Based on past experience, human missiles were as harmless as children's toys. Unfortunately, this time they were wrong. The missiles tore through the sky, leaving trails in the starry expanse, and in an instant crossed millions of kilometers. Boom, 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 boom. They crashed into each of the Sotek starships, instantly igniting fiery explosions, and the first few Sotek starships to take off were all obliterated. The command center of Lulon Base finally reacted, but it was too late. The hundreds of proton beams followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, Lulon Base was like raw meat on an iron plate. Zzz. Everywhere one looked, all future and ascending starships were instantly cut in half by proton beams. Explosions erupted one after another. Zzz. 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 The originally cold and hard rocks melted away instantly under the assault of proton beams. The surface of Lulon Base was scorched, creating deep ravines reaching hundreds of meters down, with hot magma flowing like dense streams along the fissures gushing onto the base's surface. Aim carefully, the target is the Sotek starships. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud explosions sounded from the flank of the first fleet. A few Alliance starships on the flank were hit by the Sotek people. The sly Sotek had built underground docking bays on the opposite side of this small planet. Lulon Base was ambushed. Thousands of starships on the other side took off to engage in battle. They had lost too many elite forces in the last skinning plan. At this moment, although Ji Wushuang led 50,000 starships back through the temporal universe, most were class and class starships. Even though there was the second-generation evolutionary technology after bloodline fusion, these starship officers still seemed somewhat inexperienced in maneuverability and combat experience. Don't panic. With this handful of rotten fish and shrimp, it's not enough to make shrimp paste. The Wild Fox starship continues to scan Lulon Base. Make sure to find out where the hostages are trapped. Alefin Meat Shield starship support the left flank. Hold it steady first. 100 class starships fused with a colossal beast called Alefin. With their tremendous defensive capabilities, they formed a massive shield on the left side of the fleet, instantly bracing against all attacks from the Sotek starships. Indeed, everything was part of Ji Wushuang's plan. Killer Bee Starfleet, it's your turn to showcase your might. With a command, over 1,000 Killer Bee starships fused with the bloodline of the ferocious beasts began to maneuver to the left. The newly merged starships were relatively small, measuring less than 1,000 meters in length. They were all piloted by former-class starship officers. However, the Killer Bee starships possessed a secret weapon. They could launch full-load attacks while continuously moving at high speed. In an instant, thousands of starships became entangled with the Sotek starships. Boom, 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 boom. The Killer Bee starships moved too swiftly with a high frequency of attacks. In an instant, every Sotek starship found itself in a desperate struggle. The blue light that once instilled fear in human starships now proved utterly ineffective in the face of the second-generation evolution technology. Well done, Killer Bee starships, you may withdraw now. Ji Wushuang issued another command. All the Killer Bee starships returned to formation at lightning speed. With a cold smile, Ji Wushuang snapped her fingers, explode. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted from the hulls of all the Sotek starships. This was the Killer Bee starships launching their venomous needle missiles at full speed. These missiles were extremely small, but could reach tens of thousands per minute. Under full-load attacks, they would exert tons of pressure on the opposing starship's defense systems. As long as there was a slight opening, the venomous needle missiles could penetrate the protective membrane and embed themselves deep within the hull. This was possible if there were enough missiles on the hull of the opposing starship. If they detonated simultaneously, the Sotek starships would lose all combat capability, becoming easy prey. Indeed, after the explosions, nearly all the Sotek starships turned into half-wrecks. Leave no one alive. The Alliance starships had been oppressed by the Sotek civilization for decades. Today was the most satisfying day of retribution. All starships revealed their photon cannons. Tens of thousands of photon cannons fired simultaneously. To honor the human starship officers who sacrificed themselves in the fight against the Sotek civilization. The crisis on the left was easily resolved by Ji Wushuang. The communication system received a link request from Old Mike and Lu Yu. How's it going, brothers? Is everything still going smoothly? We annihilated 2,000 starships at the Tiger Roar base with 17 Alliance starships lightly wounded. We annihilated 2,000 starships at the Rose base with 19 Alliance starships lightly wounded. After hearing their reports, Ji Wushuang revealed a satisfied smile. We are currently inspecting the opposing base to see if there are any valuable documents. So far, no signs of hostages have been found. Additionally, most starships have been dispatched for support. Alright, I've already crushed the vast majority of the opposing starships. It's time to net them in. Just as she finished speaking, Ji Wushuang suddenly felt a violent shaking beneath her feet. Report to the commander, a massive energy fluctuation has been detected at the front base. Ji Wushuang also noticed it. The warning system indicated that the energy fluctuation originated from the Ida planet. The rippling disturbance resembled the scene when the wormhole opened during the previous plundering plan. At that moment, a massive starship flashed out from behind the phytoplanet. Its entire hull was octagonal, enormous enough to be equivalent to dozens of Han-class starships. Ji Wushuang. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind from the Nining shade. Nining, what do you sense? This starship is different from those just now. It is a starship fused with top-tier ferocious beasts. Fusing with top-tier ferocious beasts. I didn't expect the Satak people could find such beasts. Fusing ordinary ferocious beasts requires your bloodline. Fusing with a top-tier ferocious beast, like me, requires an extraordinary human. Are you saying? The officer of this starship is one of us humans. Be careful. Don't be careless. All units disperse, open fire. The first echelon's Alefin ship rushed to the front, raising its shield. The second echelon consisted of dozens of Kaishan ships, each equipped with a heavy proton cannon. This cannon had immense power, with each proton shell equivalent to creating a proton black hole, inflicting damage 1,000 times greater than missiles. Its drawback was a long cooldown time. In star battles, it was suitable for coordinated team attacks. Generally, if a starship was hit by a proton cannon, it was basically doomed. The third echelon comprised 2,000 Killer Bee ships ready for action. The fourth echelon was the main force, specially formed by Ji Wushuang, the beam starships. Various starships capable of emitting energy beams after fusing with ferocious beasts combined together. There were over 10,000 of them. With a command from Ji Wushuang, the energy beam starships opened fire first. Countless energy beams shot towards the octagonal starship. Such a volume of attack, let alone a massive starship, could melt even an imperial fortress in an instant. However, the octagonal starship fully withstood the onslaught of these energy beams. Immediately afterward, the belly of the starship suddenly opened. Countless small starships poured out like a torrential rain. The sheer number made Ji Wushuang's scalp tingle. What kind of tactic is this? I know of a top-tier ferocious beast called Tihu. This beast can absorb external energy and then produce its own offspring. Perhaps this starship has fused with Tihu. All the energy you attack with is absorbed and instantly transformed into very small starships. Like a cockroach laying eggs. Countless small starships began to charge at Ji Wushuang and the others desperately. Fortunately, there were still over 1,000 Killer Bee starships. Their full-load attacks were just enough to counter this swarm of pests. Across the battlefield, debris from starship wreckage was already scattered everywhere. All Kaishan ships fire at will. With a command, the huge proton cannons on dozens of Kaishan ships were raised high. The hundreds of meters wide cannon mouths were aimed directly at the octagonal starship. Dozens of proton shells were fired. In an instant, dozens of small black holes materialized in front of the octagonal starship. The black holes began to devour everything around them. The bottom of the octagonal starship opened once more. This time, thousands of triangular Satak starships appeared. They acted as shields to absorb damage for the massive mothership. Indeed, after dozens of proton black holes devoured these triangular starships, they vanished. Strangely, Ji Wushuang felt extremely puzzled. This octagonal starship had been in defense since its appearance, utilizing various defensive measures. If those small starships could be considered an attack, at most they were merely a defensive counterattack. What was its true intention? Ji Wushuang suddenly realized. It was stalling for time. The recent massive energy fluctuation didn't seem to be caused by this starship's appearance. Could it be waiting for something to happen? Suddenly, the core of the entire Ida planet began to destabilize. Retreat. All units retreat. Such a planetary core fusion could very likely trigger a planet explosion. If it truly exploded, it could even throw the entire Ida star system into chaos. No matter how many starships there were, they would be powerless against a planet explosion. The entire Third Fleet began to retreat in an orderly manner, a point that Ji Wushuang had emphasized before. Even in retreat, there must be order. The last to retreat will be the meat shield starship, the Alefin Fleet. Ji Wushuang was unwilling. The Sotek mothership had come to this space-time with great difficulty and had painstakingly built 3 bases. So many humans had been captured. was the final act to detonate Ada planet and perish together. This was illogical unless the Alefin fleet can retreat. I will hold the rear. But Commander, you should retreat first. This was the retreat plan you established. Stop the nonsense. You retreat first. This is the current order. Ji Wuxuang sensed that Ada planet would not explode so easily. Such a level of energy fluctuation was likely a space-time tunnel. Ji Wuxuang directly activated one of the 9 skills he had recently mastered for his starship. Absolute Zero Ray, a silver beam shot out, and the octagonal starship absorbed it entirely. However, after a short while the entire starship began to emanate cold air. Sotek Starship, I am Ji Wuxuang, the frontline commander of the Human Starship Alliance. Surrender now, and I can spare your life. If you continue to resist, there will be only one outcome. Ji Wuxuang directly used the public channel to call out, uncertain if the other side could receive it. As the entire Sotek mothership was about to be completely frozen, its speed suddenly slowed. A silver beam shot back fiercely from the octagonal starship. It brushed past Ji Wuxuang's starship, nearly striking it. Unexpectedly, this starship had such strong defensive capabilities, even capable of rebounding the absolute zero ray. This technology was simply unscientific. Beep, 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 beep. The early warning system indicated that energy fluctuations were becoming increasingly frequent, and the core of Ada planet was about to undergo fusion. At this moment, Ji Wuxuang could no longer remain calm. Linked Fate Ray. Ji Wuxuang activated his second beast skill once again. A blue beam shot out, striking the octagonal starship directly. This linked fate beam tightly bound the octagonal starship to his Han-class starship. Ji Wuxuang prepared to forcibly take him away from the Ada star system. Ji Wuxuang understood that even if he couldn't save all the humans, there were surely many women and children aboard this starship. Ji Wuxuang did not want to think about whether Li Weiner and Yiya were definitely on this octagonal starship. He could only firmly tell himself that they must be. Ji Wuxuang activated the hyperjump, preparing to accelerate away from the Ada star system. Just as the wormhole for hyperacceleration opened, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the entire Ada planet. Even with a powerful defensive shield, Ji Wuxuang still felt that this light penetrated his Han-Long starship, blinding him. Ji Wuxuang, please respond. I am Lu Yu. Lu Yu, I'm here. Don't come near me. Ada planet might explode. Ji Wuxuang, we have cracked a memo from the Sotek people and found a list of hostage DNA bloodlines. Ada planet has been transformed into the starting point of the space-time tunnel. Ji Wuxuang was taken aback, quickly understanding. It was indeed as he had guessed. Since it was not an explosion of the planet, they would never let him go. But Ji Wuxuang was now more interested in that DNA bloodline list. Lu Yu, have you compared it with my DNA bloodline? Is there any information on Yiya and Li Weiner? The comparison was made. And then, tell me the result. Yiya is indeed on that starship. We do not know about Li Weiner. The words that Yiya was on that starship instantly awakened Ji Wuxuang. As he spoke, the bright light gradually faded. Ji Wuxuang's eyes, stimulated, were slow to recover. In his blurred vision, a massive void appeared before him. A powerful gravitational force pulled Ji Wuxuang's Han-class starship toward the void. As Ji Wuxuang's vision gradually recovered, he saw the octagonal starship straining to move into the void. Did he want to run? In his dreams. Ji Wuxuang, listen to me. Come back quickly. That memo is written in Han-Long language, clearly recording that the endpoint of their space-time tunnel is the year 1919. That is over 1,300 years later. If you don't come back soon, you might also be pulled into the space-time tunnel. Ji Wuxuang directly cut off the communication. If he could not bring Yiya back, even if he lived on, his conscience would never be at peace. If he could not even protect his wife and daughter, how could he support himself in protecting all of humanity and commanding the entire Starship Alliance? Ji Wuxuang let out a roar. He forcibly activated the 9-headed beast, risking everything to rush toward the wormhole. The gravitational pull of the wormhole was originally immense, but compared to the space-time tunnel, it was still insignificant. Even if Ji Wuxuang exerted all his strength, the Jiuyin Jisha was still being gradually pulled toward the space-time tunnel by the octagonal starship. At this moment, Ji Wuxuang had already exhausted all his strength. Even if he still had means of attack, it would be impossible to use them on that Sotek mothership carrying countless humans. Moreover, Yiya was also on board. Lu Yu, I am Ji Wuxuang. You bastard, come back. Listen to me. Protect the Starship Alliance and safeguard humanity. Do not forget your original intention. You will be the future chairman of the Alliance. The Beast Star is a double-edged sword. You must strictly control the use of bloodline fusion. What are you talking about? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? I don't want to hear your nonsense, making it sound like a dying wish. I am determined to bring back Yiya at all costs. The gravitational pull suddenly intensified again. Ji Wuxuang had no choice but to watch helplessly as his starship was pulled into the space-time tunnel along with the octagonal starship. Ji Wushuang felt the scenery around him spinning wildly. Yet the starship seemed to have not moved at all. The octagonal starship ahead maintained the same distance as before. Jisha, do you understand the space-time tunnel? We Beast Star are not constrained by time and space. No matter where you go, I am with you. But I know very little about the space-time tunnel. Can we attack now? Of course. Ji Wushuang aimed at the power system of the SOTEC mothership and fired directly. Dozens of beams seemed to be stuck in place. They hung motionless between the Jiu-In Jisha and the SOTEC mothership. Suddenly, all systems of the starship began to malfunction. The time recorder spun rapidly. Could it be that they were truly heading to the year 1919? Ji Wushuang recalled what the future Ji Wushuang had said, a segment of the chronicle he had experienced. In the year 1919, humanity and the Name tribe had undergone a long-term integration. Their bloodlines could no longer merge with biological materials, and even awakening was impossible. 2 years later, the SOTEC empire collapsed. Was this SOTEC mothership going back to save the soon-to-collapse SOTEC empire? 9. Since there is no way to hit him, is there a way to catch up to him? The nine-headed giant beast exerted all its strength, and the Han-class starship began to slowly approach the octagonal starship. Crash into him. We must not let him return to the year 1919. The nine-headed giant beast directly transformed into 9 jet boosters, giving Ji Wushuang another helping hand. The Han-class starship violently crashed into the octagonal starship. Ji Wushuang only felt the ship shake violently, and then she and the starship lost all control, instantly beginning to spin wildly. The 2 starships were flung out of the space-time tunnel. The 9 Jisha lost all power and began to spin rapidly as it descended. The powerful magnetic field left Ji Wushuang's brain blank. The last trace of consciousness told her that she must wake up quickly. Finally, Ji Wushuang shouted, 9, help control the ship. As you command. The 9-headed giant beast once again displayed its divine power. The starship in free fall was barely controlled under the enhancement of 9. Ji Wushuang gasped for breath as all control systems failed. Ji Wushuang had heard about such starships losing control in interstellar travel during theoretical classes many years ago, but had never truly experienced it. Ji Wushuang chose to cut off all energy sources and reboot the starship's various systems. Finally, all systems came back online. The 9 Jisha finally returned to normal. Ji Wushuang glanced at the time recorder. It was the year 1400. Not 1919, but the year 1400, arriving 519 years earlier than the planned endpoint of the octagonal starship and 847 years later than her own time. Ji Wushuang's head throbbed. It seemed that traveling through space-time bore a tremendous cost. Beep. The warning system suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. 5 starships sped toward Ji Wushuang. The particle imaging system displayed that 5 massive starships had surrounded Ji Wushuang. They were at least twice the size of glass starships. There was a giant purple iris emblem on the hull of the starships. Each starship had at least 50 large cannons aimed at her. Wow, what a majestic starship. The communication system simultaneously received a signal on the same frequency. Unknown starship. You have entered the star domain of the Principality of Alsace. Please state your identity and purpose. Instantly, Ji Wushuang's starship was completely locked down. Not only that, all systems aboard her starship were entirely frozen. The system's data began to automatically transmit. Ji Wushuang felt a chill run down her back. What a powerful starship. It could invade her starship's systems and completely lock her down. Strange, your starship data is completely blank, just like a newly manufactured starship. Yet this model is so old it wouldn't even be found in a museum. Which principality sent you? Ji Wushuang's mind went blank. I am from the Human Starship Alliance. My name is Ji Wushuang. Starship Alliance. I've never heard of it. What is your purpose in the star domain of our Principality of Alsace? You might not believe it, but I traveled through a space-time tunnel from the year 553. I believe you. Ji Wushuang was excited and was about to mention her pursuit of SOTEC when the other party quickly added. You could say you're a monk from the Tang dynasty in the east coming to the west to seek scriptures, and I would believe you. Come with us. Ji Wushuang sighed. Explaining such a space-time travel event to these starship officers on the front line would surely be unacceptable. Perhaps meeting a high-ranking commander could clarify her identity. She could only acquiesce to them guiding her starship toward the starport of Alsace. The scale of this starport exceeded Ji Wushuang's imagination. Hundreds of floating giant asteroids surrounded the starport. It seemed like a fixed gravitational field connected them. Each asteroid had various buildings constructed on it. The starport was built around the surface of a small planet. Countless lights illuminated the entire starport. Starships of Ji Wushuang's size were constantly entering and exiting with tens of thousands of them. This starport scale was comparable to Hanjing Fortress. Yet its level of prosperity surpassed Hanjing by dozens of times. The 9 Jisha slowly approached its docking position. The moment the control hatch opened, several armed guards had been waiting for a long time. "Get down." The monk from the East Tang dynasty. The leading lieutenant joked, and the soldiers behind him laughed heartily. "I want to see your highest commander." All right, we'll arrange that for you," the lieutenant said, while pulling Ji Wushuang over and casually placing electronic handcuffs on her. "When can I meet him?" Ji Wushuang was taken aback. "What do you mean by this? Even if you haven't identified my identity, there's no need for handcuffs, right? Save it. I catch 10 or 8 spies like you every month, and when I have time next month, I'll slowly play with you." Saying this, he shoved Ji Wushuang hard. "Spy?" Ji Wushuang was stunned. She had suddenly become a spy. "But Ji Wushuang wanted to argue, but a heavy blow struck the back of her head, and she passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Wushuang felt a strong light source in front of her as she opened her eyes. When she got up, the soreness in her neck reminded her that she must have been ambushed. Her lower lip was also split, likely from hitting her teeth when she fell. This room had no windows, and there was a narrow railing on the large door directly in front of her. Ji Wushuang rushed over, leaned against it, and shouted, "Is anyone there? I want to see your officer. I demand to verify my identity. Is anyone there?" "Don't waste your energy." Ji Wushuang was startled and turned to see a person squatting in the corner of the room. With messy hair and filthy clothes, he was grinning at her. Ji Wushuang hadn't expected that there was still someone locked up here. "How about it? You can't tell, can you? This is my invisibility technique. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and finally you woke up. Just wanted to see if you could figure it out." Ji Wushuang then noticed that this slightly plump man had deliberately made some dirty shadows on his body and face. He was squatting in the corner, using the reflection and refraction of light to create a visual blind spot for himself. Ji Wushuang suddenly felt that this chubby man looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere, but couldn't recall. "What were you locked up for?" "Me? I was locked up for being tongue-tied. Clumsy with words. Yes, I can neither beat around the bush nor flatter others, and I certainly do not engage in nonsense. I only speak the truth, so I've ended up locked away." Ji Wushuang snorted disdainfully, truly uninterested in the little chubby person before her. The Alsatian race is proud and arrogant, always suspecting that others have ulterior motives when they inquire about their secrets. "However, you do look a bit strange. I can't quite put my finger on it. My name is Li Xinghe, but you can also call me Xinghe." Li Xinghe mumbled to himself. "I'm a middle-level professor in the scientific guild. Don't let my young age fool you. My plan is to become a senior professor within 5 years and the head professor in 10. Seeing Ji Wushuang's puzzled expression, Li Xinghe nodded earnestly. "What is the scientific guild?" "You've never heard of the scientific guild. It is the pinnacle organization of humanity's greatest scientists. Joining this guild requires an oath to not serve any single duchy or regime, but rather to serve the advancement of all humanity. So you are a scientist?" "Of course. I am currently at the level of a middle professor, abbreviated as middle professor. Not only am I a scientist, but my entire family has been scientists for generations. You know, it was my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather Stephen Lee who founded the scientific guild." "Who?" Ji Wushuang blinked in surprise. "My great-great-great-great-great-grandfather." Ji Wushuang covered her face. "I meant the name. Stephen Lee." Ji Wushuang slowly approached Li Xinghe, gently lifting his chin. She scrutinized him from all angles. She thought to herself, no wonder he seemed familiar at first glance. This little chubby fellow truly has the spirit of Stephen Lee. His gestures, and even his speaking tone, carry the shadow of Stephen Lee. Xinghe Li. Stephen Lee, turns out he is a descendant of an old friend. Seeing Ji Wushuang's sudden grin, Li Xinghe pushed her away. "What are you trying to do? I tell you I am a proper man. Since you are a descendant of Stephen, has he mentioned someone to you?" "Who?" Ji Wushuang. Li Xinghe looked at Ji Wushuang and shook his eyes wide and round. After a moment, he burst into laughter. "I say, brother, you really know how to joke. That's my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Not to mention me, even my grandfather's grandfather never met him." Ji Wushuang also laughed upon reflection, but suddenly looked serious as she gazed at Li Xinghe. "Have you heard of time travel?" "Time travel? Well, Alexis proposed the practical concept of time travel in the year 645 of the star calendar. Over the past 700 years, several generations of scientists have tirelessly pursued the idea of time travel. However, I believe there are several challenges to time travel. One is the technical difficulty. It requires a stellar-level cosmic collapse to create a quantum imbalance, which in turn causes a massive fluctuation of quantum waves in the universe. According to the cosmic quantum conservation law. Seeing Ji Wushuang's bewildered expression, Li Xinghe chuckled. To put it plainly, the universe is like a massive strip of fabric with countless creases. Each crease can be seen as a time and space. Parallel creases can be viewed as parallel timelines, and different positions on the same crease can represent different eras in the same timeline. To travel through time and space, one needs to pull the strip of fabric from behind or ahead into the present. This requires immense power to move that fabric. If the force exceeds a certain limit, it could even create a hole in the fabric, allowing one to cross into another fold of the fabric before the hole is repaired. This is how one travels to a parallel timeline. Li Xinghe's example may not be entirely accurate, but Ji Wushuang still understood. A stellar-level cosmic collapse might be an exaggeration, but Ji Wushuang personally experienced a planetary-level cosmic collapse once. It seems that the Soitec starship used some method to completely explode the Ida planet from the inside out, causing a local cosmic collapse, which then created the time tunnel. And the second challenge is that unidirectional time travel is already difficult enough. The return journey is even more unknown. How to control the distance or time coordinates of time travel is even more challenging. Just theoretically, generations of people have debated this for hundreds of years. Li Xinghe became increasingly animated and spoke endlessly. Ji Wushuang nodded from time to time. The final challenge is no longer a technical issue. I believe it should be categorized under the logic of time and space, even rising to ethical and moral levels. Well, what do you mean by that? If humanity could time travel, then returning to the past could change the entire course of history, leading to time chaos. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but frown. Is it really that serious? Of course it is possible. Suppose I'm an orphan and my parents met and fell in love during a time of war. Shortly after I was born, my father died in battle, and my mother soon succumbed to illness. I survived alone, developing a strong will and cosmic ambition. Finally, after becoming a dominant figure, I find a way to travel back in time to prevent my parents' deaths. Then the question arises, in the alternate timeline where my parents are alive, my childhood is happy and blissful, I would not possess the strong will and cosmic ambition, and I certainly would not become this dominant figure. How would I have the strength to traverse the universe and save my parents? This is an unsolvable paradox. Ji Wushuang's eyes widened. Thomas little train. Exactly. This is the little train problem mentioned by the scientific predecessor Thomas hundreds of years ago. When you see the tail of the train before the tunnel, you can be sure that the train has entered the tunnel. But at the same time, in a different location, can you be certain that there is a train in the tunnel? Whether there is a train in the tunnel does not depend on whether the train has entered it, but rather on whether you have seen the train. Ji Wushuang sighed in relief. What if someone traveled from the past to the future, or say from the year 553 of the star calendar to 1400? That surely wouldn't affect history, right? Forget it. Let's not even talk about whether someone from the year 553 of the star calendar has the technical ability to achieve time travel. Even if they did, their outdated starship uniform would look like it jumped out of a coffin for a retro time show. At the very least, they should have a time travel wristband, right? Who knows, maybe my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Li Xinghe looked at Ji Wushuang dressed in a retro starship uniform, unconsciously rubbing the time travel wristband on his wrist. Finally, he understood why Ji Wushuang looked a bit strange.